Chapter 1: The Savior of the Saints. The year 2009 was not a fortuitous one for the supporters of Southampton. Since their relegation from the Premier League as the bottom team in the 2004-2005 season, Southampton's most commendable achievement had been reaching the playoffs as the sixth-place team in the Championship, only to be eliminated in the first round. However, compared to the present, the club, affectionately known as the Saints, had not yet lost the divine favor that once graced them. Last season, they barely managed to secure their championship status, finishing 20th among 24 teams. This season, they fluctuated perilously around the relegation zone, ultimately sinking into it by winter. Given Southampton's potential, survival in the championship should have been a straightforward endeavor yet. In April, the financial collapse of their parent company, PLC Group, forced Chairman Ruivo to resign. The ensuing chain reaction was all too predictable. The team disintegrated in the final stretch of the season, culminating in a disheartening 23rd place finish in relegation to League One, starting the new season with a 10-point deduction. Bankruptcy, mounting debts, and a negative points tally. Southampton was beset by calamity. For the people of Southampton, this was akin to the Titanic departing from their port only to sink, taking with it their hopes. The subsequent events were equally disheartening. With the parent company in ruins, Ruivo found himself powerless, compelled to collaborate with executives Wilder and club director Coman to seek a new owner for Southampton. Despite its rich history and esteemed youth academy, finding a successor proved to be a formidable challenge. Even after descending to League One, the rationale was straightforward. Although Southampton possessed its own stadium and training facilities, its overall financial assessment revealed near-negative assets. The substantial debts incurred from the construction of the new St. Mary's Stadium had left the club in a precarious financial position. To take over Southampton, a prospective owner would need to assume this considerable debt, which remained at around £50 million. In the Premier League, such an amount could be recouped. However, in League One, the revenue was merely a pittance in comparison. Ascending from League One to the Championship and ultimately to the Premier League would require a minimum of 2 years. The lengthy timeline to recoup the investment was not what capital sought. Thus, Southampton's search for a new owner stagnated. Amidst this turmoil, there was a glimmer of hope. Peak Sports was on the verge of acquiring ownership of Southampton, largely due to the involvement of legendary player Matthew Le Tissier within the company. The Southampton fans harbored a favorable impression of the company initially. However, as negotiations progressed, the ever-vigilant British journalists began to uncover troubling details. For instance, the representatives from Peak Sports exhibited a plethora of negative attributes, and the financial transparency of Peak Sports itself was questionable. Selling the club to a financially struggling entity would spell disaster for Southampton. Following the collapse of negotiations with Peak Group, the Southampton supporters, while exhaling a sigh of relief, began to fret about the future of their club, a concern that lingered until July arrived. Almost unexpectedly, the local sports media in Southampton simultaneously announced a startling piece of news. Southampton had found new ownership. The new proprietors were neither a consortium nor a wealthy family, but rather a company named St. Mary's Football Group, which had acquired complete ownership for the custodial institution for a sum of £13 million, while also inheriting a staggering debt of £50 million. This company was established just days prior by an individual named Jishi, a Chinese national. As soon as this news broke, Southampton fans erupted in disbelief. What was this absurdity? It is worth noting that Southampton supporters possess a strong sense of ownership. The previous owner, Mr. Liu, faced considerable backlash from fans for his overemphasis on business matters. Not long ago, the chairman, having attended a club meeting, was subjected to a barrage of insults from fans at the entrance of the stadium. The attempt by Peak Sports to acquire Southampton had also been thwarted by these discerning fans, who thoroughly investigated and exposed the irregularities in Peak's background. Even a legendary figure in Southampton's history, Matt Le Tissier, who was associated with Peak Sports, could not sway their opinions. Yet now, the club had been quietly sold to a newly established company with an obscure owner, one who happened to be Chinese. Consequently, the Southampton fans were incensed. Despite the signatures being inked and the club officially changing hands, they felt compelled to demonstrate their strength. They resolved to protest at the training ground, at the club's premises, and at St. Mary's Stadium. At this juncture, however, the reputable figures within Southampton, those whom the fans esteemed and trusted, began to voice their support. The newly appointed coach, Mark Waters, a former Southampton Youth Academy director, stated, "Jishi, I am familiar with him. He is a loyal and passionate young man. Southampton will thrive under his stewardship." If Waters' departure from the club rendered his opinion somewhat less significant for the fans, the words of George Prost, the current head of Southampton's Youth Academy, who had previously nurtured stars like Theo Walcott and Gareth Bale, carried substantial weight. I have known Jishi for over a decade, and he has always been deeply pained by Southampton's relegation. He has expressed on multiple occasions that if the club were in his hands, it would surely achieve greater glory. While this may not necessarily signify much, it at least demonstrates that he is not a person who manages a club solely for monetary gain. Moreover, he is an exceptionally talented coach, having obtained the UEFA Pro license at a remarkably young age. Prost's words stirred a considerable uproar among Southampton supporters, many of whom began to believe in his sentiments. After all, Prost had remained loyally devoted to Southampton since his playing days, dedicating over 30 years of service to the club, which rendered his reputation unparalleled. In such a context, the support from others began to carry significant weight. The club's new director, Mark Fry, the finances of St. Mary's Football Company are robust otherwise. I would not have signed a transfer agreement. Financial officer Dave Jones. I have meticulously examined their cash flow, and it is entirely legitimate. Faced with this situation, Southampton fans found themselves in a state of confusion. Could this individual, named Jishi, truly become the savior of the Saints? Chapter 2. The Identity of Jishi. Amid the bewilderment of Southampton fans, in an inconspicuous private apartment, a young man in his 20s was laughing maniacally at a wristband he held in his hand. This young man was none other than Southampton's new owner, the 25-year-old Jishi. Theoretically, individuals who possess a club at such a young age are often second-generation heirs, inheriting family businesses that afford them the leisure to invest in and manage a football club. After all, even for Premier League teams, generating profit through club ownership is no trivial endeavor. However, Jishi understood that he was merely an ordinary young man. In fact, his identity was that of an average international student pursuing a master's degree at the University of Southampton, a relatively promising path. Yet he was, overall, just one among a multitude. Everything changed dramatically when he stumbled upon this unexpected boon. It was this inconspicuous wristband he wore. After a fall, he found himself with this wristband, and just as Jishi was still in a daze, a prompt appeared in his mind. Host has successfully bound to the achievement system. Achieving any accomplishment will yield achievement points, the sole currency within the system that can be used to purchase various goods. Presenting a bound gift package, granting the host a startup capital gift package, while determining the direction of achievement points through system selection. Then Jishi watched, wide-eyed, as a wheel spun in his mind, observing the pointer skip over the options of acquire a publicly listed company and obtain a cultivation technique. Ultimately halting between attain a son-in-law identity and inherit an emperor father. Acquire a football club. I can't believe I've missed out on urban, cultivation, son-in-law, and historical searching forefather genres. Jishi exclaimed in astonishment. As he lamented, the system's prompt echoed once more, detected that the host is located in Southampton, England, automatically binding to the local exclusive professional team, Southampton Football Club. The host may choose an identity. A. Chairman B. Head coach C. Player A. Why must I be in Southampton? Why not Liverpool or Manchester? At least then I could have a chance at Everton. Well, it's better than being in London, where I might end up bound to Leyton Orient. Jishi shouted in a frenzy before commencing the selection of his identity. Since he could possess a club, naturally, he would choose to be the chairman. After pressing the button next to option, a confirm button appeared below the options. However, almost instinctively, Jishi pressed the button beside option B as well. Wow, I could select multiple identities? Jishi exclaimed in delight, then casually selected the final player option before clicking confirm. Thus, his current identities were that of the owner of Southampton Football Club, a coach holding a UEFA Pro license, and a registered professional player with the English Players Association. Initially, Jishi was concerned about whether having so many identities would lead to complications, but it was evident that the system had effortlessly resolved this issue for him. His resume had transformed entirely. Jishi, born in 1985, was now 25 years old. He arrived in England at the age of 10 and joined the Southampton youth team. Although he retained his Chinese nationality, he had been playing and developing through various levels of Southampton's youth teams. Despite the difficulties in obtaining a work permit, by the time he turned 17, Southampton's youth academy believed he had a chance to become part of the first team. However, a severe injury subsequently shattered his dreams, and doctors determined that he was unlikely to play again. Consequently, Jishi began studying coaching courses and successfully obtained his UEFA Pro license. Prior to acquiring Southampton Football Club, he had even prepared to begin coaching the under-13 youth team. UEFA had his records, including his graduation photo, and peers who obtained their coaching licenses at the same time remembered this young, shy Chinese lad. The English Players Association also possessed his file. Although he had never played a professional match, theoretically, he was qualified to be a professional player. Within Southampton Football Club, memories of him were abundant. Even Jishi himself was unaware of the wealth of memories he had at Southampton. He was hardly even a fan of Southampton. This revelation, however, imbued Jishi with newfound confidence. Such a powerful system. One wonders what rewards it could bestow upon itself. Within the system's store, he was met with a plethora of bewildering offerings. A legitimate income of £10 million requires merely 10 achievement points. There were even fantastical items available. For instance, Captain America's serum demanded 800 achievement points. If acquiring such a body, which defers aging and verges on immortality, could be achieved for 800 million, the billionaires of the world would surely flock in. Desperation. Alas, these treasures are primarily for personal use. This realization ignited an unparalleled motivation within Jishi. Having firmly established a direction toward a football club, the next step was to attain achievements related to football, thus amassing achievement points to exchange for valuable items. Naturally, in the initial stages, the essentials for exchange would revolve around finances and aspects concerning team, training, and matches. These items are inexpensive, yet their applications are manifold. Fortunately, earning achievement points is not an exceedingly arduous task that on July 2nd, Jishi, along with the two most pivotal figures in the club's management, the club director and CEO, Mark Fry, and the CFO, Dave Jones, attended the press conference, announcing the St. Mary Football Group's acquisition of Southampton FC. The content of the conference was rather insipid, merely consisting of journalists snapping photos and inquiring about Jishi's confidence in Southampton's future. It was not that the local media lacked professionalism, rather, the announcement made on the evening of July 1st took everyone by surprise. Why the morning of July 2nd? Fans were in an uproar, prompting the management of Southampton to swiftly come forth with statements, leading to the afternoon's press conference. They had no time to delve into Jishi's background, relying solely on the information disclosed by Fry, Jones, and Prost. Thus, the conference unfolded in a rather tedious manner. "This does not bode well," remarked a concerned journalist, a Southampton supporter. Chapter 3. People come and go. Following the silence of the press conference, the journalists soon launched their inquiries. Aside from the phonetic resemblance to Jesus, I fail to see how this young man, Jishi, could be the savior of Southampton. His only asset is the newly formed St. Mary Football Group, with no other consortium backing him. While the financial health of the St. Mary Football Group is commendable, whether it can sustain the operations of a professional club remains in doubt. Southampton's financial situation is precarious. They currently own Norwich Bank, a staggering £50 million in loans that if Southampton were still in the Premier League, the revenue from broadcasting rights would mitigate concerns. However, they are now in League One. It will require at least 2 years for Southampton to rectify their income deficiencies through operations that Jishi has already assumed the role of chairman at Southampton, yet the notion of this 25-year-old aspiring to steer a professional club seems rather far-fetched. If the best interests of Southampton are at heart, one might argue that hiring more seasoned management personnel to oversee the club would be prudent, leaving oneself merely to the task of financial contributions. The media's perspective appears to hold merit, yet upon reading it, Jishi merely scoffed at the absurdity. Why should I invest in the club only to hand over control to others? Would that not render me a fool? Moreover, Jishi did not doubt his own capability to manage the club effectively. Southampton is a well-established organization, currently overseen by Mark Fry for various operations and Dave Jones for financial management. These two roles are paramount to the club's success, and both individuals have proven their worth through time and systematic evaluation, earning Jishi's trust. This is also part of the system's preferential treatment, regarded as a grand gift. The managers of these two clubs and the youth training director, Prost, are unanimously acknowledged for their unwavering loyalty to the club and to him as the chairman. Naturally, such loyalty may diminish over time. It is only through the adept management of the club by Jishi that their work remains fulfilling and their income substantial, thus sustaining this allegiance. However, at least for the present, Jishi need not fear a knife in his back. The loyalty issue among the club's management has been resolved by the system. Yet, when it comes to the players, confidence may not be as robust. Veteran captain and goalkeeper Kelvin Davis had previously been compelled to undergo trials with West Ham United, as the Southampton team faced dissolution if a new home could not be found. Fortunately, Jishi emerged, and although he is not from Southampton's youth academy, Davis, who has loyally served the team since joining in 2006, without uttering a word of dissent, promptly chose to renew his contract with the club. His decision is not born of confidence in Jishi. At 33, he merely wishes to serve Southampton before his retirement. The influence of role models is boundless. Following Davis's renewal, two other veterans, center back Chris Perry and midfielder Paul Norton, also announced their intention to remain at Southampton, even declaring their willingness to reduce their salaries to meet League One standards. Given their age, each year on the pitch is a diminishing asset, inspired by the veterans. The younger players also opted to stay. It is not that they lack alternatives, but Southampton's allure remains potent. Adam Lallana, who has gradually risen to prominence in the Championship over the past 2 seasons, similarly declared his intention to stay and signed a 3-year contract with the club. This news resonated delight among Southampton's fans, as Lallana, a product of the Southampton Youth Academy, has now become a representative figure following stars like Gareth Bale and Stern John. His contract renewal signifies the recognition of local youth players towards the club's new ownership. In other clubs, this may seem trivial. Yet Southampton has a long-standing tradition of youth academy players taking the helm. The acknowledgement of youth training strength is of utmost importance. With the respect of the venerable veterans and the endorsement of the youth representative, the morale within the first team of the club has stabilized. Of course, not everyone will choose to remain, as many renowned clubs have fallen to lower leagues, and few manage to rise again. The youth of players is finite. Languishing in lower leagues is not a burden every individual can bear. Last season's midfield mainstay, 23-year-old local midfielder Andrew Sermon, was poached by the Championship champions, Wolverhampton Wanderers, for a fee of £2,500,000. Likewise, last season's leading forward, the equally 23-year-old local striker David McGoldrick, transferred to his hometown club, Nottingham Forest, for a fee of £1,500,000. The departure of these two individuals has significantly diminished Southampton's strength. After all, Solomon scored 7 goals in 43 matches last season, making him the highest-scoring midfielder, while Lallana merely played a supportive role. Furthermore, McGoldrick netted 12 goals in 44 matches, establishing himself as the top scorer among forwards. Both players are in their prime, and although Southampton boasts a mix of seasoned veterans and young talents, the absence of such pivotal mid-career players is a considerable loss. However, Jishi remains unfazed. With players departing, new ones will inevitably arrive, he reassured Fry. Fry nodded, fully aware of the club's current situation. Following the investment from the St. Mary's Football Group, while the club's cash reserves are modest, they still possess several £million. Additionally, the exit of these two players has generated a revenue of £4 million, resulting in Southampton enjoying its most robust cash flow in recent years. For a League One club, nearly £10 million in liquid assets is quite remarkable. Moreover, Southampton's reputation affords them certain advantages during recruitment. If they manage to secure capable signings, it could elevate the club's prowess to new heights. Fry's sole concern lies in the fact that player transfers often operate within a close-knit circle. New arrivals typically incur a learning curve, and the transfer market in England's lower leagues functions similarly. Can Jishi, as a newcomer, orchestrate a convincing transfer that stabilizes the team and reassures the fans? Fry is apprehensive that Jishi might foolishly squander funds on players, leading the club directly to bankruptcy. Rest assured, leave it to me, Jishi confidently declared, patting his chest. He was not exaggerating. Amidst Fry's worried gaze, Jishi departed with an air of determination. 3 days later, Southampton held a press conference to announce the signing of 27-year-old local striker Ricky Lambert. Chapter 4. Striving for transformation as Lambert beamed, while proudly lifting Southampton's number 9 jersey at the press conference. Fry could distinctly hear the collective gasp of the reporters in attendance. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Fry was well aware of the reasons behind their astonishment. Lambert was not particularly renowned as a player. At 27, his journey was nothing short of inspirational. After all, a man who at 17 was merely twisting lids in a factory had ascended to become the top scorer in League One by the age of 27, a remarkable achievement indeed. Yet, despite this, he was ultimately just a grassroots player who had spent 4.5 seasons in League Two and 5.5 seasons in League One. Nevertheless, he had earned the title of best scorer and player in League One last season, possessing a robust physique, exceptional scoring ability, and commendable technical skills. With 29 goals to his name in the previous season, Fry's acquisition of such a player for £1 million was a savvy move. It was not an exorbitant fee by any means. A team with a reliable goalscorer is assured of a certain level of success. By securing a familiar face from League One right from the outset, it was evident that this young coach, having obtained the UEFA Pro license, possessed considerable capability. Moreover, an understanding of the lower tiers of English football is no trivial matter. With such an image established, the task becomes considerably simpler. Observing the admiring gaze of Fry, Jishi chuckled, aware that he had likely achieved half of his goal. Jishi was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of knowledge, although his coaching certification was genuine. His educational background was fabricated, courtesy of the system that had constructed it for him. Yet he possessed the system. At the inaugural press conference held in Southampton, he received 10 achievement points. The successful sale of a player garnered another 10 points. Furthermore, achieving a player sale that amassed £1 million brought in yet another 10 points. Just like that, he effortlessly secured 30 achievement points. It is worth noting that redeeming a specialized scouting guide for the current season, detailing which players Southampton could acquire and the respective costs, required merely 10 achievement points, an invaluable resource indeed. However, Jishi understood that such easily obtainable achievements were exceedingly rare. After all, subsequent press conferences and player sales would no longer yield achievement points. Only sales reaching into the millions would warrant further points. Presently, he was left with merely 20 achievement points. Calculating his remaining achievements, Jishi smiled down at the journalists, who no longer dared to underestimate this young man. His ability to swiftly recruit the previous season's top scorer from League One, and at a modest expense, showcased a level of acumen that could only be described as seasoned. One must not underestimate such young talents. Southampton currently possesses an abundance of players, although they have lost their leading striker and the midfielder with the most goals. The acquisition of Lambert sufficiently compensates for the deficiencies in their forward line. In midfield, Lalana is poised to flourish, as he is inherently an attacking midfielder. His previous role as a supporting player was merely a reflection of his youth. Moreover, the midfield also boasts the defensive prowess of players like Schneiderlin and the adept positioning of Simon Lech. These individuals are either remarkably talented or brimming with potential. According to scouting reports, Southampton merely needs to secure a reliable central defender, and their prospects of advancing to the championship appear quite promising, even if they begin with a 10-point deficit. The scouting report has also indicated a candidate, Dejan Lovren, a 20-year-old Croatian central defender standing at 6 feet 2 inches, currently representing Dinamo Zagreb in the Croatian league. Despite his youth, he boasts 2 seasons of experience in Croatia's top tier. Although Southampton is merely a League One team at present, they face little competition, and given Dinamo Zagreb's financial constraints, acquiring a young central defender poses minimal challenges. A fee of under £1 million should suffice. Such candidates do not even require Jishi to take action personally. It suffices for the club director, Fry, to handle matters, as negotiations are inherently his domain. Jishi's direct involvement in recruiting Lambert was merely to validate his own capabilities. Although he is the owner, without demonstrating his prowess, gaining the recognition of all is a formidable challenge. While contemplating this, a notification sound suddenly resonated in Jishi's mind. The host has activated a random mission, titled, Seizing Love with a Blade. 3 players poised to transfer to top-tier league teams present a certain opportunity for you to seize their affection. Signing 1 will yield 50 achievement points. Signing 2 will garner 100 points, and successfully signing all 3 will reward you with 200 points. However, failing to secure even 1 will result in a deduction of 20 achievement points. Does the host wish to accept this mission? With a potential reward of up to 200 points, the risk of losing merely 20 points seems trivial. Why not take a chance? As a spirited young man with a penchant for adventure, Jishi readily consented, eager to embrace the gamble. With such thoughts, Jishi completely forgot that those 20 achievement points constituted his entire fortune. Should he lose these 20 points, he might find himself bereft of any opportunity to earn achievements before the season commenced. Aspiring to take on the role of a coach, he would soon realize that he lacked the skills to train a team and direct matches. Yet, at this moment, Jishi remained oblivious to this predicament. Naturally, youthful indiscretions are often forgiven, and it is not certain that he would fail his tasks. At least, he felt a surge of confidence. After the press conference concluded, Jishi shook hands with Lambert and, thumping his chest, asserted that League One was certainly not a fitting domain for Southampton. With Lambert on board, Southampton would undoubtedly ascend 3 tiers within 2 years, swiftly returning to the Premier League. Ricky, trust me, you have scored numerous goals in both the 4th and 3rd divisions. And in the forthcoming time, you shall net many more in the 2nd tier and top flight. You are destined to become an inspiring legend from humble beginnings. A living testament to greatness, Jishi proclaimed, patting Lambert, who was 2 years his senior, on the shoulder with fervor. Lambert smiled broadly. Though he may not have fully believed Jishi's words, it was indeed reassuring that the young chairman and coach held such faith in him. Flynn shook his head, perceiving Jishi's words as somewhat fanciful. However, as the club's owner, it was commendable to foster such a positive attitude towards the players. One could only hope for better days ahead. Chapter 5. The first encounter with crisis. Kyle Walker, a domestic player, occupies the right-back position. At 19 years of age, he is a member of the championship team Sheffield United. Last season, he was loaned to Northampton in League One, making 9 appearances, and he will return to Sheffield United next season, where he is expected to feature in 5 matches. Moussa Dembele, a Belgian player, plays as a defensive midfielder. At 22, he is a key player for Eredivisie club AZ Alkmaar, having played a pivotal role in securing the league title last season. Olivier Giroud, a French player, is a forward nearing his 23rd birthday. Last season, he played for League Two club tours, making 23 appearances and scoring 9 goals. On the train to Sheffield, Jishi pondered deeply. Upon perusing the information about Dembele, he felt that acquiring 200 achievement points would be a formidable challenge. After all, Dembele was a key player from a Dutch league champion. What reason would he have to join a League One team? While both leagues are indeed professional, the Eredivisie represents the pinnacle of Dutch football, whereas League One is merely the third tier of English football. Even though the Premier League is deemed one of the top 5 leagues, the Eredivisie is still considered a second-tier league. A mainstay from a champion team in the Eredivisie would naturally aspire to play in the Premier League. And even those relegated from the Premier League may not find themselves in the Championship, as clubs like Newcastle, who many believe will quickly return to the top flight, are more likely to attract attention. However, aside from Dembele, there remain the prospects of Walker and Giroud, who might still be attainable. Particularly in the case of Walker, a mere 19-year-old domestic player, who had not made much of an impact in the Championship. Sheffield United had faltered in the playoffs last season, and as they aimed to ascend to the Premier League in the new season, they would undoubtedly rely more heavily on seasoned veterans, likely affording little opportunity to such a young talent. Within the English Football League system, while young players may find it easier to emerge in lower divisions, it largely depends on the team. Those engaged in promotion battles or fighting relegation tend to favor seasoned players, as they are deemed more effective. The nurturing of young talent is typically a strategy employed by mid-table teams. According to the statistics, Walker had only managed to secure 5 appearances in the latter half of last season, clearly marking him as a peripheral figure. Such a player, with a mere promise of a starting position, could easily be lured over. With unwavering confidence, Jishi embarked on his journey. The distance from Southampton to Sheffield is just over 300 kilometers, a drive of merely a few hours. Jishi took the train, departing in the morning and arriving in Sheffield by afternoon, after which he proceeded to the Sheffield United club. Prior to his departure, Fry had already made contact with Sheffield United, represented by their club's general manager, Mr. Peter Robertson. Jishi had initially planned to engage in some small talk upon meeting, but as soon as they met, Mr. Robertson delivered unfortunate news. I regret to inform you, Mr. G, that just a couple of days ago, Tottenham Hotspur from the Premier League reached out to us with an offer to sign Walker. Their bid is quite substantial, amounting to £570,000. I believe this figure is already quite extravagant, and Walker himself seems more inclined towards joining the Premier League club, Mr. Robertson lamented. A thunderclap seemed to reverberate above Jishi's head. He certainly did not suspect that he was being deceived. The transfer fee of over £500,000, coupled with the allure of a Premier League team, was simply beyond what Southampton could afford at this moment. His curiosity, however, was piqued by a singular question. Why would a 19-year-old player, who had only played 5 matches for Sheffield United, attract the interest of Tottenham? With his mind buzzing, Jishi began to delve deeper into research on his return journey. It was then he discovered that, although Walker had only played 5 matches, all of them occurred during the final phase of the season when Sheffield was short on players, granting him a starting opportunity. His outstanding performance in the semi-finals of the playoffs directly aided Sheffield in reaching the finals. Though they ultimately fell short in the final match and missed promotion to the Premier League, Walker's display had indeed been remarkable. In English football, while the Championship playoffs may lack the prestige of other tournaments, they are one of the few occasions to be held at the iconic Wembley Stadium. Alongside the League Cup final, the FA Cup final, the Community Shield, and the English League Trophy final, matches at the hallowed grounds of Wembley are sure to capture significant attention. Furthermore, while Tottenham may not be at the pinnacle of the Premier League, Their reputation for nurturing young talent is well established, making their interest in Walker entirely understandable. Damn those London teams, Jishi muttered inwardly. He promptly called the club to arrange a flight to the Netherlands, determined to make an effort to entice Moussa Dembélé to join him. Although the challenge was undoubtedly formidable, convincing a key player from the Eredivisie champions to move to League One seemed nearly impossible. Jishi was prepared. He rummaged through the achievement point shop and found a potion of great persuasion, worth 5 achievement points. If he reached the Netherlands and Dembélé had not yet departed, he would employ this potion to sway Dembélé, hoping to invest the remaining transfer funds entirely in acquiring this player. However, he was still a step too late. Upon his arrival in Alkmaar, Netherlands, the club's football director, Van Gaal, regretfully informed him that, due to AZ Alkmaar's participation in the Champions League this season, they would not release any of their key players who had performed admirably last season. Furthermore, Dembélé himself had spent 2 years playing in Belgium and 4 years in the Netherlands, and this was his first opportunity to showcase his talents in the Champions League. He had previously turned down several mid-tier teams from the top 5 leagues, hoping to demonstrate his prowess on the grand stage before making a transfer. Hearing this, Jishi felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, every player yearns to participate in the Champions League. At just 22 years of age, Dembélé could potentially secure a transfer to a stronger team after gaining experience in the tournament. What could Southampton possibly offer to entice Dembélé? Even the most convincing of arguments requires a foundation of truth to sway the other party. As for the transfer fee, Mr. Van Gaal informed Jishi that 2 seasons prior, they had acquired Dembélé from De Graafschap for €500,000. With their Champions League income this year being quite substantial, they were unwilling to entertain offers below the 10 million mark, clinging to a final glimmer of hope. Jishi sought to speak with Dembélé, however, as he prepared to purchase that fabled potion of persuasion. The system alerted him that due to the likelihood of losing his last 20 achievement points in the near future, he would be unable to acquire the potion, valued at 5 achievement points, until his total reached 25. Even credit cards can secure a loan, Jishi lamented, feeling akin to a farmer lamenting a poor harvest. At this moment, he finally realized that if he were to lose, he would be left with not a single achievement point. Chapter 6. The Final Opportunity. Jishi understood that he had only one path remaining, to travel to France and recruit that final individual. He pondered. Having failed to secure the seemingly simplest player and the most challenging one, could he succeed with the moderately difficult Giroud? On July 8th, Jishi arrived in Tours, a city in central France, weary from his journey. Tours was not a formidable team. They were, in fact, a rather obscure club, with their best historical achievement being 2 runner-up finishes in League Two and their finest performance in the French Cup being a semi-final appearance. In comparison to Southampton, they were considerably weaker. Olivier Giroud had joined Tours at the beginning of the previous season, having transferred from Grenoble, another League Two team, for a mere €200,000, a reflection of the affordable transfer market in the lower tiers of French football. However, as a 23-year-old striker who could not secure a starting position at Grenoble and had to be loaned to the 3rd division, Giroud lacked ambition at this stage. Being a semi-regular at Tours was satisfactory for him, especially considering that for a 22-year-old still playing in the 3rd division, moving up to League Two was already a blessing. Last season, Tours finished 6th in League Two, a commendable performance. Yet both the management and players were acutely aware that, given their capabilities, they were destined to oscillate between the 2nd tier and the lower divisions, with promotion to League One being a distant dream. Moreover, unlike the English Premier League, entering the top tier did not guarantee a significant surge in income. The financial differences between League One and League Two were hardly substantial. In the landscape of the top 5 leagues, League One primarily relied on player sales for revenue. Thus, when Jishi was received by Mr. Christie, the general manager of Tours, he was in high spirits. Olivier? He is a fine young man, although he was not a starter last season. He made 23 appearances and scored 9 goals. His tactical utility as a center forward makes him quite important for us, Mr. Christie stated earnestly. Hearing this, Jishi felt reassured. If that were the case, negotiations could commence. You are aware that Southampton has faced a stroke of bad luck in recent years and has been relegated to League One, resulting in a less than comfortable financial situation. However, I assure you that I will not let my partners suffer in terms of transfer fees, Jishi continued. Mr. Christie, I recall that when Olivier transferred to Tours last season, his valuation was €200,000. We are prepared to offer €500,000 now. What do you think? Mr. Christie looked at Jishi with a hint of surprise, sensing the young man's urgency, a potential leverage point. Furthermore, he believed that 500,000 was insufficient. Although Giroud had arrived for 200,000, after a year in League Two as a semi-regular at the age of 23, his value could certainly be higher. Mr. G. I previously mentioned that he is not for sale. Christie sincerely stated, 800,000, we still have to rebuild. And it is impractical to spend excessively on a forward position. We have already acquired Lambert, who was the top scorer in League One last season. Having one reliable scorer is sufficient. My concern lies in the fact that our forwards are advancing in age, necessitating the acquisition of a prime-age striker. However, I cannot justify expending more funds on a secondary striker. Moreover, even if you retain Giroud and he improves, how much can he possibly be sold for? In League One, such a center forward does not hold much appeal. Jishi shook his head, and the firmness in both of their stances made Christie realize that although this young man appeared somewhat impatient, he was undoubtedly steadfast in his principles. Indeed, in League One, the preference is for players who possess both the ability to break through defenses and score. The likes of Giroud, a traditional center forward, are not particularly sought after. In fact, in the subsequent season, after Giroud earned the title of top scorer in League Two, his transfer to Montpellier was valued at a mere €2 million. Had he possessed a British passport and been the top scorer in the championship, his worth could have soared into the millions. Thus, after careful consideration, Christie engaged in further negotiations before settling on a round figure, ultimately agreeing to Jishi's proposal of €1 million. Upon witnessing the other party's agreement, Jishi breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed his final opportunity. However, club approval of the offer was merely the initial step. The next hurdle was obtaining Giroud's consent. At this moment, Jishi realized he had overlooked an important detail. During the recent negotiations with the tour club, he should have also reached out to Giroud. This dual-pronged approach to negotiations is a common practice among clubs nowadays, as it not only saves time but also helps to avoid misunderstandings. If Giroud had already been in discussions with other clubs during this period, it would pose quite a dilemma. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had expressed interest in Giroud during this time. After all, a player who had only recently stabilized his position in League Two and is not particularly young would attract limited attention. However, when Jishi spoke with Giroud, the latter appeared somewhat disinterested. As a relatively unknown player without an agent, Giroud was directly accessible to Jishi. Although Giroud was polite, he exhibited a lack of enthusiasm when it came to the prospect of playing in League One. This reaction was understandable, having finally established himself in League Two. With a fluid transition to League One, he knew that a solid performance could lead to opportunities in the Premier League or La Liga. On the other hand, a move to League One presented uncertain prospects. Our Southampton club is not a small entity. We boast a stadium with a capacity of 30,000, and we consistently rank in the mid-tier of the Premier League. If we were to drop to League One, it would simply be an anomaly, not a permanent situation. A return to the Premier League for Southampton is merely a matter of time. You are still young. Why not seize the opportunity? Jishi urged. Your skill set aligns more with the style of play in England. To be frank, with your current abilities, jumping straight to the Premier League may not yield the best results. However, gaining experience in the lower leagues would better prepare you for the Premier League. This could be immensely beneficial for your personal development. Despite Jishi's heartfelt entreaty, Giroud remained hesitant. We could even include a clause in the contract allowing you to transfer at any time if we do not return to the championship by the end of this season. Of course, if we promptly regain our championship status, there would be no rush for you to leave. At just 23, playing a season or two in the championship would significantly increase your visibility to Premier League teams. Jishi ultimately deployed his most persuasive argument. Such terms deeply moved Giroud. Most importantly, it seemed he had never been accorded such significance before. Chapter 7. I have arrived when Giroud inscribed his name on a 4-year contract. Jishi experienced an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Finally, he had secured his achievement points and even earned an additional 50. Gazing at the remaining 70 achievement points in the store, Jishi exhaled deeply and then instructed Giroud to report to the team by July 15th. After which Jishi departed from France. The new season of League One would commence on August 8th, and there were numerous matches ahead. In addition to the 48 league games, they would also participate in the League Cup, the FA Cup, and the EFL Trophy, a competition that has allowed teams from the 3rd to the 5th tiers of English football to compete for several decades. This marks Southampton's inaugural participation in this competition. Since the inception of this cup in 1984, Southampton has consistently competed in the top tier of English football, lacking the qualification to partake in this tournament. Now, they have attained such qualification, albeit through a rather tragic turn of events. Therefore, in the upcoming season, Southampton is set to engage in over 50 official matches. Nevertheless, the squad possesses considerable depth, particularly with a number of promising young players at their disposal. During G's recent endeavors in Southampton, he received some encouraging news. Fry has demonstrated his capabilities. Over the past few days, Fry has not only secured the signing of Lovren from Croatia but has also managed to offload 2 Polish forwards from the squad. Among them, Laziak was transferred to Reading for a fee of €1.8 million, while Saganowski mutually terminated his contract to join the Danish club, Augsburg. Laziak joined Southampton during their relegation season and has performed admirably over 3 seasons, proving to be a competent player in the championship, thus fetching a commendable price. In contrast, Saganowski has garnered criticism. After initially impressing on loan from Troyes with 10 goals in 13 appearances, his form dwindled significantly upon Southampton's acquisition for €1.6 million. In a year and a half, he made only 4 appearances, scoring a solitary goal. And his lackluster performance during his loan at Augsburg last season rendered the mutual termination of his contract a prudent financial decision for the club. Laziak and McGoldrick formed Southampton's primary striking partnership last season, and with both now departed, G has brought in Lambert and Giroud to fill the void. Alongside 3 local forwards who served as substitutes previously, the numbers are sufficient. In midfield, the presence of reliable veteran Paul Watton and the talented Schneiderlin, combined with other players, ensures that the squad is adequately equipped for League One, as the tactical level in that division is relatively modest. Players need merely to run and provide passes to forwards, creating opportunities for goals. Such straightforward tactics are often sufficient. In defense, the addition of Lovren, along with seasoned veteran Perry, stabilizes the center-back position, ensuring a commendable performance. Ultimately, given Southampton's capabilities, they ought not to be in League One. Although they have lost some key players, they have also brought in replacements. And as long as their performances remain consistent, promotion to the championship is merely a matter of time. The sole concern lies in their 10-point deficit at the start and the coaching situation. Of course, I am here to coach. Have you forgotten that I hold a UEFA A coaching license? With this certification, I am qualified to manage any team, G asserted to Fry. Fry inhaled deeply. I am not questioning your abilities, he began, only to be interrupted by G. To say that is indeed to doubt my capabilities. Mr. Mark, it is essential to understand that I have dedicated 3 years of my life in preparation for this day. Over these years, I have diligently studied and taken exams, swiftly obtaining my UEFA coaching license. How many can claim to have acquired their credentials more rapidly than I? Jishi remarked. Yet, Fry still wished to resist. There is no room for hesitation. Jishi extended 3 fingers. I have waited 3 years solely for this opportunity, not to demonstrate my own greatness, but to make it clear to everyone that the one capable of rescuing Southampton is none other than I, Jishi. The resounding speech immediately rendered Fry speechless. Unbidden, he recalled a fabricated memory of a young man deeply enamored with Southampton, who began honing his football skills at the club's youth academy at the tender age of 10. Dreaming of one day representing the team, after suffering a grave injury, he relinquished his aspirations of becoming a player and embarked on the journey of becoming a head coach, ultimately acquiring his coaching credentials. Admittedly, he lacked coaching experience. Typically, coaches ascend from youth teams to first teams to amass experience. However, at present, Southampton was merely a League One team, not vastly different from a youth squad. Did Southampton truly lack proficient coaches? In reality, even in the championship, they had successively employed 2 commendable head coaches, yet due to various reasons, including unfamiliarity with the club, their coaching results fell short. In contrast, Jishi was intimately acquainted with Southampton, not only familiar with the first team members but also well-versed in the youth academy's talent. Furthermore, he maintained an excellent rapport with Prost, the current youth academy director, whom he held in high regard. If he could effectively utilize the youth players, Southampton would face far fewer challenges. As a former youth player, his identity naturally fostered recognition among the team. With the chairman's endorsement, Fry had little choice but to acquiesce. His eventual concession stemmed from his own loyalty as a Southampton fan, which made Jishi's words resonate deeply with him. Of course, Jishi's persuasion alone would not suffice. He needed to earn the respect of the assistant coaches and players alike. Rest assured, if I cannot gain their respect, I shall have no face to assume the role of head coach, Jishi confidently asserted. Seeing Jishi's self-assurance, Fry nodded in agreement. He was more adept in negotiation and business management than in football, which was a common shortcoming among Southampton's management. The previous club director had even been a rugby coach, and the former chairman, Mr. Levy, believed he could adeptly manage a football club. Southampton, a team with a rich history, had unfortunately descended to its current state due to a series of misfortunes. I have arrived. The dawn of new beginnings is upon us. Jishi thought to himself with unwavering confidence. With the achievement point shop at his disposal, what could he possibly worry about? Chapter 8. Earning is difficult. Spending is easy. Southampton, a club steeped in history, finds itself rather impoverished in terms of accolades. Their most notable achievement is the FA Cup triumph of the 1975-76 season, supplemented by a runner-up finish in the top tier during the 1983-84 season. Beyond these, their trophy cabinet boasts little else of significance. They have accumulated numerous second-place finishes, including 1 in the League Cup, 3 in the FA Cup, and 3 in the second-tier league, yet they have never claimed the championship of that division. Interestingly, they have secured both the championship and runner-up titles in the third tier. Therefore, achieving milestones at such a club is not overly challenging. For instance, winning a League Cup would yield a substantial reward of 50 achievement points, in addition to a bonus of 200 points for securing the title for the first time. Conversely, triumphing in the FA Cup offers a mere 80 achievement points with no supplementary rewards, as Southampton does have a history with this particular cup. Winning the Premier League championship would grant 100 points as a standard reward, alongside an additional 200 points for the first victory. In essence, the weight of the championship correlates directly with the magnitude of the rewards, and first-time achievements attract extra accolades. Viewed from this perspective, the quest for achievement points through unlocking milestones proves somewhat daunting. At present, Jishi has yet to fully grasp this reality. Due to the prior changes in coaching staff, Southampton's current assistant coaches are limited to just 3. Tactical coach Francis Benali, fitness coach Gary Pendry, and goalkeeping coach Dennis Rofe. In Jishi's estimation, this is far from sufficient. The team's training camp is scheduled to commence on July 15th, and prior to that, Jishi called upon the 3 remaining assistant coaches, Benali, Pendry, and Rofe. They were somewhat apprehensive upon meeting Jishi, uncertain of how this young coach might conduct himself. However, it did not take long for them to be won over. They are not particularly distinguished coaches. Otherwise, they would not have remained with the team through its descent from the Premier League to the Championship and subsequently to League One. Their loyalty to Southampton is unparalleled, stemming from their long-term association with the club. For instance, Benali dedicated over 17 years of his professional playing career to Southampton, though he never earned a cap for the England national team. Nevertheless, he was a notable player during the early years of the Premier League and has served as Southampton's assistant coach since his retirement in 2003. Rofe and Pendry share similar backgrounds, which makes them true insiders of the club. Despite their average coaching abilities, their unwavering loyalty to Southampton surpasses that of any other coach. Having served as assistant coaches for over a decade, they have encountered numerous accomplished head coaches, most of whom brought their own coaching teams. They have not only seen the ins and outs of the game but also possess a discerning eye. Moreover, in England, it is well understood that one can coach without formal coaching qualifications, which adds an intriguing layer to the profession. Thus, prior to meeting Jishi, they maintained a respectful demeanor towards him, recognizing that while he possessed youth and ambition, they held the invaluable asset of experience, albeit without formal coaching credentials. Upon their meeting, Benali and the others prepared to engage in light conversation. However, Jishi swiftly presented them with 3 sets of documents. He handed Benali a tactical training plan, Pendry a fitness training plan, and Rofe a goalkeeping training plan. Initially surprised, their expression shifted dramatically as they perused the documents, revealing a profound transformation in their demeanor. How would they respond? Jishi casually inquired, expressing that the level was exceedingly high. Although it merely encompassed some fundamental aspects, Benali could not help but exclaim. Among the 3 assistant coaches, his expertise was the most distinguished. Thus, after perusing just a few pages of the tactical training plan, he discerned that its caliber was unparalleled in his lifetime. Tactical training plans are not inherently extraordinary, yet systematic training regimens are exceedingly rare. Over the past few years, Ben Ali had encountered numerous exceptional coaches, yet none had presented a comprehensive training plan as detailed and thorough. Typically, such plans are merely tailored to individual players or involve rehearsals of tactical routines, lacking the depth and specificity found here. This was the culmination of my years spent observing and scrutinizing Manchester United's training sessions, gradually compiling the running and supporting strategies employed by Ferguson. While perhaps not flawless, I could approximate it to about 70 or 80% accuracy, Jishi remarked nonchalantly. Ben Ali gasped in astonishment. Ferguson, although Sir Ferguson was on the brink of retirement, there was no denying that, over the past 2 decades, he stood as the most successful manager in the Premier League. Neither Wenger, who initially opposed him, nor the more recent figures such as Mourinho, Benitez, and Ancelotti could surpass Ferguson's remarkable achievements. His transformative influence on Manchester United, particularly the overarching tactical movement system, was pivotal to the club's sustained performance, irrespective of the tactical variations he employed over the years. The triangular movement strategy of Manchester United has long been an aspiration for many teams, yet elusive to replicate. Jishi, however, had deduced this through his observations. Truly, a prodigy who obtained the UEFA A coaching license in merely 3 years. Look at him, Ben Ali mused. While he may not be an exceptionally renowned coach, his experience as a former player and several years as an assistant coach lent him considerable insight. Thus, merely glancing at a few pages, he immediately recognized the wealth of knowledge contained within this training plan. Although Pandeli and RF had yet to discern much in such a brief period, they trusted Ben Ali's judgment. Given his illustrious achievements as a player and now as a coach, if this trio of assistant coaches constituted a small collective, then Ben Ali was undoubtedly their leader. Now that their leader had acquiesced, what reason did they have to persist? Henceforth, our training will advance in this direction. Observing the reverent demeanor of these older assistant coaches, Jishi felt a surge of satisfaction within. However, this must remain confidential. You shall all sign a non-disclosure agreement henceforth. Ben Ali and his companions nodded in agreement, as they held no objections to this matter. Typically, long-serving assistant coaches at the club are bound by confidentiality agreements, and even the custodians responsible for cleaning the locker rooms are required to sign such contracts. Consequently, information from the locker room is rarely leaked. Observing the 3 assistant coaches depart with utmost respect, Jishi chuckled softly. He had exchanged 20 achievement points for the Ferguson running system, Beginner, from the system store, while the Plutish training program, Beginner, cost him an additional 15 points. The Beginner goalkeeper training program was more affordable, requiring only 5 points. However, this left him with a mere 30 achievement points remaining. Earning was arduous, yet spending was swift, Jishi mused ruefully. Chapter 9. Leveraging prestige. Having secured the cooperation of the assistant coaches, the next step was to win over the players. As a newcomer, Jishi had managed to bring in a few trusted allies, such as Lambert, Lovren, and Giroud. The 3 individuals were introduced during his tenure and naturally became his trusted confidants. However, even as the owner, he must earn the affection of the youth players in Southampton to maintain his position. In truth, the players at Southampton are rather earnest, devoid of significant flaws. The primary issue lies in Jishi's youth and lack of notable achievements, rendering him somewhat devoid of authority. Jishi, however, possesses his own methods. July 15th marks the commencement of preseason training for Southampton. As a League One team, they do not hold extravagant welcoming ceremonies. Both newly joined players and those remaining arrive punctually at the Staplewood training facility to prepare for the upcoming season. Representing this cohort of youth training, Adam Lallana arrives early. Last season, he emerged prominently within the team. Despite the team's relegation, his performance garnered unanimous acclaim. He is a technically gifted attacking midfielder, possessing skills that surpass those of the average English player, displaying vigorous movement and commendable passing, as well as a direct threat on goal. His decision to remain for the new season pleases Southampton fans greatly. As Lallana hums a tune while changing, James Ward-Prowse approaches him. James, born in the same year as Lallana, 1988, and part of the same youth training group, shares a familiar rapport with him. Yet, as a defensive midfielder, James has yet to secure a stable starting position, while Lallana has already established himself as a regular. This disparity leaves James somewhat disheartened, but he feels genuine joy for his friend's success. Today is our first training session. I wonder how competent our new head coach will be, James remarks while changing. He must be quite capable to have obtained a UEFA A license. Let us just listen and see, Lalana responds. With these words, Lalana expresses his confidence, as he knows there are few attacking midfielders in the squad. Following Suleiman S. departure, he stands as the sole representative in that position, ensuring his place remains secure. Of course, he is aware that James S. situation is not as favorable. In midfield, there is the defensively adept Simon Leth, the industrious third captain Walton, and Schneiderlin, who has steadily developed over 2 years at Southampton. Compared to these three, James appears to lack certain qualities. This season, we've invested nearly $3 million in new signings. The club surely has ambitions. Rest assured, with so many matches throughout the season, you will undoubtedly find playing time. Lalana offered some words of comfort to James before embarking on a journey with his close friends. Upon arriving at the training ground, he encountered a familiar assembly, including the first captain and goalkeeper, Kelvin Davis, the second captain and central defender, Chris Perry, and the third captain and midfielder, Paul Watton. Most of Southampton's players opted to remain, allowing for a swift acclimatization among teammates. The three newly joined players also arrived punctually, the towering striker Giroud, the top scorer of League One, Lambert, and the Croatian centre-back Lovren, all of impressive stature, with Lambert standing at a height of 187 meters, making him the shortest among them. In the lower leagues of English football, tall players are invariably advantageous. The players exchanged greetings, and the three captains engaged in cordial conversation with the newcomers, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, what rivalry could exist among those who had reached League One? Moreover, Southampton lacked a tradition of internal strife. Their significant decline in performance over the past 2 years stemmed primarily from economic issues that hampered their competitive spirit. With financial constraints, the only recourse was to cash in on good players and extensively employ young talent. The veteran players were merely remnants of a bygone era, leaving little to bolster the team's performance. Even with young players, it was illogical to thrust them into the limelight without seasoned players anchoring the team, allowing the veterans to guide the newcomers towards swift improvement. The three recruits brought in by Jishi were all in their early 20s and were recognized by the media for their potential. Just as conversations began to dwindle, Jishi appeared at the edge of the field, accompanied by a striking figure. Compared to Jishi, who stood under 1.8 meters, this individual was quite conspicuous, tall, with a slender visage, grayish-white hair, and a warm smile. Everyone stood in awe, except for Giroud and Lovren. Jishi approached the players and cleared his throat. Hello everyone. I am your new head coach, Jishi. However, I would like to introduce a new member of our coaching staff, Mr. Matthew Letizier, who will be responsible for communication in the locker room. The Southampton players almost uniformly called out his name. Matthew Letizier, the greatest player in Southampton's history, without question. Affectionately known as God, devoted his entire career to Southampton, serving for 17 seasons. His legendary deeds are countless, with the most famous being Strachan's remark, "When people think of Southampton, they think of the Titanic and Matthew Letizier, while ships can always be built better. Another Letizier will never emerge. In the hearts of Southampton's youth academy players, he remains the eternal deity." However, after retiring, Letizier did not take up a position at Southampton. Instead, he wandered through coaching several lower-tier teams, managing to lead an English squad without possessing a coaching license, a fact that is no longer a secret. Yet, it appears that Letizier lacks a natural aptitude for coaching, having achieved little success. In the past 2 years, he served at Pinnacle Sports, which had nearly acquired Southampton, largely due to Letizier's involvement there. Now, it seems he is poised to return to Southampton. After much persuasion, Matthew has finally agreed to resign from his position at Pinnacle Sports and rejoin Southampton Football Club. In the locker room, you can approach him for any matters, Jishi proudly indicated, pointing at Letizier. To earn the players' respect, one must deliver results. However, in the absence of immediate achievements, one must rely on the coach's prestige. It is akin to a championship-winning manager taking the helm at a new club. Players tend to behave more obediently. Conversely, when a coach without accolades leads a championship team, players often exhibit a more rebellious spirit. Yet, Jishi himself lacks such prestige. Thus he is compelled to borrow from it. The elixir of deception, exchanged for 5 achievement points, successfully persuaded Letizier to become part of Jishi's new coaching staff. Thus, Letizier's prestige was effectively acquired. Chapter 10. You are the boss. The Southampton local journalists, who had harbored doubts about Jishi, gradually fell silent as internal news began to surface, and the club's press conferences consistently updated the public on developments. The acquisition of 3 competent players in the transfer market, coupled with the sale of several others, resulted in a financial return, maintaining a balance in the team's salary structure. The legendary player Letizier's return to the club garnered acceptance from the players, who obediently commenced training. Reportedly, the training regimen has significantly improved, earning high praise from assistant coaches like Ben Ali. Of course, whether the training is indeed better might be a promotional effort by Ben Ali for the new owner, nonetheless. Jishi's maneuver to bring Letizier back to Southampton during preseason training was remarkably executed, leaving all journalists in awe. No one understands better than these journalists, who thrive on publicity, the immense respect Letizier commands among fans and Southampton's youth players. Previously, Southampton refrained from allowing Letizier to hold a position within the club, primarily due to concerns over his considerable prestige, much like a revered general in ancient times whose achievements might overshadow his sovereign. Once he retired, it was only prudent to sever ties with him. Granting Letizier a role at the club, even at a senior level, posed the question: whom would the fans support? The owner or Letizier? Perhaps former boss Ruvi did not possess such nefarious intentions. Yet it remains an undeniable fact that he did not allow Letizier to hold a position at the club. The audacity demonstrated by Jishi in this regard is indeed commendable. Furthermore, as a young individual, to remain unperturbed by the presence of someone as esteemed as Letizier in the club, even if merely as a mascot, reflects a remarkable courage. In light of this, John Saint, the chief sports reporter for the Southampton Evening Post, penned an article praising Jishi's accomplishments over the past month. Although formal competitions have yet to commence, the series of operations undertaken reveals that our new chairman and coach are not novices. He is acutely aware of the challenges facing Southampton and understands how to effectively manage a club and direct a team. Southampton currently finds itself in its lowest ebb in 30 years, thus we might afford this young man, who is willing to dedicate everything to the club's betterment, a modicum of time. Saint, a respected figure among Southampton fans and one of the most professional journalists in the area, is a devoted supporter himself. His writings and reports have always resonated well with the fans, and his endorsement of Jishi has allowed the supporters to adopt a more lenient stance towards him. This journalist is indeed commendable. We can now prepare for the upcoming season with greater tranquility, Jishi remarked with a hint of surprise to Letizier. Those who observe your efforts are well aware of what you have accomplished, Letizier said, patting Jishi on the shoulder. As long as you achieve commendable results with the team, the faith in you will only grow. Certainly, the team's physical training is nearly complete, and I believe each player possesses the endurance to last the entire season. Jishi replied proudly. He had heard of the esteemed Pantis, an Italian expert renowned as the world's foremost fitness coach. Mourinho's Chelsea had invited him to serve in that capacity, and Chelsea's formidable fitness during those seasons had drawn widespread admiration. Of course, a coach of such caliber commands a hefty salary, which Southampton currently cannot afford. However, the basic fitness regimen, which cost 15 development points, is more than sufficient for Southampton at this juncture. Physical fitness is assured, but you must devote considerable attention to tactics, Letizier advised. In the previous season, under Potterfleet, the team employed a 4-3-3 formation and later, under Walter, shifted to a 4-4-2. What formation do you intend to adopt? Me? Naturally, I will oscillate between 4-4-2 and 4-3-3, Jishi chuckled. Do not act recklessly, Letizier cautioned, somewhat exasperated. I am not being reckless, with players like Lallan on the team. To neglect such tactics would be a waste, Jishi confidently asserted. With a sly smile, Jishi ran his fingers over a stack of materials tucked away in his pocket. Know thyself, and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle, he mused. Yet, in the realm of lower leagues, merely knowing oneself often suffices. The comprehensive analysis of Southampton's current players, along with tactical recommendations, had cost him 5 achievement points. In Jishi's eyes, this investment was undeniably worthwhile. Although he had exhausted all 50 achievement points earned from completing tasks, leaving him with a mere 20, he felt a pang of regret. However, he understood that performing well in the upcoming matches would yield a steady stream of achievement points, making the expenditure justifiable. Observing Jishi's unwavering confidence, Letizier refrained from voicing any objections. Despite his illustrious career as a player, his coaching acumen left much to be desired. Otherwise, transitioning into coaching would have been a straightforward endeavor for a player of his caliber. Given that Jishi was a prodigy who had secured an A-level coaching certificate in just 3 years, Letizier felt assured in the wisdom of his words. Little did Letizier know that Jishi had never attended a single day of coaching courses and could only be considered an ardent fan. Had he been aware, he might have fainted on the spot, regretting his return to Southampton and fearing it might tarnish his illustrious reputation. As time passed, half a month slipped away, bringing them to the eve of the season's commencement. Jishi had not scheduled a single warm-up match. This decision sparked some dissent within the team. Yet with a wave of his hand, Jishi asserted that the training period was already insufficient. They needed to focus on physical conditioning first, followed by tactical drills. There simply wasn't time for warm-up matches. The official matches will serve as our best warm-up, Jishi declared during training. In that moment, his commanding presence left the players awestruck, making it difficult for them to meet his gaze. Very well, you are the boss. Your word is law, they thought. While the players were not blind followers and certainly harbored private doubts, they chose to remain silent, unaware of this undercurrent. Jishi confidently awaited the first opponent of the new season. Millwall is not an easily manageable opponent. It is the infamous club known for its notorious reputation. Due to this notoriety, Millwall has found its way into League One, yet they remain a formidable team within this division. Last season, they secured a fifth-place finish, advancing to the playoff final, only to succumb to Scunthorpe, thus missing the chance to return to the championship. In comparison to Southampton, there appears to be little difference between the two, with Millwall seemingly possessing a wealth of experience. In the opening round of League One, Southampton will face this adversary. Chapter 11. The price to pay. Millwall is a storied club from London, with a history tracing back to 1985, established in the same year as Southampton. Of course, England, as the birthplace of modern football, is home to numerous clubs founded even earlier. Nevertheless, Millwall's reputation remains substantial, comparable to that of Southampton. Southampton's prominence stems from the unwavering dedication of players like Matt Le Tissier over the decades, as well as their renowned youth development program, which enjoys a stellar reputation throughout England. While Southampton's accolades are modest, limited to a solitary FA Cup triumph, they possess a commendable legacy. On the other hand, Millwall's renown is steeped in infamy. The issue of football hooliganism in England has been severe since the 1980s, significantly impacting societal order. Contrary to common perceptions, football hooligans are not merely individuals who, after witnessing their team lose, resort to brawling. Such behavior would be rather juvenile. The true football hooligans possess the uncanny ability to plunge an entire city into chaos every weekend. In the 1980s, these football thugs nearly obliterated the essence of English football. The iron-fisted suppression by Thatcher, coupled with the collective recognition within the football community that this trajectory would lead to mutual destruction, became apparent after two catastrophic incidents. It was only through a concerted and stringent crackdown that the existence of football hooligans began to wane. Had it not been for the formidable measures taken against them in the 1980s, the establishment of the Premier League in the 1990s might not have flourished as swiftly as it did. Presently, the Premier League is largely devoid of football hooligans. Any that do emerge are swiftly quelled by the clubs. The financial stakes are monumental, with a single club earning no less than 60 to 70 million euros in broadcasting revenue alone over a season. Such wealth cannot be jeopardized by the antics of hooligans. In this prevailing atmosphere, football hooligans have begun to gravitate towards lower leagues. Among these, the notoriety of Millwall supporters for their hooliganism is particularly pronounced, primarily due to their long-standing presence in London and their tenure in the Championship, with little hope of ascending to the Premier League. Most other London teams reside in the Premier League, and clubs like Crystal Palace are renowned for their fluctuating fortunes. Conversely, lower-tier teams such as Leyton Orient possess insufficient influence to attract hooligans' attention. Thus, the precarious position of Millwall has rendered them particularly vulnerable. Despite their reluctance to embrace the label of hooligans for their supporters, a significant portion of their fan base has indeed fallen under the sway of such individuals. In light of this, other championship clubs have united in their efforts to undermine Millwall, seeking to diminish their presence and thus alleviate their own concerns. Consequently, a club that once held aspirations of reaching the Premier League at the turn of the century found itself, under the concerted pressure of its rivals, tragically relegated to League One. This is a fortunate development for all traditional teams. The further away such a troublesome squad remains, the better. However, Southampton's lack of perseverance has led them to the League One, where they must now contend with this infamous team. This has indeed placed considerable pressure on the local community of Southampton. As a port city, Southampton has historically maintained a commendable level of safety, which has resulted in a relatively modest police presence. However, with Millwall arriving, the atmosphere has become one of heightened vigilance. Today, do not let your focus be solely on the match. Remain aware of those individuals behind you, admonished Matthew LeBron, a veteran officer with 30 years at the Southampton Police Department, to his younger partner. John Terry, the youthful officer, reluctantly diverted his gaze from the pitch, chuckling nonchalantly. "Come on, boss, what's there to be anxious about? It's merely a League One match. Today, the crowd at St. Mary's Stadium is only over 10,000 strong, and the visiting fans number but a few hundred." LeBron shot his younger colleague a stern glare. "Enough of that, John. Our opponents are Millwall. Their supporters are notoriously infamous for their unruly behavior." For LeBron, who had patrolled the grounds since the 1980s, the memories of those football hooligans remain vivid. In contrast, Terry, who had only recently begun his service, seemed to regard the hooligans with a degree of indifference. He glanced over his shoulder at the away supporters, who appeared far from menacing. While a few were robust, the majority seemed like ordinary individuals. "Boss, my greater concern lies with the team's performance. We started this year with a 10-point deduction. If we fail to return to the championship, it would be disastrous," Terry expressed to LeBron. The seasoned officer sighed. Yet as a devoted Southampton fan, he nodded in agreement. New owner, new coach. Fortunately, most of the key players have remained, and they've acquired a few new talents. Let us hope they can lead the team to a better performance. At this moment, the players on the field had completed their warm-up and returned to the locker room. LeBron let out a sigh of relief, knowing that there was little to occupy him until the game commenced, where the true test awaited. Thus, he intended to remind his partner to remain vigilant during the upcoming duty. Inside the locker room, Jishi felt somewhat restless. This match would mark his debut as a coach. It was evident that in a formal coaching debut, one could easily achieve a milestone. Whether it be a first victory, a first defeat, or a first draw, each outcome held significance. In such circumstances, he need not be overly anxious. While a strong start was indeed important, even a loss could yield achievement points. However, an hour before the game began, while the players were still warming up, he received a task. The task was titled First Time, with the objective of striving for a commendable result in his inaugural coaching endeavor. A victory would grant 20 achievement points, a draw 10 points, while a defeat would result in a deduction of 10 points. Although he currently possessed 20 achievement points, Jishi could afford a deduction. Yet, considering the potential achievements from a first victory, draw, or defeat, he realized that he would only secure 5 points at most. Such a gamble invariably evokes a sense of uncertainty and apprehension. Nonetheless, Jishi gritted his teeth and acquiesced, for he understood quite clearly that the accomplishments readily attainable were finite. To enhance his circumstances, he must ceaselessly undertake tasks to elevate his coaching achievements. Thus, the initially self-assured Jishi became increasingly anxious as the competition drew near. This can be regarded as the price he must pay to attain greater achievements. Chapter 12. Today, the boss stands at 2 meters and 80 centimeters. As both teams' players began to take the court, Terry, who had initially harbored doubts about LeBron's earnest counsel, instantly recognized the wisdom of the seasoned veteran. His words were ones that must be heeded. The match was merely on the brink of commencing. Yet the previously subdued contingent of away supporters erupted into a frenzy, howling and chanting fervently in support of their team, even though the game had not yet begun. And decorum would suggest that all should observe the pre-game ceremony in silence. These individuals were utterly unconcerned, unleashing their exuberant cries without regard for the potential impact on the players on the court. However, despite their proximity to the field, the players occupying the center had limited susceptibility to their fervent influence. At that moment, as Jishi emerged from the players' tunnel, he instantly became the target of their collective ire. "Ha ha ha, you foolish young man. A head coach in your 20s, have your hairs even grown in? Still a greenhorn? Do you need a banana?" A torrent of vile insults was hurled at Jishi, who, initially burdened with anxiety, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught. The moment the Millwall fans witnessed his startled reaction, their amusement intensified, and they continued their frenzied taunts, directing obscene gestures towards him. Terry and LeBron stood at the foot of the stands, confronted by the frenzied Millwall supporters. Although, as a robust police officer, Terry felt no fear. He too was momentarily startled, observing the contorted faces around him. Concern for the young Chinese man, who was also the chairman and head coach of Southampton, crept into his mind. If he were to disgrace himself, it would reflect poorly on Southampton as well. Just as Terry desperately wished to turn and check on Jishi, he and LeBron simultaneously noticed that the once rowdy Millwall fans had ceased their antics, mouths agape, staring in astonishment at something behind them. Realizing that the immediate threat had dissipated, Terry and LeBron were left to ponder what had captivated the fans so completely. As they turned, they beheld Jishi striking a posture that seemed strikingly familiar. Flanking him were two severed halves of a plastic water bottle, with a puddle of water at his feet. "This posture seems eerily recognizable," Terry muttered. Meanwhile, the antiquated LeBron exclaimed, "Bruce Lee." Upon hearing LeBron shout, Terry suddenly grasped that Jishi was emulating the signature stance of the late martial arts legend, Bruce Lee. Just as they were musing, Jishi replicated his earlier performance. He tossed a plastic water bottle into the air, leaped high, his right leg soaring above his head, then swiftly executed a downward strike, cleaving the bottle cleanly in two. As the remnants of the bottle flew past him, LeBron and Terry comprehended the remarkable feat Jishi had just accomplished. Without hesitation, Jishi launched two more bottles skyward, let out a fierce cry, and with a swift, horizontal chop, divided them into 4 segments mid-air. Having completed the series of astonishing maneuvers, Jishi wiped his nose, assumed a classic Bruce Lee pose once more, and then strolled nonchalantly back to his position. "Chinese martial arts?" Terry murmured softly. John Saney lifted his gaze from his lens, staring in astonishment at the silhouette of Jishi. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Is this the editor? You won't believe what I just captured." Just as Jishi settled back into his seat, an uproar erupted throughout St. Mary's Stadium. Over 10,000 Southampton fans erupted into thunderous applause, having witnessed the spectacle. Their new chairman and coach had adeptly countered the aggressive antics of Millwall's football hooligans with a display of impressive Chinese martial arts. Even those with limited understanding could discern the immense strength and explosive power demonstrated in the act of cleaving a water-filled mineral bottle in two with a swift strike, illustrating the concentrated force that could unleash such devastating impact. If the hand strikes or kicks land on the vulnerable parts of the human body, it sends a shiver down the spine of nearly everyone present. It is truly terrifying. It is best not to provoke this Chinese boss. Although football hooligans may appear audacious, it does not imply that they are fearless. Often, those who exhibit cruelty towards others harbor a greater fear of death themselves. Thus, if Jishi displays any signs of timidity, their arrogance only escalates. However, at this moment, Jishi has showcased his martial prowess, causing them to retract their heads in apprehension. As Jishi settled into his seat, he felt a surge of satisfaction, despite being drenched. The warm weather rendered the moisture inconsequential. The 5 glorious minutes reminiscent of Bruce Lee were undeniably worth it. He had made an impression, and the impact was profound. The players on the bench regarded Jishi with admiration. Young individuals naturally respect those who are formidable, and Jishi had demonstrated far more than mere strength. Most importantly, in the face of notorious football hooligans, Jishi exhibited no fear, promptly retaliating with the best response possible. Though he uttered not a single word, his actions spoke volumes. Professional athletes are predominantly youthful. What do they admire? Undoubtedly, it is the courageous. Jishi's performance was undeniably brave. If his earlier borrowing of prestige from Letizia merely stabilized the team's morale, then the recent display has undoubtedly solidified Jishi's standing within the squad. "You are truly impressive," Ben Ali remarked in admiration. "It's nothing, let us prepare for the match," Jishi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand with the poise of a seasoned leader. The substitute players gazed at Jishi with even greater respect. This young boss and coach, typically reserved and unassuming on the training field, now radiated brilliance. As the saying goes, a storm reveals the strength of the grass. At this critical moment, he stood up to uphold the club's dignity, proving his immense courage. With such a leader or coach, what is there to worry about? Absolutely nothing. Today, the boss stands at an imposing height of 2 meters 80. Chapter 13. Unwavering calm seated on the coaching bench, Jishi felt as though he had overlooked something. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall what it was, so he decided to set it aside and await the commencement of the match. Meanwhile, Mr. Kenny Jackett, the head coach of the visiting Millwall team, glared in annoyance at the home team's bench. According to the traditions of the English League, the two head coaches should shake hands and exchange pleasantries before the match begins. As the young head coach of the home team, Jishi should have taken the initiative to greet him. Instead, after making his impression, he simply sat down, leaving Jackett in the lurch. It is indeed a most exasperating matter, yet he cannot voice his grievances regarding it. After all, tradition is merely tradition, not a set of regulations. Many coaches do not adhere to such customs, particularly those with strained relationships, who often do not even acknowledge one another prior to the commencement of a match. Since Jishi did not extend a greeting, he cannot raise any objections. Thus, he is left to stew in his frustration, hoping that his team can deliver a commendable performance against Southampton on the field. he remains confident in this regard. Millwall is undoubtedly a formidable team in League One. After their relegation, they have consistently performed admirably, coming perilously close to promotion last season, while Southampton has descended from the Championship. Their continuous battles for survival over the past 2 seasons have long since dulled their ambitions as a former Premier League club. Moreover, with the opposing team's new head coach still acclimating to his squad, the level of cohesion is certainly insufficient. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity for Millwall. Known for their unwavering tenacity, Millwall launched an aggressive press from the very onset of the match, eager to seize control and deliver a resounding blow to Southampton. However, this relentless pursuit proved futile against our superior technical prowess, as Jishi contemplated. Having diligently prepared prior to the match, Jishi was acutely aware of one crucial fact: the technical abilities of the Southampton players were, on the whole, commendable. This is due to Southampton's long-standing emphasis on technical skills in their youth training. Players emerging from Southampton rarely lack proficiency in their footwork, which is a hallmark of the club's distinctive training approach. The newly acquired players also exhibit commendable technical abilities. Lovren, as a Croatian defender, not only excels in physical confrontations, but also possesses solid fundamental skills in receiving and distributing the ball, a characteristic typical of Eastern European players. Lambert, upon reviewing his career, may initially appear to be a prototypical laborious striker from the lower tiers of English football. However, he is, in fact, a forward with relatively refined technical skills. As for Giroud, despite being French and perhaps lacking in flamboyance, his abilities are undeniably effective. Thus, when faced with Millwall's pressing, Southampton's players were not significantly affected. They continued to circulate the ball in the backfield. Although Millwall's pressing was aggressive, it did not reach the level of elite pressing. It relied purely on momentum and movement. If they were truly capable of executing a systematic press that disrupted their opponent's passing, they would not find themselves competing in League One. Observing that Southampton's passing remained unaffected, Millwall's intensity gradually subsided. However, as their pace slowed, Southampton suddenly launched an attack. Lalana received the ball in a deeper position and, noticing a lack of immediate pressure, decisively advanced with the ball. Lalana's technical prowess and forward drive allowed him to break through the midfield. Seeing his assertive forward movement, Millwall's 2 central midfielders immediately pressed up. Yet, Lalana did not continue his advance. Instead, he lifted his foot and played a precise through ball forward. Giroud, with his back to the goal, held off the opposing defender and, upon noticing Lambert's arrival, deftly laid the ball off to the side. Lambert received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, raised his right foot, and the experienced defender Alan Dunn, rushing out from within the box, prepared to intercept Lambert's shot. As a seasoned veteran, Dunn was well aware that Lambert might feign, but at the edge of the penalty area, Lambert's shot posed a significant threat. Indeed, in the next moment, Lambert controlled the ball, swiftly changing direction to penetrate the box. Dunn, who had anticipated this move, closed in, but at a height of only 178 meters. He appeared diminutive compared to Lambert. Originally, Millwall's defense boasted commendable height, although Dunn stood at a modest 178 meters. His vast experience and precise positioning, combined with the towering 190-meter Robinson, rendered him unfazed by any forward he encountered. Unfortunately, Robinson had been drawn away by Giroud, leaving the aging Dunn to confront the challenge alone. Lambert, with nearly 10 centimeters of height advantage, was undeterred by Dunn's close marking. As he surged into the penalty area, Lambert lifted his right foot once more. Dunn made a desperate attempt to intercept, but Lambert deftly nudged the ball to the side, evading Dunn's final defense before unleashing a powerful strike. Millwall's Irish goalkeeper, Ford, had yet to fully dive when the ball swiftly zipped into the net. For the 190-meter Ford, his reaction was indeed a fraction too slow. A resounding cheer erupted from St. Mary's Stadium. The season's first goal had arrived with remarkable swiftness. Lambert raced across the pitch with arms outstretched, celebrating his inaugural goal in his debut match for Southampton, a splendid start for any newcomer. Over 10,000 Southampton fans erupted in ecstatic shouts. Although they held reservations about the club, true supporters remained steadfast in their allegiance, feeling immensely rewarded by this goal. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Southampton had taken the lead. The fans rejoiced, and curiosity piqued regarding the reaction of their new owner and head coach, Jishi. This youthful figure had impressed with 2 stylish aerial kicks and 2 elegant hand strikes prior to the match, prompting the question, do all Chinese possess such martial prowess? Would he perhaps celebrate with a somersault? Just as the Sky Sports commentator mused on this, he abruptly halted, astonished to witness Jishi seated calmly in his position. A serious expression on his face, with only the slightest hint of a smile. What a composed young man. To think he maintained such poise following the first goal. It seemed to him that such a goal warranted no celebration, merely trivial. The commentator, both surprised and admiring, remarked on his demeanor. Chapter 14. The cunning young man. While everyone marveled at Jishi's composure, he remained outwardly unperturbed, though internally a tempest raged. Ugh, the aftermath of this situation is overwhelming. Jishi gripped the nearby furniture tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Without this restraint, he feared he might involuntarily cry out. At this moment, Jishi felt an overwhelming sensation of soreness throughout his body, particularly in his groin, likely a consequence of the excessively large kicks he had executed. It dawned on him that although he had just emulated Bruce Lee's iconic moves for 5 minutes, the fluidity and grace with which Lee performed did not imply that his own body could endure the same strain. It was akin to a 5-horsepower engine attempting to unleash 15 horsepower. Once the explosion subsided, the engine would be left in a state of disrepair. Such is the simplicity of this truth. Nevertheless, having only attempted a few maneuvers, he gradually recovered, enduring only the painful tearing sensation in his groin and a slight discomfort in the palms of his hands. After missing the celebration following the first goal, Jishi felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the notion that this could appear rather stylish. Imagining himself on the sidelines, simply giving a thumbs up without shifting his position, he deemed it an expression of high taste. While Jishi contemplated this, the match resumed. Millwall, determined not to suffer a defeat in their opening game, aspired to return to the championship this season. Despite being aware of the resistance from other teams, they remained resolute in their ambition to ascend to greater heights. Millwall initiated their offensive, led by their formidable striker, Morrison, a robust center forward standing at 6 feet 2 inches. Such players, though increasingly rare in the Premier League, still maintained a significant presence in the lower leagues. The role of such a forward is quite evident. It revolves around seizing opportunities within the penalty area, taking shots when possible, and facilitating play for teammates when necessary, all while centering around a striker, thereby effortlessly establishing an effective strategy. Morrison, a seasoned striker at the age of 28, though he has predominantly navigated lower leagues, is indeed a veteran of such realms. In the recent match against Southampton, the starting centre-back Perry, despite his notable reputation, is a 36-year-old veteran. His wealth of experience is undeniable, having once played for the formidable Wimbledon team, demonstrating fierce tenacity. However, age, coupled with his naturally limited height, makes it a challenge to contend with him. Thus, it is not Perry who faces Morrison, but rather the newly joined Lovren this season. In comparison, Lovren is 6 years Perry's junior. Yet he possesses an equally impressive physical prowess. Their heights may be comparable, but in terms of physical confrontations, Lovren exhibits a fiercer demeanor than the seasoned veteran. As the saying goes, youth often overcomes age. Jishi mused to himself, recognizing Lovren's inherently robust style. Having played in Croatia's top league prior, despite its modest reputation, it is undeniably superior to that of the third-tier leagues. Lovren's arrival at Southampton was indeed a surprising turn of events. Had it not been for some discord with his previous team at the end of last season and the absence of suitors, he might not have joined Southampton at all. Nevertheless, upon arriving, the Croatian swiftly showcased his professionalism, impressing everyone with his combative abilities and man-marking skills during training. Perry, imparting some cunning tactics from his own experiences, significantly benefited Lovren. The training system in Eastern European football has traditionally been quite orthodox. The dearth of talent in recent years can be largely attributed to the persistent turmoil in the region, but following a decade of relative peace, countries such as Serbia and Croatia, along with other former Yugoslav nations, have begun to produce a wealth of remarkable players. Lovren is a product of this new paradigm, possessing a tall stature, agile movement, and a robust style. However, he is not overly familiar with the subtle tricks of the trade on the field. Yet, under Perry's patient tutelage, he quickly began to adopt a more cunning approach. Perry, having emerged from the formidable Wimbledon, knows that their success was not solely due to technical prowess, but rather a combination of their intimidatingly fierce style and cunning tactics. This approach was enough to leave even Liverpool's formidable players in tears as they exited the pitch. Mere brutality was insufficient. The rawness of football in the 1980s was evident. But what truly shattered Liverpool's composure were the relentless cunning tactics employed by Wimbledon. Although Perry did not experience the zenith of Wimbledon's illustrious era, he emerged from the club's youth academy and witnessed that remarkable period. Upon joining the first team, Wimbledon had yet to decline into its later state. The core players, such as Vinnie Jones and Dennis Wise, were still present. Under their influence, Perry undoubtedly became a skilled player himself. Thus, Lovren quickly descended from an upright young defender to a cunning one. As for Morrison, he faced a dire situation. Initially, he believed himself to be quite experienced, only to discover that his opponent possessed even more devious tactics. He often found himself receiving discreet blows during close encounters, leaving him with unvoiced grievances. In terms of physical confrontation, he was indeed outmatched by this young center back. Morrison, the linchpin of Millwall's attack and the tactical nucleus, may not have scored many goals, but the team orchestrated their plays around him, consistently creating opportunities for others. However, once he was closely marked, Millwall's offensive threat significantly diminished. It is evident that a purely physical center forward may be effective in lower leagues, but in higher levels of competition, such attributes are of limited utility. Presently, the abilities of center backs in man marking and positioning are formidable. My acquisition of Lambert was motivated not only by his goal-scoring prowess, but also by his commendable technical skills, which are sufficient for the English arena. Such a forward is one we can rely upon in the Premier League. After a hard-won recovery, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded in admiration. Given Southampton's stature, unearthing one or two competent strikers in League One is not a daunting task. While Jishi selected Lambert as the top scorer, his choice was not solely based on the number of goals he scored, but rather on his foresight for the future, which is undoubtedly commendable. Certainly, he was utterly unaware that Jishi could express such thoughts, largely due to the fact that the scout manual had clearly delineated the advantages of acquiring Lambert. Chapter 15. A rapid transformation unintentionally. Jishi found himself adopting an air of superiority, yet he remained oblivious to it, as he continued to observe the pitch, acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Although he was indeed a seasoned football enthusiast, the stark disparity between a devoted fan and a professional coach was palpably vast. While one could redeem certain items in the store, personal advancement and insight into the game were equally crucial. On the field, both teams engaged in relentless back-and-forth offensives. Physically, Southampton posed no significant concerns. Although Pritchard's training regimen was neither the most optimal nor specifically tailored for Southampton, it was sufficient to enhance the players' physical prowess. Coupled with Manchester United's running system, the Southampton players appeared increasingly adept during the match. Although establishing a running system is not an endeavor easily achieved, it demands prolonged periods of competition and training to foster synergy. Southampton's players possessed commendable abilities. Thus, they did not find themselves at a disadvantage. The remaining minutes of the first half swiftly elapsed amidst the continuous exchanges of offense and movement. When the referee signaled the conclusion of the first half, Southampton led 1-0 on their home turf. The Southampton fans greeted the departing players with fervent applause, and Jishi also received a smattering of appreciation. The fans were not blind. They could discern that the team's performance in the first half was commendable. A solid team display is undoubtedly a testament to the head coach's efforts. Jishi waved to the stands before entering the locker room alongside the players. Everyone performed admirably in the first half. We had no warm-up, and it was not easy to quickly put our strategies into action during the match. However, you all showcased what I demanded. My sole requirement for the remainder of the game is to continue adapting to positional play and support. Our overall strength is top tier in League One. Once we acclimate to the movements and support, we will undoubtedly excel, Jishi declared, raising his fist in the locker room. The players nodded in agreement. Although Jishi's words might have seemed somewhat superfluous, leading at halftime indeed left little to criticize. In the second half, let us be even more proactive in our movements. Seize opportunities to advance, with Wharton providing support on the side and let's bolstering our defense from behind. Feel free to be bolder. Jishi patted Schneiderlin on the shoulder, and the young Frenchman nodded vigorously. Having transferred 2 years ago for a hefty sum of £1.5 million, his performance over these 2 years had been less than stellar, subjecting him to considerable pressure. His earlier success at Southampton was largely due to the efforts of former chairman Letizier, and after the change in ownership, Schneiderlin found himself languishing at Southampton for 2 years, genuinely concerned about his future. In this challenging context, upon taking over, Jishi did not impose any additional measures on him. Rather, he retained Schneiderlin in the starting lineup for this match, even arranging for vice-captain Wooten and veteran Lalana to support him. The formation Jishi devised was a 4-4-2, with the midfield composed of Lalana, Wooten, and Schneiderlin. Lalana played as an attacking midfielder, Wooten facilitated connections through his movement, and Lalana focused on defense, thereby positioning Schneiderlin as the pivotal figure in midfield. Entrusting such significant responsibilities to a player from the previous regime was something Schneiderlin greatly appreciated. As a young man who ventured abroad to play at the tender age of 18, such recognition mattered immensely to him. Thus, upon hearing Jishi's endorsement, he resolved to elevate his performance in the second half. For young players, encouragement often translates into enhanced performance. Just 16 minutes into the second half, it was Schneiderlin's incisive run that allowed Southampton to extend their lead. The right-back Oatsmobo received a pass from Lalana and made a deep cross. Although Giroud and Lambert failed to secure the initial header, Giroud's presence disrupted the opposing center-back, preventing a clean clearance. Wooten contested the ball at the edge of the penalty area, and Schneiderlin, following up, unleashed a powerful shot as the ball descended. The ball zipped into the bottom corner of the net, a spectacular strike. The goal was scored. Southampton led 2-0. Both the newly joined player and the established ones had found the net, showcasing Southampton's commendable performance. As the fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, Schneiderlin sprinted towards Jishi. "Boss, I scored." Noticing Jishi still seated on the bench with a stoic expression, Schneiderlin hesitated to rush over and instead called out to him. Jishi coolly raised his hand. For a moment, Schneiderlin was taken aback, but then he joyfully high-fived him before turning to embrace his teammates. "Why act so aloof? This is awkward. I need to find a chance to drop the cool facade," Jishi mused inwardly. With a 2-goal lead, the Southampton players grew more confident in their movements and challenges on the pitch. However, merely 10 minutes later, Millwall seized a set-piece opportunity and pulled one back. The goal arrived rather fortuitously. After the free kick was taken, Lovren and Perry marked their rivals' primary attackers in the penalty area. Yet they inadvertently allowed an opponent to slip through at the far post. Nevertheless, this unexpected goal invigorated Millwall's momentum remarkably. For the subsequent 20 minutes, Millwall dominated Southampton, who found themselves unable to mount any effective counterattacks and were forced into a desperate defense within their penalty area. Fortunately, Lovren held his ground well. With Perry providing essential support, both center-backs exhibited commendable defensive prowess. Coupled with three midfielders who leaned towards defensive duties, Southampton's goal remained largely unthreatened. On the sidelines, Jishi felt a surge of anxiety as the entire team found themselves under pressure, catching him off guard. However, he refrained from making hasty substitutions, opting instead to introduce three players known for their defensive expertise, ultimately preserving their lead until the final whistle. When the referee signaled the end of the match, Jishi exhaled deeply. In the final minutes, Millwall relentlessly assaulted Southampton's penalty area, with two consecutive shots narrowly missing the post, which was quite alarming. As the match concluded, Jishi sprang from the coach's bench, vigorously raising his fists in triumph. He had secured Millwall's first victory over Southampton. His exuberant celebration indicated that his earlier restraint was a deliberate choice to maintain composure. The commentators marveled at this level-headedness exhibited by the young coach. Chapter 16. The unraveling of Mr. Nangwa football is undeniably challenging. Despite seemingly having the upper hand, a single stroke of misfortune led to conceding a goal, resulting in their team being overwhelmed. No wonder it is said that football is round. As Jishi made his way to the press conference, he repeatedly pondered to himself that if he had previously underestimated the pressures of the professional football world and the brutal nature of competition, he was now beginning to grasp the reality. Southampton's players were of considerable caliber, and following their relegation, they retained most of their key players, supplemented by even more talented recruits. With their potential, they should be vying for promotion to the Premier League rather than languishing in League One. Yet this match proved exceedingly arduous. I may still be missing something, Jishi contemplated thoughtfully. He had devised relatively exceptional training programs, yet he depended on professionals like Ben Ali to implement them. As a semi-outsider, Jishi struggled to assess players' conditions and abilities on the training ground, as well as to devise targeted tactics against opponents, an area in which he was distinctly lacking. It could even be said that he was entirely inept. I am delighted with today's victory. However, I feel my performance has not been satisfactory. Otherwise, we ought to have secured a more comfortable win. Southampton needs to return to the Premier League. As long as our finances remain stable, Southampton should not encounter any issues. I hope we can deliver an even better performance in the upcoming matches. At the press conference, Jishi exhibited a remarkably understated demeanor, which endeared him even more to the Southampton-affiliated journalists. Typically, coaches bask in the glory of victory, relishing the opportunity to flaunt their personalities and charisma. Yet, here was Jishi, so young yet strikingly modest and cautious, a truly admirable young man. Beside him, however, Jacket felt a twinge of discomfort. What did it mean to suggest that we ought to win more easily? Did that imply that Southampton was unequivocally superior to our Millwall? The defeat in this match left a bitter taste, yet we have the second leg forthcoming in London. We shall see then. With that, Jacket uttered a dismissive remark and departed from the press conference, leaving Jishi alone. Such a lack of decorum. The Southampton journalists present could not help but express their dismay, subsequently showering Jishi with compliments, which made him somewhat bashful. Southampton commenced the new season in League One with resounding success. Lambert scored his inaugural goal since joining Southampton, while Schneiderlin netted the decisive strike. Although Millwall managed to pull one back and made Southampton's final moments somewhat precarious, they secured the crucial 3 points. Despite Southampton currently sitting at the bottom of the table with a 10-point deficit, hope has begun to blossom. This Southampton squad has at least started to find its footing. As long as our team remains on the right track, we need not worry about anything. Local media in Southampton began to extol the newly embarked Southampton team after they secured a victory, marking a triumphant start. Just 3 days later, in the first round of the League Cup, Southampton achieved yet another victory, with manager Gia deploying a nearly identical lineup. Southampton, bolstered by 2 goals from Lalana, comfortably triumphed 2-0 at home against Northampton, a team from a lower division, thus advancing to the second round of the League Cup. Although Northampton and Southampton might seem to share some historical connection, in reality, they are quite distant. One lies in the southern part of London, while the other is in the north. Northampton is an inland city, whereas Southampton is a port city. And apart from their names, they have no significant ties. Following their victory over this opponent, the atmosphere within Southampton was one of elation. Despite some suggesting that Southampton's tactical approach did not dominate the opponent, relying solely on Lalana's individual brilliance for their goals. Such sentiments were silenced in light of 2 consecutive wins. Southampton fans maintained their cheerful disposition as they approached the second round, facing Huddersfield. Once the first team to achieve 3 consecutive titles in the English top flight, but now languishing in lower leagues, Southampton felt confident in their ability to secure another win. However, Huddersfield swiftly scored 3 goals, all from breakthroughs on the flanks leading to assists for central strikes, with Southampton managing only a single goal from Lambert in response. Southampton's fundamental strategy was a 4-4-2 formation, yet their attacking prowess on the wings relied heavily on the 2 fullbacks, Oates-Mobo and Harding, who frequently surged forward to support the flanks. Despite their vigor, their inability to retreat effectively left exploitable gaps, as evidenced by the 3 goals conceded. Commentators began to analyze this defeat, yet it was evident that Southampton had an opportunity to reverse their fortunes in the upcoming match against Swindon. Currently languishing in the relegation zone, having accumulated only 1 point and conceding 5 goals without scoring, Gia made adjustments for this match, replacing the fullbacks with the more defensively adept veteran Murty and the young Mills. While this change did remedy some defensive shortcomings on the flanks, it had a substantial negative impact on their offensive capabilities. The match saw both teams entangled in a battle of patience, yet by the end of the 90 minutes, neither side had created significant chances. However, Brighton found a stroke of luck in the 9th minute, capitalizing on a loose ball to score the only goal of the match. Southampton faced back-to-back defeats. Southampton fans appeared somewhat bewildered. With the intense schedule of League One matches, barely a week had passed since their last 2 games, and in that brief span, they had plummeted from euphoria to despair. Although the defeats were not by wide margins, the team's morale would undoubtedly suffer after winning 1 match only to succumb to 2 consecutive losses. Jishi, being a newly appointed chairman and head coach, lacks any significant authority. If the team continues to face setbacks from the start of the season, their confidence will be utterly shattered. Moreover, judging by the tactical adjustments observed in these 2 defeats, Jishi's approach has been rather mediocre. He often appeared at a loss, seated on the sidelines like an ordinary fan rather than a professional coach. If Jishi were akin to a pretender, the moment of exposure is indeed fast approaching. Chapter 17. Temporary Sacrifice. Welcome to St. Mary's Stadium. Under Jishi's leadership, Southampton had achieved a perfect record in their previous 2 home games. However, They suffered defeats in both of their away matches. Today, the stadium welcomed 20,000 fans, yet given the current state of play, it seems they are on the brink of enduring a third consecutive loss. The commentator exclaimed loudly as the fourth round of League One progressed into its 80th minute. With the score standing at 0-1, Southampton trailing behind the visiting Brentford. Prior to this match, Southampton languished at the bottom with a deficit of 7 points, while Brentford, with 2 wins and a draw, occupied 5th place with 7 points. In the 3 rounds played, Brentford had only scored 5 goals, a modest figure, but their defensive prowess was exceptional, having kept their opponents scoreless in all 3 matches. With such strong defensive capabilities, once they gained a lead, victory was almost assured. Southampton's players performed commendably in this match, dominating in terms of movement and physical contests. Yet they succumbed to a counterattack and conceded a goal, all while failing to breach the opponent's defenses. Southampton's offense appeared somewhat rigid. The 2 tall strikers were vying for positions in the penalty area, while Lalana, despite being an attacking midfielder, lacked the finesse to deliver exquisite assists. Without support from the wings, the presence of the strikers in the box became largely ineffective. The commentator lamented that the issues with Southampton's offense were now apparent. Their central attacking capability was relatively strong but insufficient to penetrate Brentford's heavily fortified midfield, resulting in a lack of effective wing play which hampered the strikers' performance. Lalana is indeed an excellent midfielder, possessing commendable short and mid-range passing abilities, ball control, awareness, and a powerful long shot. However, he is not the type of player capable of disrupting a defensive line through dribbling. Given ample space, his vision and passing skills could yield significant results. Yet when faced with dense defenses, he lacks the necessary dynamism to push forward. Is the academic approach proving too rigid? As Sainty cast a glance at the coaching bench where Jishi sat, he, being a distinguished journalist closely affiliated with Southampton Football Club, refrained from hastily concluding. Like many of his peers, that Jishi lacked competence. From his informed perspective, both players and assistant coaches within Southampton demonstrated considerable respect for Jishi, indicating that he was at least competent, if not exceptional, in training. Thus, any tactical shortcomings could merely reflect the inexperience typical of a theoretical coach. If that were indeed the case, granting him some time would be prudent. After all, a head coach with such potential is a rare find, and should he truly excel, it would be a remarkable boon for Southampton. Accepting a temporary sacrifice in performance was, therefore, justifiable. As Sainty pondered this, he observed Jishi rise and engage in conversation with a player on the substitutes bench, who then nodded and proceeded to warm up. It was Formosi, Sainty mused. The young player was merely 22 and served as a key substitute for Southampton, occupying the position of left winger. Would they be enhancing their wing play? Sainty continued to reflect. Soon after, Sainty replaced the defensive midfielder let with the left winger Formosi. The intention behind the substitution was evident even to the fans, and undoubtedly, the opposing coach discerned it as well. Although Holmes made 2 consecutive breakthroughs along the flanks upon his entry, he was swiftly met with an adjustment in the opponent's defensive focus, leading to a bolstered defense on the wings that rendered him ineffective. After all, he was not a prodigy, merely an ordinary player with a modicum of dribbling ability. In the ensuing minutes, Southampton's offense began to wane, and time was inexorably drawing nearer to the match's climax. As the game approached the 89th minute, the Southampton supporters shook their heads in dismay. They refrained from leaving prematurely, yet their disappointment was palpable. Once more, Holmes received the ball on the flank. Upon entering, he had envisioned himself as the potential savior capable of turning the tide. But reality swiftly reminded him that he was no such hero. He was simply an ordinary player. Now, with the ball at his feet and confronted by a multitude of defenders, he found himself unable to penetrate their ranks. A direct cross would merely serve as a gift to the opposing defenders. Regardless of Lambert's and Giroud's height, they would be unable to reach it. Just as he began to feel despondent, he heard Schneiderlin's accented English calling from behind, "Here." Without pausing to contemplate, Holmes pivoted and passed the ball back. Schneiderlin had thoughtfully anticipated this moment. Jishi had consistently advised him to embody a balanced midfielder. In Southampton's midfield, Lalana was responsible for orchestrating the attack, while Reed focused on movement and interception. Thus, the task of linking the midfield and attack fell to him and Wooten. Although Wooten possessed somewhat rudimentary technical skills, his relentless spirit and stamina made him a vital presence in the midfield. It was now his turn to showcase his other strengths: keen vision, a comprehensive understanding of the game, exceptional technical ability, precise timing in his forward runs, and commendable defensive skills. Consequently, Jishi afforded him ample space to maneuver in a defined tactical role. In the midfield, Lalana was the offensive linchpin, while Schneiderlin served as the cerebral core. In this position, Schneiderlin has never before had the opportunity he now possesses. Throughout previous matches, his performance has been a mixture of highs and lows. However, he firmly believes that this is indeed the position most suited to him. His current form may be average, but this is merely due to the entire team still acclimatizing to the new movement system. A player of Schneiderlin's caliber serves as a mirror. His strength is a reflection of the prowess of his teammates. This time, his forward run was a result of his keen judgment, allowing him to identify an opportunity. The flanks are heavily guarded by the opposition, and within the penalty area, their focus is primarily on Southampton's two strikers. Consequently, the area just outside the penalty box appears somewhat vulnerable. As long as he can deliver the ball in a timely manner, he stands ready. Upon receiving a return pass from Holmes, Schneiderlin swiftly lifted his foot, delicately chipping the ball towards the far edge of the penalty area. This is an exceptionally challenging lob pass. The decision to execute a lob was made because there is a defender in the middle, necessitating a trajectory that surpasses him before reaching the far post. The pass from Schneiderlin lacked considerable assurance, yet he had no choice but to take a gamble. Fortunately, he succeeded. The ball soared over the defenders in the center and landed at the back post, perfectly positioned before Lalana. After a slight adjustment, Lalana swiftly took his shot. Chapter 18. One must contemplate everything. In the final moments, Lalana's decisive long-range strike not only shattered Brentford's record of not conceding this season, but also salvaged a point for Southampton at home. Following the draw, the fans expressed a sense of regret, yet there was a hint of satisfaction, as the team's losing streak had been halted. It is essential for the squad to progress towards a more favorable trajectory. At the very least, with optimistic aspirations, Southampton should indeed strive to find their footing. In the subsequent League Cup match 3 days later, Southampton's performance was remarkably commendable. When facing the Premier League side Birmingham, they exhibited a significant improvement over their previous displays. It is noteworthy that while Birmingham is also recognized as a Yo-O club and spent last season in the Championship, they remain a Premier League team, boasting seasoned players such as Stephen Carr, Lee Bowyer, Marcus Bent, Barry Ferguson, and Kevin Phillips. Although these individuals may be in the twilight of their careers, their experience remains invaluable for the team's relegation battle. However, the seasoned Birmingham side was ultimately overwhelmed by Southampton's relentless running and attacking play on their home turf. Unlike other League One teams, Birmingham did not adopt a cautious defensive strategy to thwart Southampton's advances. Instead, they continually pressed forward in an attempt to eliminate this League One opponent. The ample space in their defensive line allowed Lalana to showcase his talents effectively. In this match, Southampton primarily employed a defensive counterattack strategy, relying heavily on Lalana and two central forwards. The ample depth and width allowed these three to showcase their talents magnificently. Lalana delivered precise passes on 2 occasions, each time setting Lambert and Giroud up to face the goalkeeper directly, and both forwards capitalized on these opportunities, scoring in succession. Although Birmingham managed to pull one back in the second half, Southampton achieved a legendary triumph in the League Cup, reminiscent of slaying a dragon. From the perspective of team stature, Southampton's victory over Birmingham might not seem remarkable. However, considering Southampton's current status as a League One team and Birmingham's position in the Premier League, successfully overcoming a 2-tier challenge can certainly be deemed a legendary feat consequently. Following the match, jubilant Southampton fans participated in a celebratory parade within the city. With over 10,000 attendees, a remarkable turnout for a city with a total population of merely 220,000. In fact, as a port city, Southampton boasts relatively high resident incomes, which contributes to a substantial fan base. It is no surprise that Southampton previously dared to construct a stadium with a capacity of 30,000, a figure that approaches nearly 1/7 of the total population. In reality, during Southampton's tenure in the Premier League, St. Mary's Stadium was perpetually filled to capacity. However, following their relegation to League One and subsequent poor performance, attendance naturally waned. Recently, a flicker of hope has reignited interest among fans, with attendance recovering to approximately 20,000. Notably, the recent League Cup match attracted a crowd of 23,000, nearly matching the average attendance from their first season after relegation. This indicates that the potential of Southampton's fan base remains robust. Indeed, Southampton is the sole professional team in the city, and their fiercest rivals are not local adversaries but Portsmouth, another port city along the southwestern coast. Although Portsmouth currently competes in the Premier League and does not boast a history as illustrious as Southampton's, they nonetheless enjoy a more favorable status at present. The rivalry between Southampton and Portsmouth transcends mere football. It is deeply rooted in the historical tensions between the two cities. The instances of both teams facing each other in the same league have been relatively infrequent, far less than other rivalries. In this context, if Southampton performs well, attendance will naturally thrive. Conversely, if their performance falters, a decline in attendance is to be expected. During their Premier League days, St. Mary's Stadium frequently reached full capacity, prompting the club's management to contemplate further expansion. The stadium was originally designed with ample room for expansion, potentially accommodating up to 50,000 spectators. However, for a city of just over 200,000 residents, a 50,000-seat stadium seems rather extravagant. As it stands, the management need not deliberate on expansion, as Southampton faced relegation shortly thereafter, which led to a significant drop in attendance. It is not uncommon for a 30,000-seat stadium to only fill to half its capacity. Nonetheless, should Southampton's fortunes improve, expansion may once again become a possibility. At this juncture, however, the manager, Jishi, was preoccupied with a pressing issue. While the fans were celebrating, he convened a small meeting with Ben Ali and others, leaving them puzzled. Hadn't they just secured a victory? What could possibly be amiss? Despite having faced minimal difficulty in the two League Cup matches, the league encounters had proven to be quite challenging. Jishi was direct in addressing the matter. Ben Ali, Roth, and Panduri exchanged glances, uncertain of Jishi's intentions. It was understandable to assert that they had an easy time against Northampton, given that they are merely a League Two team. However, their performance against Birmingham was equally commendable, and they did not appear to struggle. Should this not suggest something significant? Jishi elaborated further, and Ben Ali reflected on the situation. Realizing the validity of Jishi's observations, this indicated that an underlying issue existed, intricately tied to their tactical approach. Jishi began sketching on the tactical board. Having not idled during this period, even aimless pondering had led to some insights. Our fundamental strategy is a 4-4-2 formation. Yet the three midfielders lean more towards a defensive role. Schneiderlin plays a more organizing role, but for the most part, the offensive initiative is left to Lalana and the retreating Lambert, as they both possess commendable technical skills and synergy. I believe that these three primary attackers alone can establish a significantly threatening offensive system, complemented by the support of the others, which should suffice in League One. Jishi remarked. Ben Ali and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the attacking tactic they had jointly devised. However, we overlooked a critical point. Despite Lalana's and Lambert's commendable technical abilities, they lacked the capacity to break through defenses with the ball. Thus, our attacks easily fell into stagnation. Technical prowess and the ability to penetrate are, indeed, two distinct concepts. Chapter 19. There are numerous means to solve problems. Jishi's words prompted Ben Ali to adopt a more serious demeanor. Indeed, while they excelled in movement, receiving, passing, distributing, and possessing a good overview of the game, they were not the type of players capable of breaking through defenses. Consequently, when facing a strong team like Birmingham, with ample space, they performed admirably. Conversely, against League One teams, opponents were more accustomed to employing defensive counterattacks against us. Our lack of breakthrough capability made the game undeniably arduous, Ben Ali reflected. That is precisely the point. Simply enhancing our wing play will not resolve this issue. Relying solely on crosses for goals is exceedingly difficult, even for an English team, Jishi continued. Ben Ali and the others nodded. His statement was undeniably accurate. Crossing from the byline is the most ancient and straightforward offensive approach, yet no one is foolish enough to rely solely on it. Why? Because this simplistic method is woefully inefficient. Now that we have identified the problem, it is commendable, yet how do we resolve it? I have a solution, Jishi proposed. The three assistant coaches looked on intently, eager for him to elaborate. We need to acquire a player capable of breaking through defenses, Jishi stated. The three coaches nearly fell over in disbelief, but upon further reflection, this truly seemed like a direct solution. The key question remained. How could they procure a suitable player with such breakthrough abilities? Just watch me, Jishi replied confidently. His assurance stemmed from the existence of the achievement shop. He did not believe he would suffer any losses in acquiring a player. In fact, the scout guide purchased for 5 achievement points was exceptionally valuable, considering Lovren and Lambert's impressive capacities at reasonable market values. Nonetheless, Specifying a particular player for acquisition also cost Jishi a significant 5 achievement points. Nevertheless, he deemed it quite a worthwhile investment, especially since it involved targeted recruitment. The price may be steep, but so be it. 2 days later, Jishi returned from Armenia with a player of modest stature, but possessing a remarkably mature appearance. This player is Henrik Mkhitaryan, who, starting today, will be our new attacking midfielder, Jishi announced to all the players on the training field. Lalana immediately lifted his head, feeling somewhat sensitive. An attacking midfielder? This is a competitor. Jishi then proceeded to introduce Mkhitaryan to his teammates one by one, and when he reached Lalana, he particularly emphasized, "I hope you two will become excellent partners." Lalana felt a sense of relief, though Schneiderlin nearby began to exhibit signs of anxiety. For the young players of Southampton, despite Jishi's youth and lack of prestige, they held him in high regard due to his willingness to invest in their development, hoping for ample playing time under his guidance. They were not exceptionally gifted prodigies, and encountering a coach who valued young talent was indeed a rare opportunity. Following the introductions, Jishi took Mkhitaryan away, as the training session continued with Ben Ali and others present, alleviating his concerns. Mkhitaryan cast a nervous glance at this young manager, aware that his move to Southampton was somewhat unexpected, although he was just in his early 20s. He had already been a key player for 4 seasons with the champion team of the Armenian League, FC Payunik, winning 4 league titles. However, due to the limited influence of the Armenian League, he had not attracted interest from larger leagues. Just days before the transfer window closed, Jishi had approached him, altering the course of his career. He had heard of Southampton, but was aware that they were currently only a League One team. Could playing in League One truly hone his skills? Yet, despite being in League One, it remained a part of the English football system. While his playing style emphasized technique, the ability to showcase that technique in the face of physical challenges was paramount. The confrontations and pressures in League One were no less intense than in the Premier League. Adapting to such an environment for a year or two before excelling in the Premier League, was that not an appealing prospect? Mkhitaryan found Jishi's words quite sensible. Primarily, after spending 4 years in Armenia and being a pivotal player for 3 years, achieving the league championship each year, he felt that any opponent faced before them was easily vanquished. Such matches indeed lacked excitement. He expressed that if he continued to play under these circumstances for an extended period, he might cease to progress. The ages between 20 and 23 are crucial for a player's development and breakthrough. During this period, if one does not strive to improve and awaken their abilities in a more challenging environment, their professional career may stagnate. Transitioning from the Armenian League to one of the top 5 leagues presents a considerable leap from this perspective. Starting in League One to acclimatize to the environment is a commendable choice. The FC Ararat Yerevan management had no objections, as Armenia has historically produced few exceptional players and their league primarily serves as a source of entertainment. Thus, Jishi managed to secure the national team player for a mere £300,000, bringing him to Southampton. Under competitive circumstances, this would not have been as seamless. Unbeknownst to Mkhitaryan, had Jishi not arrived a few days earlier, he would have garnered the interest of a mid-tier team in the Ukrainian league, FC Metallurg Donetsk. At the last moment of the season, potentially shining in the Ukrainian league and making his way into one of the top 5 leagues. Of course, at this juncture, this path may not be detrimental to him. First, rest well. I understand you are accustomed to cross-season play, and you have no issues with physical training. However, our movement system is somewhat unique. Thus, you will first engage in training to gradually familiarize yourself with your teammates before I deploy you in matches. I will not hastily thrust you into competition, risking your confidence in a state of confusion, Jishi said, patting Mkhitaryan on the shoulder. Mkhitaryan nodded. Although he did not feel incapable of adapting, he acknowledged the need for caution when entering a league with a vastly different environment. After leaving the player dormitory, Jishi smiled contentedly. The 5 achievement points spent were indeed worthwhile. He had now grasped all of Mkhitaryan's attributes, although his physical confrontational ability was not particularly stellar. He embodied the essence of a classic number 10, exquisite technical skills, capable of both dribbling and shooting. Perhaps his vision and organizational skills fell slightly short. Yet this very characteristic could compensate for Southampton's most significant offensive weakness. Certainly, the equilibrium of the entire team is also a matter that requires consideration moving forward. Chapter 20, Areas Requiring Most Improvement. Mkhitaryan's transfer from the Armenian League did not create much of a stir among Southampton fans. They merely hoped that the team could perform better after eliminating Birmingham. The next 4 matches are all league fixtures, followed by the third round of the League Cup. Southampton supporters naturally desire an improved performance in the league, for they do not hold expectations of clinching the League Cup. A step further would suffice. Should their league performance falter, any hopes of returning to the championship would be rendered futile, and if relegation were to occur, it would indeed be a descent into oblivion. However, events seem to unfold contrary to their hopes. In the 5th round, Southampton drew 1-1 against the lower-ranked Stockport away. In the 6th round, they faced 5th-placed Colchester United at home, where they exhibited a commendable defensive solidity, yet their attacking prowess was rather lackluster, resulting in a goalless draw. In the 7th round, Southampton challenged the formidable 2nd-placed Charlton and performed admirably, momentarily leading the strong adversary 1-0 thanks to a header from defender Lovren. Alas, in the dying moments, Lovren inadvertently scored an own goal, leading to a final score of 1-1. Including the draw from the 4th round, Southampton now faced a streak of 4 consecutive draws, pushing their fans to the brink of despair. With 7 matches into the season, over 1/7 of the games played, Southampton had accumulated a mere 7 points, leaving them with a negative 3-point tally. If this trend continues, aspirations for promotion to the championship may remain but a distant dream. The descent against Coach G began to amplify. Although the 4 draws could be seen as commendable in content, aside from Stockport, Brentford, Charlton, and Colchester United are indeed strong contenders in this season's League One, particularly Charlton, who, after 7 rounds, boasted 6 victories and 1 draw, climbing to the top position, level on points with Leeds United, all of which had drawn only against Southampton. From this perspective, GS performance could be deemed quite commendable. Yet, being at the bottom, with a 9-point deficit from safety, is far from satisfactory. In such circumstances, G maintained his silence, while surprisingly, the atmosphere within Southampton remained stable. The reason was simple. The progress G had made on the training ground was palpable to all. Initially, his presence on the training field seemed inconsequential, but during this period, he began to exert a greater influence in tactical training, continuously guiding players on their roles. At least now, he appeared to embody the essence of a competent head coach. Such practices undoubtedly instill confidence. Meanwhile, Ben Ali and others marvel at witnessing firsthand how a genius gradually acquires knowledge. Progress is made daily, and each day contributes significantly to the training. This is the essence of genius. Some individuals toil for years, yet remain mere skilled practitioners in the coaching realm, as Ben Ali self-deprecatingly remarked. Meanwhile, despite his utter lack of experience, Jishi has been making continuous strides in his development. Unbeknownst to Ben Ali and his peers, Jishi has been diligently acquiring tactical skill points from the Achievement Store, in addition to his earnest studies. Initially, Jishi contemplated directly purchasing the tactical acumen of renowned coaches, whether it be Ferguson's tactical framework, Wenger's strategies, Mourinho's methodologies, or even the recently emergent Guardiola's approach, all of which he could procure and thereby inherit the tactical prowess of these esteemed coaches. Each tactical blueprint cost a maximum of 50 points, a veritable bargain. However, after careful contemplation, Jishi opted to earnestly buy tactical points, each costing 10 achievement points. A fair exchange indeed. Once he amassed a sufficient quantity of tactical points, he could invest 200 achievement points in the store to acquire the capability of tactical mastery, propelling his tactical deployment skills to unprecedented heights. Jishi chose this path not only because he deemed it superior, but also because he began to grasp an essential truth. No elite coach can dominate unchallenged. Coaches like Ferguson and Wenger constantly evolve. Had Ferguson clung to his tactical philosophies from the 1990s and coaching today's Manchester United, the team would surely have fallen behind. Coaches who maintain their elite status are invariably those who pursue continual growth. Furthermore, the world of professional football is one of relentless advancement. Jishi's acquisition of the current coaching capabilities of figures like Ferguson would be futile if he did not genuinely enhance his own skills. In a few years, he might find himself outdated, and a purchase then would be a waste of achievement points. Although purchasing tactical points appears to be a greater expenditure, it is an authentic investment in his own developmental capacity. Fortuitously, he had previously accumulated a substantial number of achievement points, which emboldened him to enhance his tactical abilities. After spending some points on a bit of flair and 5 points to acquire Mkhitaryan, he found himself with 14 points remaining. Fortunately, completing his first victory task earned him 20 achievement points, and he subsequently unlocked achievements for his first win, first loss, first consecutive defeats, first draw, first series of draws, first 3 consecutive draws, and first 4 consecutive draws, each granting him 5 points, thereby boosting his total to 69. With this, Jishi promptly allocated 6 tactical points to himself. After enhancing his tactical knowledge sixfold, Jishi felt a surge of clarity, his intellect seemingly ascended, allowing him to comprehend previously baffling aspects of the game. Indeed, throughout these recent matches, his direction and meticulous tactical arrangements have begun to take a commendable shape. Jishi remains uncertain regarding the requisite number of tactical points needed to qualify for the exchange of mastery capabilities that would revolutionize his skills. Yet it is clear that the imperative to augment his tactical prowess has reached a critical juncture. Regardless of the circumstances, Jishi is undoubtedly a seasoned football enthusiast. At the very least, he possesses a foundational understanding of the game. At this stage, a proficient coach can undeniably enhance the capabilities of the entire team. If tactical acumen is lacking, even the finest players will struggle to showcase their talents under your guidance. Our previous series of draws can be attributed to mere misfortune. I firmly believe that our strength is top tier in League One and competitive in the championship. What we require is simply time for cohesion. Prior to the season, we opted not to engage in warm-up matches as we were focused on optimizing our physical training. Thus, the matches that followed the season's commencement served as the true crucible for developing the team's competitive form. After a full month of rigorous preparation, we had finally completed this process. Had it not been for a stroke of bad luck in the last match, we would have undoubtedly triumphed over our opponents. The upcoming match is on our home turf, and victory is imperative. Do we have confidence? As Jishi roared this on the training ground, he was met with an enthusiastic response. Yes. Chapter 21. A complete revival. Before the commencement of the 8th round of matches, nearly 20,000 Southampton supporters filled St. Mary's Stadium. This figure is neither particularly high nor low. It is somewhat elevated compared to the mere 10,000 attendees at the season's commencement. Yet it falls short of the over 20,000 who graced the stands in the league match following the elimination of Birmingham. This illustrates the fluctuating confidence of the fans in the club. Today's opponent, Yeovil, has garnered a mere 6 points from 7 matches, placing them 17th in the standings. In terms of points, they have fared worse than Southampton, although it is worth noting that currently, every team ranks higher than Southampton. As a team that has consistently battled relegation in League Two, Yeovil's sole aspiration in this away match is to secure a single point. In the recent league matches, the opponents in League One have come to realize that dealing with Southampton is not particularly challenging. A strategy of dense defense combined with constant disruption, followed by opportunistic counterattacks, may not guarantee victory, but securing a draw seems rather straightforward. When all adversaries are aware of how to confront you, your performance, inevitably, becomes arduous. However, this match unfolded rather differently. Henrik Mkhitaryan made his first start. The frail newcomer did not attract much attention from Yeovil, who remained focused on Southampton's formidable trio. Despite Southampton's dismal attacking record this season, scoring merely 6 goals in 7 matches, anyone who has observed their games knows that these 3 players pose a genuine threat. Adam Lallana is adept at ball control, passing, and distributing, while also possessing a powerful long-range shot. Ricky Lambert, renowned for his scoring prowess, frequently ventures beyond the penalty area to support play. Although Olivier Giroud has found the net only once, he contributes significantly as a center forward, excelling in receiving, creating opportunities, contesting aerial duels, and drawing attention. In every respect, these are 3 exceptional athletes, standing out distinctly in League One. Southampton's scarcity of goals primarily stems from tactical issues, limiting their scoring opportunities. If given ample space, Birmingham serves as a prime example. Under these circumstances, Mkhitaryan's inclusion in the starting lineup went largely unnoticed. With Mkhitaryan starting, the midfield was inevitably diminished as manager Koeman opted not to field Morgan Schneiderlin, given Schneiderlin's youth and the taxing schedule of back-to-back matches over the past week. A respite was warranted. The absence of an organizing and orchestrating player in the midfield rendered Southampton's game relatively simpler. As the match commenced, Koeman's decision to rest Schneiderlin and introduce the recently signed Armenian player Mkhitaryan was met with some bemusement. The commentator chuckled, unsure of how Koeman had discovered him, as it took considerable time for him to memorize the name of Armenia. As he spoke with a smile, Mkhitaryan received a pass from Wharton in a deeper position. Retrieving the ball, Yeovil's midfield immediately closed in on him. Preventing the ball carrier from easily turning is crucial in midfield defense. However, as Mkhitaryan took possession, he seamlessly executed a turn. Prior to pivoting, he feigned left, enticing the opposing midfielder's weight to shift that direction before deftly nudging the ball to his right, and then swiftly turning. After his turn, Mkhitaryan propelled the ball forward, advancing several meters. Another midfielder rushed over to defend him. But with a sudden stop and burst of acceleration, he surged past. Regardless of how dense a defense may be, once two players have been bypassed, significant gaps inevitably emerge. A significant gap has emerged in Yeovil's defense. Upon approaching the edge of the penalty area, Mkhitaryan skillfully maneuvered the ball before delivering a precise pass into the box. The accelerating Lalana received his direct pass and, without hesitation, sent the ball into the center. Lambert, expertly positioning himself against the defender, swiftly unleashed a shot. The ball rebounded off the grass and soared into the net. The Southampton fans leapt in unison, astonished by the rapidity of Southampton's goal. Who could have anticipated that they would score so soon? The match had barely commenced, merely a minute in. This season, every goal Southampton has achieved has been the result of relentless effort. How astonishingly swift this is. Lambert dashed towards the stands with outstretched arms, greeted by a forest of hands. Meanwhile, Jishi leapt up from the coach's bench, fervently waving his arms. At that moment, he cast aside any pretense of maintaining a cool demeanor. Who needs to feign nonchalance on the football field? Celebration is paramount. Observing Jishi's exuberant fist pumps and his embrace with Ben Ali, the onlooking Sandy couldn't help but nod in approval. At last, he resembled a true football coach. After a full minute of celebration, the match resumed, while the Yeovil players, disheartened, began to prepare for the ensuing game. Conceding a goal so early was a nightmare for their tactical approach. Indeed, when it comes to strength, Yeovil is merely a mid to lower tier team in League Two, perpetually fighting to avoid relegation. They lack any noteworthy players. Any who demonstrated potential have long since been poached. The majority of their squad comprises seasoned veterans who can perform admirably when in a favorable position, yet lack the capacity to turn the tide when circumstances turn against them. Their initial strategy was to adopt a defensive counterattack, hoping to seize an opportunity to score, a common consensus among mid to lower tier teams in League Two. However, Southampton's early lead shattered that strategy from the outset. This left Yeovil somewhat at a loss in the ensuing moments. They yearned to press forward in attack, yet harbored reservations about Southampton's offensive capabilities. Continuing to defend allowed Southampton to exercise considerable caution in their own attacks, leaving Yeovil with no opportunities whatsoever. Thus, when Yeovil could no longer restrain their urge to advance, Southampton swiftly retaliated. Lalana, who had retreated to the midfield to aid in organization, delivered a long pass forward. Giroud deftly headed the ball down to Mkhitaryan, who skillfully maneuvered past a defender and, with decisive intent, unleashed a shot as another defender closed in. The ball arced gracefully through the air, finding its way into Yeovil's net once more. A 2-goal lead. Southampton's offensive play today was markedly more threatening than before. The 20-year-old Mkhitaryan showcased an outstanding performance. His breakthrough contributed to Southampton's first goal, and he then personally netted the second. It seemed Southampton was finally poised to claim a resounding victory. The commentator's voice rang out emphatically. And although he may still have been unsure of Armenia's location on a map, he could clearly discern the substantial impact Mkhitaryan had since his introduction, revitalizing Southampton's entire game. Chapter 22. The confident Bruce. In this match, Southampton indeed achieved a resounding victory. In the second half, Lambert scored twice, complemented by a goal from the advancing fullback, Otsmobo. Southampton triumphed over their opponents with a score of 4-0, finally bringing their points tally to 0. After 8 rounds of matches, they have equalized the points that were deducted. The fans of Southampton are left with a sense of poignant reflection. This resounding victory has instilled a sense of confidence within the team, leading them to believe that they are truly on the right path. Unlike the precarious nature of their previous wins, this significant triumph undoubtedly bolsters the faith of their supporters. We have been making progress. The English League One is a league that once felt foreign to us, yet we are finally beginning to acclimate. Indeed, our offense has developed a greater synergy than before, which is of paramount importance. I understand the objectives we must achieve this season, and our goal is to deliver results that will satisfy our fans. At the post-match press conference, Jishi exuded confidence. Although several journalists from outside the region questioned his assuredness after merely passing a draw. Local reporters sensed a palpable transformation in Southampton. They had long been in need of an effective offensive strategy, and with that now in place, the pressure on the opposing defense will undoubtedly increase, leading to vulnerabilities. With a solid attack, Southampton's future performances are assured. Moreover, considering the team's current form, which have been underwhelming, it is high time for them to hit their stride. The upcoming match is the third round of the League Cup, where they will face another Premier League team, Sunderland. Will Southampton strive for victory? A local journalist inquired. Undoubtedly, Southampton is a Premier League team, and that is beyond dispute. Given the circumstances that have led us to compete in League One, where fans cannot yet experience the essence of Premier League football, we are determined to perform admirably when faced with teams from the top tier, Jishi replied. The local journalists erupted in applause, resonating with Jishi's words. They believe that Southampton should indeed belong to the top tier. As for Sunderland, their performance in the Premier League may not have surpassed ours. One cannot deny that having a prestigious history often proves advantageous. Just as Southampton garnered the most coverage during their tenure in League One, their influence remains unparalleled, overshadowing that of other historically significant teams like Leeds and Charlton. This sentiment was swiftly felt by Sunderland upon their arrival in Southampton. Despite Sunderland's perennial struggle for survival in recent seasons, they remained a Premier League team. Typically, when encountering teams from League One in cup matches, the fans from the lower division might not stoop so low as to request autographs, yet they would undoubtedly regard their higher-tier counterparts with envy and admiration. However, the supporters of Southampton exhibited a contrasting demeanor. They observed Sunderland's players with a calm detachment, as though this were merely an inconsequential match. This revelation has left the players of Sunderland quite indignant. What are they, after all, but a downtrodden club? While Sunderland may struggle annually to maintain their status, their roster boasts several distinguished players. For instance, forward Darren Bent, although perhaps lacking the caliber to join a top-tier club, has proven to be a formidable asset in mid-table teams. The midfielder, Mal Brank, is a familiar face in the Premier League, while the winger, Andy Reid, showcases distinct flair. Additionally, their defense is bolstered by Anton Ferdinand, the younger brother of Manchester United's celebrated centre-back, Rio Ferdinand. Though he may not reach his brother's heights, he remains a competent defender. With such a lineup, they have managed to secure their place in the league year after year, reaping the rewards of broadcasting revenues amounting to tens of millions of pounds, a most comfortable position indeed. In an era when the Premier League's top four is dominated by Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool, and Arsenal, Tottenham has only recently found a chance to contend for the Champions League, while Manchester City has yet to rise to prominence. Under these circumstances, Sunderland, as a mid-table team, seems to lack ambition. However, such teams tend to perform relatively well in the League Cup, as winning the trophy provides an opportunity to participate in the Europa League. Although the financial rewards from the Europa League may be modest, it still represents a significant competition, with ticket sales alone generating considerable revenue. The League Cup reaches its third round with 32 teams remaining, and as a knockout tournament, it offers fewer matches, thus presenting a prime opportunity for advancement. Sunderland's season has commenced positively, with 3 victories, leading to hopes of an even better performance in the League Cup. Their new manager, Steve Bruce, harbors ambitions of clinching his first major honor with the club. As a player, Bruce boasts an impressive array of accolades, including 3 Premier League titles and 3 FA Cups, which place him among the elite in terms of individual honors. However, despite a successful managerial career, he has predominantly coached mid-table teams, which has left the former England international somewhat dissatisfied. This season, having inherited a strong squad from his predecessor, Roy Keane, Bruce sees a chance to challenge for the league title, potentially enhancing his prospects as a manager. Regrettably, he finds himself pitted against a formidable opponent. While he operates in the open, his rival lurks in the shadows. He has had little time to analyze Southampton's matches, focusing instead on their game against Birmingham, a significant encounter since Southampton eliminated an established Premier League team. Upon reviewing the match, he concluded that Southampton possesses commendable strength. However, if they are denied ample space in defense, their attacking prowess becomes negligible. Furthermore, Southampton's own defensive stability is questionable. By continuously launching counterattacks, victory can certainly be attained. If we limit their opportunities to counter, triumph is assured. Do you understand? Exercise caution and take your time to engage with them. Apart from Perry, Walton Lett, and their goalkeeper, the other starting players from Southampton are quite youthful and may easily succumb to impatience, Bruce advised his team. Meanwhile, at this juncture, Jishi was preparing a targeted strategy. Chapter 23. Why Bruce lacks honors. Sunderland's wing play is distinctive. On their flanks, Andy Reid primarily spearheads the offensive on the left, adeptly utilizing his speed and technical prowess to create opportunities, which we must remain vigilant about. As for the right flank, Malbranck serves more as a technically versatile player bridging the wing and midfield. Thus, we can maintain our offensive rhythm on the left, allowing Mills to continue as a starter. On the right, neither Atsumobo nor Murdy seems suitable, so I have decided to field James. Jishi informed his assistant coaches. He is a defensive midfielder. Ben Ali couldn't help but remind his boss. I am well aware of that, yet his movement is exceptional, and he possesses solid marking and positioning abilities. He merely lacks experience, which diminishes his overall perspective and judgment as a defensive midfielder. This is knowledge that can only be gained through matches. However, we cannot afford him such opportunities. So deploying him as a defensive fullback is indeed appropriate, Jishi stated. Ben Ali pondered this for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, if his task is solely defensive with specific marking responsibilities, James could be quite fitting. Notably, Sunderland's most formidable wing player is Reid, an Irishman known for his speed and technical skills, embodying a quintessential English winger. Although his somewhat one-dimensional technical attributes prevented him from being a definitive starter at Tottenham and Charlton, his transfer to Sunderland solidified his position as a key player. This player, possessing considerable strength yet limited technical skills, can be easily countered with targeted defensive strategies. As for our offensive approach, there is no need for undue haste. We merely need to devise ways to breach Sunderland's defense. Their defensive capabilities are not particularly remarkable. Their commendable performance at the season's outset primarily relied on their offense rather than their defense. At this juncture, Jishi clenched his fist, asserting, "Our attacking line is undoubtedly of Premier League caliber, a fact I have never doubted." Ben Ali nodded emphatically, having initially lacked confidence. Yet the recent training sessions had instilled some belief within him. Whether it be Lalana's versatility, Lambert's scoring prowess, Giroud's center-forward skills, or Mkhitaryan's ability to penetrate defenses, all are indeed exceptional. While they may not yet have reached the pinnacle of Premier League standards, they are certainly not far off. Particularly noteworthy is their youth, Lalana at 21, Giroud at 23, and Mkhitaryan at merely 20, with Lambert being the eldest at just 27. They possess ample room for growth. We may encounter some difficulties in central defense, Pandry remarked. Ben Ali concurred, acknowledging that while Southampton's two centre-backs, one tall and the other sturdy, form a commendable pairing, both lack in pace. Lovren, the taller of the two, is somewhat better in this regard, whereas the veteran Perry relies predominantly on experience and positioning. Against a forward like Darren Bent, who possesses immense speed and physicality, defending could indeed prove quite challenging. Normal defensive strategies will suffice against a Premier League team like Sunderland. Can we realistically expect to control every aspect of the game? They may execute counterattacks or engage in standard offensive maneuvers. Regardless of their tactics, they possess the capability to breach our defenses. Therefore, our objective must be to defeat them through our offensive play, Jishi calmly articulated to his three assistant coaches, who suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, Sunderland is a Premier League team. While we are confident in our abilities, there is a significant distinction between not being inferior and being able to comprehensively dominate the opponent. Only the top 5 or 6 teams in the Premier League can achieve such dominance over mid to lower tier teams. It is perplexing why we believe Southampton can exert control over Sunderland. What about the midfield? Ben Ali inquired. Let us start Lalana, with Mkhitaryan as a substitute. Jishi contemplated before responding. This decision was not solely to maintain a tactical reserve. Rather, Jishi had observed that when both players were on the field simultaneously, the midfield lacked balance. Against weaker teams in League One, this might suffice, but facing a Premier League opponent, it could easily leave us vulnerable to exploitations. Contemplating this, Jishi began to recognize the changes within himself. Previously, after securing a victory, he would invariably retain the successful lineup for the next match, oblivious to the lurking threats beneath the surface of triumph. Upon this realization, a smile broke across his face. There was indeed some merit to this tactical insight. On September 23rd, as Sunderland and Southampton arrived at St. Mary's Stadium, the venue witnessed a remarkable spectacle. With a full house for the first time in 2 seasons since Southampton's relegation, the stadium, which accommodates 384 spectators, was completely packed, with not a single seat unoccupied. Goodness, such a scene was a rarity I had only witnessed during the Premier League. It appeared that the previous round's resounding victory had rekindled a sense of hope among Southampton supporters. The third round of the League Cup against Sunderland was undeniably enticing. Would Southampton continue their extraordinary run of eliminating Premier League teams? Sunderland seemed unwilling to repeat past mistakes, as Bruce fielded his strongest lineup, featuring key players such as Ferdinand, Kana, Reed, and Malbranque. Southampton, on the other hand, opted for their customary 4-4-2 formation, and remarkably, Mkhitaryan, who had performed splendidly in the last league match, was absent from the lineup. Amidst the commentators' fervent calls, the fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers, though Mkhitaryan's absence stirred some unease. The presence of Southampton's mainstay players indicated that Jishi was not willing to easily relinquish the victory in this match. That was sufficient. Their lineup had remained largely unchanged. It seemed that their previous league performance was merely a reflection of improved form. Bruce, in his somewhat presumptuous thoughts, considered that after nearly 10 matches into the season, what changes could Southampton possibly have undergone? Such a perspective revealed that despite Bruce's extensive coaching experience, his lack of accolades was hardly surprising. The true measure of a coach's effectiveness often manifests in these subtle details. Jishi's preparation for this match far exceeded Bruce's. Had it been the former Jishi, he might have remained uncertain about how to prepare for a game. However, the current Jishi, in comparison to Bruce, lacked only experience. Yet, experience can be honed through continuous coaching, while certain qualities cannot be cultivated solely through the passage of time. Chapter 24. Not just carelessness. As the match commenced, Bruce remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. Southampton's offensive strategy unfolded as he had envisioned. Despite their relentless passing, they found themselves struggling against Sunderland's formidable defense. The intricate passing game required not only serendipity but also seamless collaboration and exceptional individual prowess, qualities that Southampton seemed to lack. Reaching Sunderland's defensive line would prove to be a formidable challenge. Although Ferdinand was not a premier centre-back, his extensive experience in the Premier League, complemented by the seasoned Turner, ensured that direct confrontations posed little issue. Additionally, the midfield featured the tenacious Kronya AR, a player whose defensive fervor resembled that of a relentless hound, making him a formidable presence on the pitch. As long as Southampton continued their offensive onslaught without yielding opportunities, Sunderland would have a chance to capitalize. Darren Bent's individual prowess was well recognized in the Premier League, possessing a lethal edge that was hard to overlook. His absence from elite teams stemmed from a lackluster ability to synergize with teammates and a personal skill set that, while impressive, did not reach celestial heights. Nevertheless, within mid to lower tier teams, his talents remained highly sought after, often proving to be of substantial significance. The match was no exception. As the game progressed to the 23rd minute, it was Darren Bent's display of individual prowess that propelled Sunderland into the lead away from home. Malbranque shifted to the center to receive the ball, then delivered a precise forward pass. After retrieving the ball, Bent skillfully turned despite the pressure from Lett, accelerating past his adversaries. Lovren and Perry attempted to contain his path of progression, yet Bent unleashed a powerful long-range shot from over 20 meters away from the goal. The sudden strike caught everyone off guard. Lovren's interception fell just short, and Perry failed to block the ball with his body, inadvertently obstructing Davis's line of sight. By the time Davis noticed the approaching ball, it was already too late. A thunderous cheer erupted from the hundreds of Sunderland fans who had traveled from afar. Jishi shook his head, conceding such a goal left him speechless. Bent's individual prowess was on full display, and the Southampton players had given their all. Do not rush. Continue to play as you did before. Jishi stood up and shouted a couple of times towards the field. Bruce cast a surprised glance, realizing that this young coach maintained an impressive composure. Yet, what did that composure matter? We are in the lead, making defensive counterattacks all the more seamless. Sunderland's tactical approach this season has revolved around defense and counterattacks. After 7 matches, they had 3 victories, 3 draws, and only 1 loss, which came against Chelsea. In that match, relying on counterattacks, they were overwhelmed by Chelsea's relentless assault, conceding 3 goals. At other times, opponents struggled significantly against their defense. Could Southampton's offense surpass that of Chelsea, boasting players like Drogba, Deco, and Lampard? What a farce. From a certain perspective, Bruce's assessment was not entirely flawed. However, he overestimated his defensive capabilities, particularly those of his players. At the onset of the Premier League season, their lowered stance and resolute defending had indeed thwarted many opponents. But that did not equate to Sunderland possessing a truly formidable defense. Moreover, could the mentality against Southampton be comparable to that against Chelsea? During the remainder of the first half, Southampton seemed to struggle offensively. Although they created several opportunities, they continually fell short of scoring. Despite Sunderland's counterattacks yielding little success, Bruce remained steadfast in his confidence. Continuing on this path, victory is assured. We performed admirably in the first half, did you see? Sunderland managed to score against us purely by chance, while we still have our secret weapons yet to be unleashed. In the locker room, Jishi invigorated the spirits of all the players with a single statement. The first half of the match revealed to them that Sunderland is not an extraordinary team. They are merely of similar caliber to us. Thus, the captain's words hold true. We are, in essence, a Premier League team. And our participation in League One is merely a coincidence. Henrik, prepare to take the field in the second half, utilizing your customary style of play to disrupt their defense with your breakthroughs. You know what to do next, Jishi instructed Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan nodded enthusiastically. He had thoroughly enjoyed the last match. However, he could sense that while League One's defensive intensity and physicality surpassed that of the Armenian League, the level of the opponents seemed comparably similar to those he faced in Armenia. This match, however, is against a Premier League team, and it is bound to be a different experience altogether. He joined Southampton not just to adapt to the English football style in advance, but also to pave a promising path for his future. The Premier League is no longer a symbol of mediocrity from the 1990s. It now stands as Europe's elite league. If one can thrive in the Premier League, then success can be found anywhere. This match undoubtedly serves as a fitting trial. To encounter a Premier League team in a cup competition, arriving in Southampton seems fortuitous, though it is merely League One. It is certainly a step up from the Armenian League. The Armenian League possesses limited prowess, and while Yerevan Phoenix has long been its dominant force, they can only commence from the qualifying rounds of the Champions League. Given their capabilities, not only is advancing to the main event a distant dream, but even reaching the final round of qualifiers is a rarity. Thus, despite having participated in European matches for several years, he has hardly faced any formidable adversaries. Fortunately, such opportunities are readily available in Southampton. With a spirited resolve, Mkhitaryan replaced Wharton shortly after halftime. Upon witnessing a newcomer take the field for Southampton, Bruce remained indifferent. After all, substitutions are quite commonplace in League One, which is replete with youthful talent. Was he truly unprepared? Surely, he must have overlooked our previous League One match. How could he devise a strategy without such knowledge? Jishi pondered, somewhat astonished. What Jishi failed to recognize is that, as a Premier League team, obtaining footage of a League One match is not a simple task. This is one of the demands of the Dragon Slayer legend. Unfamiliarity can lead to disadvantage. Although we reside in an information age, acquiring specific match footage from League One remains a challenge unless one actively seeks it out. This explains why Bruce only analyzed Southampton's match against Birmingham, leading to his erroneous judgment. Since you are so careless, allow us to demonstrate our prowess, Jishi thought to himself. Chapter 25. This is the right place. Shortly after the second half commenced, Mkhitaryan found himself in possession of the ball, with no immediate defender approaching him. This is quite understandable, as the players from Sunderland are entirely unaware of the existence of someone like Mkhitaryan. Nor do they comprehend the brilliance of his performance in the previous league match. Their focus remains fixed on the formidable trio from Southampton's front line, for they can indeed sense the impressive capabilities of these three individuals. In Mkhitaryan's eyes, this choice made him feel as though the Premier League players looked down upon him. As an athlete from a small nation, Mkhitaryan is somewhat sensitive regarding this matter. With his pride affected, he began to advance with the ball. Can approached him. Renowned for his notorious propensity to receive cards, his actions have always been aggressive. However, his defensive capabilities are not particularly exceptional. His notoriety stems from his reputation as a card collector. He has grown accustomed to the trepidation displayed by younger players when facing him, only to be dispossessed shortly thereafter. This young adversary should be no exception. Thus, as he approached Mkhitaryan, he swiftly extended his foot to intercept the ball. This is a seemingly simple maneuver, however. When combined with his surging momentum, the formidable reputation of the king of killers, and the swiftness of his strike, few can rival him. Yet, Mkhitaryan deftly flicked the ball sideways, evading his foot just as he was about to make contact. The shift in Can's balance was instantaneous, leaving him helplessly watching as Mkhitaryan skillfully dribbled past him. After evading a defensive midfielder, Mkhitaryan found himself in a vast expanse of space. Noticing that his teammates were still marked, he decisively took aim and unleashed a powerful shot. The goalkeeper, Gordon, swiftly adjusted his footing and barely managed to deflect the ball away. What a splendid breakthrough. The seamless transition from evasion to shooting was nearly perfect. Just a hair's breadth away from scoring. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Bruce rose in astonishment. It is evident to the discerning whether someone possesses skill. Mkhitaryan's recent series of breakthrough maneuvers unmistakably showcased his exceptional technical prowess. Such exceptional footwork is indeed a rarity among English players. While the likes of Lalana and Lambert possess commendable technical skills, their abilities represent a different kind of footwork. This exquisite talent, which relies purely on technique rather than speed and strength, is seldom found among English athletes. Although Darren Bent showcases remarkable dribbling prowess, his approach is predicated on physicality and speed. His finesse is not particularly noteworthy, necessitating space for his breakthroughs, leaving him unable to create opportunities in confined areas. Genuine artisans of delicate technique among English players are few and far between, ranging from the early Hoddle to the later Gascoigne. With perhaps only one or two emerging from each generation, the most recent example being Joe Cole, who has yet to fully realize his potential. Mkhitaryan's individual skills, however, stand out impressively. During a corner kick, Southampton failed to pose any significant threat, allowing Sunderland to mount a counterattack. However, when the ball reached Andy Reid, he found himself tightly marked by James, missing the opportunity to capitalize on the break. By the time Reid managed to release the ball, Southampton's defense had already regrouped. Sunderland's attacking capability was also rather mediocre. Campbell's attempt to make a decisive play in the box lacked the necessary force, allowing Davis to easily claim the ball. The transition from counterattack to organized play was unsuccessful, forcing the entire Sunderland team to retreat like a tide, while Southampton swiftly initiated their offensive maneuvers. Of course, Southampton's attack also relied on organized play, as they lacked the capacity for rapid counterattacks. Schneiderlin, upon receiving the ball in midfield, began to push forward, prompting Malbranque to fall back in defense. Yet, Malbranque, known for his offensive skills, exhibited little defensive ability and was easily bypassed by Schneiderlin's dribbling. Sunderland's midfield defense is becoming somewhat strained. They cannot afford to overlook Lalana, nor can they neglect Mkhitaryan. Schneiderlin has surged forward with the ball. What can they do? Just as Sunderland's defense finds itself in a state of disarray, Schneiderlin passes the ball to the advancing left-back, Mills. Mills delivers a cross to the edge of the penalty area. Lalana, receiving the ball, deftly creates space despite the challenge from the young midfielder, Henderson, and manages to shoot, though the ball veers slightly off target. That's how to play. Jishi stands up, applauding and shouting loudly towards the pitch. Does he think a mere substitution can render me helpless? Bruce thinks, somewhat irritated. Yet, he quickly realizes that he truly has no effective solution. Strengthen the defense? There are only one goal ahead. Launch a counterattack? Their current defense is already stretched thin. If they press forward, what will become of their own defense? Although there are still several players available on the bench, Bruce cannot conjure any strategy that could alter the present disadvantage. The offensive prowess of the opposing team has completely surpassed the limits of their defensive capabilities. Under such circumstances, the counterattacking strategy he devised is nothing short of a farce. Just as Bruce finds himself at a loss for effective solutions, Southampton's attack becomes increasingly fluid. This is the nature of the football pitch, when one's offense flows seamlessly. The ensuing moments tend to follow suit. In the subsequent minutes, Southampton earned 3 consecutive corner kicks. Initially, Lovren's header, assisted by a forward surge, was parried out by the opposing goalkeeper. Then, Giroud seized the first touch within the penalty area, only to be thwarted by a defender's body. However, with the third corner kick, Southampton's relentless assault finally bore fruit. Lalana delivered a corner to the near post, where Lovren deftly redirected it to the far post. Following up was Mkhitaryan, who executed a spectacular volley within the 6-yard box, sending the ball into the net's far corner. A goal. It was Mkhitaryan again. He has now scored in consecutive matches. The Armenian, lively since his introduction, made a remarkable contribution to the team with this goal. Mkhitaryan spread his arms and rushed toward the sidelines, where Kagawa reciprocated with open arms, embracing him tightly. "Boss, I truly feel I was meant to be here," Mkhitaryan exclaimed loudly in Kagawa's ear. "Indeed, Henrik, I wholeheartedly agree that your presence here is fortuitous," Kagawa responded with hearty laughter. The other players surged forward, none harboring jealousy toward Mkhitaryan for being favored by Kagawa upon his arrival. After all, everyone admired the Armenian's exceptional technical skills. This goal exemplified his pivotal role in the team's offensive strategy. Now, we await the moment when we can surpass our opponents and secure victory in this match. Chapter 26. The absence of a curse. The Southampton fans erupted in cheers, while the Sunderland supporters watched in dismay, hoping for a commendable performance from their team once the match resumed. Unfortunately, excellence does not simply descend from the heavens. Despite Bruce making 2 substitutions, he utterly failed to alter the course of the game. Nearly 6 minutes after equalizing, Mkhitaryan broke through, disrupting the defense before passing to Lalana, who delivered a precise through ball into the penalty area. Giroud made a well-timed run, only to be brought down by Ferdinand, prompting the referee to award a penalty. The penalty kick elicited little protest from the Sunderland players, as it was undeniably a foul from any perspective. Lambert executed the penalty with precision, allowing Southampton to take the lead over Sunderland. Yet, merely regaining the lead was insufficient. 10 minutes later, a splendid sequence of passes ensued. Giroud received a through ball from Mkhitaryan, subsequently passing it to Lambert on the flank. Lambert then delivered a cross, which was met by Lalana on the edge of the penalty area, who struck a low shot that ricocheted off the far post and into the net. In less than 20 minutes, Southampton had netted 3 goals, establishing a commanding lead. It was only at this juncture that Southampton decelerated the pace of the match. Pochettino substituted Lalana and Lambert, introducing 2 fresh players to conserve their stamina. The final score stood at 3-1. With a brilliant performance in the second half, Southampton triumphed over their Premier League adversaries for the 2nd consecutive round, advancing proudly to the 4th round of the League Cup. If the first 3 rounds were merely a formality, the 4th round signifies that the championship is within reach, with only 16 teams remaining. The Sunderland players departed Southampton, heads hung low. Bruce wished to convey something to Pochettino, but found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? That he was prepared for this match? That they should start anew? He could only harbor his frustration internally, awaiting the next opportunity to seek redemption. Sunderland, who began the season with promising momentum, found themselves descending into a trough following this match. For an extended period, they lingered in the relegation zone, only managing to secure their status at the last moment, which led many Sunderland supporters to direct their ire towards Southampton. They believed that Southampton's victory over Sunderland had dealt a significant blow, causing a prolonged slump. Naturally, Sunderland would need to wait for some time before they could contend with Southampton in the league. After defeating Sunderland to advance to the 4th round of the League Cup, Southampton fans once again embarked on jubilant celebrations. This time, no one accused them of short-sightedness, as the past few years had not provided many reasons for joy among Southampton supporters. Now, with the team seemingly back on track, let us charge forward with determination. The players of Southampton shared this newfound confidence. The League Two schedule is generally quite congested, given the presence of 24 teams and a total of 46 rounds of matches, not to mention several cup competitions. However, manager Jishi did not rush to rotate the squad, as the current fitness levels of the Southampton players could comfortably withstand a busy schedule of midweek matches. After all, the squad is predominantly youthful, allowing the veterans to be rotated appropriately. The following period marked the happiest days for Southampton fans in over 2 years. In the 9th round of the league, while visiting Carlisle United, Southampton managed to equalize at 1-1 in the first half, before scoring 2 additional goals in the second half, triumphing 3-1 and securing a 2nd consecutive victory. In the 10th round, facing Bristol Rovers at home, Southampton staged a remarkable comeback after conceding 2 goals within the first 20 minutes. With Giroud and Lambert each netting twice, Southampton overturned the deficit to win 4-2, marking their 3rd consecutive victory. In the 11th round, playing at home, Southampton achieved a resounding 4-1 victory over Gillingham, extending their winning streak to 4 matches. Lambert's hat-trick and his impressive tally of 6 goals across the last 4 league games earned him the accolade of League Two Player of the Month, while Jishi celebrated his first coaching honor as League Two Manager of the Month. Despite receiving the Manager of the Month award, Southampton was not afflicted by the typical Manager of the Month curse, as they followed up with a decisive 3-1 victory against Stevenage away from home, achieving 5 consecutive wins. Following this streak, Southampton faced the 2nd round of the English Football League Trophy, a competition specifically for teams in the 3rd to 5th tiers, offering them an opportunity for additional honors. Southampton had never previously participated in this tournament, as they had not dropped to the 3rd tier since its inception. This was not an easy feat, yet Jishi harbored ambitions of achieving this honor, an honor that signifies an accomplishment, particularly one that illuminates a championship title never before claimed in the club's history, surely amounts to a significant accolade. The exact number of achievement points remains unclear to Jishi, and it is likely that it will not match the tally of the League Cup victory. Nevertheless, it is still a domestic championship, a title contested at Wembley, and thus worthy of earnest pursuit. However, in this match against a fifth-tier team, Turkey United, Jishi opted to field a majority of substitutes. Given their strength, defeating the opponents should not have posed a significant challenge. Yet Jishi's expectations proved slightly misguided, as the performance of the substitutes was somewhat disappointing. Despite holding a considerable advantage, they ended the match in a 2-2 stalemate. In England's cup competitions, there is no extra time. The match proceeded directly to a penalty shootout, which Southampton narrowly won 5-3. This match appeared to be a difficult victory. Facing opponents 2 tiers below, we could only secure our win through penalties. However, I find it hardly surprising, as we had already triumphed over 2 opponents ranked 2 tiers above us in the League Cup. On the football pitch, levels do not always convey the whole picture, especially considering that we fielded primarily young players. I was satisfied with their performance, as they persevered until the end and secured the victory. Jishi, in the press conference, showcased the protective nature of a young coach. Yet, he turned to the training ground to sternly criticize the young players, urging them to reflect on why their performances had faltered. The substitutes felt somewhat aggrieved, yet they recognized that despite Jishi often relying on the first team, he would still occasionally grant them opportunities. In such circumstances, when Jishi occasionally lost his temper, they could only listen. Chapter 27. Finally, the appearance of a professional coach, however, this draw did not adversely affect Southampton's performance. In the following week, Southampton achieved 2 convincing 3-1 victories against 9th-placed Oldham and 3rd-placed Milton Keynes. Whether at home or away, against opponents ranked 9th or 3rd, Southampton's attacking line proved indomitable. The league's consecutive victories have surged to 7, resulting in a remarkable increase in Jishi's achievement points. With each additional win, he gains 5 more points, bringing his total to 39. Coupled with his recent accolade as the EFL League One Manager of the Month, his achievement points now stand at 44. However, Jishi does not rush to enhance his tactical abilities. He believes that his current skills suffice for the time being, and a gradual approach is more prudent. After achieving a streak of 7 wins, 14 rounds of the league have passed. In the initial 7 matches, Southampton performed quite ordinarily, yet following this impressive run, their points tally has successfully reached 18, placing them 13th in the standings, 5 points clear of the relegation zone, and merely 4 points shy of the promotion playoff spots. Southampton supporters cannot help but sigh, pondering the potential had they not faced point deductions. Had those deductions not occurred, their points would currently total 28, which would rank them tied for 3rd, just 1 point behind 2nd-placed Charlton and 5 behind league leaders Leeds United. Given Southampton's current momentum, while challenging for the top 2 spots may be ambitious, competing for a top 6 finish and securing a playoff berth appears quite attainable. Of course, with 32 rounds remaining in the league, it is premature to make any definitive statements. The path forward lies in taking one match at a time. Jishi is well aware of this, which is why, in their home victory against 3rd-placed Milton Keynes Dons, he opted to rest the outstanding Mkhitaryan in preparation for the 4th round of the League Cup. Southampton's next opponent is Aston Villa, a team situated in the lower middle tier of the Premier League. From this perspective, Southampton's draw could be considered fortunate, although not excessively so, even in the round of 16. Teams such as Scunthorpe, Peterborough, and Barnsley from lower leagues will be present. After facing Northampton from League Two in the first round, Southampton's subsequent matches have all been against Premier League teams, which cannot be deemed lucky. Nevertheless, they consistently encounter lower-tier Premier League teams rather than stronger sides, with even mid-tier teams like Everton, Newcastle, and West Ham absent from their path, suggesting a degree of fortune in their draw. Jishi expresses satisfaction with the results of the draw, as he never aspired to claim the League Cup title. Such an achievement would be quite challenging. Instead, he aims to provide valuable experience to the promising young players he has identified. While their skill levels are commendable, they lack experience against formidable opponents, a shortcoming evident in players like Lalana, Giroud, and Mkhitaryan. Thus, facing relegation-threatened teams like Birmingham, Sunderland, and Aston Villa offers them excellent opportunities for growth, as they contend with seasoned players who, while skilled, are not top-tier talents, allowing the young players to gain confidence without facing overwhelming challenges. Moreover, Jishi has noticed some players of interest among the opposition, such as the young midfielder Henderson from Sunderland, who, despite being only 20, has already established himself as a starter. Such players warrant close attention, as they could become viable acquisitions for Southampton upon their promotion. However, at present, It seems futile to ponder such prospects, considering that Henderson is already competing in the Premier League at a young age, making it unlikely that he would consider a club in League One. Only players like Mkhitaryan and Lovren from smaller leagues would join Southampton as internationals. If there were a Premier League team competing with Southampton at the time, they would likely prevail. Henderson, a promising local talent, has already made his mark in the Premier League, making it challenging for Southampton to secure his services. In 2 years, when Southampton ascends to the Premier League, Henderson will be 22, and he may either have developed into a player beyond Southampton's budget or become less remarkable, thus falling off Jishi's radar. Jishi remains pragmatic about this reality. No club can acquire every talented player. Furthermore, he possesses achievement points to utilize, ensuring that any acquisitions he makes will be worthwhile, if not exceptional. This represents a considerable advantage. For any club, one of the most daunting challenges is signing players who do not fit their system, a frequent occurrence that can lead to significant resource waste during a summer transfer window. However, Jishi's situation allows him to avoid such pitfalls, presenting a substantial strategic advantage. However, Aston Villa's performance this season appears to defy the expectations of a mid-table team. After 10 rounds in the Premier League, Aston Villa ranks 7th, having secured 5 victories, trailing only behind the Manchester Giants, the 3 London clubs, and Liverpool, resembling a formidable mid-table force. It's merely a strong start. Sunderland currently sits 8th, remarked Ben Ali. Others chuckled in agreement, noting that Sunderland, previously vanquished by them, is just 1 point behind Aston Villa in 8th place. Both teams, battling relegation this season, have exhibited commendable performances, while Birmingham remains steadfastly in 15th place, grappling with relegation concerns since the season's inception. Indeed, to conquer formidable adversaries, one requires astute tactical arrangements and a profound understanding of opponents. Aston Villa's lofty ranking is not solely attributable to fortune. Their victories bear significant weight, having triumphed over both Chelsea and Liverpool and drawing with Manchester City. However, they have also faced defeats against Wigan Athletic, Blackburn, and West Ham, and settled for a draw with Wolverhampton, indicating potential instability in their performance, which warrants a closer examination of the specifics of their matches. Mr. G began to speak eloquently, while the assistant coaches regarded him with admiration. When G first took on the role of coach, aside from his exceptional training regimen, he was, in many respects, a novice, lacking in experience. Yet now, he has begun to embody the essence of a professional coach. The future of Southampton appears exceedingly bright. Chapter 28, Mr. G. As a venerable mid-table team, Aston Villa's remarkable performance this season is indeed astonishing, particularly in light of their initial 2 defeats followed by a 4-match winning streak. Their victories against the formidable Liverpool and Chelsea have ignited anticipation among spectators, pondering whether they might replicate the extraordinary start of the 1998-99 season. It is noteworthy that during that season, Aston Villa, despite ultimately finishing 6th, held the top position for several rounds in the first half, astonishing all with a squad primarily composed of homegrown players. Although a decade has passed, Aston Villa has long since transformed from the formidable team that once claimed the Champions Cup title into a mid-tier club. Nonetheless, this transformation does not stifle the aspirations of their fervent supporters. Teams with a legacy of grandeur often possess such an intrinsic spirit. In this League Cup 4th round, although they face a League One opponent, Southampton, they are considered old rivals, prompting their coach, McLeish, to regard them with due respect. As a burgeoning manager, McLeish is meticulous about details. He has scrutinized Southampton's recent victories and was astonished to discover several exceptional players within their ranks, particularly in their offensive line. The finesse of Giroud's striking, Lambert's scoring prowess coupled with his technical skills, Lalana's organizational acumen and long-range shooting, and Mkhitaryan's formidable breakthroughs all left an indelible impression on him. Against such a team, employing a counter-attacking strategy might seem ill-suited. However, after careful contemplation, McLeish resolved to proceed with it. This decision was straightforward. Southampton's defensive line lacks speed. Whether in the fullbacks or the center-backs, their pace is unremarkable, with Lovren, the tallest among them, being the quickest. Perry, not to mention, is burdened by age, and the fullbacks also exhibit average speed. Conversely, Aston Villa boasts one of the swiftest counter-attacking formations this season. Their front line is exceptionally rapid, with Agbonlahor as a notably fast forward, and the wings are flanked by the quick-footed Ashley Young and Petrov, supported by the midfield's dynamic running and contributions from Milner, Sidwell, and Cork, players with commendable mobility and passing capabilities. Villa's counterattacks are incisive. This sharpness has been pivotal in their triumphs over teams like Chelsea and Liverpool. However, against weaker opponents, they often falter, primarily due to a lack of aggressive offensive capability. Despite having strikers like Heskey and Carew on the bench, they frequently fall short. It is no wonder their win rate against lesser teams is significantly lower. When opponents do not press forward, Villa struggles to find the net. Ben Ali slapped his thigh and inquired of Jishi, "Are we going to play on the counter?" "No, we shall focus on offense," Jishi replied with a smile. Firstly, McLeish is unlikely to overlook our recent commendable performances, so he will be aware of our offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, they are overly confident in their defensive prowess, having successfully contained teams like Liverpool and Chelsea. Thus, he will likely adopt a counter-attacking approach against us, given our relatively slower defensive line. Isn't that precisely their forte? Ben Ali appeared perplexed. Indeed, but have you considered the mindset of the Villa players? Jishi inquired with a playful smile. Ben Ali was momentarily taken aback. After all, they were a Premier League team, recently triumphant against Chelsea, riding high on a wave of confidence. Facing us, a League One team, they would need to humble themselves and adopt a defensive counterattack strategy. Just imagine, would you not feel elated in their position? Jishi remarked. Moreover, McLeish had just taken charge, and his authority had yet to be firmly established. If we pressed them offensively on the pitch, provoking their ire, they would struggle to maintain focus on their defensive counterattacks. A vigorous offensive start could yield a goal. If not, we could strategically withdraw and allow their momentum to build, subsequently tightening our formation to counter their counterattack. Jishi concluded. With the tactics set, the focus now shifted to the players' execution, a matter Jishi felt confident about. After all, the Southampton players excelled in this regard, diligently adhering to the strategies he devised. This aspect indeed constituted a significant advantage. Although Jishi had yet to fully recognize just how substantial it was, the Southampton fans once again filled St. Mary's Stadium to capacity, their recent string of victories igniting their fervor. From this perspective, Southampton's fans were easily satisfied, yet they were also quite demanding. It was only through the continuous defeat of formidable opponents that they would joyfully flock to the stadium to witness the matches. Naturally, this is to be expected, as those unwavering supporters who remain loyal even if the team were to descend to the regional leagues are, in truth, a rarity. Such fans represent the heart and backbone of the club, deserving of utmost respect at all times. However, a greater number of supporters who attend matches during prosperous times can provide the club with enhanced motivation and greater wealth. When Jishi emerged from the players' tunnel, the stands erupted in fervent applause. Without enduring hardships, how can one witness a rainbow? Had Jishi led the team to successive victories from the outset, Southampton's fans might not have felt the impact as profoundly. Yet, following 2 consecutive defeats and 4 draws, the dismal results juxtaposed with the current streak of 7 consecutive victories create a truly exhilarating journey from the depths to the heights. Under such exhilarating circumstances, the admiration for Jishi naturally swells. At the very least, Southampton supporters have begun to recognize that no previous coach has matched Jishi's prowess. In fact, achieving 7 consecutive victories is a remarkable feat in the history of Southampton Football Club. Even during their time in League One, such a streak is a treasured accomplishment. After greeting the fans, Jishi proceeded to the away team's bench and shook hands with McLeish, previously unaware of such customs. He had not extended his hand to the opponent, but others in the club were quick to remind him, and Jishi graciously complied. Mr. G, at a young age, is truly a promising talent, McLeish remarked in a formal compliment. Indeed, it is hoped that both teams will showcase their skills and deliver an enthralling match for the spectators. Jishi, unfazed by this, had been educated from a young age to articulate such sentiments effortlessly. However, he felt slightly uncomfortable with being addressed as Mr. G, sensing that perhaps he should possess a grand pipe to merit such a title. Chapter 29. The atmosphere has been heightened to this point. In this match, the manager of the team deployed a formidable attacking lineup, substituting the defensively robust player, Let, for Mkhitaryan, clearly signaling an intent to launch a fierce offensive at home. McLeish, on the other hand, opted for his customary 4-5-1 formation, leaving 2 powerful strikers, Heskey and Carew, on the bench. This decision stemmed from necessity. Although Heskey once demonstrated remarkable prowess, age has diminished his capabilities, rendering him suitable only as a substitute rather than a starter. Carew, despite being relatively young, exhibits signs of premature decline, lacking the vigor one would expect from a 30-year-old. The most reliable forward in their ranks remains the homegrown talent, Agbon Lahore. While his goal tally may not be prolific, his relentless movement and lightning speed are invaluable assets. Southampton pressed forward, while Villa, relying on their rapid counterattacks, found the net time and again. McLeish seemed to anticipate this scenario. When he shook hands with the youthful owner and coach, he appeared courteous. Yet his demeanor masked a determination to show the young manager the challenges of coaching. Why should someone so young be both owner and coach without fear of dismissal? He resolved to demonstrate that coaching is not an easy endeavor. With this mindset, McLeish took his place, awaiting the match's commencement. However, just 5 minutes into the game, he was on his feet. From the outset, Southampton launched a barrage of attacks, firmly suppressing Aston Villa's efforts. While Villa's defense is commendable, having thwarted both Liverpool and Chelsea using counterattacks, it is not particularly exceptional. Their center-backs, Collins and Dunn, are competent but not elite, and their fullbacks are rather average. Their defensive success largely relates to their tactical approach, with 3 midfielders constantly intercepting and even the wide players, Ashley Young and Petrov, displaying some defensive acumen. Despite victories over Chelsea and Liverpool, they still conceded goals under pressure, illustrating their vulnerabilities. If they were to adopt a more humble stance, Southampton would not find it so easy to score. Yet, as Gia pointed out, Aston Villa's players can resolutely defend against Liverpool and Chelsea. But can they muster the same against Southampton? Human mentality is indeed the hardest to regulate. Southampton's offensive strategy is straightforward. After a series of passes, the ball reaches Mkhitaryan, who uses his dribbling skills to create opportunities. His ability to distribute the ball ensures that whoever receives it can act swiftly. And once such passing and opportunities arise near the penalty area, fluid attacks can ensue. In the realm of competition, a fluid offensive strategy significantly enhances the likelihood of scoring. Within a minute of the match's commencement, the wingman Giroud received a pass from Mkhitaryan, subsequently executing a delicate lob to the far post. The advancing Lalana, shielded by Lambert, attempted a header that narrowly skimmed past the goalpost and out of play. Villa's counterattack was swiftly thwarted at midfield by the charging Lovren, who promptly relayed the ball to the retreating Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan, with deft control, maneuvered past the hastily approaching defender Sidwell, then surged forward, distributing the ball to the flanks before Milner could intervene. The supporting Otsmobo lifted the ball into the penalty area, where Giroud, making a forward run, directed a powerful header that was narrowly parried away by the goalkeeper. Lalana then took a corner, which soared directly to the edge of the box, where the unmarked Schneiderlin, without taking a touch, struck the ball, sending it soaring over the crossbar. This sequence of 3 consecutive shots ignited fervent cheers from the Southampton supporters, while simultaneously igniting a sense of indignation among the Villa players. How could an English League One team come out so aggressively and dominate their play? Despite initially adopting a defensive counter-strategy, the mounting pressure rendered them unable to maintain their composure. The question of whether to defend or attack became irrelevant as they pressed forward with fierce determination. This seamless transition went unnoticed even by McLeish, as the atmosphere had reached a point where inaction was no longer an option. Southampton, meanwhile, was quick to regroup defensively. Although their defense was somewhat weakened due to the absence of Letizia and the average defensive capabilities of Mkhitaryan, the presence of Wanyama and Schneiderlin ensured that the area in front of the penalty box remained well guarded. Aston Villa's wing play was effective, yet penetrating into the box proved to be a formidable challenge. Ashley Young persistently endeavored to bypass Mills on the flank, but cutting inside remained elusive, as Perry swiftly positioned himself to cover. The experienced Perry proved invaluable in his defensive duties. When it came to crossing the ball after a breakthrough, however, it was not Abong-Lahore's forte to capitalize on such opportunities unless it was a ground pass. High balls made it exceedingly difficult for him to claim the first touch. Even with ground passes, he struggled to secure possession under Lovren's relentless pressure. Thus, after only 2 minutes of attacking play, Villa conceded a goal. Petrov's forceful breakthrough ended with a ground pass that Perry intercepted with timely intervention. Schneiderlin, retreating quickly, propelled the ball forward, although Lalana had tracked back. Mkhitaryan and the 2 strikers were positioned significantly ahead. The momentum had shifted rapidly. Giroud leapt high, overpowering the opposing defender to nod the ball down. Lambert received the pass but did not advance. Instead, he deftly laid the ball off to the on-rushing Mkhitaryan, who surged forward with remarkable speed, exuding an imposing presence. The trailing Villa defenders instinctively converged on him, intent on intercepting the ball midway. They were unperturbed about passing to Giroud or Lambert. Given the distance to the goal was still 30 to 40 meters, even if they received the ball, the two towering strikers lacked the necessary pace. Additionally, passing behind them would likely result in an offside. As the opposing defenders closed in, Mkhitaryan decisively opted to pass. He chose not to send the ball to the closer Lambert in the center, but rather to the slightly wider Giroud. Upon receiving the ball, Giroud did not accelerate forward, which momentarily reassured the Villa defenders, knowing he was still 30 meters from goal and at an unfavorable angle. Given Giroud's pace, they believed they could reposition themselves before he entered the penalty area, especially since he did not advance upon receiving the ball. However, at that moment, everyone witnessed Giroud take a swift step forward, wind up with his right foot, and suddenly unleash a long-range shot from 30 meters out. Chapter 30. The dilemma of Giroud. As Giroud unleashed a powerful strike from 30 meters away, the ball traced an exquisite arc through the air, soaring over the hasty leap of the goalkeeper before plunging into the net. A moment of silence enveloped the stadium, only to be shattered by an eruption of exuberant cheers. No one anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Giroud would produce such a spectacular long-range goal at this moment. It is noteworthy that, although Giroud is a new addition this season and a consistent starter, his performances had not been particularly noteworthy. Lambert scored numerous goals and showcased his ability to hold the ball, while Lalana contributed across the midfield, frequently finding the net with long-range shots and incisive runs. As for Mkhitaryan, his arrival revitalized Southampton's attacking play, exuding reliability. In contrast, Giroud appeared to be merely a laborer in the forward line, retreating to collect the ball, creating opportunities, and providing support. Though he had scored a few goals, they were of the unadorned variety, simple finishes in the box from teammates' passes, reflecting his earnest and unassuming demeanor. Yet, in this moment, he astonished everyone with a breathtaking strike that opened the door to victory for Southampton. Jishi raised his fist in triumph. This long-range shot was entirely unexpected, a testament to Giroud's sudden burst of inspiration. When a player feels that surge of confidence, they must seize the moment. Jishi began to reconsider his previous assessment of Giroud. He had always viewed him as a valuable yet unremarkable target man, possessing height, strength, and a modicum of technical skill that could prove useful in the lower leagues. However, whether these attributes would translate to the Premier League remained uncertain. Yet, this long-range goal demonstrated that Giroud could not only fulfill tactical roles, but also emerge as a remarkably versatile striker. If that were the case, he might even surpass Lambert in utility, given his youth, superior physical condition, and greater height. Keep it up, Jishi thought, clapping enthusiastically from the sidelines. Giroud nodded vigorously in acknowledgement and raised his fist toward the bench. This season, when choosing to join Southampton, Giroud indeed experienced moments of hesitation. Had he not been merely a fringe player in League Two, with no League One clubs showing interest, he might not have considered taking a chance in League One. However, the head coach placed significant trust in him, making him a near-constant starter, which brought Giroud great joy, although his goals were not numerous. As most opportunities were seized by Lambert, he was content with his role in facilitating and drawing defenders away. At 23, he yearned for ample match experience. As the matches resumed, Aston Villa found themselves at a loss, uncertain whether to adopt an offensive strategy, bolster their defense, or apply pressure in midfield. McLeish, too, felt somewhat bewildered. He could not comprehend how they transitioned from a plan of counter-attacking defense to conceding a goal to their opponents. It surely must have been an accident. Yet, that misfortune had already transpired, leaving them trailing by a goal. At this juncture, what purpose did further defensive counterattacks serve? The opposing team could easily slow their offensive tempo and even begin to pass the ball back and forth in midfield. Having watched several Southampton matches, McLeish recognized that while the team's overall prowess might not be particularly exceptional, their players possessed commendable technical skills. Such a team is a rarity in League One. Were it not for Southampton's exceptional youth training system, they would lack such capability. If they were to engage in continuous passing on the field, one would not have to worry about Villa's counterattacks. Did one not witness how Guardiola's Barcelona dispatched all their adversaries through the art of passing last season? Although the skills of Southampton's players are considerably inferior to those of Barcelona, they possess the technical ability to execute such strategies. However, should they opt for an aggressive attack, McLeish is acutely aware of his team's offensive capabilities. If their attacking prowess were indeed formidable, they would not find themselves struggling against mid to lower tier teams in the league. It is a dilemma. McLeish pondered extensively, unsure of how to proceed. He had devised plans, yet none accounted for conceding a goal within the first 5 minutes. Thus, he resolved to observe the unfolding of events on the pitch, allowing both sides to engage in a tactical struggle while seeking opportunities. After all, Villa remains significantly stronger overall. Their players are generally seasoned and possess commendable abilities, each a veteran of the Premier League, unlike Southampton's youthful squad. Currently, among Southampton's starting lineup, only Perry and goalkeeper Davis possess extensive Premier League experience. The remaining players, despite their talents, are limited to championship experience. This slight advantage must be capitalized upon. Consequently, in the ensuing moments, Aston Villa began to engage Southampton persistently in midfield, leveraging their numerical superiority to seek opportunities and attempt to exploit the spaces behind. However, executing such a tactic requires not only exceptional passing but also accurate movement and speed from the attacking players, alongside a modicum of time. Agbonlahor is undoubtedly an outstanding forward. Renowned for his pace, yet in conventional positional play, no matter how swift he is, he cannot outpace the ball. Villa's attempts to play through balls behind the defense were thwarted as he failed to connect with the passes, often being thwarted by Davis's timely interventions. The efficiency of this offensive strategy is rather low. Direct passes fail to penetrate, prompting Villa to exploit the flanks. Petarov possesses remarkable speed, rivaling that of Agbonlahor. Yet when space on the wing is insufficient, his pace appears somewhat misplaced. Lacking the room to sprint, he often finds himself driving the ball out of play. Moreover, such a singular approach to breaking through is easily countered by defenders. In this context, Ashley Young's performance has been commendable. His footwork is impressive. Although he has earned the nickname Young as a jest, mocking his inability to outmaneuver opponents on the wing. It is primarily due to his steady ball control and slightly inferior evasion skills. However, given the right space, his passing threat following a breakthrough remains substantial. Consequently, in the ensuing period, the young Professor, Young, became increasingly active, consistently receiving the ball and attempting to penetrate, delivering passes into the penalty area that left Southampton's left back, Mills, in a state of distress. Yet, under Perry's protection, such crosses seldom posed a genuine threat. "We are defending well, and there are no significant issues," Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Chapter 31. Unfortunately, we cannot afford it. Southampton's defense is not particularly remarkable. After all, they frequently concede goals even in League One. And despite their recent success, they nearly concede in every match. This is largely due to their tactical approach, which leans more towards offensive solutions rather than defensive ones. However, when faced with Villa's relentless assault, they manage to hold firm. This can be attributed not only to their defensive tactics, but also to Villa's lackluster attacking prowess. After several minutes of sustained pressure, Villa's offense began to wane, a natural rhythm indeed. No team can maintain incessant aggression indefinitely. Even dominant teams struggle to completely suppress weaker opponents, apart from Guardiola's Barcelona in recent years. The phenomenon of one side flourishing for a while before the other takes its turn is entirely normal. As Villa's attack slowed, Southampton seized the opportunity to counter. Mkhitaryan received the ball and surged forward, aware of his exceptional dribbling skills, prompting Sidwell to confront him. Yet, Sidwell was still unable to contain Mkhitaryan. The Armenian may not possess great speed, but his technical prowess and ball control are outstanding, allowing him to change direction swiftly, making it exceedingly difficult for unfamiliar opponents to adapt to his dribbling rhythm. Sidwell could scarcely anticipate his moves. Thus, in a mere encounter, Mkhitaryan, through a series of feints, caused Sidwell to lose his balance, seamlessly bypassing him. Upon successfully breaking through, Mkhitaryan advanced with the ball, now brimming with confidence in his dribbling ability. Having faced several Premier League teams, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of thwarting his advances. However, in the next moment, his burgeoning confidence began to wane. Milner, without uttering a word, charged in from the side and ensnared him. Once Milner had latched onto him, Mkhitaryan felt the pressure mounting. Milner, although primarily an attacking player, exhibited remarkable defensive prowess owing to his exceptional stamina and tenacity. "I recall Milner being an attacking player. How is he so adept defensively?" Jishi inquired of Ben Ali, somewhat perplexed. Ben Ali, despite his shortcomings, excelled in this regard. He had indeed started as an attacker at Leeds, but his outstanding physical attributes, stamina, and combative skills had allowed him to traverse various positions throughout the years, rendering him a versatile asset. Jishi, stroking his chin contemplatively, mused that such a player ought to be in a prestigious club. Ben Ali chuckled, acknowledging the truth in that statement. While such players may not always secure a starting position, their ability to perform across multiple roles, combined with their diligent and proactive running, makes them invaluable to any elite team, whether as a starter or a substitute. Regrettably, we cannot afford him. Alas, if only we were a Premier League team now, whether him or the earlier Henderson, I would ensure their acquisition at the first opportunity. Both, like our Walton, possess the qualities to serve as the backbone of the midfield, Jishi side. Ben Ali shrugged, agreeing that Jishi's observation held merit but lamenting its futility. On the pitch, Mkhitaryan, realizing he could not maneuver past his opponent, executed a sudden stop, creating space to pass the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Lalana found himself devoid of any advantageous openings and could only turn to return the ball. Southampton seamlessly transitioned into a positional attack. In terms of positional play, Southampton had a slight edge, particularly with their two powerful forwards exerting formidable pressure in the box. Aston Villa's central defenders, seasoned veterans in the Premier League, appeared somewhat lacking in physical confrontations. They were not entirely inept, yet facing strikers measuring 187 meters and just over 190 meters. They found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Nevertheless, with the support of their teammates, they managed to hold firm. As the first half progressed, both teams engaged in a tug-of-war, finding it challenging to gain the upper hand. However, with Southampton holding the lead, their players became increasingly composed on the field. When the referee signaled the end of the first half, a resounding cheer erupted from the Southampton supporters. For the new Southampton's performance against three Premier League teams in the League Cup had truly exceeded their expectations. It is not merely the relegation that has brought about this phenomenon. Even during their tenure in the Premier League, Southampton seldom exhibited such remarkable consistency in cup competitions. After all, Southampton has traditionally been regarded as a mid-table team, rarely showcasing dazzling performances. Particularly following the retirement of Lalana, the team lost a pivotal spark. A team devoid of such a catalyst finds it challenging to achieve successive victories. Yet, under the stewardship of the new manager, they have displayed an extraordinary prowess in the League Cup, a fact that undoubtedly brings joy to the fans. Even if the match ultimately does not culminate in victory, the fans shall harbor no grievances. Many supporters, upon contemplating this notion, promptly expressed their disapproval with a few disdainful sounds. This match is one we must win. A victory would propel us into the quarterfinals of the League Cup. In the second half, we need to exhibit greater stability. It is crucial to recognize that such matches serve as excellent opportunities for us to hone our skills, allowing us to experience the caliber of elite teams firsthand, an invaluable experience that money cannot buy. We must solidify our midfield, engage them in battle, and seize every opportunity to score. In the locker room, Jishi expressed his determination, not merely empty talk, as he was also prepared for Villa's tactical adjustments. After all, both Carew and Heskey could be deployed, and having a striker on the field would complicate our defensive efforts. Conversely, the introduction of a striker would weaken Villa's midfield or defense, presenting Southampton with a chance as well. With Jishi's tactical acumen reaching a certain level, he has become quite astute in considering such matters. The previous 4 consecutive draws were not in vain. McLeish had few alternatives. He could only field Carew to bolster the attacking strength and exert more pressure on Southampton's defense. However, this meant that once Sidwell was substituted, only Milner and Cork remained in midfield, both of whom are more adept at offense. Sidwell was the sole defensive presence in midfield, and as the second half unfolded, Aston Villa's midfield began to lose its balance. With their mentality already somewhat unstable, the unfolding events on the pitch exacerbated the situation, rendering Villa's second half increasingly arduous. They struggled to gain an advantage in midfield and were forced to mount attacks primarily through the flanks, marking the commencement of a battle against Southampton's defense. Chapter 32. Everyone is competent in terms of defensive prowess along the flanks. Southampton is indeed rather average. Their offensive capabilities are similarly unremarkable. Whether it is Otsu Mobo or Mills, they are merely ordinary players, products of Southampton's youth academy, lacking exceptional talent. The reality is, they remain at Southampton due to a lack of better opportunities elsewhere. Southampton utilizes them simply because there are no stronger players available. After all, acquiring quality fullbacks is quite challenging. Thus, on the wings, their goal is merely to prevent opponents from cutting inside the penalty area. In the central area of the penalty box, Lovren was tasked with marking Carew, while Perry continued to provide support. Wooten retreated into the penalty area to keep an eye on Agbanlahor. After all, Assigning Perry to Mark Agbonlahor could prove exhausting, especially if the latter made a few sprints. Consequently, Southampton's formation had effectively morphed into a 5-3-2 setup, featuring 5 dedicated defenders and 5 additional players ready to assist in defense while preparing for counterattacks. This approach is undeniably unprofessional. However, given the current circumstances on the field, both offensive and defensive strategies have been effectively balanced. Davis delivered an exceptional performance. First thwarting a shot from Young at the edge of the penalty area, and then using his foot to block a close-range attempt from Agbonlahor within the box. Milner unleashed a powerful long-range strike that posed a significant threat, yet Lovren managed to intercept the ball with his body, as Villa struggled to break the deadlock. Their offensive onslaught intensified, inadvertently providing Southampton with opportunities for counterattacks. Villa's players are not oblivious to this reality, yet at this juncture, they have no choice but to persist in their offensive efforts. Otherwise, they risk losing any chance of success. This, too, is a form of gambling. Yet, their wager faltered. As the match approached the 72nd minute, Perry disrupted the ball within the penalty area. Schneiderlin seized the opportunity, delivering a long pass into the forward line. Giroud skillfully controlled the ball, advancing with purpose, while Lalana surged forward at great speed. Giroud accurately placed the ball at his feet, allowing Lalana to deftly maneuver into the penalty area, subsequently lofting the ball into the center. Uninterrupted, Lambert executed a stunning volley. The ball soared, piercing the top corner of the net, leaving the Aston Villa goalkeeper helpless. At this moment, victory in the match felt assured. Jishi vigorously pumped his fist. Villa's offensive prowess had always been mediocre, and now it seemed even more so. Swiftly, Jishi substituted Mkhitaryan with Ledesier to bolster the midfield defense. Moments later, he brought on James for Lambert, further reinforcing their defensive stance. With a robust midfield protection in place, Southampton's defense became increasingly resolute. Aston Villa exhausted every tactic at their disposal but could not find the net. When the referee signaled the conclusion of the match, Jishi embraced his assistant coaches with fervor. "We have reached the quarterfinals of the League Cup." Ledesier appeared to revive the fervor of his playing days, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. "Haha, Matthew, do not rush. This is merely the beginning." Jishi laughed heartily. He understood Ledesier's sentiments, despite his unwavering dedication to Southampton. He had yet to attain any accolades. Over the span of more than a decade in the league, the highest ranking achieved was a mere 7th. With no appearances in European competitions, and neither the FA Cup nor the League Cup had seen him reach the finals. This is also the greatest regret of Ledesier. If he could attain some commendable honors as an assistant coach at Southampton now, it would certainly alleviate his deepest disappointment. Ledesier quickly regained his composure. He has always been a person of tranquility. He offered an apologetic smile to Jishi, acknowledging his sentiments that this is merely the beginning, and there is still a long way to go before they can claim any accolades. As long as there is hope, that is sufficient. Currently, the entire Southampton community has glimpsed that hope. Is that not enough? Southampton has advanced to the quarterfinals of the League Cup. In previous years, this would not have been remarkable, as Southampton, being a Premier League team, reaching the quarterfinals of the League Cup was not an unusual feat, however. Southampton is now a League One team. They have triumphed over 3 Premier League teams to reach the quarterfinals. Such performance is enough to evoke a sense of shame among many Premier League clubs. Apart from Southampton, the remaining 7 teams in this season's League Cup are all from the Premier League. Among the strong contenders, aside from Liverpool, who were eliminated by Arsenal in the previous round, all others have progressed to the quarterfinals: Manchester United, Manchester City, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Tottenham, with Portsmouth and Blackburn being the remaining 2 teams. Will Southampton face Portsmouth in the League Cup? Although these 2 teams are absolute arch-rivals, their encounters have been rather infrequent. Upon seeing the list of all 8 quarterfinalists, nearly all reporters began to anticipate a particular moment. It is evident that the English Football League knows how to create excitement. In the draw for the quarterfinal matchups, Southampton drew Portsmouth. It seems that our League One team will enjoy a series of home games, which is certainly a positive outcome. I believe the 220,000 residents of Southampton have long awaited this match. After learning the draw results, Jishi readily accepted an exclusive interview with the Southampton Evening Mail sports section, sharing remarks that may lack substance but are sure to ignite excitement among the Southampton faithful. The new manager appears to be quite adept, a sentiment shared by the Southampton supporters. However, upon reflection, considering that previous executives, including former Chairman Lowe, ex-executive Wilder, and former youth development director Watt all vouched for Jishi as a loyal Southampton fan. It seems less remarkable. It is noteworthy that these individuals, having departed from the club, still chose to speak in Jishi's favor, suggesting their endorsement is not driven by self-interest. This interview is likely to bolster Jishi's popularity among the Southampton faithful. Nevertheless, Jishi is acutely aware that such goodwill is precarious. Only tangible achievements can solidify the fans' affection. What constitutes success? In this season, the most pressing goal is to secure promotion back to the championship. The quarterfinals of the League Cup will not occur until early December, thus Southampton's immediate focus remains on the league, alongside the forthcoming FA Cup and the English Trophy matches. Despite being a League One team, they have a considerable number of matches ahead. Perhaps the consecutive victories in the Championship and League have led to a dip in form, as Southampton failed to extend their winning streak to 8 matches in the subsequent league round, drawing 2-2 against Leyton Orient in London, thereby halting their streak. Chapter 33. Declining form. The draw elicited some sighs from Southampton supporters, yet it did not cause significant concern. In the context of the lengthy League One season, 1 or 2 draws are hardly consequential. The top 2 teams gain direct promotion, while positions 3 to 6 compete for the final promotion spot through playoffs. Thus, as long as they can secure a place in the top 6, there remains a chance for success. While Southampton's fans fervently hope for a direct promotion within the top 2, they must acknowledge their 10-point deduction at the start of the season, coupled with the necessary adjustment period. Currently, the top 2 teams are performing exceptionally well. After 15 rounds, Leeds United boasts 11 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, amassing 36 points, while second and third places, Charlton and Milton Keynes, have garnered 29 points. Given Leeds United's impressive form, Southampton's most pragmatic ambition is to strive for second place. If that proves elusive, achieving a top 6 finish and entering the playoffs is also a viable path. After all, they started with a 10-point deficit. Contemplating this, Southampton supporters feel somewhat disheartened. Had it not been for the deduction, their points tally would stand at 29. They could have been strong contenders for second place and even harbored aspirations for the top position. Following this, Southampton began preparations for the cup matches, starting with the first round of the FA Cup, followed by the southern semi-finals of the English Trophy. Both opponents are from League One. In the FA Cup, Southampton will face Bristol Rovers, whom they have previously defeated, while in the Trophy, they will host the current second-place team, Charlton. A solid performance is all that is required. Jishi addressed the players, expressing his tempered expectations for the FA Cup. The tournament, he noted, is protracted, and Premier League powerhouses tend to prioritize it over the League Cup. Previously, Southampton's encounters with mid-tier Premier League teams were not particularly advantageous, as those clubs placed greater emphasis on the League Cup, fielding their strongest lineups. Should they face formidable opponents like Manchester United, Arsenal, Liverpool, or Chelsea, it is conceivable that these teams might field a majority of their substitutes, potentially making the match less daunting. Nonetheless, even teams of Manchester United's caliber would not typically deploy a significant number of substitutes in the FA Cup. This delineates the distinction between the FA Cup and the League Cup. The FA Cup, being the most venerable competition in England, holds immense prestige despite offering little in terms of financial incentive, whereas the League Cup is merely regarded as a rather inconsequential tournament. Consequently, in this particular match, Jishi opted not to deploy many of his key players, instead fielding a few physically fit starters alongside substitutes to face Bristol Rovers away from home. Fortunately, the opposing team harbored modest expectations, as Bristol Rovers' primary goal for the season is merely to stave off relegation in League One. After a grueling 90 minutes, Southampton narrowly triumphed, securing a hard-fought victory with a score of 3-2, thus advancing to the second round of the FA Cup. Well done, Jishi commended his players. For the majority of Southampton's substitutes possess only average capabilities. Given their current financial standing, maintaining a competitive first-team lineup, along with 1 or 2 substitutes capable of making a difference, is indeed a commendable achievement. Naturally, for a League One team, such depth in the squad is quite sufficient. The commendable performance of these substitutes deserves praise. In the FA Cup, they were deployed, while in the forthcoming English Championship, Jishi has chosen to field the entire first team. This approach may seem perplexing at first glance, yet from the perspective of Jishi, it is entirely reasonable. The English Championship, though seemingly unimposing, is indeed a prestigious national cup competition. Furthermore, Southampton has never claimed such a title in its history. Achieving this milestone grants a commendable 50 achievement points, while securing the championship for the first time bestows an additional 100 points. This dual reward, an opportunity that is fleeting, is one Jishi could not afford to overlook. He would forsake the FA Cup and the League Cup, but not this competition. Thus, Charlton suffered a significant setback. Currently, they find themselves tied for second place, and their league responsibilities remain considerable. Although Charlton has never triumphed in the championship, such an accolade pales in comparison to the significance of promotion. Despite having reached the semi-finals, they face the Southern semi-finals, where victory necessitates 2 additional matches, culminating in the national final. This period is inherently dense with competition, and given their overall capabilities are not particularly outstanding, maintaining a position within the top 2 proves to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, Charlton did not field their strongest lineup for this match, operating under the assumption that Southampton would concentrate on their league endeavors. It was evident that Southampton, with their prowess, was indeed a strong contender for promotion. However, Southampton exhibited a lack of sportsmanship by deploying their full-strength squad at home, decisively overwhelming their opponents. The formidable quartet of Mkhitaryan, Lalana, Lambert, and Giroud each found the net, culminating in a resounding 4-0 victory over Charlton, leaving them dejected as they departed Southampton. Some might argue that such exertion in the championship was unwarranted, and they expressed their frustration vocally. From certain perspectives, their sentiments hold merit. Southampton's earlier form had indeed shown signs of decline. Otherwise, they would not have drawn with the mediocre Leyton Orient. However, they managed to rally in their subsequent league matches, only to face a complete downturn thereafter. In their home clash against relegation-threatened Brighton, they suffered a thorough defeat, with a scoreline of 1-3 marking their first home loss of the season. Especially notable considering they had previously triumphed against Premier League teams in the League Cup. In the following 17th round, Southampton faced 5th-placed Norwich at home. Spurred by the challenge posed by a strong opponent, Southampton performed admirably, ultimately concluding the match in a 2-2 draw. The fans found satisfaction in the draw, considering it commendable to secure a stalemate against a higher-ranked team. However, in the subsequent 18th round, during the away match against mid-table Hartlepool, Southampton faced a resounding defeat due to the poor fitness of most of their key players who were unable to participate. From the 15th round against Leyton Orient to this match, Southampton experienced a disheartening streak of 4 consecutive matches without a victory in the league. The fans could only console themselves, acknowledging that the distractions of cup competitions naturally lead to fluctuations in league performance. Although their points tally had slipped to the 18th position, they remained merely 10 points adrift of 6th-placed Huddersfield. Without point deductions, we still possess the caliber of a top 6 team. Chapter 34. The prodigy of the reserve team Jishi was mentally prepared for the recent decline in form. After all, striving for success in cup competitions inevitably impacts league performance. Jishi harbored a rather audacious notion to forego a top 2 finish and instead aim for promotion through the playoffs. It is noteworthy that Southampton has historically claimed both the championship and the runner-up position in the old First Division. Thus, securing a top 2 finish would only facilitate a straightforward promotion, offering no additional benefits. In fact, the playoffs presented an uncharted territory for Southampton, as they had never participated in them in the old First Division, let alone secured victory. Achieving promotion through the playoffs would not only be exhilarating but also illuminate achievement points, promising substantial rewards for him. Of course, such a perspective would be deemed reckless by any seasoned coach, as the pressures of playoff competition are not easily borne. And enduring the trials of such matches after a lengthy league season is indeed a harrowing experience. This is far from the imagined scenario of a win-win situation. No one desires to engage in a playoff. Only those who are unable to secure a top 2 position are compelled to fight for it. Yet, can you expect someone who was merely an ordinary fan a year ago to comprehend this? Currently, Jishi remains quite naive, approaching the team with a mindset akin to that of a casual gamer. When one plays a game, the aspiration is to achieve perfection, rather than prioritizing the most crucial objectives. This is precisely where Jishi still requires growth. Nevertheless, this mindset could indeed help him cultivate a more composed demeanor. After all, it is an exceedingly rare individual who experiences anxiety while playing games. The team's 4-game winless streak has left Jishi feeling rather despondent. After all, a defeat coupled with a draw yields no achievement points, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that during this period, the main players have had ample opportunity to recuperate and rest, Consequently, their performance in the forthcoming matches is likely to be markedly improved. The nature of athletes is such that peaks are often followed by valleys. Having experienced a downturn, a resurgence is typically on the horizon. In the 19th round of the league, facing the relegation-threatened Wycombe Wanderers, Southampton managed to secure a hard-fought victory. Lambert's golden goal provided the team with 3 invaluable points, enabling Southampton to emerge from the quagmire of their winless streak. Following this triumphant victory, the supporters of Southampton collectively exhaled in relief. As the team gradually regains its form ahead of 2 consecutive cup matches, particularly the significant encounter against Portsmouth, this is undoubtedly a commendable development. The forthcoming week presents yet another cup match week, commencing with the FA Cup second round, where Southampton will face Northampton away. Interestingly, they have encountered this English League Two team before in the first round of the League Cup, and now they meet again in the FA Cup. Subsequently, in the middle of the week, the much-anticipated clash against Portsmouth awaits on home turf. Southampton's fortune in consistently playing the League Cup at home is indeed remarkable, as the home and away fixtures are determined by a draw, and the team has been fortunate enough to always be drawn as the home side. The distinction between the significance of the FA Cup's second round and the League Cup's quarterfinals is quite apparent. Therefore, the squad heading to face Northampton will consist solely of substitutes, as the key players have been retained at home to recuperate and gather their strength. Such an approach appears to exhibit a certain disregard for the FA Cup. However, as the tournament has only progressed to its second round, this has not garnered much attention. Instead, it is the fierce encounter between Southampton and Portsmouth in the League Cup that has captured the public's interest. Nonetheless, to venture away without the attacking stalwarts is one matter, but the absence of a player capable of galvanizing the entire team in the midfield and forward positions is indeed concerning. Such players are not absent under Jishi's guidance. Whether it's Lalana or Mkhitaryan, they embody that caliber. However, with the League Cup approaching, sending them on a trip to Northampton seems rather impractical. At this moment, Ben Ali suggested a brilliant idea. Why not check the youth team? Jishi suddenly realized, feeling a twinge of foolishness for having overlooked Southampton's most valuable treasure, the youth academy. He promptly turned towards the reserve team's training ground. Goodness, it had been several months since he last visited the youth training facilities, a place where he used to spend considerable time. Upon his arrival, the youth development director, Prost, greeted Jishi with a warm embrace, followed by a teasing remark. Observing Prost, Jishi felt a pang of guilt. He had little emotional connection to Southampton's youth academy, to the extent that he forgot his own roots, having emerged from the very academy he now neglected. Thus, his absence over the past few months was indeed peculiar to others. Nevertheless, he had a ready excuse. I've been quite busy since taking office, with a multitude of responsibilities, and only now do I find a moment to visit. Prost was quite understanding of this, considering that Jishi had previously only lingered around the youth academy, while the majority of Southampton's current players were ones he had not coached. The task of integrating the team was quite laborious, not to mention the numerous first-team matches ahead. So, what brings you to the youth academy today? Prost inquired. Need I say more? I'm here to scout for promising players. Age is not a concern. What matters is their technical prowess and ability to inspire the team through their breakthroughs. Our competitive demands are intense, and we require a particular focus at this time. Young players with exceptional individual skills will prove invaluable, Jishi replied. Prost chuckled heartily. I knew you wouldn't forget about that lad. He has been performing remarkably well in the reserves, and although still young, he is capable of contributing to the first team in League One. Jishi felt a sense of bewilderment. It seemed that there was indeed a young prodigy in the reserves whom Jishi had been keenly observing, perfectly aligning with his requirements. Yet, he was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Prost had no intention of testing Jishi's knowledge in his mind. This young talent was already considered a product of Jishi's mentorship. He simply pointed towards the field. There he is, playing right now. Let us see how he has progressed lately, Prost remarked. Jishi turned his gaze toward the training ground, where he was immediately captivated by a particular figure. The perception Jishi held now was markedly different from that at the onset of the season. Having never been oblivious to the nuances of the game, he had observed numerous remarkable players, enabling him to discern true talent through comparison. The young black player on the field epitomized such exceptional skill. Witnessing the finesse with which he handled the ball, it was evident he possessed a rare genius. Jishi couldn't help but marvel internally. Chapter 35. The influence of genius excelling in the reserve team is not particularly noteworthy. However, Showcasing extraordinary dribbling skills and remarkable physical prowess sets one apart. After all, an individual's technical abilities are often apparent to the discerning eye. This seemingly slender young man possessed such exquisite footwork. He effortlessly toyed with his opponents, evading one after another, subsequently securing goals for his team through precise passes or his own deft strikes. This is an almost overwhelming performance. This young man has progressed at an astonishing pace, Jishi remarked. At merely 16 years and 3 months, his future is indeed highly promising, Prost stated. That must be him, Jishi added. This promising young lad bears the illustrious surname of Chamberlain. For the young Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, there has never been a doubt regarding the brilliance of his future. After all, some talents are readily apparent. With his exceptional abilities, even in the renowned Youth Academy of Southampton, he is indeed a rare gem. Coaches at various levels believe he will become the next Walcott or Bale, as his attributes closely resemble those of these already celebrated predecessors. His technical prowess is remarkable, his speed is exhilarating, and he is capable of playing in any forward position. He can create opportunities through his dribbling, strike the ball himself, and deliver incisive passes to set up his teammates. Such a well-rounded offensive player would be cherished anywhere. Thus, when he encountered Jishi, he was not particularly astonished, but rather instinctively felt that he was destined to advance to the first team sooner rather than later. Alex, come along. Your training ground will now be with the first team, Jishi informed Chamberlain. Nodding in agreement, Chamberlain naturally followed Jishi, though he did not forget to greet Prost before departing. Prost watched Chamberlain's retreating figure with satisfaction, recognizing him as the most outstanding among this group of players. Moving forward, Southampton's Youth Academy is bound to cultivate even more exceptional talents, though certain enhancements to the facilities are necessary. While Prost contemplated how to procure funds from Jishi to upgrade the academy, Jishi had already escorted Chamberlain to the first team and arranged a training session. The arrival of a newcomer in the Youth Academy was no longer a novelty for the Southampton players, many of whom had traversed a similar path. However, it was indeed surprising for a mere 16-year-old to join the first team. Yet, after just one training session, it became abundantly clear to everyone that this young man was a prodigy. Indeed, some talents are so evident. Chamberlain is one such genius. Everyone marveled at the increasing number of exceptional attackers at Southampton, following the sale of 2 primary forwards and a key attacking midfielder. Many had expressed concern over who would score goals for the new season. But now, is this still a question? Certainly not. Lambert, Giroud, Lalana, Mkhitaryan, and now Chamberlain have joined the ranks. While the number of forwards may seem somewhat excessive, judicious rotation will invariably yield benefits. Chamberlain understands that, despite his prodigious talent, securing a starting position immediately remains a daunting task. The forthcoming season will be best spent seizing opportunities to play and training with the first team, adapting to the caliber of superior players, accumulating invaluable experience, and then striving for a starting role in the following season. This is the proper course of progression. This has no connection to genius. Even the prodigious Bale of yesteryears could only gradually earn his place at Tottenham, although Southampton is currently far inferior to Tottenham. The fundamental principles of football must still be acknowledged. However, after merely 3 days of training, Oxlade-Chamberlain's name prominently appears on the list for the upcoming weekend's away match against Northampton. Not only is he included in the squad, but he also finds himself on the starting lineup. Even the journalists who have closely followed Southampton for an extended period are left bewildered. What on earth is this? Although they are all aware that Southampton's Youth Academy boasts a prodigy named Chamberlain, and they recognize that this young lad is destined to become a member of the first team. Did he really just join the first team training the day before yesterday and then start in the FA Cup today? This is utterly ridiculous. Sensitive individuals would immediately feel a shiver. Chamberlain was born on August 15, 1936, and the subsequent match took place on November 28. This means that when Chamberlain took the field, he was merely 16 years and 105 days old. This achievement shattered the previous record set by Walcott, who made his debut for Southampton at the tender age of 16 years and 143 days. Although Southampton has now fallen to League One, such a remarkable record continues to astonish. Consequently, even before the match commenced, it had already been fervently sensationalized by numerous media outlets. At this moment, Jishi realized he had made an error. He had not pondered deeply, as his sole intention was to have a capable individual lead the substitutes during the away game. To avoid a lack of offensive prowess, Chamberlain was precisely such a capable person, nothing more, nothing less. However, his simplistic consideration, coupled with the media's involvement in Chamberlain's age, complicated matters significantly. Observing how a match that initially seemed inconsequential garnered so much attention, Jishi felt a wave of anxiety. His concern was not for any other reason, but rather for the potential imbalance in Chamberlain's mindset. Should the first match result in a dismal performance, it could cast a shadow over the young players, leading to substantial repercussions. This is not a case of unfounded anxiety. Numerous exceptionally talented players have experienced a significant impact on their subsequent performances due to an inauspicious start in their inaugural official match. Thus, during their journey, Jishi discreetly observed Zhang Bolin and noticed that the young man appeared rather carefree, listening to music and swaying his head, seemingly unaffected by the pressures. Only then did Jishi feel a sense of relief. In the ensuing match, Zhang Bolin did not disappoint anyone. The content of this match was rather unremarkable. Northampton's capabilities were decidedly average. Even in the absence of Chamberlain, the abilities of Southampton substitutes might struggle to secure an effortless victory, though maintaining a draw would not prove difficult. However, Chamberlain's performance on the field was exceptionally impressive. Opponents of a lower caliber were utterly incapable of thwarting his swift breakthroughs. Each time he acquired the ball, he unleashed significant destructive potential, dismantling the opposing defense and creating opportunities. Ultimately, although he did not score a goal or provide a direct assist in this match, all three goals were facilitated by his ability to draw ample attention before passing the ball, allowing his teammates to effortlessly convert. Southampton triumphed comfortably over Northampton. Chapter 36. The underwhelming Portsmouth. Following the FA Cup match, accolades for Chamberlain swiftly inundated numerous sports media outlets. The English sports press has long been afflicted by the pernicious habit of unrestrained adulation for local players, particularly the young talents. A commendable performance can swiftly earn them grandiose titles such as star or phenom. Such praise can easily unsettle a player's mentality. However, no matter how adept a coach may be, there are limitations to what can be done. In the past, players could be shielded from newspapers, but in this digital age, a mere smartphone grants access to the internet. Although the wireless infrastructure in the UK is rather abysmal, it remains feasible to scroll through a few news articles. Thus, Jishi cannot afford to focus excessively on Chamberlain. His attention is entirely devoted to the upcoming League Cup match against Portsmouth at home. This marks the first encounter between Southampton and Portsmouth since Southampton's relegation in the 2004-2005 season. The South Coast Derby between Southampton and Portsmouth has been infrequent, primarily due to Portsmouth's persistent presence in lower divisions while Southampton competed in the top tier. However, in recent years, the roles have reversed, with Portsmouth now residing in the Premier League and Southampton having fallen. This has indeed allowed the Portsmouth fans to take pride, as it is now their turn to face Southampton as a Premier League team. Meanwhile, the Southampton supporters have long been prepared to extend a warm welcome to their rivals. However, Portsmouth's performance this season has been rather dismal. After 14 rounds in the Premier League, they have managed to secure victory in only 2 matches, drawn 1, and suffered a staggering 11 defeats, leaving them at the bottom of the table with a mere 7 points, trailing the safety zone by 6 points. This season, the Premier League witnessed them commencing with a dismal streak of 7 consecutive defeats. In their most recent match, they suffered a humiliating 1-4 loss at home to Manchester United. Unless a significant transformation occurs, relegation appears inevitable. Consequently, Southampton supporters need not ponder. A simple declaration suffices: we shall meet again in the Championship next year. Such a remark is rather harsh. The fans of Portsmouth swiftly responded, provided that you can achieve promotion. This strike is indeed severe. No wonder they are arch rivals. They know precisely how to inflict deeper wounds. The distance between Portsmouth and Southampton is merely a few kilometers, a mere stroll away. Thus, many Portsmouth fans have come to Southampton, and in terms of momentum, they do not find themselves at a disadvantage. However, this year, Portsmouth has undeniably faltered. They are no longer the team that triumphed in the FA Cup 2 seasons ago. The key players have either aged or departed. Montari has joined Inter Milan. Campbell has retired, and Diaz has moved to Real Madrid, leaving only veterans Kanu and Ataka behind. The esteemed coach Harry Redknapp, who once led that team, has also long since departed, and the current manager, Steve Cotterill, lacks the same renown, resulting in Portsmouth's precipitous decline becoming an inevitable outcome. Encountering Southampton at this juncture could be seen as fortuitous. The animosity between Portsmouth and Southampton is indeed profound, and under such circumstances, A victory over their local adversaries could significantly bolster morale and resolve. Moreover, Portsmouth has performed commendably in cup competitions this year, persevering in both the FA Cup and the League Cup, presenting a promising avenue for success. Compared to the three Premier League teams we faced earlier, Portsmouth falls considerably short. Yet, this match is a derby, which always carries a unique significance. This marks my first experience as a coach in a derby, and likewise, it is your inaugural participation in one. The last derby was in 2005, when none of you were present, Jishi remarked on the training ground, prompting laughter among the players. Indeed, many departed after Southampton's relegation, and the current captain, Davis, joined in the summer of 2006, while vice-captain Perry and third captain Walton came on board in the summer of 2008. All players from that former Premier League Southampton squad have since left. Thus, for the current Southampton players, this is indeed their first derby encounter. Portsmouth typically employs a 4-4-2 formation. However, they lack a plethora of skilled players. Goalkeeper Begovic is decent. Yet the fact that their goalkeeper excels often indicates a dire defensive line, which is indeed the case. In my view, their four defenders are rather average, considerably inferior to our own defensive lineup. She continued. The players erupted into laughter. They perceived the coach's remarks as a slight against Portsmouth, who, after all, possess a Premier League defense, while Southampton's defense struggles even in League One, conceding goals in nearly every match. I'm not jesting. Our frequent conceding is primarily due to our offensive tactics. Under such circumstances, conceding goals is quite normal. In reality, our defensive combination ranks among the best in League One and would not be out of place in the Championship. As for Portsmouth, they have conceded 23 goals over 14 matches. At first glance, it may seem they have conceded only slightly more than we have, yet they predominantly employ a counter-attacking strategy. Given this context, their inability to stave off goals is glaringly evident. However, in the midfield and forward positions, they do possess some commendable players, albeit lacking synergy and burdened by age. Jishi began to sketch on the tactical board. Although Canu is advanced in years, his technical prowess, impact, and ability to organize the team remain invaluable. He may no longer withstand the rigors of the Premier League, yet he will undoubtedly start in this match. Bataka's breakthroughs on the flanks are quite impressive. His speed can effectively exploit our vulnerable wing defense. Thus, James, you will be starting as the right back specifically to counter him. James nodded, accepting his role as a laborer without protest, recognizing the fierce competition in midfield. Playing as a defensive back is not a bad option, at least it ensures his participation in the match. The player they should be most wary of in midfield is Boateng. He possesses remarkable physical attributes. Although his playing style is somewhat chaotic, he resembles the former Sevilla player Baptista with his reckless forays as an attacking midfielder. There's a possibility he could find the net, so marking him will be challenging, especially since we are at a disadvantage in terms of height and strength. Nevertheless, it matters little. We shall let him charge forward and sever his connections with teammates. If he is on the pitch, Portsmouth's attack will lack cohesion. After assessing the opponent's key players, Jishi hesitated. As for Kranya Ar, he is unlikely to start, given that he conflicts with Boateng's position. Even if he were to start, his form has long since declined. Compared to Madri, he falls significantly short. Chapter 37. An unexpected change. St. Mary's Stadium was once again filled to capacity. It is an undeniable truth that, despite recent fluctuations in Southampton's performance, their prior consecutive victories in both the League and the FA Cup have restored their form, coupled with the fact that they are facing Portsmouth. How could the Southampton supporters possibly lack enthusiasm? Even though this match is scheduled for midweek rather than the weekend, the fans filled the stadium to capacity. They fervently chanted the names of the Southampton players as well as that of Jishi, reflecting their immense satisfaction after months of turmoil. While the league remains somewhat ambiguous, Southampton's remarkable performance in the cup competitions bodes well for their prospects in the league. If Southampton were merely an ordinary team, they might worry that excelling in the cup could detract from their league performance. However, being a storied Premier League club, the fans possess a certain ambition. They will only cheer for the team's outstanding cup performances, rather than inexplicably fretting about potential repercussions on their league standings after a cup victory. This overarching perspective can sometimes seem quite perplexing. As the players from both sides took to the field, a resounding cheer erupted from the Southampton supporters in the stands. Today, manager Jishi deployed a starting lineup that seemed to eschew any notion of balanced offense and defense, featuring all four of his prominent attackers. Behind them, Schneiderlin and Walton provided protection, while James assumed the role of right back. Recently, Jishi has increasingly favored such a formation, although in the past. During Southampton's tenure in the Championship, a 4-3-3 setup had led to insufficient midfield protection and consequently poor results. It was only after the introduction of Simon Lay to bolster midfield defense that the team's tactics achieved equilibrium. However, circumstances have changed at that time. Midfielders Lalana and Schneiderlin had yet to mature. While both possessed commendable attacking prowess, their defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, rendering Southampton's midfield defense rather feeble. Presently, however, Schneiderlin has exhibited rapid improvement, maintaining his level of offensive contribution while making significant strides in defense. Although the attacking standards in League One are not particularly formidable, Southampton's tactical issues often subject them to relentless assaults from opponents, with Schneiderlin, as the defensive midfielder, bearing the brunt of this pressure. In such a scenario, he has afforded valuable opportunities for development. Jishi now finds himself lamenting the absence of exceptional wide attackers at present. The team's offensive maneuvers from the flanks largely rely on Lalana and Mkhitaryan, the two attacking midfielders, who frequently stretch the play. The relatively limited capabilities of the fullbacks hinder the fluidity of Southampton's tactics. However, this predicament is beyond resolution for the time being. Had they secured Walker earlier, the issue would have been far easier to address. Nonetheless, that opportunity has slipped away. Prost had mentioned that there is a promising young player in the youth team. Yet that lad is 2 years younger than Oxlade-Chamberlain and is merely 14 years old. No matter how audacious Jishi might be, he would not resort to deploying such a youthful player. Even the most prodigious talent must adhere to fundamental principles. Thus, for now, he must rely on the players at his disposal. The season has concluded. Let us see if we can acquire 2 reliable fullbacks. With these thoughts in mind, Jishi shook hands with the opposing coach, Cotterill, before returning to his position. The starting lineup for Portsmouth did not surprise him. They deployed a 4-4-2 formation, with Kanu positioned as a second striker, Boateng anchoring the midfield, and Ataka roaming the flanks. Did they really think such a simplistic strategy could contend with us? Jishi pondered. However, the unfolding of the match delivered a staggering blow to both Jishi and Southampton right from the outset. Portsmouth's tactics were indeed straightforward, relying heavily on Boateng to dart around the pitch in search of opportunities. The rest of the team's offensive efforts were singularly focused on delivering the ball to Boateng, hoping his individual prowess would counter chances. The German-Ghanaian dual nationality attacking midfielder possesses remarkable physical strength and formidable impact, making it exceedingly difficult for Southampton's defense to cope with his prowess, as they have never encountered such a skillful attacker before. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Ataka forcefully broke through on the flank and delivered a cross into the penalty area. The advancing Boateng leaped for a header, colliding with Schneiderlin as they both fell to the ground. However, before Schneiderlin could regain his footing, Boateng had already steadied himself, meeting the descending ball with a powerful strike. The ball soared toward the upper right corner of the goal, and despite Davis's desperate stretch, he narrowly missed it. The ball struck the net with a resounding thud, causing it to tremble violently. Boateng raised his arms in wild celebration, while Jishi could only shake his head in exasperation. What could be done about such an unreasonable goal? Yet, frustration lingered. "It's all right, we can equalize," Jishi shouted on the pitch. His reaction was undoubtedly understandable. As Southampton's players swiftly launched an offensive, with several teammates coordinating and seeking opportunities, Portsmouth began to regroup defensively, attempting to withstand Southampton's onslaught. Observing their team's rapid counterattack, Southampton's fans felt reassured and began to vocally support their side. Southampton's attack flowed smoothly, and in the ensuing minutes, they created numerous chances. First, Lalana and Mkhitaryan threatened with consecutive shots from outside the box, followed by Lambert's attempt after a forceful breakthrough on the flank, which was deflected by the opposing goalkeeper out of bounds. Lalana took the corner, and Lovren, who advanced to assist, headed the ball over the bar. Although they had yet to score, the tempo of their swift attack suggested that a goal was merely a matter of time. Southampton's supporters retained ample confidence, as despite some fluctuations in previous matches, their offensive displays had consistently been top-notch. If they maintained this attacking momentum, equalizing was only a question of time. At that moment, a somewhat contentious decision altered the trajectory of Southampton's offensive efforts. After Ataka was brought down by James on the flank, Portsmouth was awarded a free kick. The ball was delivered into the penalty area, where Perry and the opposing forward Piquion became entangled, both collapsing to the ground. The referee hesitated before awarding a penalty. How can this be a penalty? They were the ones with the foul. Jishi shouted passionately from the sidelines. But alas, the referee's decision was unalterable. Boateng stepped up to take the penalty and decisively struck the ball into the corner of the net. Chapter 38. A sudden shift. We must remain calm, do you understand? Being 2 goals down at halftime is not the end of the world. You should have seen the disappointed expressions on the fans' faces. They may experience disappointment. They may act impulsively, and they may exhibit resentment and anger when the match takes an unfavorable turn. However, as soon as we secure a goal and begin to shift the momentum, their spirits will soar. This is entirely natural. Fans should rejoice when circumstances are favorable and express discontent when they are not. Yet, as players, we must remain impervious to these emotional fluctuations, maintaining our composure and continuing our pursuit of the game with relentless vigor. In the first half, we held the statistical advantage, which is a testament to our capabilities. Therefore, in the second half, we must approach our offensive strategies with a greater sense of calm. The absence of goals in the first half was a matter of fortune, as well as a result of our distraction by defensive lapses. Thus, I emphasize the importance of remaining composed. Do you understand? Observing the eloquent discourse of Coach G, Ben Ali began to recognize his excellence as a manager, particularly in this moment, as he maintained his poise and grasped the crucial points. In the second half, we should boldly exploit the spaces behind the defense. From our observations in the first half, it is evident that their defenders are somewhat sluggish in their turns. And unlike in the Premier League, their defensive line does not press as high. Directly passing through the center will likely not yield significant threats. We should instead extend our play to the flanks, creating breakthroughs before delivering decisive passes. Do you comprehend? Merely speaking in abstract terms is evidently insufficient. It is imperative to unveil a practical and seemingly effective strategy at this juncture. Indeed, the players immediately appeared invigorated. Let us endeavor to exploit the spaces behind. As the players took to the field, the Southampton supporters in the stands erupted in a resounding cheer. Despite their disappointment and anger at being 2 goals down, they resumed their fervent chants once the match began anew. The coach was correct. They were merely spectators of our performance, the Southampton players mused internally. In contrast, the Portsmouth players were filled with exhilaration. They had struggled in the league but had excelled in the cup matches. And leading the derby by 2 goals at halftime bolstered their confidence, affirming that their prowess was indeed overwhelming, at least in League One. A derby? When it comes to the Premier League facing a League One team, it is less a derby and more akin to a slaughter. However, buoyed by such thoughts, Portsmouth faced an early setback as the second half commenced. Southampton began a relentless succession of passes in midfield, searching for opportunities, while their 2 forwards continuously dropped back to draw the attention of the opposing defense, diligently seeking chances for incisive through balls. Although the concept of a through ball attack may seem straightforward, it demands an exceptionally high level of skill in passing and coordination. Were it not for the remarkable talent of Southampton's attacking players, who, albeit temporarily lacking in experience, demonstrated commendable prowess, it would be exceedingly challenging for ordinary players to execute such plays. Yet, they accomplished it splendidly. Schneiderlin, making an incisive run, received the ball and, after drawing sufficient attention, expertly laid it off to the retreating Lalana. As Lalana received the pass, both Lambert and Giroud made lateral runs, diverting the defense's focus. Lalana, with keen awareness, noticed Mkhitaryan making a forward run and immediately delivered a splendid through ball. With Lalana's pass, Mkhitaryan surged forward. Following this series of exquisite interplay, Mkhitaryan received the ball within the penalty area, momentarily unchallenged by any defenders. Such a splendid opportunity, Mkhitaryan would certainly not let slip away. He made a slight adjustment and decisively struck the ball within the penalty area. The sphere zipped along the ground towards the near corner of the goal. And as Begovic was just beginning to dive, the ball swiftly slipped past him beneath his arm. The cheers resonating above St. Mary's Stadium instantly escalated to a new crescendo. Mkhitaryan surged into the net, retrieved the ball, and rushed back in a moment of triumph. Charge! 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 The coach, Jishi, fervently waved his arms. And with each motion, the Southampton fans in the stands began to chant rhythmically. He resembled a masterful conductor, as the commentator marveled. Jishi, of course, was oblivious to the inexplicable praise he received, which could be considered a side effect of his persona. After equalizing, Southampton intensified their pressing in midfield, relentlessly pursuing and intercepting. The 2 fullbacks advanced into midfield positions, continually disrupting Portsmouth's ball control and rendering their passing increasingly arduous. Portsmouth's midfield play had always been lackluster. reliant more on Boateng's individual prowess. Now, with the midfield under siege, even passing to Boateng became unfeasible. Nearly a minute after the restart, Wharton executed a splendid tackle in midfield, intercepting the ball with finesse. The ball rolled to Schneiderlin, who feigned a direct pass before decisively advancing with the ball. He surged past Portsmouth's midfield, causing chaos within their defensive line, and promptly passed to the more advanced Lalana, who in turn delivered a precise through ball. The ball sailed diagonally towards the edge of the penalty area, where the advancing Giroud perfectly timed his run to receive Lalana's pass. Without any unnecessary movement, he swiftly struck the ball, sending it into the central corridor of the penalty area. Lambert, arriving just in time, met the rolling ball with a rapid shot, propelling it into the net. 2-2, a draw. Within a mere 5 minutes of the second half, Southampton had netted 2 goals, leveling the score. While Portsmouth remained in stunned silence, Southampton's players erupted into jubilant celebration. Lambert opened his arms and rushed towards the stands, only to turn around and embrace his teammates who surged towards him. Jishi vigorously pumped his fist and shouted at the celebrating players, "It's merely a draw. Continue the assault. I demand victory." Portsmouth remained in a state of disbelief. The tide had turned too swiftly for them to comprehend. They were merely a League One team. How had they suddenly performed so admirably? It must be mere chance. Next, we shall strive to play our best. However, the Southampton team, which has begun to reach its zenith, did not afford them any opportunities for a counterattack after the restart. Boateng tirelessly roamed the field, yet found it exceedingly difficult to acquire the ball. Whenever he did, he was met with the relentless pressure of Wharton and Schneiderlin. Fearless in their confrontations, they entwined themselves with Boateng, significantly hindering his ability to express himself on the pitch. Could one rely on a singular tactic to remain effective indefinitely? Such a notion was naively optimistic, mused Jishi inwardly. Chapter 39. A glorious victory. Southampton continued to launch their offensive. Mkhitaryan's exquisite maneuver past his opponent was truly spectacular. It was remarkable that a player of such caliber was acquired for merely £300,000. Jishi must possess a formidable scouting system. He passed the ball. Giroud, under Lambert's cover, received it, though the angle appeared rather unfavorable. What would he do? An audacious turn and breakthrough. Wilson extended his leg. Giroud tumbled to the ground. How would the referee adjudicate this? A penalty. Undoubtedly, a penalty. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Giroud rose from the ground and embraced his teammates. The referee dispersed the still debating Portsmouth players as Lambert approached the penalty spot, clutching the ball. He was Southampton's primary penalty taker. This time, he did not disappoint anyone. Calmly striking the ball into the far corner of the goal, the ball has found its way in. 3-2. A magnificent comeback. Now, it is the 65th minute of the match, with a little over 20 minutes remaining. What will Portsmouth do next? Cotterill hesitated as he glanced at the bench. His options for substitutes were limited, and the only one who could potentially make a difference was Kranja Ar, the once celebrated Croatian talent. If playing for Portsmouth at the age of 22 could be considered a transitional phase, then remaining at Portsmouth at the age of 26 simply indicates a less than satisfactory development. Furthermore, since last season, he has not been a regular starter. And with the arrival of Boateng this season, he has been relegated to the bench. Could he conjure any chemistry with Boateng upon his entry? Yet, at this moment, Cotterill had no other choice. He called upon Kranja Ar and instructed him to warm up for his imminent appearance. Seeing this substitution, Jishi paid little heed. After all, compared to Boateng, Kranja Ar's impact was not as formidable. Perhaps his footwork was slightly superior, yet it would not exert significant pressure. In assessing player abilities, Jishi felt he had a discerning eye. Upon Kranja Ar's entry, he indeed failed to make a substantial impact. A quintessential attacking midfielder, he could receive the ball, dribble, and pass, but in comparison to Boateng, the threat he posed was considerably diminished. This was precisely why he had become a substitute. He could not replace Boateng, nor could he create a synergistic effect together with him. The notion of temporarily pairing him with Boateng for a positive outcome seemed far-fetched. However, the football field can indeed be unpredictable. Kranja Ar had scarcely made any mark, yet in the 79th minute, a corner he took was only half cleared by Perry. The ball flew to the flank, where Kranja Ar regained possession, then curled a ball into the penalty area. Kanu appeared at the near post, outjumping Lovren to head the ball into Southampton's net. 3-3. The entire stadium fell into a stunned silence. In a moment where they had not been on the back foot, the opponents managed to equalize. During this delicate juncture, this derby had truly taken a tumultuous turn. Jishi utilized one of his substitutions, bringing on Chamberlain for Wharton. "Continue the attack," Jishi shouted from the sidelines. He was aware that he was taking a risk. With this substitution, the front line consisted entirely of attacking players, leaving only 4 defenders to bear the brunt of any counterattacks. If the offensive faltered, they would face greater pressure defensively. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to gamble. Upon witnessing this substitution, Southampton's fans erupted into a deafening cheer, clearly in such a derby. This audacity was met with admiration. Jishi's reckless approach resonated with the sentiments of Southampton supporters. They despise half-hearted approaches. What they seek is an exhilarating sense of fulfillment. Such actions, of course, come at a cost. After an unsuccessful offensive attempt, Portsmouth launched a counterattack, displaying an intensity unmatched, disregarding all caution. Kanu orchestrated a play, and Ataka surged down the flank with fervor, delivering a pass into the penalty area as he neared the baseline. Lovren leaped at the near post, but failed to make contact. The ball soared towards the center, where Boateng charged forward with determination from behind. He sought to complete his hat trick. At that moment, veteran Perry bravely advanced. Despite a significant height disadvantage and a less imposing physique, when Perry collided with Boateng, he disrupted the latter's positioning and timing. Ultimately, Boateng's header lacked force and was securely gathered by Davis. However, the courageous defender Perry was carried off on a stretcher. Goodness, that was quite a blow. While he did not sustain severe injuries, he twisted his ankle upon landing, and the collision caused some ligament strain. If he were a 27-year-old player, perhaps a month of rest would suffice, but he is 37. The team doctor, Taylor, remarked to Jishi, "What a dilemma." Jishi sighed in response. There were indeed substitutes available. Southampton had 2 backup center-backs, Wayne Thomas and Raggiati, one aged 30 and the other 34. Neither of whom were particularly distinguished defenders, but rather seasoned players acquired post-relegation as a precaution. Jishi decided to replace Perry with Thomas, who had partnered with him last season and had performed adequately. However, it was evident that Thomas's form had rapidly declined this season. At this juncture, he could only be utilized with great reluctance. Fortunately, Perry's valiant resistance ignited the fighting spirit of the Southampton players, who swiftly launched an offensive and firmly suppressed Portsmouth. Meanwhile, Portsmouth, having expended considerable stamina and momentum during their previous attack, found themselves beleaguered and struggling to withstand the onslaught for the remainder of the match. Upon his entry into the game, Chamberlain exhibited remarkable vitality, persistently seizing the ball on the flanks and posing a significant threat. Such a player, when granted ample space, is bound to shine. In the 86th minute, it was his audacious breakthrough that earned Southampton a free kick from the side. Lalana delivered the ball to the far post, where Lambert leaped high to head it back, only for Lovren to have his initial shot thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper's body. Yet, in a serendipitous moment, Giroud found himself perfectly positioned to intercept the ball's trajectory, subsequently guiding it into the net of Portsmouth. The goal was scored, although it was not a last-minute winner. It was nearly akin to 1-4-3. In a thrilling clash of goals and a fierce derby, Southampton emerged triumphant. A magnificent victory. Chapter 40. Reliable defender. The jubilant cheers of the fans, the players' celebrations, and Gia's fervent roar, all beautifully encapsulated the essence of the match's conclusion. This victory in the League Cup derby left an indelible impression on many Southampton supporters, as the season ahead promised numerous exhilarating matches and victories. Nevertheless, many steadfast Southampton fans resolutely believed that this derby represented the most splendid victory of the season. Of course, such a magnificent triumph comes at a cost. Initially, Perry's injury seemed trivial. However, a subsequent hospital examination revealed not only issues with his knee ligaments but also a fracture in one of his toes. At his age, recovery is feasible, yet it undoubtedly entails a protracted rehabilitation period. Enough of that. Focus on resting and recuperating. Don't concern yourself with the matches. When you're fit again, if you can't play, you can transition directly into coaching, Gia reassured Perry, patting his chest. Perry offered a wry smile and nodded. He had already come to terms with this realization during his injury. At 37, he had not intended to extend his playing career for another season or two. Completing this season was likely to be the culmination of his career, and this injury merely accelerated his retirement timeline. However, as for Southampton's defense, rest assured. Trust in your teammates. Jishi spoke to Perry. Perry nodded, yet both he and Jishi were acutely aware that placing faith in their teammates was, indeed, a daunting endeavor. The reliable defenders at Southampton were already few in number, and typically, a standard team would suffice with just two main center backs to fulfill all matches. Consequently, substitutes were merely ornamental. Now, with Perry injured, relying solely on Thomas and Jardy for competition would prove exceedingly challenging. However, the forthcoming period was entirely dedicated to league matches, with cup competitions not commencing until January of the following year, allowing Southampton ample time to seek a suitable defender. I require a defender, preferably one of considerable skill, yet not excessively expensive. If truly competent, a higher price could be acceptable, particularly one who can also perform in the championship, Jishi expressed to Fry. Fry nodded in agreement. As the club's CEO, acquiring players was indeed part of his responsibilities. Previously, Jishi had taken the reins, procuring players based on his requirements. But now that Jishi lacked a fitting candidate, it was Fry's turn to take charge. Jishi had contemplated utilizing a scouting card, which would cost merely 50 achievement points. However, he wished to conserve some points and assess the scouting capabilities of the club. After all, Southampton was a well-established club, and maintaining its investments constituted a considerable figure, having nurtured numerous scouts. These scouts had primarily focused on unearthing promising young talents. Yet finding players that met the club's needs was equally part of their duties. Jishi was also curious to evaluate whether their performance justified their salaries. In the subsequent two league matches, Southampton's offense remained commendable, scoring 3 goals against their opponents in both encounters. However, despite Jishi deploying Thomas and Jardy, the effectiveness of the defense was far from satisfactory, as Southampton conceded goals in both matches, relying solely on their offense for victory. While these two matches suggested that Southampton's defense might not significantly impact their overall performance during the 22nd round, facing the top-ranked Leeds United away, the latter's exceptional defense rendered Southampton's attack ineffective. Instead, it was a blunder from Southampton's defense that allowed Leeds United to triumph with a score of 1-0. We lost this match, yet it was a defeat we could accept. Leeds United's overall skill level is indeed remarkable, and this is a lesson for us to learn. At the post-match press conference, Jishi remarked that Leeds United is indeed far more mature than Southampton. Having spent several years in the championship following relegation, they have gradually amassed strength, and this season, their remarkable rise to the top of the league table serves as undeniable evidence. After 22 matches, they have secured 50 points, leading third place by 8 points. If they maintain this advantage, obtaining the final promotion qualification poses no challenge. Jishi is well aware that this season it will be difficult to contend with Leeds United, but the next season may present a different scenario. Currently, Southampton has garnered 29 points after 22 matches, placing them 12th. This reflects their score after deducting 10 points. Otherwise, they would be in 6th place. They are merely 7 points shy of 6th-ranked Huddersfield. The hope for promotion remains alive, provided they can ensure stability in their defense. Unfortunately, relying solely on internal resources to address defensive shortcomings presents challenges. Southampton scouts have finally identified a suitable candidate, Jos Font, soon to turn 26. A Portuguese national standing at 1.91 m. He hails from the youth academy of Sporting Lisbon but has often been overlooked due to misfortune. For instance, at the age of 21, he was dismissed by Sporting Lisbon and subsequently joined a Portuguese second division team, which unfortunately went bankrupt before he could play a match. He then played for several lower-tier teams in Portugal, performing consistently well, which led to his signing by Benfica. However, he struggled to secure playing time and was frequently loaned out. 2 years ago, he was loaned to Crystal Palace but suffered a serious injury before stepping onto the pitch, resulting in Benfica terminating his contract. Following this, he re-signed with Crystal Palace, where his performance gradually improved over the past 2 seasons, yet the club, despite being based in London, has languished in the championship without ambition, and his individual achievements do not signify much. Fry remarked to Jishi, after all, he is a mainstay in the championship. Would he be willing to join our team? Jishi inquired with curiosity. Fry responded, acquiring championship players is not particularly difficult. However, given Font's tumultuous journey and the fact that he has finally found stability at Crystal Palace, would he be inclined to move to League One? This is not a significant concern. Crystal Palace, as long as they have funds, are willing to sell anyone, and Font understands that remaining at Crystal Palace holds little promise. Our ambitions, however, could offer him greater opportunities to compete at a higher level. Jishi then asked, what is the transfer fee? Jishi posed another question. He had already reviewed the match footage of Font and found no significant issues. A tall center-back with formidable defensive capabilities would undoubtedly prove invaluable on the English stage. Moreover, Font had excelled in the championship for 2 consecutive seasons, making him a viable asset as the team progressed to the higher tier. Thus, investing a considerable sum in such a player seemed justifiable. Crystal Palace demanded $1.5 million. Let's negotiate and acquire him at a lower price, Fry suggested. After contemplating, Jishi agreed. Chapter 41. A decent fellow ultimately, Josh Font's transfer fee settled at $1,200,000. Spending this amount during the winter transfer window may not seem extravagant for another Premier League club, but for Southampton, it signified a lavish commitment. The fans were well aware that following Perry's confirmed absence, the club promptly invested in an outstanding centre-back from the Championship, reflecting their ambition. I understand the club's finances are not in the best shape, yet this season, they have still spent significantly in the transfer market, which brings me great joy. A Southampton supporter confidently stated during an interview. Although the team ranked 12th and appeared to have a considerable gap to the top 6, both fans and players remained optimistic. This situation has piqued the curiosity of Font, who recently joined the team. He adapted swiftly, having previously played in the Championship, thus accustomed to the rhythm of English football, a reason why Jishi considered him an excellent choice. The pace of the English leagues is notably brisk. Summer signings are inconsequential, allowing ample time for acclimatization, while winter transfers often facilitate the recruitment of local talent. As a central defender, he embodies the ideal plug-and-play player. Previously, Perry primarily played a more defensive role, but the outdated configuration of one holding midfielder and one aggressive center-back has long since become obsolete. Jishi has long envisioned a dynamic pairing of 2 tall center-backs alternating between offensive pushes and defensive coverage, and now the opportunity has presented itself. However, it would be unreasonable to expect immediate game time for a newly arrived player. The upcoming 2 matches fall during the Christmas period and are back-to-back away games, leading Jishi to decide against fielding him. Nevertheless, these 2 matches further exposed the deficiencies within Southampton's defense. In the 23rd round, they drew 1-1 away against Brentford. In the 24th round, they suffered a 1-2 loss to Colchester United. Securing only a single point from these 2 games caused Southampton's ranking to plummet, prompting a wry smile from Jishi, who reflected that without Font, the situation seemed dire. Regardless, Southampton had not provided their fans with a festive experience during the Christmas to New Year period. The next 2 matches must be victories, Jishi muttered to himself. He was not referring to the upcoming FA Cup match. In the 3rd round of the FA Cup, Southampton drew a favorable opponent in Luton, who had fallen to the 5th tier of the league, a team against which Southampton harbored no concerns. And Jishi would not deploy all his key players for such a match. He was indeed speaking of the subsequent 2 league matches. Southampton's margin for error in the league was already quite slim. Although cup competitions would demand their attention, they still needed to improve their league performance. In their first match after the new year, Southampton triumphed comfortably, with Chamberlain leading a squad of substitutes to a 2-0 victory over Luton, propelling Southampton into the 4th round of the FA Cup. However, the Southampton fans were not particularly invested in this achievement, as they had not faced any Premier League teams thus far, rendering their advancement to the 4th round rather lackluster. Furthermore, both Jishi and Southampton supporters harbored no illusions about the team making significant strides in the FA Cup. Primarily, Jishi felt that even winning the FA Cup would not elicit much joy, as the only prestigious title in Southampton's history remains the FA Cup. Securing another FA Cup would hardly create history or offer any additional accolades. Following their FA Cup match, Southampton faced Exeter City, currently ranked 18th. Yet, compared to them, Southampton had little to boast about, as they had slipped to 14th place in the standings, merely 4 positions higher. However, in the eyes of the fans from Southampton, this is merely a temporary arrangement. We typically rank a solid 10 places above them, which poses no real concern. The final outcome of the match brought them joy, as Southampton triumphed over their opponents with a score of 3-1, securing a victory after 2 winless rounds. This once again demonstrated that even in a less-than-ideal state, their winning percentage against mid- to lower-tier teams remains remarkably high. Font started the match, yet it was evident that his synergy with Lovren was not sufficiently refined, as the sole goal conceded was a result of a lapse between the two. My fault. Font immediately began to reflect, which inadvertently left Lovren feeling somewhat embarrassed. This fellow has a commendable character. He is certainly worthy of further utilization, Jishi mused inwardly. Although Font and Lovren exhibit somewhat similar technical attributes, their personalities diverge significantly. Fawn is more composed and possesses exceptional tracking ability and precise positioning, whereas Lovren is bolder, excelling in his capacity to seize opportunities. If these two individuals manage to collaborate effectively, Southampton's defense could elevate to a higher echelon. This acquisition appears to be a wise decision, Jishi contemplated inwardly. This victory has propelled Southampton back to 12th place with a total of 33 points, while Huddersfield, currently ranked 6th, has reached 42 points, boasting a 9-point advantage over Southampton. In the upcoming round of the league, Southampton will face Huddersfield at home. This match is of paramount importance. A triumph would narrow the gap to 6 points. Yet failing to secure a win would make the 9-point deficit challenging to overcome. The mathematical judgments of football coaches are often remarkable, and the players of Southampton are inclined to believe in this notion. The crux lies in the fact that facing teams within the top 6 can ignite their fighting spirit and bolster their confidence through victory. Huddersfield, while not particularly distinguished in any singular aspect, excels in cohesive offensive and defensive play. After 25 matches, they have scored 48 goals, ranking 3rd in the league, trailing only Leeds and Norwich, while conceding 29 goals, placing 5th among the top 6 teams. Their scoring prowess does not stem from a standout forward, but rather from a collective effort, with no exceptionally formidable players. Their defense is also rather average. Against such a team, showcasing robust defensive capabilities during the match could potentially render them devoid of any opportunity for victory. By controlling their offense, their defensive frailties are likely to surface. They are capable of achieving lopsided victories, such as 7-1 or 6-0. Yet can also find themselves defeated by lower-ranked teams with scores like 1-0 or 2-1. From this perspective, they are even more extreme than the previous Southampton squad. As a team of similar standing, Southampton should find it relatively straightforward to overcome such an opponent. For Huddersfield supporters, confidence in their away challenge against Southampton may not run high, yet they believe a heavy defeat is unlikely. A draw or even a victory is within the realm of possibility. After all, they remain in 6th place, and even without the deduction of 10 points, Southampton's tally is nearly equal to theirs, clearly placing both teams on an equivalent level. Thus, the outcome of this match is entirely plausible. However, the result astonished everyone. From the very beginning, both sides engaged in an offensive duel. At this juncture, it is entirely customary, for both Southampton and Huddersfield possess a penchant for offensive play, making their tit-for-tat exchanges unsurprising. However, after a prolonged entanglement lasting several minutes, discerning spectators could readily observe that, despite the parity in the number of attacks from both teams, Southampton's offensives consistently bore a palpable threat, whereas Huddersfield's assaults, though seemingly lively, invariably struggled to pose a direct menace to the goal safeguarded by Davis. This is a perilous predicament. In other words, it is a situation of gaining influence without reaping the rewards. Should this situation persist, defeat would become almost inevitable. The reality has not defied the judgment of most observers in such relatively lower-tier matches. It is exceedingly challenging for a team to stage a comeback if they find themselves at a disadvantage. This demands either exceptional individual prowess or a collective resurgence, which is a formidable task for teams in League One. After a series of relentless attacks, Southampton finally breached the opponent's defense, though Huddersfield marked Lambert effectively. The less conspicuous Giroud executed a textbook header, converting a cross from the fullback Mills into the net of Huddersfield. After taking the lead, Southampton did not relax their offensive tempo. They keenly remembered the prior admonition from their coach, which was to never be satisfied with a 1 or 2 goal advantage. Instead, they were to continue attacking relentlessly, for their opponents were also capable of scoring. Should they settle for a slender lead, they risked being countered successfully. With this thought in mind, the Southampton players commenced an incessant pursuit, continuing to launch their offensive. In an instant, Huddersfield was left utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated that Southampton would continue to play with such fervor even after taking the lead, leaving them momentarily stunned. Although Huddersfield is the first team in England to achieve a hat-trick of top-flight titles, their prolonged sojourn in the lower leagues has regrettably led to a regression into a side resembling that of a lower division team. Their sluggishness has become their defining characteristic. Thus, after enduring a relentless onslaught and pressing from Southampton, it took merely a few minutes for them to concede again. Mkhitaryan, having repositioned himself to the flanks, received a pass from a teammate and deftly maneuvered diagonally into the penalty area. Attracting sufficient attention, he cleverly laid the ball off to the edge of the box, where Lalana awaited. In a sudden flourish, he unleashed a shot. The ball skimmed the ground and nestled into the far corner of the net, 2-0. Only after falling behind by 2 goals did Huddersfield awaken from their stupor and launch a fierce offensive. Their attacking prowess remains commendable, otherwise, they would not have secured the second-highest goal tally in the league. Had it been the previous Southampton, the likelihood of conceding would have been considerably high, given their lackluster defense. Under Perry's tenure, the defense was already faltering. It is crucial to note that Perry, at 37, has experienced a decline in both mobility and physicality, often rendering him ineffective. However, the emergence of Font has transformed the situation. At just 26, he is a premier defender in the Championship. Endowed with extensive experience and a character forged through adversity, exhibiting remarkable resilience and stability as a center-back. Huddersfield's offensive attempts now seem to collide with an impenetrable wall. This sensation, previously subtle, has become strikingly apparent. Each time Huddersfield penetrates the penalty area, their advances are swiftly neutralized. Font and Lovren take turns intercepting. Both possess exceptional abilities to anticipate the trajectory of the ball. Their footwork is swift, and their interception skills are formidable. Crosses from the air are promptly controlled by them, while ground passes are adeptly predicted and intercepted. Attempts at dribbling are met with 2 formidable barriers. Although Huddersfield's attacking strategy is undeniably impressive, particularly their sequential waves of assault, which can easily overwhelm defenders and expose vulnerabilities, Font and Lovren remain unyielding. Perhaps Huddersfield's offense is yet to reach a level capable of exploiting any flaws. For the remainder of the first half, approximately 20 minutes, Huddersfield maintained relentless pressure. However, despite numerous attacking efforts, they were unable to convert these into goals. With only a scant few shots on target, and even fewer that struck within the goal frame, when the referee signaled the end of the first half, the Southampton players descended the pitch with ease, while the expressions of the Huddersfield players were grave. Our defensive performance was commendable, yet our offensive execution left much to be desired. Their young central midfielder displayed promise, but why did we foolishly choose to attack directly through his position? Why not circumvent him? In the locker room, Jishi first commended the defenders before turning his criticism towards the attackers. He referred to the young midfielder, a 19-year-old on loan from Manchester United named Danny Drinkwater, who had showcased significant potential. The defensive midfielder can be regarded as the sole highlight for Huddersfield in the first half. His vigorous movement and tenacity in the midfield provided robust support for the team's offensive and defensive efforts. Several threatening attacks from Southampton were thwarted by him in the central area. Without his presence, Southampton might have scored even more goals. Consider this: his defensive prowess is indeed commendable, a testament to his training at Manchester United. However, one must ponder why Huddersfield still conceded so many goals. No matter how formidable he is, he must maintain his position in the center. If opponents bypass him, they can launch attacks and secure additional goals. Do you understand? Jishi addressed the players. They nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Jishi's remarks. In this match, Drinkwater showcased defensive skills that could elevate a team's defensive standards significantly. Nevertheless, Huddersfield still conceded numerous goals, which indicates that there are considerable flaws in his defense. Given this, the strategy should be to circumvent him and score more goals. Chapter 43. Rising momentum. Drinkwater is not particularly young. He has already turned 19 and is on the verge of reaching 20. As a member of Manchester United's youth academy, it is indeed a challenging ordeal to remain without a place in the first team, constantly being loaned out. However, since being loaned to Huddersfield this season, he has secured a stable position in the starting lineup. Huddersfield's attacking tactics necessitate a midfielder who can both defend and distribute the ball. His ability to make forward runs is average, yet his proactive movement and fierce defense are commendable. Additionally, once he gains possession, he possesses the skill to quickly distribute the ball to teammates, enabling swift counterattacks. Thus, within this tactical framework, he thrives, akin to a fish in water. In the first half of the match, he delivered a commendable performance. Despite the team trailing by 2 goals, his efforts remained unblemished, and no one would cast blame upon him. During the halftime break, the head coach offered an encouraging pat on his shoulder, urging him to continue his diligent work. However, the second half heralded a dramatic shift. Drinkwater's most notable achievements in the first half included thwarting several of Mkhitaryan's attempts to break through, a player whose recent contributions have significantly influenced Southampton's success. His ability to penetrate defenses was paramount in igniting Southampton's attacking prowess. Yet, in the first half, Drinkwater effectively interrupted Mkhitaryan's advances, preventing any offensive momentum from building. As the second half commenced, Mkhitaryan began frequently repositioning to the flanks to receive the ball, creating considerable challenges for Drinkwater. Acknowledging his proficiency in central defense, he felt somewhat clumsy when forced to the sidelines. As the sole defensive midfielder for Huddersfield, venturing to the wings would inevitably leave gaps in central defense. In the midst of his hesitation, Mkhitaryan executed a splendid breakthrough along the flank, delivering a precise pass into the center, where Lambert, having evaded his marker, swiftly struck the ball into the net. With the score now 3-0. Southampton's lightning-fast offensive surge at the start of the second half further extended their lead. Jishi, beaming, raised his thumb in approval, confident of the victory that was now assured. What remained to ponder? The attack had flourished, the defense remained steadfast, and the only question was how many goals could be scored. As the match progressed, Huddersfield continued to press forward, seemingly intent on salvaging some face. However, Southampton showed no mercy to this seasoned team. Their defense remained impeccably solid, with two towering center-backs consistently intercepting the opposition's advances, subsequently launching counterattacks that bypassed midfield, allowing forward players to wreak havoc. The gaps in Huddersfield's defense widened, and Southampton's offensive onslaught became relentless, resulting in goal after goal. Drinkwater labored on the pitch. Yet once Southampton maneuvered beyond his defensive zone, his impact diminished significantly. His defensive capabilities are indeed formidable, Ben Ali remarked, yet it's a pity his coverage area is insufficient. And he lacks the ability to make penetrating runs. He is more adept at distributing the ball. Jishi nodded in agreement. In truth, he and Schneiderlin complement each other well. While Schneiderlin may be slightly weaker in direct confrontations, his lateral interception skills far surpass Drinkwater's. And he possesses commendable through-passing and attacking capabilities, allowing for an excellent partnership. Are you considering acquiring him? Wouldn't that make our midfield rather youthful? Ben Ali mused. That is a pertinent question. However, whether we can secure him remains uncertain, as he is a Manchester United player, currently merely on loan. Sir Ferguson has a keen eye for talent and is unlikely to let him slip away. Jishi replied, while Ben Ali shrugged. There's nothing we can do about it. However, many outstanding young players are currently loaned out to lower-tier domestic leagues, and they deserve our attention. Jishi assured him, rest assured, this is also part of our scouts' routine. Ben Ali nodded in agreement, returning his focus to the match. Victory was assured. It was indeed an opportunity to closely observe Drinkwater's performance and see if they could exploit any weaknesses of Manchester United. As the game progressed, Jishi made 3 substitutions, bringing on Chamberlain and allowing Lalana to rest, while also introducing players like Led in midfield. Nevertheless, Southampton's attacking momentum showed no signs of waning. In the remaining minutes, Mkhitaryan scored another goal, and Lambert netted twice more, achieving his 3rd hat-trick of the season. Southampton delivered a stunning display at home, triumphing with an astonishing score of 6-0 against the 6th-ranked Huddersfield. It was truly remarkable. Southampton swept their opponents aside as if Huddersfield were merely a team from the English Football League 2. One must admit that Southampton has indeed grown stronger. It's not just the newly signed Portuguese defender Font. The team as a whole is beginning to exhibit remarkable improvement. Sometimes, a resounding victory can herald significant transformation. The triumph in this match not only narrowed Southampton's gap with the top 6 to a mere 6 points, but it also significantly elevated the morale of the team and its supporters. As they prepare to embark on a series of cup competitions, their form has sparked excitement. In the upcoming league round, they face Millwall, a mid-table adversary whose fans harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Southampton. They believe that an earlier draw between their team and Millwall adversely affected the latter's overall performance. Particularly, Jishi's pre-match display of martial arts reminiscent of Bruce Lee left Millwall's away supporters feeling insulted, causing them to refrain from vociferous cheers. Consequently, Millwall's fans vowed to deliver a resounding defeat to Southampton at home. However, they underestimated the repercussions of their own fervor, inadvertently drawing hostility towards themselves. Just before the match commenced, London police executed a sudden raid on a football hooligan hideout, apprehending several ringleaders and sentencing them to a brief incarceration for public disorder. This action deterred Millwall's hooligans, who were not foolish enough to stir trouble under such scrutiny. Thus, the match unfolded in an unusually tranquil atmosphere, with Jishi opting to field an entirely substitute squad. Ultimately, Southampton and a fully fledged Millwall ended the contest in a 1-1 stalemate. allowing Southampton to approach the forthcoming series of cup challenges in peak condition. Chapter 44. Is there hope? On January 15th, Southampton will face Blackburn in the first leg of the League Cup semi-finals away. On January 18th, they will challenge Milton Keynes in the first leg of the Southern Final of the English Championship. Following that, on January 21st, they will host Blackburn for the second leg of the League Cup semi-finals. January 24th brings the fourth round of the FA Cup, where Southampton will face Chelsea away. This is followed by league matches on the 27th and 30th, after which Southampton will finally have a week to recuperate. On February 6th, another league match awaits, followed by the second leg of the Southern Final of the English Championship on February 10th. Only then will the hectic cup competitions draw to a close. Lower leagues can be quite daunting. Thankfully, we should be competing in the championship next season, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Such confidence? Ben Ali inquired, intrigued. Of course, without confidence. What is the point of playing? Jishi chuckled. Ben Ali joined in the laughter, recognizing the truth in Jishi's words. Regardless of the challenge's difficulty, one must not concede defeat before the battle has begun. However, glancing at the fixture list, Ben Ali surmised that Jishi, given his tendencies, would undoubtedly exert maximum effort in the League Cup and Championship, while the FA Cup might be sacrificed, especially given the daunting task of facing Chelsea away. This season, Chelsea has proven to be formidable, consistently pursuing Manchester United in the league. Prior to the FA Cup, Southampton has fielded their entire reserve squad, and it is likely that this trend will continue. Ben Ali's predictions were accurate. Jishi is indeed placing immense emphasis on the League Cup matches, especially since they have reached the semi-finals, with the upcoming opponents not being particularly formidable. A concerted effort could very well lead them to the finals. Although the League Cup runners-up do not receive an increment in opportunities to participate in the Europa League, reaching the finals would nonetheless carry significant prestige. The only source of regret for Jishi is that Southampton has previously secured the status of League Cup runners-up, a historical achievement that cannot be illuminated unless they clinch the ultimate championship. While Southampton has been fortunate in facing mid to lower table teams, they are nonetheless competing against Premier League squads. No team from League One has ever triumphed over 4 Premier League teams in succession to reach the League Cup finals, the only exception being the remarkable feat of Swindon Town in the 68-69 season, when they became champions as a third-tier team. Nevertheless, should Southampton manage to reach the League Cup finals, they would become only the second third-tier team in the history of the competition to do so. Such an honor is certainly worth striving for. Even if no additional accolades can be acquired, elevating the reputation of Southampton would be sufficient. Blackburn's performance this season has been rather lackluster. Having played 21 matches in the Premier League thus far, they have secured 5 victories, 6 draws, and 10 losses, placing them 15th in the standings, with a mere 2-point cushion above the relegation zone. While the situation is not yet dire, the distraction of the League Cup appears to be a burden they can scarcely bear. Nevertheless, having reached the semi-finals, Blackburn has no reason to relinquish their pursuit lightly. This year, Blackburn's offense and defense have both been underwhelming, particularly their defensive line. Chelsea inflicted 5 goals upon them, Arsenal scored 6, and Manchester City netted 4, averaging just 1 goal scored per match while conceding nearly 2, resulting in rather mediocre statistics. Their goalkeeper is former England international Robinson, whose performance is well known for frequent elementary errors, with fumbles being a common occurrence. The primary defender is the versatile Frenchman Chimbonda, who is most adept at playing on the flanks, yet has been relegated to a central defensive role at Blackburn, which may elucidate the unreliability of their backline. As for their offense, it largely relies on South African forward McCarthy and Senegalese striker Diouf. Both of these African forwards were once regarded as notable players, but with age, they can now only be considered to be playing out their twilight years at Blackburn. This can certainly be regarded as one of Blackburn's characteristics, being one of the 2 renowned elder statesmen of the Premier League, the other being Bolton. In the past, after the infamous duo of Manchester United could no longer secure a place in the team, they found solace at Blackburn. Even if we were to confront them head-on in terms of strength, we would still prevail. But I have a more ingenious plan, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Surely you don't mean to suggest that we should have fewer than 7 players on the field? Ben Ali recalled the Hong Kong film Shaolin Soccer he had once watched. Of course not. I merely wonder if our defensive counterattack strategy holds any merit, Jishi replied. Ben Ali was taken aback. The notion of Southampton adopting a defensive counterattack, while questioning its viability, felt as absurd as a master listening to a fellow proclaiming the merits of Shaolin Kung Fu combined with singing and dancing. I had been contemplating this myself. Although our front line lacks exceptional pace, Blackburn's defense is even slower. With Giroud facilitating play, Lambert making forward runs, and Lalana and Schneiderlin providing long passes, Mkhitaryan can break through when necessary. Why can't we execute a defensive counterattack? Previously, we faced difficulties due to vulnerabilities in our center-back positions, but now, with Font and Lovren's partnership, we can genuinely anticipate a promising outcome. Initially dismissive, Ben Ali gradually found merit in the argument. Although veterans like McCarthy and Diouf have aged, their individual skills and impact remain commendable. Given sufficient space, they could easily exploit opportunities. However, if we retreat to defend, Diouf and McCarthy may find themselves struggling against the physically imposing Font and Lovren. In open play, Diouf and McCarthy possess advantages. While in a defensive stance, Font and Lovren have the upper hand. Blackburn does not particularly excel in other areas. Their strength lies in the prowess of these two forwards. A defensive counterattack could effectively stifle the opposition's offense. This necessitates a thoughtful adjustment of the player's mindset during training, Ben Ali contemplated. Jishi nodded appreciatively. While Ben Ali's other skills may be average, his ability to grasp Jishi's intentions and implement them is invaluable. For Jishi, having such an insightful assistant coach is a rare find. "Francis, what would I do without you?" Jishi said, half in jest. "Don't mention it," Ben Ali replied. Ben Ali chuckled. Chapter 45. Is it time to change the approach to the match? Employing a counter-attacking strategy against Blackburn has indeed reached an extraordinary level of surprise. If Southampton's performances in the previous two rounds did not raise the alertness of the Premier League teams, then reaching the semi-finals should compel other teams to thoroughly assess Southampton's capabilities. Otherwise, it would only indicate their blindness. Although Blackburn is currently striving for relegation survival, the league still has ample time left, and they will undoubtedly strive to perform well in the League Cup semi-finals as well. Their head coach, Sam Allardyce, has been entrenched in the Premier League for many years. While he may not have managed any top-tier teams, his robust presence is unmistakable among mid-table clubs, and he would certainly not underestimate the match against Southampton. He has meticulously analyzed Southampton's recent performances and is acutely aware that they are a team with remarkable offensive prowess, as well as solid defensive capabilities. The two central defenders possess strong man-marking and positional play skills. To Allardyce's perspective, if this Southampton squad were to compete in the Premier League, their chances of avoiding relegation would likely be quite favorable. They have several outstanding players. The only concern is that many of them are rather young and lack experience. However, with a few seasoned veterans who have Premier League experience, this team could certainly hold its own in the top tier. One must not regard this squad as merely a League One team. This encapsulates Allardyce's perspective. However, given Southampton's formidable attacking prowess, engaging in a counter-offensive seems inevitable. While Blackburn may feature a plethora of seasoned veterans, the likes of McCarthy and Diouf possess exceptional striking capabilities and can seize numerous opportunities whenever space presents itself. Thus, Allardyce believes that, under ordinary circumstances, in a contest of offensive prowess, Blackburn ought not to be outmatched by Southampton. This sentiment resonates throughout the entire Blackburn squad. Yet, at Ewood Park, it took them a mere 10 minutes to realize something was amiss. Southampton's reputed sharpness in attack was evidently a ruse. They were clearly intent on executing a defensive counterattack. The four defenders remained steadfast within the penalty area, while the midfielders hurriedly retreated, leaving only two forwards poised at the front, ready to strike back. How should this be managed? Blackburn's offensive capabilities have always been rather modest. When afforded space, their two forwards can indeed conjure a fair number of promising opportunities. However, with the opposition now adopting a more defensive stance, it becomes exceedingly challenging to rely on them to breach a well-prepared defensive line. They are merely proficient forwards, rather than the extraordinary strikers of genius. Direct assaults falter, penetrating passes find no room, and crosses from the flanks, whether aerial or grounded, are consistently thwarted by Font and Lovren. Font is increasingly enhancing his performance, and he has begun to exhibit a quality that Lovren lacks, the ability to orchestrate the defensive line. Such defenders are indeed rare. Even in the Premier League, there are few who can effectively anchor and orchestrate the back line. Consequently, a player like Fong Tae has languished in the Championship for several years, and even teams in League One could acquire him, which is truly a lamentable situation. It feels like a treasure unearthed, Jishi mused within. While it may be true that Southampton's defense has not yet reached an exceptionally high standard during recovery phases, it is well suited to confront a team like Blackburn, whose attacking prowess is inherently limited. Throughout the first half, Blackburn exhausted every conceivable tactic yet failed to find the back of the net. This left Allardyce quite vexed. Should the stalemate continue, Blackburn's predicament may not be as dire. However, if they fail to resolve their issues on home turf, the away match will undoubtedly prove more challenging. To score, it seems the only recourse in the second half is to take risks. If Blackburn does not venture forward, we shall maintain our defensive stance and heighten our vigilance, which presents a valuable experience for us. Conversely, should they press forward, we must prepare for a counterattack. Schneiderlin. In such a scenario, you will be pivotal. Remember to initiate the counterattack immediately upon receiving the ball. Do you understand? Jishi articulated in the locker room. The players nodded in agreement, including Schneiderlin, who had been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Presently, Southampton's attacking front is comprised of youthful players, making them relatively obedient. Jishi harbored a desire for Blackburn to launch an offensive, for such an approach would grant Southampton a chance at victory. As the second half unfolded, Blackburn indeed pushed forward. Jishi was elated. Allardyce, observing Jishi's visible emotions from a distance, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could a man so transparent in his feelings outmaneuver him tactically? Is there no justice or law in football? Yet, despite Allardyce's grievances, he could not alter the unfolding reality. Blackburn's offensive thrust yielded no goals. Instead, in the 71st minute, Schneiderlin executed a splendid long pass from the back, leading to Giroud's header, which Lambert lashed onto before penetrating the penalty area and delivering a low shot that secured the sole goal of the match. 1-0, Southampton triumphed over Blackburn away from home, taking a significant step towards the finals. I must admit, I was tactically outwitted by Jishi. Initially, I was furious. But later I found acceptance. Such as football, to underestimate an opponent is to invite punishment. I believed I had not underestimated Southampton, yet it appears I did. Nevertheless, there remains a second leg, and we shall strive for victory at St. Mary's Stadium. As a seasoned Premier League coach, Allardyce maintained his composure during the post-match press conference. While Jishi demonstrated respect for his elder, Allardyce is my senior, possessing abundant experience in the Premier League. My advantages are insignificant while I remain in the shadows. The second leg is the pivotal contest. Jishi's demeanor garnered further admiration, though it was evident that many were unaware that his lofty stance only emerged when he held the upper hand. This notion is, in fact, rather uncharacteristic of China and more akin to the British approach. After savoring the sweetness of counterattacking strategies, Jishi adopted a defensive counterattack tactic in the first leg of the Southern Championship final 3 days later. This left the Milton Keynes team feeling quite disoriented. After all, Southampton had previously triumphed over Milton Keynes with a resounding 3-1 victory through fierce offensive play in the league. Now, however, they had resorted to a defensive counterattack. The resulting confusion among the Milton Keynes players was palpable, and despite Southampton's less than stellar performance in counterattacks, they emerged victorious with a 1-0 win on the road, securing an advantage for the two-legged match. Would Southampton alter their style of play? Many journalists voiced their skepticism in their columns, yet the majority remained unconvinced. Chapter 46. The astonishing Southampton. While the tactical approach of defensive counterattacks may be occasionally employed, it certainly cannot serve as a long-term strategy. Jishi unequivocally stated his position within the team. We shall continue to play offensively, understood? We have a 1-0 lead from the first leg, and in the second leg, we shall compete with them in terms of offense. Our goal in the League Cup is to pursue the championship. In the final, we will undoubtedly face formidable opponents. Whether it be Manchester City or Manchester United, they are incomparable to teams like Blackburn or Aston Villa. The key to our victory lies in fully harnessing our strengths. Jishi's timely clarification was of paramount importance. Should the players' understanding of tactics waver, the likelihood of mishaps increases, especially considering that many of Southampton's players are notably young and prone to uncertainty. The defensive counterattack in the previous match was intended to afford us some tactical advantage for this encounter, and given that we are on our home turf, we must certainly showcase our capabilities. Understood? Let our offense convey to them that even if we remain in League One, our attacking prowess is still capable of standing firm in the Premier League. Jishi's words ignited a fervor among the Southampton players, particularly those in the forward positions. Lambert emerged from the lower leagues, Lalana is a product of Southampton's youth academy. Giroud was an obscure player in League Two, and Mkhitaryan came from a smaller league. In other words, they had all experienced humble beginnings and were eager to demonstrate their worth in the top tier. There could be no greater motivation than such words to inspire them. With immense determination, the players of Southampton took to the field. Similarly, the Blackburn players, brimming with zeal, entered the match following their weekend triumph over Fulham, which secured their temporary safety from relegation, thus elevating their spirits for this encounter. Naturally, both teams fielded their strongest lineups over the weekend, ensuring comparable fitness levels, which posed no significant concerns. Once afforded ample space, Blackburn's two forwards swiftly began to showcase their prowess. Diouf, upon receiving the ball, forcefully breached Lovren's defense. Although Lovren valiantly pursued, he could not catch up with Diouf, who deftly passed the ball to the onrushing McCarthy, allowing him to create a clear opportunity. With a composed strike, he found the near corner, leveling the aggregate score at 1 goal apiece just 6 minutes into the match. The traveling Blackburn supporters erupted in jubilant cheers. However, their elation was short-lived. Mkhitaryan, having shifted to the flanks, executed a splendid breakthrough before feigning a pass to the supporting Lalana. As the opposing defenders became momentarily distracted, he skillfully maneuvered past the off-balanced Chimbonda. Once inside the penalty area, Blackburn's defense descended into chaos, allowing Mkhitaryan to deliver a precise cross. Lambert, arriving on cue, deftly nudged the ball into the net. His astute positioning and poaching ability were on full display. Since joining Southampton, Lambert has increasingly excelled, a remarkable transformation from his days as an amateur player a decade ago. The commentators sighed, noting how Lambert had seamlessly integrated into the Southampton squad since his transfer, proving to be an invaluable asset with his prolific goal-scoring and ability to create space. It was indeed astonishing that Southampton had unearthed such a gem for merely £1 million, especially considering they had sold 2 strikers last season, each valued at £1.5 million, who had managed only around 10 goals apiece. Now, observing Lambert's performance, one could argue that he outshines the two combined. Merely 5 minutes later, another Southampton forward validated his worth. After receiving a free kick from Lalana, Giroud leapt at the near post to nod the ball home, sending it into the bottom corner of the net. With this swift response, Southampton surged ahead, leading 2-1. The contest was far from over. After an intense exchange of attacks, Southampton seized the opportunity once more as Lambert redirected Lalana's powerful shot into the net. Although Blackburn's defenders believed Lambert was undoubtedly offside, the referee confirmed the goal as valid. Having taken the lead, Blackburn swiftly conceded 3 goals in succession, leaving the team significantly shaken. After all, this was a contest of mutual assaults. Could it be that we cannot outmatch Southampton in a direct confrontation? With their average of fewer than 2 goals per game, our offensive strategy seems futile, Gia murmured to Ben Ali. Shortly after the commencement of the second half, Blackburn managed to pull one back through midfielder Dunn, rekindling a glimmer of hope. However, Southampton unleashed a torrential wave of attacks, with Lalana scoring 2 goals within 5 minutes, extending their lead to 5-2. At this juncture, Gia began to deploy his reserves. Chamberlain, Lett, and James were all summoned onto the pitch as Southampton slowed their attacking rhythm. Despite the deceleration, the threat remained palpable. As the match approached the 80th minute, Chamberlain executed a rapid counterattack, deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders before passing to the advancing Mkhitaryan, who struck decisively at goal. It was only in the dying moments of the match that Blackburn managed to capitalize on their opportunities, scoring 2 goals. However, it proved utterly inconsequential. The final score stood at 6-4, and over the 2 legs, Southampton triumphed with a staggering aggregate of 7-4, advancing proudly to the League Cup final. After a span of 41 years since Swindon in the 68-69 season, yet another lower-tier club had reached the League Cup final. And like Swindon, they were also from the 3rd tier. Southampton had created a miracle. If last season's relegation was a calamity, this season marked the beginning of a remarkable journey under the guidance of their young Chinese owner and coach, Gia. With just over half the season gone, no one could predict what accomplishments Southampton might achieve, but at this moment, they had already attained something truly magnificent. The media across England began to fervently praise Southampton, not out of any particular fondness, but simply because their current performance was undeniably sensational. In the pursuit of headlines, English journalists were willing to say anything. They even began to hype up the upcoming FA Cup match, cautioning Chelsea to be wary. Southampton was on the rise. Having already bested 4 Premier League teams in the League Cup, did they wish to become the 5th? Chapter 47. The Pursuit of Points by Heavens. Are they attempting to crush us with adulation? Jishi gazed at the newspaper in his hands, its headline strikingly provocative. Chelsea, the 5th English Premier League sacrifice to Southampton? The fans were in high spirits. Should we not give our all for this match? Ben Ali inquired, am I foolish? What is the point? Even if it's the FA Cup, it currently holds the least significance in my mind. Jishi waved his hand. Shall we proceed with the predetermined approach? Sending all substitutes to Stamford Bridge? Ben Ali responded, indeed. Wasn't he that already arranged? Jishi confirmed, yes. But with the current high spirits of the team and Chelsea's heightened vigilance, sending all substitutes might lead to a severe defeat. Ben Ali hesitated. Even if we lose miserably, it matters little. Everyone knows we are using all substitutes. Besides, it's Chelsea, who have consistently ranked first this year. Although they are entangled with Manchester United and Arsenal in points, they remain a top-tier Premier League team. Competing with such a squad is indeed a formidable challenge. Jishi remarked, but we are not without opportunities, are we? Ben Ali expressed confusion. There are indeed chances. But to squander such opportunities in the 4th round of the FA Cup would be a folly. Do you understand? Jishi elucidated. It was then that Ben Ali began to grasp the perspective. In comparison to the 4th round of the FA Cup, the League Cup final is undoubtedly of greater importance. The other semi-final will conclude a week later, regardless of whether we face Manchester United or Manchester City, both of which are elite Premier League teams. Manchester City may be somewhat easier to contend with, given their recent ascendance and fluctuating performance in the league, while Manchester United remains a true established powerhouse. If an opportunity arises, it should be seized against Manchester United, not Chelsea. With this understanding, Ben Ali felt a sense of relief, simultaneously admiring Jishi's clarity of thought. Amidst the media hype and the prevailing atmosphere, he maintained such a calm judgment. In truth, Jishi's focus was primarily drawn towards the League Cup and the tournament. After all, Southampton has yet to capture either of these titles. Securing both championships would ignite a historical achievement that would bestow Jishi with a significant influx of accomplishment points. With achievement points, everything follows. In such circumstances, it would be peculiar for Jishi not to remain composed. As for Chelsea's coach, Ancelotti, he had initially paid considerable attention to this match. The Italian is known for his caution, and in this instance, he exhibited exceptional prudence. Thus, despite placing great emphasis on the league, he still deployed most of his starting lineup for this match. Upon receiving the starting lineup, which Jishi had revealed merely 2 hours prior to kickoff, he was taken aback. A complete roster of substitutes, led by the 16-year-old Chamberlain. This clearly indicates a focus on training rather than on achieving results. A team from the English League One has such a defined objective, yet here we are, cautiously deploying the majority of our key players. It is rather absurd. Even the bemused Ancelotti refrained from making extensive comments. He is inherently a pragmatic individual. In the locker room, he merely emphasized the importance of avoiding excessive movements on the pitch that could lead to injuries, without imposing any further demands regarding the match. Chelsea, fielding a significant number of their first team, is undoubtedly a different caliber compared to the entirely substitute Southampton. Nevertheless, Oxlade-Chamberlain has certainly gleaned invaluable insights. He has finally encountered the highest caliber of defenders and defensive strategies. His attempts to break through were met with considerable difficulty, revealing that he possesses no distinct physical advantages. One might even say he is at a disadvantage. In this context, the once overconfident Oxlade-Chamberlain, who felt he could navigate the English League One with ease, has begun to realize the substantial gap that exists between him and the elite levels of competition. He contemplated that perhaps it would be prudent to first establish himself as a starter at Southampton and adapt over 2 years in the lower leagues. Chelsea did not mercilessly thrash Southampton, yet the 3-0 scoreline certainly showcased their prowess as a top-tier team. Engaging with such a formidable opponent presents an excellent opportunity for learning. As for substitutes, my players do not distinguish between starters and reserves. They are all first-team players. In the post-match press conference, Jishi remained impeccably composed, refusing to concede that he aimed to conserve energy for the upcoming league matches. The reporters found themselves at a loss, unable to compel Jishi to acknowledge that he was prioritizing the physical condition of his key players for future competitions. Southampton's fans, in truth, had little to complain about. As their team currently sits in 11th place, the gap between them and 6th-placed Huddersfield has widened to 8 points, with 19 rounds of the league remaining. They can ill afford to drop points carelessly now. This week's respite has proven to be exceedingly essential for Southampton. The restoration of the primary player's stamina has enabled them to secure consecutive victories in the forthcoming 2 league matches. They first triumphed over Swindon, currently positioned 5th, with a score of 2-1 at home, followed by a resounding 3-0 victory against the bottom-placed Stockport. Both opponents showcased commendable performances. Swindon demonstrated tenacity as they vie for a top 2 finish, while Stockport fought desperately to avoid relegation. Had Southampton's main squad exerted themselves for a full 90 minutes against Chelsea prior, it is conceivable they might have faltered in one of these encounters. After clinching these 2 matches, Southampton enjoyed a week of recovery, returning to the pitch rejuvenated, and secured a 3-1 victory against Exeter City, marking their 3rd consecutive win. Faced with a Southampton side brimming with confidence, their adversaries in the southern final of the English Championship, Milton Keynes, lacked the will to compete, ultimately succumbing to a 3-1 defeat after a brief struggle in the second leg. With 2 cup competitions and 2 finals on the horizon, the League Cup final is scheduled for February 28th against Manchester United, while the English Championship final will take place on March 28th against Carlisle United, who triumphed over Leeds United in the Northern final via penalties. Although Carlisle is mid-table in League One and previously drew with Southampton 1-1, their victory over Leeds is considered a significant upset. Furthermore, with their elimination from the FA Cup at the hands of Chelsea, Southampton can now devote the majority of their focus to the league. Before the commencement of the League Cup final, 4 matches remain, and we must seize every possible point available. Jishi raised his fist on the training ground as Southampton currently sits 9th with 46 points, contending with Milton Keynes, Huddersfield, and Millwall as the remaining challengers for a top 6 finish. Accumulating points before the League Cup begins is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Chapter 48. Ferguson's focus in the ensuing period. Southampton indeed embarked on an impressive streak. In the 31st round, they triumphed over Hartlepool with a score of 3-2 at home. The 32nd round saw them face the second-placed Norwich City away from home, where Southampton executed a flawless performance, effectively neutralizing Norwich's offensive efforts. They capitalized on 2 set pieces, with each of their towering forwards scoring a goal, securing a 2-0 victory. In the 33rd round, they clashed with mid-table Walsall and delivered an exhilarating display, sweeping their opponents aside with a resounding 5-0 scoreline. It was not until the 34th round, as they prepared for the League Cup final, that Southampton fielded a majority of their substitutes, resulting in a goalless draw against Wycombe, who were battling for survival. Thus, their 6-match winning streak came to an end. However, the fans of Southampton harbored no grievances. Following this commendable run of form, the team firmly settled into 8th place, amassing 56 points, which afforded them a 4-point cushion over Milton Keynes. More importantly, they trailed 7th-placed Huddersfield by a mere 2 points and 6th-placed Millwall by only 5 points. Although the gap remains considerable, with 12 rounds of the league still to play, the prospect of breaking into the top 6 remains tantalizingly within reach. Given that they had begun the season with a 10-point deficit, what reason could the Southampton supporters have for discontent? Their sole lament lies in the stipulation that, even if the League Cup champions secure a place in the Champions League, the runners-up do not automatically qualify for the Europa League. Only the FA Cup runners-up are granted such an extension. Nevertheless, this is of little concern to Jishi, who has always aspired solely for victory in the final, rather than settling for 2nd place, which offers no sense of accomplishment. Manchester United stands as a formidable adversary. There is no doubt about it. In the past 2 seasons, they have reached the Champions League final consecutively, triumphing over Chelsea and succumbing to Barcelona. This season, they have already advanced to the knockout stage of the Champions League, while fiercely contending with Chelsea in the Premier League. Sir Alex Ferguson, who celebrated his 68th birthday just 3 months ago, continues to demonstrate remarkable vitality, showing no signs of aging. This season, Manchester United's lineup appears somewhat less formidable. Nevertheless, they consistently exhibit remarkable strength. For instance, prior to the commencement of this season, they bid farewell to Cristiano Ronaldo, yet Sir Alex Ferguson refrained from acquiring any marquee players. The most significant expenditure was directed towards Ecuadorian winger Antonio Valencia, while the former England national team captain Michael Owen was brought in on a free transfer. With such minimal investment, any other team would likely have been met with skepticism. However, Manchester United's performance has been surprisingly commendable, with Wayne Rooney, positioned as a primary forward, consistently finding the back of the net. This prompts reflections on how Sir Ferguson, in his pursuit of optimizing Cristiano Ronaldo's contributions, may have inadvertently compromised Rooney's offensive capabilities. Sir Ferguson has never directly addressed this matter. As for whether any team has successfully defended the League Cup since the inception of the Premier League, I cannot say for certain. Yet we shall strive to retain our title. Manchester United has never shied away from the pursuit of championships, as Ferguson jovially remarked during an interview. It is curious, however, that before the establishment of the Premier League, while few teams had achieved back-to-back victories in the League Cup, there were instances such as Liverpool's remarkable 4 consecutive titles and Nottingham Forest's 2 successful defenses. Yet, nearly 2 decades into the Premier League's existence, no team has managed to replicate such a feat, which is indeed perplexing. The greatness of a team like Manchester United requires no further elaboration. Nor does the brilliance of Sir Alex Ferguson. Our focus remains on the final, where we shall endeavour to claim the championship. As for repeating the miracle of Swindon Town, I certainly hope for such an outcome. However, even if we do not achieve it, there is no cause for regret, as Jishi stated during the interview. After hearing these words, Ferguson, though not so superficial as to be swayed by the flattery of a young coach, acknowledged that the lad spoke a considerable truth. Moreover, he had observed Southampton's recent matches, particularly their remarkable feat of eliminating 5 Premier League teams in the League Cup. It was evident from the games that their offensive play was indeed commendable, albeit predominantly concentrated through the central avenues, bolstered by 2 formidable strikers. The midfield boasted players adept at making penetrating runs, delivering passes, and executing breakthroughs, each young forward showcasing distinctive talents. While these attacking players might not entirely meet Ferguson's discerning standards, they nonetheless represented a promising group of young athletes. Given their offensive capabilities, coupled with exceptional synergy and tenacity, overcoming those lower-ranked Premier League teams was hardly an extraordinary achievement. It was not that Ferguson possessed an overly critical eye. Rather, the 5 Premier League teams Southampton had dispatched were not formidable adversaries. The highest-ranked among them, Aston Villa, currently sat 6th in the league. Yet their commendable standing was largely attributable to their counter-attacking tactics, which suited their players perfectly. When facing Southampton, they struggled to execute their defensive strategies effectively, leading to their defeat. As for the other teams, the highest-ranked Birmingham lingered outside the top 10, while Portsmouth languished at the bottom of the table, their relegation seemingly inevitable. To suggest that such teams could epitomize the caliber of the Premier League would be absurd. Southampton was indeed impressive, yet not to the extent of moving Ferguson. Their journey to the finals was not solely a testament to their performance. Fortune in the draw played a significant role. In stark contrast to Southampton's relatively weaker half of the draw, Manchester United's half was daunting, featuring heavyweights such as Manchester City, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Tottenham. The only notable team in Southampton's half was Chelsea, who had been eliminated in the quarterfinals by Blackburn through a penalty shootout, thus allowing Southampton to advance to the semi-finals with relative ease. Consequently, Ferguson felt no particular urgency to prioritize this match. After all, it was common knowledge that Ferguson's primary focus remained on the league and the Champions League. The league title was significant, as Manchester United had secured the top-flight championship 18 times, equal to Liverpool. If they did not surpass Liverpool, how could Ferguson fulfill his vow to dethrone them from their lofty perch? Another significant aspect is the Champions League. Ferguson has already secured 2 Champions League titles. Yet for a coach of his caliber, 2 titles seems somewhat insufficient. 3 would be ideal. After all, Ferguson is now 68 years old, not 58. At this uncertain juncture before his eventual retirement, he must concentrate his efforts more on the league and the Champions League. The FA Cup has become secondary, and the League Cup is even less significant. Chapter 49. The imperative to prevail. Ferguson cannot afford to channel his entire focus into this final. Currently, they are entangled in the league with Chelsea and Arsenal, and the Champions League is about to commence, thus they will not exert their utmost in this match. This is our only opportunity, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. It is hard to fathom that a coach of Ferguson's stature would falter in a final. Ben Ali shook his head. Ferguson is human. Being human means there are oversights. Moreover, to be frank, Manchester United has seen a decline this year. The departure of Cristiano Ronaldo has deprived them of their most vital offensive firepower, while Rooney's advancement to the front line might mitigate this loss. Who can compensate for Rooney's role in orchestrating play from deeper positions? Owen, perhaps 5 years ago, but the Owen of today is not the Owen of yesteryear. Jishi asserted. Their goalkeeper also poses a concern, Ben Ali contemplated. Indeed, Van der Sar's long-term absence means that although the substitute keeper, Cusack, has performed reasonably well, he is not of the caliber of a top-tier goalkeeper like Van der Sar. This is an area we can exploit. Ferdinand is also injured, and while he is close to returning, with the Champions League imminent, Ferguson would not risk his re-injury. Vidic is an outstanding central defender. Yet he lacks pace, and no other centre-back can sufficiently compensate for this deficiency when partnering with him. Manchester United's defense is currently at its most vulnerable in recent years. This presents us with an opportunity. With this thought, Jishi emphatically raised his fist. Let us confront them with our offense. Allow them to witness the strength of Southampton's attacking prowess. Constant movement, relentless confrontation, tire them out. Our physical exertion does not match that of Manchester United. Although we have played more matches, our opponents are not of the same caliber. Benali instinctively nodded. Indeed, in terms of match density, Southampton might even have a slight edge. Yet most of their opponents are from League One, and Manchester United's match density is not significantly better. Every match demands their full effort, in terms of stamina. Southampton might possess a genuine advantage. However, gaining an edge through running may prove to be somewhat challenging. Is our physical condition truly that exceptional? Benali asked, somewhat incredulously. We must give it our all, otherwise we will not have a chance. We will apply constant pressure through our attacks against their relatively weak defense. And by utilizing our movement, we will diminish their offensive threats. Through attrition, we aim to lower the performance level of both sides to a relatively subdued environment. This will be our tactical approach for the match. Only in this manner can we hope to conquer the formidable Manchester United. Jishi exclaimed, raising his fist emphatically. The strategy to confront Manchester United has been firmly established. For the players of Southampton, the anticipation for the forthcoming match is immeasurable. After all, it is Manchester United. It is the League Cup final. It is Wembley Stadium. Competing at Wembley is the ultimate aspiration for many players who have graced the pitches of England. This stadium, apart from being the home ground of the England national team, hosts only a few club matches. These include the finals of all domestic cup competitions and the playoff finals. In other words, to compete here, one must possess the qualification to participate in the final of a particular tournament. From this perspective, this stadium is indeed a hallowed ground dedicated to the crowning of champions in England. For the players of Southampton, the prospect of playing at Wembley was once an unimaginable dream, but now they have earned that coveted opportunity. This has left many individuals so exhilarated that they lost a night's sleep. Fortunately, Jishi was aware of this and arrived in London 2 days in advance, securing a hotel for them to adequately recuperate. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have lost the match even before it began. After receiving a stern reprimand from Jishi, the players obediently engaged in restorative training and ensured ample rest the day before the match, appearing before Jishi the next day, invigorated and ready to perform. Seeing you like this brings me some relief. You won't falter during the match and lose without a fight, Jishi remarked. The players responded with sheepish smiles, reflecting on their previous day's demeanor, which had indeed been embarrassing. Well, once you become players in the Premier League, you will have numerous opportunities to visit London each year. For now, focus your minds and think about the game, Jishi continued. His calm demeanor gradually steadied the players' spirits. Indeed, they had merely reached the finals, and the challenge of overcoming the formidable Manchester United loomed ahead. They were all acutely aware of Manchester United's legendary status, yet at this moment, their sole desire was to triumph over them and seize their first national championship in their professional careers. Although the League Cup is often regarded as the least significant among England's top competitions, overshadowed by the League and the FA Cup, it remains a prestigious tournament that attracts the best teams in the nation. Winning the championship would secure a spot in the UEFA Europa League for the season. Consider Southampton, a team of lesser-known players from lower leagues. The pinnacle of top-tier football is often beyond their reach, let alone European competitions. Regardless of whether it is Giroud, Lambert, Mkhitaryan, or Lalana, their yearning for European play has always been profound. Now, they finally have this opportunity. In truth, Jishi was equally excited. This also represents an opportunity for him to soar. In the realm of coaching, he remains a novice. However, with a champion by his side, the scenario transforms dramatically. Although numerous champions emerge annually, the coaching industry is vast, and the number of coaches who possess a championship title remains limited. For instance, consider Allardyce, who previously faced off against Jishi. At 56 years of age, Sam has been coaching since 1994, yet despite his extensive experience, he has never secured a significant championship. He is regarded as one of the pinnacle coaches in English football, having led Premier League teams for an extended period. Yet he has yet to earn the title of champion coach. This illustrates that while attaining a respectable championship may be straightforward for some coaches, for the vast majority, it remains a lifelong pursuit. I am determined to claim numerous championships in the future. Jishi motivates himself, acknowledging that there is no better beginning than defeating a legendary coach like Ferguson to secure his first official championship honor. Such a promising start is one that I must achieve. Chapter 50, Manchester United with only half their strength. The fact that Wembley Stadium, with a capacity of 90,000, is filled to the brim is astonishing, particularly since tickets for such matches are fairly distributed to both sets of fans. Given the size of Manchester United's fan base, it is customary for them to occupy half of the stadium. They are accustomed to traveling to London for matches. However, the presence of Southampton supporters occupying half of the seats at the new Wembley is indeed surprising. Half of Wembley accommodates 45,000 people, and the entire population of Southampton amounts to just over 200,000. This means that more than one-fifth, approaching one-quarter, of Southampton's residents have made the journey to London. What a terrifying ratio this is. Nevertheless, Jishi was not particularly surprised by it. The residents of Southampton are relatively affluent and enjoy a leisurely lifestyle, being a port city that benefits from tolls. Thus, despite having a population of merely 220,000, it is reasonable to expect that if we perform well, a crowd of 40,000 to 50,000 can easily fill the stadium. Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Indeed, Borussia Dortmund has just over 500,000 inhabitants, slightly more than double our number, yet their domestic matches see an attendance of 83,000, with every seat occupied. By this measure, filling a 40,000 seat stadium should not pose a challenge for us. Ben Ali nodded in agreement. Therefore, we must leverage our success to endear ourselves to the fans. Jishi chuckled. In fact, the previous owner's idea was commendable. Even a 50,000 seat stadium is well within the capabilities of the Southampton populace to fill. Unfortunately, he focused solely on commercial aspects, neglecting the team's competitiveness. When the performance falters, why would fans, who are not masochists, choose to attend the matches? Indeed, our current success means that even in London, there are 45,000 Southampton supporters eager to come. Ben Ali affirmed with a vigorous nod. So, let us seize this championship. Let us make them adore us even more. Jishi raised his fist towards the players on the bus. The players enthusiastically followed suit, rallying with fervent shouts. Indeed, no matter how loyal English fans may be, they yearn to witness splendid matches, thrilling victories, and glorious accolades. Southampton's descent into the championship has paradoxically achieved attendance rates that eluded them during their final 2 years in the Premier League. What is the reason for this? It is simply that Southampton has been playing attractively, scoring plentiful goals, and winning frequently. With such factors in play, achieving high attendance is hardly a challenge. Certainly, there will always be die-hard fans who remain loyal even if the team were to drop to amateur leagues. These supporters form the foundation of a club. However, they are, after all, too few in number. The ability to attract a larger crowd of less devoted yet more enthusiastic fans is a testament to a club's popularity. As the bus approached the majestic Wembley Stadium, each player gazed at the iconic arch from a distance, only redirecting their attention upon entering the venue. The Manchester United players soon followed suit, appearing relaxed during their warm-up, showcasing their extensive experience. When the starting lineup was announced, Manchester United chose to rest Rooney. Ben Ali cheerfully handed Jishi a note. Ah, splendid indeed. Jishi took the note, acknowledging that Rooney is undoubtedly the most significant asset for Manchester United this year. In his absence, the team's offensive prowess has diminished markedly. Back in the day, when the formidable trio of Manchester United, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Tevez departed, Rooney's absence would have led to a substantial impact on their attacking capabilities. With Van der Sar and Ferdinand also absent, the current strength of Manchester United lies solely in their midfield. However, the primary function of the midfield is to bridge the defense and offense. Mere strength in the midfield does not guarantee victory. Jishi increasingly felt that his decision was indeed the right one. While Manchester United's strength waned, Southampton had bolstered their own capabilities significantly. What does it mean by the rise and fall of fortunes? This exemplifies that very notion. Amidst this ebb and flow, Southampton's victory no longer seemed an elusive dream. Mr. Ferguson, I never anticipated having the opportunity to compete against you on the same pitch. I initially thought I would have to wait another 2 years, Jishi remarked respectfully to Ferguson. Ferguson shrugged nonchalantly, rest assured. If you find yourself in the Premier League in 2 years, you will undoubtedly encounter me. His words were clear. Although Ferguson would be 70 years old by then, he had no intention of retiring anytime soon. Jishi couldn't help but admire him. This was a man rumored to retire early due to heart issues nearly 7 or 8 years ago, yet after receiving a pacemaker, he continued to coach, showing no signs of slowing down or contemplating retirement. Such individuals are indeed living legends, and Jishi aims to vanquish such a legend. This is not an insurmountable task. Even the most esteemed coaches and the strongest teams are susceptible to defeat. It is worth noting that Manchester United is currently undergoing a period of transition. Indeed. Prior to that, both Sir Alex Ferguson and Manchester United must have underestimated their opponents. Observing the current starting lineup of Manchester United, it becomes evident that they exhibit a degree of complacency. The goalkeeper, Kusksak, the right back, the Brazilian Rafael, the left back, Evra, the central defenders, Vidic and Evans, the midfield wingers, Valencia and Park Ji-sung, the central midfielders, Carrick and Fletcher, and the forwards, Owen and Berbatov form the team. This lineup cannot be deemed inferior. However, it is evident that the absence of stalwarts like Neville and Ferdinand in the defense, coupled with the non-participation of the venerable Giggs and Scholes in the midfield, along with Rooney's absence in the forward line, significantly diminishes their potency. Southampton, on the other hand, fielded their entire first team, goalkeeper Davis, flanked by fullbacks Atsumobo and Mills, with centre-backs Lovren and Font partnering in defense. The midfield was composed of Schneiderlin, Watton, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan, while the forward duo consisted of Giroud and Lambert. This has also been Southampton's customary starting lineup in recent months. The two fullbacks venture forward boldly, although their offensive and defensive contributions are not particularly remarkable. Their forward runs effectively draw the opposition's defense. Mkhitaryan and Lalana alternate in making breakthroughs or delivering passes from the flanks, with Mkhitaryan taking the lead. Jishi provides him with ample dynamism, while Giroud primarily positions himself at the forefront, allowing Lambert a significantly broader range of movement. This may not be a conventional formation. However, it has already established some ambiguous positional roles on the field, allowing players to maximize their individual strengths. This encapsulates the current trend in the evolution of football. The significance of specific positions diminishes, while the paramount objective lies in enabling more players on the field to capitalize on their strengths and evade their weaknesses. This represents the finest tactic and also the trajectory for the future development of football. Chapter 51. Equalized after taking the lead amidst the cheers of 90,000 spectators. The match commenced promptly. The players of Manchester United naturally initiated their attack, a strategy they have become accustomed to this season, characterized by a slow start. Currently, the two forwards rarely collaborate on the front line. Since his transfer this season, Owen has had some opportunities, however. Due to Rooney being the unequivocal star of Manchester United this season, Owen often finds himself stepping in for Berbatov as central position, rather than partnering with him. Although they possess contrasting technical attributes, one being tall and the other swift, neither excels in height nor speed. Berbatov, affectionately known as Elegant Brother, is a technically skilled forward, and expecting him to engage in positioning battles is virtually impossible. Owen, once renowned for his speed and shooting finesse, was undoubtedly world-class. Yet, after enduring years of injuries, he is no longer the youthful sprinter he once was. His pace has long since diminished, and he now relies on experience and technique to make his mark. Thus, the partnership between him and Berbatov awkwardly results in a scenario where, despite their completely different appearances, their technical characteristics and roles overlap somewhat. The challenge of breaching the formidable defenses of Font and Lovren with such an offensive strategy remains substantial. Berbatov executed a splendid breakthrough, evading Lovren, only to be thwarted by the timely intervention of Font, who executed a flying tackle. Owen, positioned just outside the penalty area, attempted a long-range shot. But lacking power due to Lovren's interference, it was effortlessly gathered by Davis. While Davis may not be regarded as a top-tier goalkeeper, his reliability is commendable for Southampton. Having such a custodian is more than adequate. After withstanding this wave of Manchester United's attack, Southampton swiftly initiated a counter-offensive. To everyone's astonishment, Southampton scored on their very first attack. Following a series of precise passes, the ball found its way to Lalana's feet. Evidently, Manchester United's defense was not entirely attuned to Lalana's attributes, granting him ample space to maneuver. With a deft lift of his foot, Lalana delivered the ball to the edge of the penalty area. The repositioning Mkhitaryan received the pass and promptly surged into the box. Evra, who had just ventured forward to assist, had yet to return, while Vidic hastily moved to cover. Confronted by the approaching Vidic, Mkhitaryan recalled the pre-match advice from his coach. Although Vidic is an elite center-back, his turning and reaction times tend to lag. If he approached without support from others, then Mkhitaryan could boldly attempt to bypass him. Mkhitaryan advanced with the ball, determined to break through. This situation surprised Vidic, for with his esteemed reputation, opponents would typically assess their capabilities before daring to confront him head-on. Few would take such a bold approach. Yet, Mkhitaryan did just that. His footwork was exceptional, and his feints were remarkably convincing. After enticing Vidic to shift his weight, he swiftly nudged the ball laterally, evading his defense, and then broke through from the opposite side. Only then did Vidic realize that he had grown accustomed to covering from behind. Ferdinand had swept forward against the opponent's calculated breakthrough, leaving Vidic's reaction somewhat delayed. As Vidic quickly turned, he found himself unable to thwart Mkhitaryan's advance, who had completely outpaced him and was now face-to-face with goalkeeper Kuzjak. As a top-notch defender, Vidic made a final effort. He sprinted from the side, grasping Mkhitaryan's jersey, and executed a sliding tackle. Mkhitaryan, caught off guard as he prepared to shoot, fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding Vidic's challenge. A tremendous uproar erupted from the stands. Manchester United fans shouted accusations of diving, while Southampton supporters clamored for a penalty. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he dashed into the penalty area and pointed decisively to the spot. Without a doubt, the pull from behind and the sliding tackle warranted a penalty. If this was not a penalty, then nothing was. However, the referee appeared to discern that the action did not inflict injury, thus refraining from issuing a yellow card. Both coaches found themselves in a state of discontent. Ferguson leaped to his feet, arms flailing, his face flushed as he vociferously objected. How can that possibly be a penalty? Meanwhile, Jishi appeared even more agitated, equally shouting at the pitch. That was a malicious tackle from behind. A red card. Not even a yellow? This is utterly outrageous. Ferguson, already incensed, felt overshadowed by Jishi's fervent outcry, which only fueled his irritation. He was the legendary hairdryer. After all, how could he be outdone by Jishi? However, it was evident that the referee paid little heed to the theatrical displays of the two managers. He dispersed the protesting Manchester United players and handed the ball to Lambert, who stepped up confidently. With a swift kick, he deceived Kuzjak and sent the ball into the lower right corner of the net. Goal. Southampton astonishingly led Manchester United 1-0. An English Football League team was ahead of the reigning champions of the Premier League. Were they about to replicate the miracle of Swindon, achieving the League Cup as a team from the third tier? When Swindon won the League Cup, the UEFA Cup only permitted the FA Cup champions to participate, thus preventing Swindon from competing in European tournaments as a lower division team. Now, Southampton seemed to have that opportunity. The last instance of a lower division team participating in European competition dates back to the 2003-2004 season, when the two Bundesliga side Alemannia Aachen reached the DFB Pokal final, only to be defeated by Werder Bremen. However, due to Bremen's qualification for the Champions League, Aachen was granted a place in the subsequent season's UEFA Cup, where they advanced to the round of 16. Could Southampton aspire to achieve something similar? Numerous commentators began to raise their voices, recognizing the significance of the moment, and they eagerly reiterated the unfolding narrative. Nevertheless, Manchester United would not relinquish their championship title easily. They quickly launched a fierce offensive, while Southampton tirelessly engaged in intercepting and counterattacking. Even with a lead, they showed no signs of retreating, continuing their assault. Southampton's audacity was indeed commendable. Yet, many observers deemed their strategy somewhat foolish, as it exposed vulnerabilities in their defense. Despite Rooney's absence, Owen and Berbatov were both exceptional forwards. Given the opportunity, they could score. In the 16th minute, Berbatov unexpectedly displayed tenacity in the attacking third, intercepting the ball from Mills, who had been overly hesitant. After stealing the ball, Berbatov surged into the penalty area, where Font lunged to clear it. However, the loose ball fell to Owen's feet, and before Lovren could close in, Owen swiftly struck, equalizing the score for Manchester United. Chapter 52. The unexpected advantage of Southampton following the equalization. Manchester United did not relent in their pursuit. Despite their apparent misfortune during the match, they squandered 2 opportunities to score after leveling the game. Additionally, the industrious Owens suffered a knee injury during his run in the 38th minute and was subsequently replaced by Rooney. Upon entering the field, Rooney swiftly connected with a cross from Valencia and, with a deft header, directed the ball into the far corner of the net. With a score of 2-1. Having fallen behind early in the match, Manchester United rallied with relentless attacks, ultimately overturning the scoreline before the end of the first half. The jubilant cheers from the United supporters erupted, albeit somewhat belatedly, yet they viewed this as the quintessential performance expected from their team. Often, Manchester United may not possess overwhelming strength, yet they consistently manage to secure ultimate victories and championships. This is the allure of the Red Devils. When the whistle signaling the end of the first half echoed, the Southampton supporters felt a tinge of regret, while the Manchester United fans were convinced victory was already within their grasp. Although they led by a solitary goal, they perceived Southampton's earlier advantage as a mere stroke of luck, confident that such an error would not recur. The players of Manchester United shared this sentiment. Southampton's goal had taken them by surprise, yet it was merely a fleeting astonishment, nothing more. Focus in the second half. I do not wish to witness a repeat of the first half's lapse, Ferguson articulated in the dressing room. He offered little further commentary. Both teams had expended considerable energy during the first half, and it was evident that Southampton would be the first to falter, not Manchester United. The latter thrived in a high-tempo, fast-paced environment, a realm far beyond Southampton's capacity. Regardless of the number of matches Southampton played, they primarily competed at a lower echelon. The disparity in competitive intensity resulted in vastly differing levels of physical exertion. Given that both teams had engaged in significant running during the first half, it was undoubtedly Southampton who would struggle more, experiencing greater fatigue. This can be regarded as a truth. A coach of Ferguson's caliber is undoubtedly astute in his judgments. And indeed, Manchester United must amass strength to face the forthcoming league challenges. Thus, he refrained from excessive admonitions. However, the manner in which Southampton's players moved on the pitch struck him as somewhat familiar. This realization struck Ferguson while he was reviewing the match footage, although he initially dismissed it. After all, countless teams in the Premier League have emulated Manchester United's movement system. Given Southampton's offensive strategy, it was only natural for them to mimic United's approach. However, it was only during the direct confrontations on the pitch that he discerned Southampton's imitation went beyond mere mimicry. They had indeed absorbed the essence of United's dynamic play to a considerable degree. Ferguson found himself intrigued, recognizing that this young coach, Jishi, possessed a certain flair. It appeared that in 2 years, he might well stir the waters of the Premier League. Yet, Ferguson, having encountered numerous promising young talents, understood that many coaches, despite showcasing remarkable abilities at the outset, often falter in maintaining that level of excellence. He recalled those who had once served as his assistant coaches, individuals like Brian, Kidd, McLaren, and Queiroz, whom he had held in high regard, only to see them struggle in their independent managerial careers. Thus, he merely sighed inwardly, without dwelling too much on the matter. In the first half, our performance had been commendable, significantly exhausting their stamina. We must continue this relentless movement in the second half to wear them down completely. Their defenders already exert considerable energy. The strain they face now will undoubtedly reveal more vulnerabilities in the latter half. Do you understand? We will feign attacks from the flanks to draw their attention, then strike forcefully through the center. Their towering central defenders are slow to pivot. A distinct advantage for our forwards. Seize every opportunity. Every goal counts. In the locker room, Jishi passionately gestured with his fists, brimming with ideas for the second half. Manchester United's counterattacks, while typically lackluster, relied heavily on Rooney and Valencia's wing plays after Owen's departure. Rooney, with his powerful thrusts, lacked sure speed, allowing us to effectively disrupt his progression by either containing him or intercepting his passes. Our players, however, hesitated, acutely aware of their own stamina. The exertion of the first half had already drained them more than usual. How long could they sustain such intensity in the second half? Fear not, Jishi assured them mysteriously. I possess a clearer understanding of your physical condition than you do yourselves. Amused by his audacity in employing such tactics without fear of a physical collapse, Jishi felt a secret thrill. As the players took the field, their initial skepticism waned, replaced by a burgeoning trust in Jishi, and they quickly redirected their focus to the match. Shortly after the second half commenced, Ferguson furrowed his brow. The Southampton players continued their relentless running, engaging in confrontations, applying pressure, and launching rapid counterattacks. These exertions are undeniably taxing on one's stamina, naturally. They cannot persist in running incessantly and require intervals to recuperate. Nevertheless, their overall tempo of play remains slightly superior to that of Manchester United. Have they forsaken their physical endurance? Ferguson pondered in astonishment. However, at this juncture, he finds himself powerless. Owen's injury has left him with merely 2 substitutions available. And at this moment, he has no viable options to replace. Manchester United is experiencing a scarcity of personnel, with key players such as Van der Sar and Ferdinand sidelined due to injuries. The bench holds only 3 veterans, Neville, Scholes, and Giggs, whose physical conditions are hardly optimal. Thus, Ferguson resolves to endure, opting to wait until Southampton's current surge subsides. He gestures for a deceleration in pace, and Southampton begins to leverage their physical advantage to seize control of the match. Amidst the fervent cheers of Southampton supporters, their offensive prowess begins to manifest fully. Lalana and Mkhitaryan frequently interchange positions, launching attacks from the flanks, each employing distinct strategies. Mkhitaryan relies on his ability to penetrate defenses, while Lalana focuses on distribution and long-range shots. Neither player tends to receive the ball in extremely wide positions. Thus, they often find themselves operating near the corners of the penalty area. The offensive maneuvers here effortlessly create threats. Lalana received a pass from Schneiderlin on the right side of the penalty area. He made a slight adjustment and promptly unleashed a left-footed shot. The ball soared towards the bottom left corner of the goal, but Kuzjak leapt to make a remarkable save, deflecting the ball away. Chapter 53. It will certainly diminish. After executing a menacing long-range shot with his left foot from the right side of the penalty area, Lalana swiftly transitioned to the left side, where he unleashed another threatening long-range shot with his right foot. Although neither of these long-range shots resulted in a goal, they both compelled Kuzjak to make a save. On the sidelines, Ferguson furrowed his brow. It was perplexing that a player capable of striking from distance would willingly settle for playing in League One. Even if this Lalana hailed from Southampton's youth academy, such unwavering loyalty seemed excessive. This individual appears to possess some utility, although technically lacking. His ability to deliver accurate passes and execute long-range shots is commendable. However, the primary dilemma confronting Ferguson at this juncture is that Lalana's dynamism compels Manchester United's defense to expand its coverage. After all, a player capable of delivering quality shots from any position necessitates a broader defensive strategy. Failing to contain him risks allowing him to unleash a spectacular strike. Thus, it is imperative to disrupt his rhythm, preventing him from launching his long-range efforts with ease. Yet, as the defensive line stretches, the space afforded to the forwards within the penalty area enlarges considerably. The attackers from Southampton keenly recognized this vulnerability. When Schneiderlin received the ball deep in the midfield, he opted not to pass to the retreating Lalana, but instead executed a long pass from the left flank directly into the penalty area. Lambert swiftly advanced, evading Evans in his run, and calmly directed the descending ball towards the center of the box with a deft header. Giroud and Vidic contended for position. Both were of similar stature, yet Giroud leveraged his marginally superior speed to secure a favorable spot, meeting the incoming ball with a rapid header. Confronted with this close-range effort, Kuzjak found himself unable to intervene as the ball swiftly nestled into the near corner of the net. The score was now level at 2 apiece, with Southampton equalizing a mere 13 minutes into the second half. Continue the assault. Let us fully unleash our offensive prowess, Jishi exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. The recent goal exemplified his tactical vision, initiating a threatening attack down the flanks to draw the opponent's attention, followed by a direct assault on the center of their penalty area, capitalizing on the swiftness and agility of his 2 forwards to secure the goal. The partnership between Giroud and Lambert may not be the epitome of speed, yet it certainly surpasses the combination of Vidic and Evans in that regard. Speed is, at times, a matter of relativity. Ferguson now found himself in a quandary. He could readily discern the advantages held by the opposing forwards. Yet certain issues cannot be resolved merely by observation. He possessed a solution. Substituting in the speedy and elite center-back Ferdinand would alleviate the problem. However, Ferdinand's injury rendered him unavailable for selection. Press forward, suppress their attack, Ferguson shouted emphatically from the sidelines. This is the only approach. If defense falters, one must resort to offense to thwart the opponent's advances. Ferguson's tactical adaptability is remarkable. However, often, The challenges faced on the field cannot solely be resolved by the head coach. Manchester United aspires to launch an offensive, yet in midfield, they are besieged by relentless pressure from their adversaries. The attacking prowess of Manchester United's midfield is commendable, yet neither Carrick nor Fletcher are elite orchestrators of offense. Their attempts to construct plays amidst physical confrontations prove to be quite challenging. Thus, Manchester United relies on the flanks, particularly Valencia, to inject some vigor into their play. Unfortunately, Valencia's path for inward runs is obstructed, compelling him to resort to incessant crosses, which are consistently thwarted by Southampton's two central defenders. Though Rooney previously scored with a header during a counterattack when Southampton's defenders were out of position, in the current scenario of positional play, attempting to seize the ball between two towering center-backs, each around 6 feet 3 inches tall, seems utterly implausible. After successfully repelling Manchester United's offensive surge, Southampton initiated their own counterattack with remarkable swiftness. Witnessing Southampton's relentless energy, Ferguson nearly found himself in disbelief. How could Southampton possess such stamina? After a prolonged struggle, 2/3 of the match had elapsed, and both teams should be experiencing fatigue. Typically, this would be a moment to recuperate and conserve energy for a final assault. Yet, Southampton launched a vigorous attack without hesitation. As Ferguson grappled with this perplexity, Mkhitaryan received the ball on the flank and commenced a breakthrough. Evra, compelled to intervene, brought him down, resulting in the referee brandishing a yellow card. However, misfortune struck Southampton as Mkhitaryan sustained a minor injury from the tackle, rendering him unable to continue in the match. G shook his head, relieved that Mkhitaryan was injured rather than someone else, as he had capable substitutes to call upon. Chamberlain took to the field. Compared to Mkhitaryan, his technique and ability to break through were still developing, yet he excelled in executing flank breakthroughs. Lalana delivered the ball into the penalty area, where Raphael attempted to clear it with a powerful kick, only to injure his thigh in the process. Ferguson, visibly displeased, substituted him with Neville, who was initially meant to rest alongside Rooney. The unfortunate injuries to Raphael and Owen, who had not played in the previous 2 matches, were indeed disheartening. Chamberlain began to thrive on the wing, leaving Evra struggling to cope with his advances. Given Evra's experience and skill, he should have fared better. However, having expended considerable energy and being burdened with a yellow card naturally tempered his defensive approach. In such circumstances, Chamberlain executed a splendid breakthrough, maneuvering past Evra's defense from the baseline before penetrating the penalty area. The Manchester United defenders fixated on marking the attackers within the box, neglecting to impede him promptly. Chamberlain, displaying decisive composure, unleashed a strike that struck the outstretched foot of Kuksak and soared into the near corner of the net. 3-2, Southampton takes the lead. The goal that occurred in the 70th minute delivered a powerful blow to Manchester United's hopes. Falling behind once may be deemed an accident, but to find oneself trailing a second time is no longer fortuitous. Ferguson made his final substitution, bringing on Gibson for Park Ji-sung as Manchester United sought to mount a counterattack. They were not devoid of opportunities. Ferguson believed that Southampton's stamina would surely diminish in the final 20 minutes, presenting an opportunity for Manchester United. However, would the endurance of the Southampton players truly wane? Chapter 54. A great victory. No one anticipated that Southampton, maintaining a high-intensity performance, would not falter in the last 20 minutes of the match. Their running did decrease somewhat, but this was due to their gradual shift towards a defensive posture. Manager Jishi substituted Lalana for Lambert to bolster midfield movement and interception. With collective tenacity and resolve, they withstood Manchester United's onslaught in those final minutes. It must be said that Manchester United's attacking prowess has undeniably diminished this season. A smile adorned Jishi's face, as he had foreseen this outcome. Before the match commenced, he had invested a substantial 20 achievement points to exchange for a stamina-enhancing potion, administering it to every starting player, save for goalkeeper James. This potion augmented the player's stamina by 30%. What could once be a distance of 10,000 meters now extended to 13,000. Southampton's mainstays typically covered an average of over 9,000 meters per match, a figure that is modest in the top leagues. However, with the enhancement potion, each player could now traverse over 12,000 meters. This remarkable level of stamina can only be achieved by the most elite teams. Under such circumstances, Southampton has an abundance of possibilities through their relentless running. The continuous mutual exhaustion has significantly impacted Manchester United's defense and offense, thereby granting Southampton an opportunity to triumph over them. However, an increase in physical endurance merely enables players to be more vigorous on the field. to gain a lead on the scoreboard. It ultimately relies on the player's exceptional performance and the meticulous arrangement of tactical strategies. Without enhancements in these critical areas, Southampton, which does not yet boast overwhelming strength even in League One, would find it nearly impossible to defeat Manchester United. Yet, they have accomplished this daunting task. When the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, nearly everyone was astounded, unable to believe their eyes. A League One team has toppled the Premier League champions. This marks the first appearance of the most legendary dragon-slaying tale in the League Cup since 1969. And it stands as the most magnificent and extravagant saga of its kind since the inception of the Premier League. Should Southampton fail to ascend to the championship this season, they would compete in the UEFA Europa League, the premier European tournament, as a team from the third tier. This can be described as an unprecedented miracle. It is evident to all that Manchester United's performance was commendable, although several key players were absent after Neville and Rooney were substituted in the second half. The majority of their starting lineup, with the exception of Ferdinand, had taken the field. Yet, Southampton still triumphed over Manchester United with a score of 3-2. What manner of team is this in the English Championship? Meanwhile, everyone's attention is focused on Jishi, the young proprietor and coach, barely in his early 20s, has remarkably secured the League Cup championship in the very first season of his coaching career. This situation undoubtedly evokes a sense of despair among the numerous coaches who have toiled in the Premier League for over a decade without securing a championship title. However, this can hardly be deemed an injustice. The profession of a football coach is inherently competitive. Those lacking in capability may struggle for years without ever clinching a title, while those possessing exceptional talent may attain prestigious championships much earlier in their careers. The disparity is so profound that it surpasses even the differences among the players themselves. The Southampton players surged onto the pitch, engulfed in euphoric celebration. They had long anticipated this day, yet upon its arrival, their minds were a whirlwind of emotions, leaving only fervent cheers and exultations in their wake. Jishi, hands on hips, was overwhelmed with sentiment. After exhausting all efforts, they had finally triumphed in this match, illuminating an unprecedented achievement. Spending 20 achievement points was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Who knows how many more achievement points could be accrued next? Just as Jishi was lost in thought, a heavy Scottish accent broke through the commotion. "Young man, quite remarkable. I concede this match." Ferguson extended his hand towards Jishi. Jishi promptly grasped Ferguson's hand and replied, "Strong teams often bear disadvantages in this respect. I merely capitalized on certain elements. If it were a straightforward contest, over 10 matches, we might win just one. In crucial matches, one victory is sufficient." Ferguson nodded in agreement. The pre-match words were mere pleasantries, yet now I genuinely look forward to our encounter in the Premier League after the next season and a half. "I too eagerly await it," Jishi acknowledged. "What about Lalana? Are you considering selling him?" Ferguson inquired unexpectedly. "His skills are not refined enough for Manchester United. Besides, you must allow him to perform well in the Premier League before making a move. Selling him now would yield little profit, as Southampton is my asset." Jishi replied candidly. Ferguson chuckled in surprise, patting Jishi on the shoulder before departing. As Jishi observed Ferguson and his players exchanging farewells, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It seemed that only a coach like Ferguson could maintain such composure after losing a cup championship, given his illustrious career filled with numerous prestigious titles. Nonetheless, Jishi felt no obligation to adopt such tranquility. He was young, brimming with vitality. After securing victory and glory, he was compelled to celebrate fervently, to shout with abandon, and to relish every aspect of triumph. In the next moment, Jishi spread his arms wide, dashing onto the field to embrace each player, celebrating wildly. Meanwhile, the Manchester United fans began to exit, while the Southampton supporters commenced their own frenzied jubilation. Southampton, a club historically devoid of accolades, despite being a long-standing Premier League team, had only ever claimed a single major honor, the FA Cup. Their performances in the League and League Cup had been far from commendable, and they had never captured the Community Shield. Thus, upon winning this League Cup, Jishi could immediately stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest managers in the club's history in terms of honor. After shaking hands with the executives of the English League Committee, Jishi prepared his players, standing alongside Captain Davis on either side of the trophy, firmly grasping it before lifting it high with great enthusiasm. The champions of the 2009 to 2010 English League Cup are Southampton Football Club. With the announcer's booming voice resonating through the venue, the Southampton players, led by Jishi and Davis, raised their arms in unison. while the Southampton fans erupted in a tremendous cheer. A magnificent victory. This marks the first League Cup title in the history of Southampton. Chapter 55. Twice at Wembley in January. Upon returning to Southampton with the League Cup trophy, the team was not greeted by throngs of fans, as they had all traveled to London for the occasion. However, that evening, a grand parade unfolded in the city of Southampton, where the players and coaches celebrated exuberantly atop an open-top bus, reveling in their triumph. Indeed, it was a moment worth celebrating, for this was only the second notable championship in Southampton's storied history of over a century. Southampton is rich in history, yet it has often lacked in honors. But since my arrival, such a scarcity of accolades will no longer persist. This is my first championship with Southampton, yet it shall certainly not be my last. Jishi, brandishing a megaphone, shouted into the streets, igniting the spirits of the Southampton fans even further. Filled with pride, he passed the megaphone to someone else, oblivious to Benali's unease. He worried that Jishi's bold proclamations might lead to disappointing performances, potentially resulting in a backlash. Of course, at that moment, Jishi was indifferent to such concerns. In his eyes, the question of whether or not he would achieve significant honors was moot. I am destined to continuously create miracles. While I may not be one of those time-traveling characters from novels, I possess my own unique advantages. Indeed, my advantages surpass mere time travel. After returning home, Jishi's good mood began to blossom even further. Having secured the League Cup championship, he was awarded 50 achievement points, a reward inherent to the title itself. Furthermore, having clinched the first League Cup in Southampton's history, this accomplishment illuminated an additional 200 achievement points. Consequently, by merely obtaining this championship, Jishi amassed a total of 250 achievement points. After deducting the 20 points he had previously spent, he found himself with a substantial 274 points at his disposal. If converted into tactical points, this would elevate his tactical score beyond 30 points. Nevertheless, Jishi was prudent and refrained from indiscriminately utilizing these achievement points. The team's current situation was satisfactory, and any hasty expenditure would only be a waste. It would be wiser to wait until the start of the next season to assess areas that particularly needed enhancement. Following their victory in this match, Southampton's focus primarily shifted to the league, with the English Championship final scheduled for March 28th, marking the only game that could impact Southampton's league sprint. However, the toll taken by the League Cup final adversely affected Southampton's performance, as they suffered a dispiriting defeat against Tranmere, who were ranked 19th. In that match, Southampton fielded mostly substitutes, and even the few starters seemed out of form, leading to a defeat that left them without any frustration. Fortunately, March's schedule was relatively lenient, and after a week of rest, Southampton managed to reclaim their rhythm with a victory against second-placed Leeds United. Lambert's golden goal secured a 1-0 win at home, reinstating their competitive spirit. A week later, Southampton achieved a resounding 3-0 victory against Milton Keynes away, marking their second consecutive win. After 37 rounds, Southampton had ascended to 7th place, trailing 6th-placed Colchester United by a mere 2 points, with a total of 62 points. However, teams ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th boasted scores of 68 and 67 points, while Leeds, in 2nd place, had amassed 71 points. With only 9 matches remaining in the league, Southampton's ambition to break into the top 2 seemed increasingly challenging, as they would need to secure 9 points while facing 5 formidable competitors. Thus, Jishi resolutely continued his strategy of seizing every possible honor and achievement available this season. While the league title appeared elusive, the playoff championship still remained within reach. The English championship had long been regarded by Jishi as a rightful conquest. To his astonishment, even in Division 1, Southampton still had numerous achievements to pursue and illuminate. The League Cup, the English Championship, and the League One Playoff Championship are all honors that Southampton has yet to secure. Even the smallest achievements are significant, and these accomplishments, once illuminated, cannot merely be dismissed as trifles. Thus, in the 38th round, Jishi opted to rest the majority of the main squad, resulting in a goalless draw against Oldham Athletic at home. The draw held little concern for Southampton, as they were poised to return to the new Wembley Stadium in just 3 days for a final match. Indeed, although the English Championship is a competition for lower-tier teams, the final is also held at the new Wembley Stadium. In this final match, the fans of Southampton began to assert their dominance, filling their designated half of the stadium to capacity, while their opponents, Carlisle United, could muster fewer than 30,000 supporters. in contrast to Southampton's home ground, which accommodates just over 18,000 spectators. This number, though substantial, pales in comparison to Southampton's fervent following. After all, Southampton, despite lacking a plethora of accolades, has often found itself competing in the Premier League, whereas Carlisle United rarely graces even the second tier of English football. Their most distinguished achievements include a solitary third-tier championship and 2 titles from the fourth tier, not to mention a singular triumph in the English Football League trophy. It is a testament to the rich history of the English leagues, where many teams once celebrated for their prowess now languish in lower divisions, much like Carlisle United, a club that has spent the majority of its existence in obscurity. In terms of overall strength, they are vastly outclassed by Southampton, who currently sits significantly higher in the standings at 15th place, a stark contrast to Southampton's performance. Jishi and the Southampton players afforded their opponents little opportunity. From the outset, they relentlessly pressured Carlisle with their swift movements and rapid attacks, launching assaults from the flanks, executing breakthroughs and long-range shots with aplomb. Even Manchester United found themselves compelled to expand their defensive measures under such relentless pressure, let alone Carlisle United. Consequently, 2 strikers managed to score in the first half. And although Carlisle United mounted a spirited comeback in the second half, narrowing the deficit to 1 goal, the efforts of Lalana and Mkhitaryan sealed a resounding victory for Southampton, culminating in a 4-1 triumph and securing the English Football League trophy. It is delightful to win the championship in my first participation in this tournament. However, I sincerely hope Southampton will not find themselves in this competition again in the future, Jishi remarked with a smile at the post-match press conference. Chapter 56. Prosperity. On February 28th, Southampton triumphed over Manchester United 3-2 at the new Wembley, clinching the League Cup, and on March 28th, they defeated Carlisle United 4-1 at the same venue, securing the English Football League trophy. Within the span of a mere month, they made 2 appearances at Wembley, earning 2 domestic championships, a feat unprecedented in the annals of English football history. Typically, teams capable of winning the League Cup would not participate in a competition reserved for lower-tier clubs, yet Southampton has achieved an extraordinary milestone. As journalists fervently debated the likelihood of such a remarkable occurrence repeating itself, Jishi remained ensconced in his apartment, grinning like a man possessed. Winning the English Football League trophy earned him 20 achievement points, while illuminating Southampton's inaugural triumph in this tournament granted him an additional 50 points. A stark contrast to the rewards from the League Cup. This particular aspect had already been anticipated by Jishi, for the English Championship is hardly regarded as a prestigious achievement. No team holds this title in high esteem, save for those that have long been entrenched in lower-tier leagues. Nevertheless, he has illuminated an additional accomplishment. As noted by the journalists, the remarkable feat of competing in and triumphing at the new Wembley Stadium in consecutive finals within a single month. This is not merely a historical achievement of the Southampton club, but rather a remarkable feat for the entirety of English professional football. Never before has a club managed to participate in 2 domestic finals at Wembley within the span of a single month and emerge victorious. The reason is straightforward. The only domestic finals that can occur in such a brief time frame are the League Cup final and the English Championship final. Yet accomplishing this is exceedingly challenging. Southampton has, however, realized this extraordinary miracle. This remarkable success has granted him an impressive additional 300 achievement points. Gazing at his current tally of 644 achievement points, Jishi felt a wave of dizziness. It is hard to believe that just before the season commenced, he nearly risked losing all his achievement points over a mere few dozen, and now, over 600 achievement points. If he so desired, he could redeem a vial of Captain America's serum right now and transform himself into a superhuman. However, after some contemplation, Jishi decided against rushing into such a decision. After all, he is merely an ordinary person. Should he inadvertently display the physique of a superhero, he would likely be swiftly apprehended and subjected to dissection. He was not fearful of this. After all, he was a superhero, and what was there to fear? However, by that time, how could he continue coaching Southampton and earn achievement points? These points could only be accrued through coaching a team. Thus, Jishi resolved to hoard his achievement points like a miser, reserving them for when they were truly needed, using them sparingly. Whether it was to enhance his tactical acumen, improve his physical prowess, or elevate the training regimen, all of these required a substantial expenditure of achievement points. It was wise to conserve them for now. Winning the championship title had exhilarated everyone at Southampton, yet it inadvertently affected their subsequent performance. primarily because Jishi had become somewhat complacent and failed to properly arrange the team mesh training. Consequently, they ended up drawing 2-2 in an away match against the lower-ranked Brighton, resulting in 2 consecutive draws in the league. This has relegated them to the 8th position, however. They have still amassed a commendable 64 points. Meanwhile, Huddersfield and Colchester United, occupying the 6th and 7th spots respectively, both have 65 points. The pursuit of the 6th place remains a feasible endeavor. Currently, the points among the top teams are closely contested. Aside from Norwich, which has secured 82 points and effectively locked in the 1st position, Swindon follows in 2nd with 73 points, while Millwall holds 3rd with 72 points. Leeds United, which had dominated the standings for an extended period, has recently faltered, slipping to 4th place with 71 points, tied with 5th place Charlton. Our primary objective is to secure a position within the top 6. The top 2 seems increasingly elusive. Rather than exhausting ourselves in a futile chase, it would be wiser to solidify our standing in the top 6 and conserve our energy for the playoffs, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jishi's perspective. Although there are still 7 matches left in the league and a theoretical 9-point gap from 2nd place is not insurmountable, such possibilities remain purely theoretical. As for the rankings of 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, the distinction is minor, revolving merely around the order of home and away matches. However, it is noteworthy that in the English playoffs, there is no differentiation between home and away. In fact, starting at home can provide an advantage in terms of securing goals during extra time. This brings us to the peculiar regulations of the playoff system across England's various leagues. In a match lasting 90 minutes, the concept of away goals does not apply. Thus, even if a team triumphs at home with a score of 1-0, only to succumb to a 3-4 defeat away, they cannot advance based on the advantage of away goals. They must continue into extra time. However, should they score during extra time, they then acquire the away goal advantage. If the extra time concludes with both teams having scored equally, the team that scored earlier will be deemed victorious based on the goal advantage. As the self-proclaimed progenitor of modern football, English football often retains certain archaic rules to distinguish itself from the continental game, a practice they frequently employ. Nonetheless, this is of little concern to Jishi, whose sole focus is to lead his team into the top 6. After a week of recuperation, Southampton set forth once more. Facing Leyton Orient, a team that had previously held them to a draw, they left no room for opportunity, securing a 2-1 victory on home soil, thus ending their streak of 2 consecutive draws. After a brief respite, Southampton welcomed their direct rivals, Charlton, who were positioned 5th in the standings. Jishi continued to field his strongest lineup, and Southampton showcased remarkable steadiness. Thanks to a long-range strike from Lalana, they triumphed 1-0 over Charlton, achieving yet another invaluable victory. With 2 consecutive wins, Southampton surged to 6th place with 70 points, distancing themselves from their former adversaries by 2 points, placing them in a relatively stable position. The competition for the top spots, however, has intensified, with Millwall ascending to 2nd place, Leeds in 3rd, and Swindon slipping to 4th. 78 points, 77 points, 76 points. They are entangled in a fiercely vibrant contest. At this juncture, no one dared to relax. The 2nd place directly guarantees promotion to the championship, and such an opportunity is not one to be squandered. Let them continue to vie for it. The fiercer their competition, the more at ease we shall be during the knockout stage. Jishi chuckled softly. Chapter 57. The conclusion of the league. Jishi was not merely reveling in the misfortune of others. The situation was such that these 3 teams were utterly unable to withdraw. After all, no one would relinquish the chance for direct promotion. Ultimately, however, only one team could ascend directly, which inevitably meant that 2 unfortunate souls would be left behind, their energy depleted, unable to advance, and subsequently faltering in the playoffs. This is not a mere fantasy. Rather, it is a reality that frequently occurs. To contend for the top 2 positions in the final stages of the league is tantamount to gambling. If successful, it undoubtedly leads to promotion to the championship. However, if unsuccessful, even the opportunity for the playoffs may be forfeited. Such choices have always been fraught with dilemma. No matter which path one takes, regret is an ever-present possibility, much akin to the journey of life itself. Therefore, Jishi had never truly contemplated making such a decision. Observe, had we not consciously adjusted our performance prior, our team would now find itself further ensnared in this predicament. As long as our physical stamina remains intact, we are capable of vanquishing any team before us. However, in this situation, Can we afford to conserve our energy? Jishi inquired of Ben Ali. Ben Ali could only acquiesce in response. The meticulous calculations of this individual are indeed quite alarming. Perhaps due to their stable mindset, the players of Southampton have exhibited remarkable performance in the subsequent matches. In 2 consecutive away games, they first triumphed with a score of 5-1 against Bristol Rovers, followed by a narrow 1-0 victory over Yeovil. However, after these 2 rounds, the situation began to shift once again, and Jishi started to feel a sense of unease. After 43 rounds, Norwich City, with a remarkable 89 points, secured promotion to the Premier League 3 rounds early, virtually sealing the title of League One, as they held a 9-point lead over second-placed Leeds United. Leeds, having experienced a resurgence in the last 2 rounds, accumulated 80 points to ascend to the second position, while Millwall and Swindon followed closely with 79 and 78 points respectively. This point tally starkly illustrates the inconsistency of these 3 teams. Leeds, with merely 3 points from 2 matches, managed to leap to second place, while Millwall garnered only 1 point and Swindon 2. Charlton stands at 77 points, and Southampton at 76. 3 rounds remain, with a mere 4 points separating them. Jishi, in a state of nervous contemplation, pondered whether they should strive earnestly in the upcoming matches. Southampton could potentially reach a maximum of 85 points, yet Leeds United, by winning 2 matches, would undoubtedly surpass Southampton's tally. The risk of betting on their chances seemed unwise. Jishi, shaking his head in distress, acknowledged the grim reality. 3 rounds remain, and Leeds United, having faced misfortunes for quite some time, would surely seize the opportunity in their final 3 matches. They would at least secure 2 victories. This meant that while they might inadvertently benefit other teams, they would not do so at Southampton's expense. At this juncture, failing to make an earnest effort would be a regrettable oversight, Ben Ali lamented, clutching his hair. Indeed, Jishi sighed, recognizing the imperative, regardless of the circumstances. They must strive for victory in the next 2 league matches, unless all hope is lost. Otherwise, they cannot afford to appear overly disgraceful. Jishi resolved to push forward. Although he yearned for the playoff championship, the prospect of securing direct promotion was far more appealing than navigating the treacherous path of the playoffs. As the final 3 rounds of League One approached, unexpected developments began to unfold, catching everyone by surprise. In the 44th round, Southampton hosted Carlisle United. The team that was previously obliterated by Southampton in the championship final displayed remarkable resilience in this match. It is no surprise, given their indifferent position. When faced with a rival, why not fight with all their might? Southampton fought valiantly to secure a 3-2 victory, yet they paid a steep price, as Mkhitaryan sustained a thigh injury during the match, casting doubt on his participation in upcoming games. This is troubling. Jishi shook his head. The loss of Mkhitaryan is indeed a worrisome sign, indicating that the player's stamina is waning and injuries are becoming more frequent. If fortune favors Mkhitaryan, he might make it back for the playoff finals, but for now, all hopes rest on the young Chamberlain. Fortunately, Southampton's squad depth remains relatively robust. However, the unfavorable news is that several other teams have also secured victories, notably Leeds United, who triumphed over Milton Keynes with a resounding 4-0 at home. It seems their players are gradually regaining form at just the right moment. With 2 rounds gone and only 4 points secured, the situation is dire. It is time to consider rotation, Jishi suggested to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded in agreement, acknowledging the difficulty of the current scenario. Although Southampton has climbed to 5th place, the significance of this achievement is minimal. After the rotation, Southampton easily dispatched their opponents, yet Leeds United also won their round, amassing 86 points, leaving Southampton with no chance of direct promotion to the championship. Now, let us focus on preparing for the playoffs, Jishi announced to the team. In the final round, Southampton succumbed to their adversaries, but the climax of the last round was exhilarating. Leeds United lost to 6th-place Charlton, as they resigned themselves to the playoffs. They were astonished to discover that Millwall, only a point behind them, was defeated 2-0 by a rival fighting for survival, thus relegating them to 3rd place. The surviving Leeds United commenced a frenzied celebration, having finally returned to the championship after several seasons in League One. Their owner, Bates, was exuberantly vocal, expressing intentions to invest wisely in the future to restore Leeds United to their former glory. Few believe such words. Everyone is well aware of Bates's notorious stinginess. In the final standings of the league, aside from the top 2 positions, Millwall secured a commendable 3rd place with 85 points. while Charlton clinched fourth with 84 points following a victory in the last round. Swindon occupied the fifth position with 83 points, and Southampton rounded off the top six with 82 points. Considering that Leeds United, in second place, only amassed 86 points, and Huddersfield, in seventh, gathered 80 points. This season's competition has indeed been thrilling and fiercely contested. If only we had performed better earlier in the league, those 4 points should have been within our grasp. Jishi lamented. After all, our distraction led us to secure the League Cup in the English Championship, which was unavoidable. Had we not incurred a 10-point deduction, our tally would stand at 92, with Norwich merely at 95. At that point, we would have been contending for the championship rather than vying for the playoffs. Ben Ali consoled Jishi. Indeed, our performance this season has been quite commendable. Jishi nodded in agreement. He spoke with conviction. After all, to have achieved 92 points, secured 2 championships, and with a new coach, such accomplishments are indeed remarkable. Chapter 58. Millwall's opportunity. Millwall may not be particularly distinguished, yet their ambitions are considerable. And this is an aspect we must heed. Engaging them in combat, exploiting movement, and utilizing technical prowess to deplete their stamina will lead us to victory. Jishi addressed the players on the training ground, noting that there would be a week of respite following the league's conclusion. However, for teams that had exhausted themselves, such a week is scarcely sufficient. Only teams like Southampton, who exerted little effort in the final 2 rounds, can truly be considered to have recuperated. In contrast, Millwall, having expended every ounce of energy in their last few matches, ultimately failed to secure direct entry into the championship, a situation fraught with misfortune. Whether a mere week would suffice for them to regain their physical vitality remains a significant question. Thus, in the inaugural home match, Jishi resolved to deliver a resounding performance against them. Seizing the opportunity to capitalize on their poor form, he aimed to dominate and exhaust their already limited stamina further. This is the course of action any competent head coach would undertake, and it reflects the so-called rightful path. Even though Millwall is aware that Southampton might adopt such a strategy, they find themselves with limited options. Nevertheless, this has been their only avenue to pursue. Over the past 2 seasons, Millwall has performed commendably. Last season, they faltered in the playoff finals, and this season, they fell just short of automatic promotion to the championship. Such outcomes may seem unfortunate, yet without sufficient strength, one cannot even claim the right to lament their misfortunes. It is akin to Bayer Leverkusen's ill fate in 2002, where they secured 3 titles, but who possesses the merit to attain such honors? It is preposterous. In the league, their encounters with Southampton resulted in 1 draw and 1 loss, which cannot be interpreted as a reflection of their inadequacy. After all, this season, many top teams ranked highly have fallen victim to Southampton, with nearly all suffering at least 1 defeat at their hands. For Millwall, facing Southampton at this juncture is hardly fortuitous. However, having encountered them, they must fight to the very end. Their squad has undergone minimal alterations, having spent several years in League One, allowing them to assemble a formidable lineup. Financially, they are average, despite being a London club. The notorious reputation among fans limits their ability to attract larger crowds to their matches. Who among the respectable would wish to associate with football hooligans? Nonetheless, they are not devoid of opportunities. The injury to Mkhitaryan has provided them with substantial confidence. The absence of this player, who seamlessly connects the entire team through his breakthroughs, will undoubtedly have a significant impact on Southampton's offensive capabilities. He is a pivotal player. The absence of such a crucial figure can prove to be quite detrimental. In comparison, the overall physical inadequacies of Millwall are indeed a matter that can be compensated for. While Zhang Bachan's ability to break through is commendable, he still cannot be compared to Mkhitaryan. He is only able to create opportunities more effectively on the flanks, yet he still falls short in the central areas. Thus, Southampton's overall offensive prowess is likely to diminish significantly, presenting an opportunity for them. For Mr. Jackett, the manager of Millwall, this represents his sole chance and method. A week has passed swiftly. Upon their arrival in Southampton, the Millwall squad was met with neither a warm welcome nor any special treatment, as Southampton's fans are, after all, quite typical supporters. The anticipation for this match is palpable, particularly as I look forward to leading the team to Wembley for the 3rd time. Jackett expressed at the pre-match press conference. Journalists recalled that this could very well be the first instance of a coach guiding a team to Wembley 3 times within a single season. Although Premier League teams may have such opportunities, it typically requires participation in the finals of the Community Shield, FA Cup, and League Cup consecutively. The only team to have achieved this remarkable feat thus far was Chelsea in the 2006 to 2007 season, who first competed in the Community Shield, regrettably losing to Liverpool, before subsequently reaching the finals of both the League Cup and FA Cup. No other team has managed to replicate such a miracle, including Liverpool, who, despite their quintuple title success, only began competing for the Community Shield in the following season after winning the League Cup and FA Cup, thus missing the chance to play in a third match at Wembley that same season. Should Southampton reach the finals and emerge victorious, they would become the first team in history to consecutively participate in 3 finals at Wembley within a single season, triumphing in each. Goodness. If we could secure the FA Cup, it would establish an unparalleled record, Jacket exclaimed. Yet, he was acutely aware that, given Southampton's current capabilities, pilfering a League Cup from Manchester United would require some degree of underhandedness, and the FA Cup would demand an exhausting effort. There was a real possibility that everything could fall apart, resulting in no championship at all. Jacket felt quite aggrieved by the media's reports, as though Southampton's advancement to the finals was a foregone conclusion. Did they truly consider Millwall an easy target? However, upon reflection, Jacket realized that this could serve as a splendid opportunity to bolster the team's morale. They underestimate us. Shall we permit them to continue doing so? Jacket shouted at the players before the match commenced. Absolutely not. The players responded, raising their arms in fervent agreement. It is not that they are easily deceived, rather, they are acutely aware that only by invigorating their morale and fighting spirit do they stand a chance. The coach is rallying their spirits, and naturally, they must join in the cheer. Let us demonstrate our indomitable will, press them relentlessly, stifle their offense, and then seize the opportunity to counterattack and vanquish them, Jacket shouted. This notion, undoubtedly, is rather commendable. After all, it is well known that Southampton excels in offense. Employing a counter-attacking strategy against them has proven to be reliable, not only for stronger teams, but even for those who have seen Southampton falter in previous matches due to such tactics. However, achieving this requires a prerequisite, the ability to withstand Southampton's offensive onslaught. Jacket believes he still has a chance, especially since Southampton is without Mkhitaryan. It is evident to all how challenging Southampton's offense was in his absence. Now, deprived of him, their attacking prowess must have diminished by at least half. It is not to suggest that one individual can replace the likes of Lambert, Giroud, or Lalana, but rather that with him, Southampton's offense functioned cohesively. Without him, a crucial key to their attacking strategy is lost. At this moment, you are that key, he expressed to Chamberlain as they set off. The 16-year-old nodded earnestly. He had learned and progressed significantly over the past 6 months. Now is the time for heroes to make their mark. Chapter 59. The 2 leading goal scorers amid the roars of 30,000 Southampton supporters. The match commenced. On the surface, Millwall deployed a 4-4-2 formation, yet in reality, only Graban was positioned at the forefront, while the other forward, Morrison, was positioned slightly further back, creating a 4-4-1-1 formation. They aimed to defend resolutely, implying they doubt our capability to break through, Jacket remarked with a sneer to Ben Ali. Their physical condition is lacking. What can they achieve without counterattacks? Ben Ali shrugged. Jacket chuckled. They underestimate Chamberlain. Though he has played infrequently, he has now fully acclimatized to the pace of League One. As long as he adapts to the rhythm and physicality, his technical skills and ability to break through will soon be showcased in all their glory. Just as he spoke, Lalana received a pass from Schneiderlin and swiftly distributed the ball accurately to the flanks. This is where he truly excels. Before receiving the pass, Chamberlain had already calculated his next move. Upon receiving the ball, he deftly nudged it towards the baseline and accelerated. His immediate burst of speed allowed him to outmaneuver the hastily advancing opposing fullback, driving straight towards the baseline. Fortunately, Millwall employed a defensive strategy, and the midfielders quickly retreated to cover, soon catching up with Chamberlain. While many anticipated that Chamberlain would force a cross or revert to a back pass, he instead executed a stunning individual breakthrough. He first came to a sudden halt, then accelerated once more, seemingly intent on breaking through the baseline, before lifting his foot to deliver a cross. As the opponents swiftly raised their feet, preparing to interfere with or block his cross, Chamberlain skillfully flicked the ball downwards and maneuvered it through their legs. He then burst out from beyond the baseline, completing a circle before regaining control of the ball. The location where he regained possession was already near the edge of the small penalty area. The position is undeniably perilous. Even the most formidable defenses become vulnerable once the opponent breaches this territory. The Millwall defense instantly descended into chaos. They are not seasoned veterans, despite their considerable experience. They have not faced high-stakes matches, and upon encountering such a situation, the defenders quickly succumbed to panic, leading to numerous lapses in their defensive duties. Oxlade-Chamberlain seized the moment, deftly flicking the ball to the back post, where Lambert, holding off the opposing defender, executed a powerful header. The ball swiftly found its way into the near corner of the net, granting Southampton a 1-goal lead at home. The Southampton fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, fully convinced that their team would secure victory in this match, in the next encounter, and ultimately in the finals. Having already claimed the League Cup and vanquished 6 teams from the Chinese Super League, including Manchester United, what need was there to fear a mere playoff? At this moment, the Southampton players were equally buoyed, exhibiting exceptional form. They had meticulously fine-tuned their physical condition, and with such fitness, their confidence in challenges and movement soared. Oxlade-Chamberlain, once deemed a weakness, executed a brilliant breakthrough that facilitated Southampton's inaugural goal, much to the astonishment of Jekyll. It wasn't a matter of his inadequacy, rather. Southampton's collective performance was indeed astonishingly superior. As he pondered how to respond, the match resumed. Millwall hastily launched an attack, but quickly lost possession. Southampton, rather than pressing aggressively, opted for a measured approach, continuously passing and orchestrating play, leveraging their superior technical skills to stifle their opponents. Jekyll, gritting his teeth, observed the field with frustration. Conceding an early goal had disrupted his strategy. Continuing to defend would be perilous, and trailing at home rendered the prospect of recovery bleak. Securing at least a draw away was crucial for any chance in the second leg. Now, Southampton could comfortably control the game, using their superior technique to establish dominance, leaving Millwall in a precarious situation. Continuing to defend would lead to disgrace, while abandoning defense would expose them to devastating counterattacks. Jekyll never anticipated that underestimating Oxlade-Chamberlain would leave his team in such a vulnerable position. Nevertheless, he swallowed his frustration and resolved to maintain a defensive stance. Trailing by a goal, at least recovering some ground at home was preferable to attempting to score multiple goals away, which could leave them even more exposed. "Oh, he is quite composed," Jishi remarked as he noticed Jekyll signaling for a defensive regroup. "What else could he do? By engaging with us, we possess the stamina to render them incapable of continuing after just 80 minutes. Ben Ali chuckled. Jishi nodded in agreement. Ben Ali's assertion was indeed on point. Even if Millwall were to lose this match, it was imperative that they manage their energy expenditure wisely, for otherwise, they would stand no chance in the second leg. Regardless of their belief in potential victory, it would be futile, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali, while Jekyll aimed to extend the match into a decisive second leg. Jishi sought to resolve the contest decisively in the first leg. The relentless passing, the unyielding assaults, and the continuous search for vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense were paramount. Moreover, there was an incessant initiation of attacks into the penalty area. This has subjected the defenders of Millwall to relentless waves of assault. Although their collective retreat granted them a certain advantage in defense, the incessant onslaught inevitably exposed vulnerabilities. Giroud received a pass from Lambert within the penalty area, swiftly pivoted, and unleashed a shot. The ball deflected off a rival defender, landing at the feet of Lalana, who, without hesitation, struck it decisively, sending it skimming into the bottom corner of the net. As Giroud executed his turn and shot, the goalkeeper Sullivan, already on the ground, could only watch helplessly as the ball soared into Millwall's goal once more. A goal has been scored. 2-0. Lalana. The two players with the most goals this season have each contributed to Southampton's tally in this match. Lambert, having just concluded the league as the top scorer of League One, netted 35 goals, accumulating a staggering total of 50 across all competitions. This is an astounding figure. While the level of League One may seem comparatively modest, achieving such a feat is no small task. Lalana has also surpassed 20 goals across all competitions, marking the pinnacle of his career as an attacking midfielder this season. Chapter 60. Physical conditioning pills. The remarkable breakthrough of Lambert and Lalana this season was unexpected for many. Despite Lambert being the leading scorer of League One last season with 29 goals, dominating in League One does not necessarily guarantee effectiveness against Premier League teams. However, under the auspices of a sound tactical approach and a full exhibition of his capabilities, Lambert's performance this season has seen an extraordinary leap, verging on the miraculous. Lalana, on the other hand, can be viewed as a case of latent potential finally being realized. In previous seasons, he had amassed valuable experience, Southampton's relegation afforded young players like him the opportunity to flourish, and this season, the tactical deployment by the coach has significantly aided him, allowing him to focus on his strengths, making penetrating runs, distributing the ball promptly, providing support, and taking long-range shots. Some players thrive only in conducive environments, and it is fair to say that most Southampton players fall into this category. Proper utilization has enabled them to showcase their best form. Moreover, being relatively young, they can continue to grow and strengthen through the accumulation of experience. As the first half drew to a close, Southampton supporters erupted in cheers, buoyed by the two-goal lead that made victory almost a foregone conclusion, the only uncertainty being the margin of victory. Our performance has been commendable thus far, but we must maintain this momentum in the second half, understood? Millwall's stamina remains insufficient, hence they will continue to defend. What we must do is extend our lead, striving to make the second leg of our match more manageable. Do you comprehend? The players of Southampton responded with a harmonious chorus. For them, confidence enveloped their pursuit of victory in this match. Indeed, the course of the game reflected this sentiment. In the second half, Southampton maintained a considerable advantage on the field, as their technical prowess began to manifest fully, suppressing the opponent's defense and leaving Millwall with scant opportunities. Schneiderlin, taking a forward position, netted a goal with a long-range shot in the second half. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 3-0. From any perspective, Southampton achieved a resounding triumph. The Southampton fans celebrated exuberantly, perceiving the home victory as a glorious milestone that propelled them into the playoff finals ahead of schedule. This sentiment was not theirs alone. Various media outlets echoed the same belief. The first leg's 3-0 advantage was simply too formidable, and given Millwall's capabilities, it was difficult to envision them overturning the deficit with a 4-0 victory in the second leg. Unless, of course, Southampton were foolish enough to assume their advancement was secure and field an entirely substitute team. How naive that would be. In the depths of his mind, Jishi murmured to himself, realizing that he had never truly considered this before. When he first embarked on his coaching journey, he might have harbored the naive belief that the game was merely a form of entertainment. However, those innocent notions had long since dissipated. Even though they triumphed in the first round with a score of 3-0, he knew that the entire first team must be deployed for the second round. After all, there remained a full 10 days until the finals, ample time for recovery, regardless of how fatigued they might feel. Following a day's rest for the players, Jishi began to prepare for the upcoming match. Yet, he found himself feeling somewhat weary. The mental exhaustion was taking its toll on his body, which had been overworked in the past year. The endless hours spent on paperwork had led to some physical discomfort, with aches in his back and legs. He acknowledged that while his health was generally sound, his constitution was somewhat lacking, as he was merely an ordinary university student, despite being physically capable. Years of seclusion devoted to studying and gaming had not contributed to a robust physique. Regrettably, the serum of Captain America required 1,000 achievement points for redemption, and he pondered when he might amass such a sum. As for the mythical treasures depicted in fantasy novels, he had glimpsed them. Yet the daunting number of zeros that followed made him lose the courage to delve deeper. It seemed unlikely that he would ever transition from the realm of football to that of cultivation. Consequently, he spent 40 achievement points to acquire 4 physique-enhancing pills. According to the description in the achievement store, these pills would seamlessly bolster his physical condition without detection by modern instruments, nor would they be identified as performance-enhancing substances. After consuming the 4 pills, Jishi began to feel as light as a feather, invigorated to the point where he felt he could defeat several tigers. To ascertain whether this sensation was merely a figment of his imagination, Jishi made a special trip to the training ground, where he engaged in a set of individual drills akin to those undertaken by professional players. Upon completion, he noticed he had only broken a sweat. And in terms of physicality, he found himself on par with these seasoned athletes, with a quiet affirmation that the products from the achievement store were indeed of superior quality. Jishi resumed his preparations for the forthcoming match, focusing solely on the importance of maintaining good health to perform his duties effectively. The next day, when the team convened, Jishi intentionally mingled with the players during tactical drills. The players displayed immense enthusiasm and welcomed the coach's participation. Yet their expressions transformed to astonishment as they witnessed Jishi matching their intensity during training. This is quite normal. If Jishi regularly participated in training and exhibited such performance, it would not be surprising. However, the astonishing aspect lies in the fact that Jishi seldom engages in training yet still achieves such remarkable results. What is there to find peculiar? Let us not forget that our boss is capable of executing Bruce Lee's flying kick. The dedicated fan of martial arts, Jiru, solemnly declared to his fellow players. The players nodded in agreement, acknowledging this assertion. The ability to execute such a splendid volley at that moment undoubtedly indicates that our esteemed boss is in excellent physical condition. Although he was compelled to interrupt his football career due to a broken leg, participating in 1 or 2 training sessions would certainly be within reach. With such thoughts, the players felt an even greater sense of confidence. The fact that their coach is a former professional player enhances their respect, as these individuals often possess deeper insights gained from first-hand experience and training. Conversely, those who have not played the game tend to lack in this regard. Undoubtedly, both types of coaches have their outstanding representatives. However, when it comes to swiftly earning the players' trust, those with a background as players tend to be more readily accepted. Following this minor incident, the players of Southampton journeyed to London, preparing for the second leg of their match. Chapter 61. The Fortuitous Swindon. With Southampton sporting a triumphant 3-goal lead, the other semi-final appeared to be a nail-biter, as Swindon edged past Charlton with a score of 2-1 on their home turf, seizing the initiative. Many believed that the second leg held little suspense for Southampton, while the clash between Swindon and Charlton remained tantalizingly uncertain. However, no one anticipated that although Southampton faced no numerical pressure in the second leg, they would suffer a significant loss. As the clock struck 90 minutes, a grim-faced Nigel Adkins stood at the sidelines, observing the unfolding scene. The score was unremarkable, finishing at 1-1, with Southampton affording Millwall no chances. Yet, it was evident to all that Southampton had incurred a grave misfortune. I was incensed by the events that transpired on the field today. Millwall, despite facing no real opportunities, resorted to various unsportsmanlike retaliatory actions against our players. Lambert was injured by their tackles, and Lalana also fell victim to their aggression. I cannot fathom why Millwall would resort to such behavior. I only know that if I once harbored sympathy for them due to their entanglement with football hooligans, now I can only conclude that a team reflects its supporters. The attention of football hooligans toward Millwall is no mere coincidence. It is a result of the team's notorious playing style, which undeniably attracts such infamous followers. Fuming with indignation, Adkins unleashed a tirade against Millwall during the press conference. Jackett attempted to confront Adkins, only to be deterred by a frigid glare. Millwall's journalists sought to challenge Adkins, but they were met with an equally fiery retort from Southampton's reporters. The press conference concluded on a discordant note. Subsequently, Millwall Club announced their intention to sue Adkins for defaming the club's reputation. Adkins boldly proclaimed that they could proceed with the lawsuit. He had already enlisted the finest legal team in England, regardless of the cost. The Southampton supporters rallied unwaveringly behind Adkins, believing that a club like Millwall should not have a place in professional football. They mused that instead of competing in the championship, Millwall ought to be relegated to the 6th or 7th tier of the league. The Football Association has announced an investigation into the events of this match in the subsequent press conference. However, it is well known how sluggish the FA's procedures can be. By the time they reach a conclusion, the next season may very well have commenced. It is evident to discerning observers that the FA is unlikely to intervene extensively. The match itself was relatively standard, with the suspension of a few players for malicious fouls being the extent of their actions. As for the post-match outburst from the player, it can be dismissed as youthful exuberance. He neither attacked the referee nor the organizing committee. This situation merely reflects the conflict between him and Millwall, which may well lead to legal proceedings. The player merely vented his frustrations, yet Southampton has undeniably suffered tangible losses, with reports indicating that both Lambert and Lalana will require a fortnight of rest, rendering them almost certainly unavailable for the final. Southampton's formidable attacking quartet has suddenly lost 3 of its key players. Consequently, the most advantageous position has shifted to Swindon, who eliminated Charlton in a penalty shootout. Initially ranked 5th, Swindon was the least favored among the 4 teams in the playoffs. Millwall nearly secured direct promotion to the championship, and Charlton also had their chances. Had Southampton not faced point deductions, they would have been comfortably in 2nd place. Yet, through sheer determination, Swindon triumphed over Charlton, and fortune smiled upon them by presenting a Southampton side stripped of 3 primary attacking forces. This is their destiny. In an instant, the fans of Swindon were overcome with joy, believing their team was destined to triumph in this final. With 3 key offensive players absent, it could be said that even Southampton, let alone the elite clubs like Real Madrid, Manchester United, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, would experience a significant decline in strength. It was evident to all that Lambert and Lalana were Southampton's top scorers this season, while Mkhitaryan was the player capable of igniting the entire team's offense through his breakthroughs. The impact of these three players could not be easily compensated for by just anyone. Moreover, this season, Southampton's attacking front had seen little rotation, with only Chamberlain occasionally participating in matches. Now, they found themselves devoid of substitutes. How could they possibly compete? The mood among Southampton's fans was one of despair. Had their roster remained intact, they would have feared no one. After all, had they not bested Manchester United? However, with so many key players absent from the front line, how could they hope to play? Even if the players were filled with determination and their coach, Jishi, displayed unwavering composure, what could be done? Yet, even if they ultimately faced defeat, the fans would not cast blame upon the team. In their eyes, the team's performance this season had already instilled a sense of pride. As long as they continued their efforts, the championship title next season would surely be within their grasp. While the Southampton fans had resigned themselves to loving their team even in defeat, Jishi had never entertained the thought of losing this match. We still have a chance. As long as we train diligently on the field and adapt to the new tactics, victory is within our reach, Jishi assured the players. The players remained skeptical. Indeed, in less than a year, Jishi had demonstrated his exceptional caliber, proving himself to be a top-tier coach. Yet, even the finest coach relied on his players to perform. What could Jishi possibly achieve under such circumstances? I certainly have my methods, Jishi replied with a smile. He maintained an air of mystery but candidly shared his thoughts with the players. The entire pitch was filled with the players' astonished expressions, bouncing around in disbelief. Boss, are you joking? Lovren could not help but inquire. Of course not. Do you think there is another way at this point? Jishi countered. The collective response was a shake of heads. Indeed, there was no alternative. If there were, would they be in such a predicament? Since we all believe defeat is inevitable, what harm is there in taking a gamble? You must place your trust in me. Jishi chuckled with glee. The players glanced at one another, resigned to their fate. Indeed, with no alternative paths available, it would be wise to place their trust in their leader, who surely would not jest about such matters. All right, we have 15 days left. During this time, we must familiarize ourselves with and comprehend the new formation and tactics. In this crucial final match of the season, we must showcase our utmost capabilities and let Swindon know that if they think they can take advantage of us, they are sorely mistaken. No one shall seize our opportunities. Jishi declared, raising his fist in fervor. Although the reference to seizing opportunities was somewhat vague to the players, interpreting it as finding a wallet conveyed a similar sentiment, prompting the Southampton players to raise their fists in solidarity. Chapter 62. A triple roll. The closed training sessions that Southampton subsequently conducted were deemed mere posturing by nearly everyone. After all, given the circumstances, what other options did Southampton possess? None. There would be no more. They could not transfer players, and there were no noteworthy new attacking talents emerging from the youth squad. This season, Southampton had indeed streamlined their roster, with scant forwards remaining. Aside from Giroud, only a couple of aging strikers lingered, who had barely seen any match time. It was hardly feasible to pair Chamberlain with Giroud as the attacking duo. Danny Wilson, the head coach of Swindon, was quite confident. The prospect of creating a Black Six legend, overcoming the skepticism of all, and snatching the last qualification spot for the new crown filled him with joy. After all, Swindon lacked exceptional prowess. Any miraculous achievement would rely solely on his strategic acumen. It was a pity, however, that Swindon had previously been ranked 5th, thus unable to craft the Black Six legend. With such cheerful thoughts, Wilson approached the final of the playoff. Southampton delayed submitting their squad list until the last moment, precisely 2 hours before the match commenced. It was rather dull. What purpose did such procrastination serve? Wilson received Southampton's starting lineup with a sense of tedium and remarked, "There is some truth to this statement." For at this stage of the season, who could possibly have any hidden trump cards left? He failed to notice that, as he uttered these words, his assistant coach regarded him with a peculiar expression. Wilson casually opened the document, glanced at it, and immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. He looked incredulously at his assistant, who was also wearing a wry smile. "Jishi," Wilson exclaimed, leaving everyone uncertain whether he was invoking a deity or calling out Jishi's name. Ha ha. Wilson's expression at that moment must have been quite the spectacle. Jishi laughed heartily on the bus to Southampton, yet the other players did not share his exuberance. "Boss, you haven't participated in our training sessions these past few days," remarked Chamberlain. Jishi replied, "I've always said, just play as you normally would. That vacant position is mine." The players exchanged wry smiles. In truth, until this moment, they had struggled to accept the reality of the situation. Even though they had previously noticed that Jishi's name was indeed listed among the first-team roster of Southampton. However, could Jishi, who had never trained with the others, truly assume the pivotal role of the attacking core? No core player has ever managed to perform effectively without practice. Yet Jishi confidently asserted that he could accomplish it. This sounds utterly unreliable. However, he is the boss, he is the coach, and he makes the decisions. Everyone has no choice but to listen, despite their deep concerns, and must place their trust in Jishi. What does it mean to treat a dead horse as if it were alive? At this moment, Jishi is also feeling anxious, yet he can only persist. He regrets not having made a stronger push for a direct promotion in the top two, as the playoffs are indeed a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, at this juncture, he can only gamble on his luck. During warm-ups on the field, Jishi's meticulous routine instilled some reassurance in his teammates. At the very least, the boss is a proper player and not someone who disrupts the team. Meanwhile, the over 40,000 Southampton fans were wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Jishi is to start? By now, the well-informed fans had already received the starting lineup. Southampton fielded a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Davis, fullbacks Atsumobo and Mills, centre-backs Lovren and Font, midfielders Simons, Walton, and Schneiderlin, and forwards Giroud, Chamberlain, and Jishi. What on earth does the boss intend? A multitude of Southampton fans let out sighs of despair. The Swindon fans, on the other hand, erupted into raucous laughter, mocking the Southampton coach for daring to step onto the field himself. Can't you even find a proper forward? Well, warm-ups have concluded, and I trust you are all well aware of our previous tactics. We will establish ourselves in midfield, passing the ball to me as much as possible so I can orchestrate the attack. I am familiar with each of your movements and habits, so just play at the usual pace, understood? Jishi stated upon returning to the locker room. The players nodded in agreement, realizing that this was their only option. After all, relying solely on Giroud and Chamberlain to score was insufficient. Although Swindon appeared to be the weakest among the top six, they still ranked among the top teams, boasting the most goals conceded and the second fewest scored. However, if placed within other leagues, they would still be a formidable team with the most goals and the fewest conceded. It would be challenging to withstand their offensive onslaught through defense, which is not Southampton's forte. Jishi preferred to seize victory himself. As the match was about to commence, Jishi, clad in Southampton's number 32 jersey, busied himself. He first approached the opposing coach, Wilson, for a handshake, whose expression resembled one who had consumed something unpleasant, as if he wished to ask Jishi if he truly believed in his own capabilities. However, he was unable to articulate his thoughts. After shaking hands with Wilson, Jishi exchanged a few words with the fourth official on the sidelines. And then he obediently retreated to the players' tunnel, taking his place at the end of the line, awaiting his moment to enter the field. The commentators were equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They began to elucidate why Jishi was eligible to play, citing his registration as an official player with the Professional Footballers Association and his inclusion in Southampton's first-team squad for the season, thus rendering his participation entirely legitimate. Moreover, there are numerous instances in English football where individuals have held the dual roles of player and coach, such as Vialli at Chelsea, although his appearances were infrequent at that time. Yet, Jishi had not played a single match throughout the season. What purpose did his appearance serve at this moment? This seemed chaotic. It was a blatant disregard for Southampton's aspirations for advancement, as one commentator vehemently asserted. Conversely, I believe Jishi deserves the opportunity. Without him, Southampton might not even have the chance to be here. Had it not been for the injuries to Lambert, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan, he would likely not have chosen to step onto the field. Even if just one of those three were available, Jishi would probably have refrained from doing so. Southampton's fans will surely express their gratitude to Jishi, regardless of the outcome of the match, as another commentator fairly remarked. Some seized upon a pivotal point. Jishi would be the first individual in the history of the English Premier League to simultaneously hold the positions of club chairman, first-team coach, and first-team player. Gentlemen, I cannot speak for other leagues, but in England, he is undoubtedly the first and will likely be the last. Chapter 63. My dilemma. The players from both sides had dispersed across the field, and Southampton's fans anxiously watched the proceedings, erupting into fervent cheers to support their team. One commentator accurately noted that at this moment, Southampton's fans would not blame Jishi for any of his actions, for without Jishi, there would be no miraculous performance from Southampton this season. Merely clinching 2 championships was sufficient for the fans to forgive all his actions. Although they also believed that Jishi's presence on the field would ultimately prove inconsequential, reality often strikes swiftly. When Jishi first received the ball in a forward position, no one paid him much heed. Although he deftly controlled Schneiderlin's clearance, it was not long before a Swindon midfielder charged at him aggressively. The midfielder aimed to closely mark Jishi, entangle him, and ultimately dispossess him. This tactic is particularly effective against newcomers who may be unaccustomed to the pace of the game. However, as the midfielder barreled toward him, Jishi elegantly flicked the ball over his head and swiftly maneuvered past him. Oh my, what did we just witness? An absolutely exquisite piece of skill. Does Jishi possess such dazzling technique? Regrettably, after evading his opponent, he neither passed the ball nor advanced. Instead, he continued to retain possession in place. Amidst the commentators' fervent exclamations, Jishi passed the ball to Schneiderlin, who surged forward, delivering it to Giroud. Giroud, with a deft touch, set up Oxlade-Chamberlain, who unleashed a powerful shot that skimmed the ground, veering towards the far corner of the goal, narrowly missing the post and crossing the goal line. Oxlade-Chamberlain waved his hand and began to retreat. At that moment, Jishi approached him. "Why did you remain stationary when I was dribbling?" Jishi inquired, covering his mouth as he spoke to Oxlade-Chamberlain. Oxlade-Chamberlain was momentarily taken aback. "I understand you were concerned I might not control the ball. However, I previously mentioned that we should play as we typically would. At that juncture, your role was to boldly advance, even if you did not receive the ball. A run without a pass is still worthwhile. But had you made that run, it could have easily led to a breakthrough. Do you comprehend? I had intended to execute a long pass after my dribble, yet your lack of movement forced me to maintain possession," Jishi explained, feeling a twinge of shame. Oxlade-Chamberlain nodded, acknowledging that Jishi's analysis aligned with his previous thoughts. "Do not overthink it, understood? Continue the attack," Jishi encouraged, patting his shoulder before darting away. Jishi's interaction with Oxlade-Chamberlain was indeed surprising, suggesting that Southampton had a promising chance in this match. As the commentator's voice echoed, Southampton supporters began to buzz with excitement. Their expectations for Jishi had sunk to an all-time low, yet as he revealed his superior skills, their emotions were on the verge of being ignited. However, Swindon quickly demonstrated their prowess. As a top-6 team, they were formidable opponents. Southampton's recent tactical adjustments had left them somewhat vulnerable. Although they incorporated the defensively adept Lalana into the midfield, this change inadvertently increased their defensive frailties. After all, in the latter half of the season, they had grown accustomed to fielding only 2 midfielders for defensive support. Capitalizing on a set piece, Swindon struck first. Simon Cox, a striker acquired from West Bromwich for a hefty £2 million this season, showcased his worth. Despite having scored only a handful of goals in the league, he had netted 3 in the playoffs, and now he opened the scoring in this match. He headed the ball into Southampton's net just before Font could cover, putting Swindon ahead, 1-0. Swindon had taken the lead. They consistently seized opportunities, while Southampton's luck seemed to falter. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Jishi shook his head and called over his teammates, signaling them with a calm gesture. In such moments, he could directly instruct his teammates on what to do. "Stay composed, continue the attack, our offensive strength is sufficient, understood?" Jishi remarked. The players nodded in agreement. To be honest, after witnessing Jishi's remarkable dribbling maneuver, their confidence had notably surged. The match resumed. Southampton seized the advantage and began to launch a relentless series of attacks, while Swindon adopted a strategy of counter-defensive play. Their defense was not particularly stellar, yet with a lead to protect, they concentrated their numbers to hold their ground, a tactic any team could employ. Southampton's attempts at offense were numerous, yet they failed to forge any significant opportunities. This has left the supporters of Southampton in a state of anxiety. The absence of 3 key attacking players has indeed had a significant impact. Chamberlain persistently seized the ball on the flanks, while Giroud stationed himself centrally, poised to capitalize on any opportunities. However, the lack of contributions from others in the offensive efforts was rather evident. Previously, with Lambert's support and Lalana's long-range shots, the attack was both multidimensional and comprehensive. Now, without these two, it has become considerably easier for the opposition to defend. Just before the end of the first half, Swindon executed a splendid counterattack, extending their lead to 2 goals. The Southampton fans clutched their heads in despair, while the Swindon supporters erupted in exuberant cheers. Leading by 2 goals at halftime, Swindon seemed to have one foot firmly planted in the championship. We must remain composed, I believe. As you have sensed in the first half, we are continually refining our synergy, and it is improving with each moment. The second half will be our time to strike back, Gia remarked in the dressing room. Boss, I don't understand. You are so talented. Why didn't you train with us more before? Chamberlain asked, somewhat frustrated. The other players nodded in agreement. When hope was scarce, it didn't matter, as they treated it as mere play, knowing they were unlikely to win. But now, Gia's displayed abilities were sufficient to secure his place on the team, perhaps even as the focal point of their offense. If they could train together, would there still be a need for on-field adjustment? I certainly have my own reasons. Gia replied with a wry smile. His predicament was that he had to expend 30 achievement points to redeem a special performance card for the finals, which would only take effect during the 90 minutes of the match. Participating in regular training would have no impact. Rather, it would undermine the players' confidence. However, it seemed the players misinterpreted his situation. They quickly recalled that their boss had been deemed to have ended his career in his teens due to a right foot injury. Thus, the reason for not training with him was quite straightforward. His body could not endure prolonged training sessions and matches. Only in this final could he showcase his full potential. Boss, we will surely win in the second half. Davis led the charge, and the Southampton players collectively erupted with a resounding cheer, displaying their unwavering determination. Chapter 64. Revived Gia was entirely unaware of what the players were thinking. He assumed they were simply being courteous, no longer dwelling on why he hadn't trained with them earlier, but rather focusing on securing the victory in this match. However, once the second half commenced, Southampton's performance astonished him, as well as everyone else. The players, previously thought to have lost their fighting spirit, launched an even more ferocious attack right from the onset of the second half. The players of Swindon did not become overly confident with their 2-goal lead, for they were acutely aware that a 3-goal advantage in the first half had previously been overturned. Thus, a 2-goal lead was hardly secure. However, the indomitable spirit and fervent desire for victory exhibited by Southampton caught them off guard. Schneiderlin, receiving a pass from his teammate, decisively advanced with the ball, drawing sufficient defensive attention before relaying it to the onrushing Otsumobo on the right flank. Otsumobo, in stride, struck the ball into the penalty area, where Giroud leapt high to flick it down with his head, allowing Chamberlain to evade the defense and unleash a powerful shot as the ball descended. The sphere swiftly found its way into the net. Southampton had pulled one back. The stands erupted with exuberant cheers from Southampton supporters. The score now stood at 1-2, and hope lingered. Do not rush. Continue to engage them, Wilson shouted from the sidelines, believing that this goal was merely an anomaly, as Southampton's attack had yet to discover a more fluid approach. This solitary goal, he thought, was but a rare occurrence. Only a consistently effective offensive strategy could enable the team to score repeatedly. Achieving such fortuitous strikes more than once would prove exceedingly difficult. As the match resumed, Southampton continued their relentless assault, tearing at Swindon's defenses. Yet, Swindon remained steadfast while launching counterattacks. Amidst this ongoing struggle, the game reached the 70th minute, when Swindon executed a brilliant counter, with a forward breaking through alone and, faced with the advancing Davis, deftly scored, extending their lead to 3-1. Despair began to wash over the Southampton fans in the stands. With merely 20 minutes left and a 2-goal deficit, was there truly any hope? All eyes are on you. Now it is my turn, Jishi said to Giroud and Chamberlain in the center circle, instructing them to pass the ball to him after the kickoff. Giroud nodded. As did Chamberlain. There was no time for hesitation. This was it, the final 20 minutes, whether in the Championship or League One. During previous movements, Swindon's players had expended considerable energy, while Jishi had conserved his strength, aware that although his fitness had improved, he could not distribute his stamina like a professional athlete during such an intense match. Thus, it was imperative to save his energy for the final moments. Southampton's struggles were, in part, related to his relatively low activity on the field. At this juncture, the physical condition of Swindon's players had notably waned. While he remained at the pinnacle of his vigor, the match resumed. Giroud passed the ball to Chamberlain and then surged forward. Chamberlain reciprocated with a pass, also advancing. Jishi deftly controlled the ball at his feet, initiating a forward dribble. Though his pace was not particularly swift, he maintained a firm grip on the ball as he deftly maneuvered past the two opposing forwards who closed in on him. After a series of quick stops and turns, he glided through their defenses. After bypassing two players, Jishi continued his composed advance, only to be approached by a midfielder. He feigned a lateral pass, then swiftly pulled the ball back, breaking through once more. In a fluid motion, he eluded 3 opponents and was nearing the opponent's perilous zone. The players of Swindon were taken aback, their focus instinctively drawn back to Jishi. At that moment, Jishi unleashed a magnificent lob, sending the ball soaring into the penalty area. Simultaneously, Giroud surged forward, freeing himself from his marker, and found himself at the landing spot. As the ball descended alongside the hastily advancing goalkeeper, Giroud met it with a powerful header, sending it over the goalkeeper's head. The ball quickly descended and nestled into the back of Swindon's net. A goal. Southampton had pulled one back. It was the 72nd minute of the match, and they still had a chance. Amidst the commentators' exuberant shouts, Giroud dashed into the goal, retrieved the ball, and sprinted back. Pressing, attacking. Jishi waved his arms, shouting fervently, and the Southampton fans erupted with renewed fervor, fervently hoping for a miracle. The situation had drastically altered the mindset of Swindon's players. After believing victory was assured twice, only to have the opposing team snatch away their chances of survival, their mental state began to waver. Thus, when the match resumed, faced with Southampton's relentless pressing, they could only maintain possession for 2 minutes before relinquishing control. Continuing the assault, Jishi proactively dropped back to retrieve the ball, then began to advance, drawing sufficient attention before finally distributing the ball. At this moment, Swindon could no longer underestimate him and began deploying players to closely shadow Jishi. However, Jishi's movements intensified significantly as he deftly evaded his opponents, orchestrating the attack with finesse. When he received the ball at the edge of the penalty area and skillfully maneuvered away from 2 Swindon players, the roars from the stands grew deafening. Jishi toyed with the 2 defenders using his exquisite technique. His skills were simply remarkable. Oh, a third defender lunged forward, and the Swindon players could no longer tolerate his audacious dribbling. As the third defender charged, Jishi lifted his foot and released the ball. It soared precisely towards the awaiting Schneiderlin. After passing the ball, Jishi swiftly accelerated, weaving through the trio of opponents as Schneiderlin quickly struck the ball back. Upon receiving the ball again, Jishi found himself at the top of the penalty area, a position fraught with danger. Yet, instead of controlling the ball or attempting a shot, he lifted his foot and, without pausing, sent the ball directly into the penalty area. Simultaneously, the advancing Giroud perfectly intercepted his pass. The precise through ball allowed Giroud to strike with his right foot seamlessly, without the need for adjustment, sending the ball powerfully into the upper right corner of the net. The score was now tied at 3-3. In the 83rd minute of the match, a miracle unfolded. Southampton scored 2 goals in quick succession, leveling the score. My goodness, this match has been a roller coaster, leaving spectators breathless. Will this playoff final in League One become a legendary tale that captivates all? Chapter 65, The Miracle of Black Six. No one anticipated that with less than 20 minutes left in the match, and Swindon leading by 2 goals, Southampton would astonishingly equalize within a mere 10 minutes. From 1-3 to 3-3, such a turnaround was sufficient to revive Southampton's hopes. The exhilarating highs and lows of life are always so thrilling. The despair and pessimism of Southampton's supporters earlier now transformed into sheer elation. Seeing the precarious situation, Wilson swiftly utilized all 3 of his substitutions, aiming to stabilize the current state of play. However, Jishi refrained from making any changes, recognizing that he had no viable options at his disposal and deciding to maintain the existing dynamics. Once the match resumed, Southampton's players, invigorated as if by a stimulant, relentlessly surged across the field, continuing their fervent pressing. Even Jishi, who previously exhibited a lack of movement and pressing, has joined his teammates in relentless pursuit and pressure on the field, engaging in a vigorous offensive press. Such a level of aggression in the English League One is a rarity, as the physical demands of such exertion are exceedingly high. Neglecting this can lead to significant vulnerabilities that opponents can readily exploit. None of the other 23 teams in the league possess the capacity to maintain such intensity. However, Southampton stands apart in this regard. If they initially struggled to adapt, after a season of honing their skills and synergy, they can now seamlessly employ frontline pressure to thwart their adversaries' attacks while simultaneously launching their own offensive maneuvers. Adequate physical conditioning and a systematic approach to movement are essential prerequisites for this strategy. Although Southampton's fitness and running drills may not be of the highest caliber, they are certainly sufficient for League One. With their spirits lifted, Swindon's offensive efforts have become increasingly stymied. Soon, Southampton regained possession and continued their assault. Jishi once again found himself in possession of the ball. The players from Swindon were now more vexed than ever, uncertain of how to respond. Should they focus their attention on Jishi, he would orchestrate an attack through his passing. Yet, if they neglected to concentrate their forces on him, he could easily maneuver past one or two defenders, thereby disrupting their formation. The impact of a top-tier dribbler is evident when observing players like Mkhitaryan. In terms of skill, while Jishi ranks among the elite in Southampton, he may not be the very best. However, his technical attributes provide the attacking style that Southampton desperately requires. With him present, their offense is complete. Now, despite Mkhitaryan's absence, Jishi has admirably filled that void. He consistently positions himself near the penalty area, where his ability to elude defenders poses a significant threat. After all, a player of his caliber, once he navigates through danger, can create substantial advantages whether through a shot on goal or a pass. Thus, the only recourse is to sever the supply lines to him. Thus, the other attacking players of Southampton sprang to life. Schneiderlin, emboldened by the protective presence of Wooten and Reed behind him, made a decisive forward run without any reservations. Upon receiving a pass from his teammate, Schneiderlin unleashed a powerful long-range shot, which was bravely deflected out of play by a defender, resulting in a corner kick. Jishi swiftly dashed over. While opponents could thwart him during open play, they could not impede him during set pieces. Southampton's towering center-backs also surged forward, with Lovren standing at 188 meters and Font exceeding 190 meters, both imposing figures in the penalty area, capable of presenting a significant threat. Jishi took a couple of steps back, gathered momentum, and delivered a cross. The ball arced beautifully through the air, heading straight for the near post. Giroud surged from the crowd, eluding the defender marking him, leapt into the air while in motion, and executed a stunning backheader. The ball swiftly changed direction, grazing the near post, and found its way into Swindon's net. 4-3. In the dying moments of the match, Southampton completed a remarkable comeback. Giroud. This season, Giroud, who had consistently performed steadily without drawing attention, showcased extraordinary form at this pivotal moment. He completed a hat-trick. Of course, his achievement of this feat is owed to one individual, their owner, coach, and player, Jishi. All three of Giroud's goals came from Jishi's assists, a truly divine performance. Given his undeniable talent, one must wonder why he had not featured throughout the league. Had he played earlier, perhaps Southampton would not have found themselves in a playoff situation. Previous reports indicated that he sustained a severe injury at the age of 18, seemingly ending his professional career. Yet now, 7 years later, his physical condition appears to be gradually recovering. He may still retain some competitive form, though sustaining it over a long period may be uncertain. If not for the injuries to the first-team players, he might not have stepped onto the pitch himself. Regardless, when considering his overall performance this season, Jishi truly embodies his name, serving as Southampton's savior and deity. Even Letizia rarely exhibited such miraculous feats during his time. As president, he salvaged Southampton's finances. As coach, he led Southampton to 2 championships. As a player, he propelled Southampton into the championship. From any perspective, he stands as the greatest figure in Southampton's history. While commentators expressed their astonishment, Giroud had already raced toward Jishi, lifting him high above his head. The barely 170-meter-tall Jishi was hoisted over Giroud's head, flailing his arms in protest. "Hey, put me down. I am your head coach." Laughter erupted among the Southampton players. They held deep respect for this young manager. Yet they also recognized the significance of his role in their success. No further ripples would disturb this match. Jishi may not have scored, yet he salvaged Southampton with his assist hat-trick. Amidst the fervent shouts of the commentator, in the remaining minutes, Swindon launched a desperate offensive. However, Southampton, having reverted to a defensive stance, held their ground with remarkable solidity. During the stoppage time, Font seized the ball in the backfield and executed a long pass for a counterattack. Chamberlain received the ball and charged into the penalty area, only to be thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper, resulting in a penalty kick. The entire team entrusted the responsibility of taking the penalty to Jishi. Standing confidently at the spot, he struck with precision. 5-3, Southampton had decisively secured their victory. The match concluded, and Wembley Stadium erupted into a jubilant sea of celebration. Southampton triumphed over Swindon with a score of 5-3, achieving the miraculous feat of the season in League One. They clinched the final promotion spot to the championship, having defeated third-placed Millwall and fifth-placed Swindon consecutively, finishing the season in 6th place. Chapter 66, Anticipation for the new season. This season has been nothing short of a dream for us. During the relegation, all was shrouded in gloom, yet through perseverance, we welcomed a relatively glorious season. It brings me immense joy to share such a remarkable journey with the team. And in the days to come, we shall continue to forge ahead. Southampton has much to build upon, and I too must strive to progress alongside the team. In the post-match press conference, Jishi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. Everyone could sense his exhilaration. Yet no one truly understood the toll his extraordinary performance had taken on him, despite a significant enhancement in his physical condition. Such a miraculous display left him with excruciating soreness throughout his body, akin to a standard car engine being installed in a racing vehicle, pushed to its limits. Now nearing breakdown, Jishi was indeed in a dire state. Fortunately, with prior experience, he managed to endure. However, at that moment, the reporters were preoccupied with another matter. "Your astonishing performance in this match has left everyone in awe," one journalist inquired. "It is perfectly natural to be surprised. I underwent a urine test immediately after the match." Jishi replied. The journalists nodded in agreement. They harbored no suspicions of Jishi's use of performance-enhancing drugs, acknowledging that such substances hold little value on the football field, as skill cannot simply be acquired through medication. With the splendid technique and performance Jishi exhibited in the final, what drug could facilitate that? Unbeknownst to them, Jishi had indeed ingested the miraculous final pill from Matthews, enabling him to nearly replicate Matthews' performance in what had come to be known as the Matthews Final. Without that, given his amateur level, how could he possibly play the role of a savior on the pitch? What a joke. As for my situation, I believe everyone is well aware that 7 years ago I suffered a severe injury, after which my prospects of continuing as a professional player were irrevocably diminished. Although I have never ceased training in the intervening years, I am acutely aware that my body may only allow me the opportunity to partake in a single professional match. With Lambert, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan all sidelined, I realized that this was my moment to seize my final chance. As he spoke these words, tears welled in G's eyes, profoundly moving everyone present, including fans watching from home. Indeed, this was to be his swan song. After all, despite the slightly elevated level of League One, his skills may not prove as effective. That penalty may very well be G's sole goal representing Southampton. With this thought, the reporters collectively rose to pay tribute to G. He then limped away from the press conference, leaving behind a towering silhouette, even though he had not mentioned purchasing a few oranges. With the conclusion of this playoff, the League One season has officially ended. Southampton has undeniably emerged as the grand victor, with the League Cup, the English Championship, and the League One playoff all claimed in a triumphant sweep at Wembley. They secured victory in all 3 finals. In terms of individual accolades, Southampton has also reaped a bountiful harvest. Forward Lambert was crowned the top scorer of League One, while G garnered 5 of the 9 monthly Best Coach awards. Southampton claimed 6 of the 9 Best Player awards, with Lambert receiving 3, Lalana 2, and Mkhitaryan 1. Giroud was named the playoff's best player. Lambert, Lalana, Schneiderlin, defender Lovren, and goalkeeper Davis were all selected for the League One team of the season. Had Font not played only half a season, he too would have been a strong contender for that honor. In the upcoming season, we shall continue to bolster the team's strength. Last season, we experienced a degree of financial relief, so there is no need for concern. Southampton's finances are robust and will encounter no further issues. G assured the reporters at his final press conference of the season. Fans can now breathe easy, as G has consistently delivered on his promises throughout the season, naturally fostering a profound trust in him. Currently, the club's financial surplus stands at £6 to £7 million, which may not amount to much. But selling a portion of the players could significantly enhance our capabilities. When Mark Fry reported this to G, he emphasized that Davis, Lovren, Font, Schneiderlin, Lalana, Chamberlain, Giroud, Lambert, and Mkhitaryan are untouchable. Any other players may be released or sold, while those unable to be sold shall remain as substitutes. Jishi remarked. Fry smiled ruefully, noting that these 9 individuals were the only players from Southampton who could command a significant transfer fee. The others, if sold, would fetch merely a few thousand, which would hardly make an impact. We must certainly enhance our strength for the new season, Fry implored earnestly. Of course, when it comes to finances, I will take care of that, Jishi responded with unwavering confidence. This summer, Southampton is undoubtedly poised to acquire several new players. Last season, their defense, particularly the fullbacks, proved to be exceedingly vulnerable, and the lack of suitable substitutes in midfield and attack is a flaw that must not be repeated. Furthermore, in terms of goalkeeping, Davis, now 33 years of age, despite maintaining a commendable level of performance, was primarily a championship goalkeeper. while he can manage in League One. Competing in the Championship presents a more significant challenge. Moreover, with Southampton set to participate in the UEFA Europa League this season, reliance solely on Davis is untenable. It is imperative to secure a competent goalkeeper, allowing Davis to serve as a reliable second choice, thereby establishing a robust safety net. Last season, Southampton heavily depended on their first-choice players. The substitutes were limited to defensive midfielder Lech, young talent James, and winger Chamberlain, leaving them with scant alternatives. This reliance is why they struggled in the league. When the first team was fielded, they could dominate, but once the key players were preoccupied with cup competitions, they inevitably dropped points in the league. In this season of the Championship, it is imperative for Jishi to secure direct promotion, rendering the pursuit of playoff qualifications unnecessary. Although Southampton has never claimed the playoff championship in the Championship, they have also never won the Championship title itself. Their best prior achievement was finishing as runners-up in the Championship. Should they attain the Championship title, it would indeed illuminate an unprecedented accomplishment. And the prestige associated with the Championship title far surpasses that of the playoff championship, leading to considerably greater rewards. Chapter 67. Recruitment list after triumphing in the playoff championship. Jishi only garnered 20 achievement points for the championship title and 50 for his initial championship win, which aligns with the standards of the English Football League. In contrast, securing the League Cup yielded a substantial 50 achievement points and 200 for the first championship win, sufficiently demonstrating that the quantity of achievement points is intrinsically linked to the quality of the championship, thus, as none have ever been attained. It is clear that the championship title is far more rewarding. However, the accomplishment of winning 3 consecutive titles at the new Wembley Stadium last season also allowed Jishi to amass a remarkable 500 achievement points, elevating his total to an impressive 124 points, making him feel akin to a super-rich individual. He was on the verge of impulsively exchanging 800 points for Captain America's serum. Fortunately, he retained some composure, recognizing that such an item was not of immediate importance to him. Therefore, he prudently exchanged for 6 physical enhancement pills, significantly boosting his physical attributes before preparing for the upcoming season. As the next challenge lies within the Championship, the Scout Guide has seen a price increase. Previously, it cost only 10 achievement points, but now it requires 20. Nevertheless, Jishi perceives this expenditure as exceptionally worthwhile. Beyond identifying which players can hold their ground in the Championship, it also provides Jishi with information on where to acquire the desired players and the financial means to secure their transfer. Clear guidance is available for the goalkeeper he needs, the starting fullbacks, and substitutes in other positions, all at reasonable prices. Nasir Klein, a 19-year-old right-back from Crystal Palace, was a key substitute last season and should be attainable for around $1 million. Carl Jenkinson, an 18-year-old versatile defender who just signed a first-team contract with Charlton, has a remarkably low market value, potentially requiring only $50,000, as Charlton is currently experiencing financial difficulties. Ryan Dickinson, a 24-year-old left-back playing for Brentford, is a reliable choice in League One, and in this era, securing a quality left-back is challenging. He stands as an excellent option. Danny Drinkwater, age 20, a midfielder from Manchester United's youth academy, has struggled to secure a place in the first team. Although he performed reasonably well last season at Huddersfield, Manchester United remains unlikely to offer him a spot, as Sir Ferguson is reluctant to part with players he holds in high regard. However, it seems that Drinkwater does not fall into that category, so one must be cautious of Ferguson's potential intentions to poach talent. Charlie Austin, age 21, a forward standing at 6 feet 2 inches, had an impressive season at Swindon, appearing 36 times and scoring 20 goals. He could serve as an excellent backup for Lambert. Although acquiring him may require a financial investment, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Jamie Vardy, age 23, a striker who played for the 7th-tier club Stokes Bridge last season, may appear to lack value at first glance. Nonetheless, I advise you to consider signing him, then loaning him out to gain experience, as he could prove to be immensely beneficial in the future. Keylor Navas, age 24, a Costa Rican goalkeeper, plays for the dominant Saprissa in the Costa Rican League. He has only recently become the first-choice goalkeeper, achieving 13 clean sheets in 29 matches last season, despite his height not aligning with typical Premier League standards. His 6 feet 1 inch stature is sufficient, and he is eager to play in Europe. With his contract already expired, he could be acquired without financial expenditure. Reflecting on the 7 players listed in the scouting guide, Jishi found himself deep in thought. it was evident that the guide provided players within his reach. Navas is a commendable goalkeeper, while Klein, Jenkinson, and Jackson could effectively strengthen the defense. Klein and Jackson are undoubtedly more reliable than the current fullbacks. And Jenkinson's versatility as both a right-back and center-back adds depth to the squad. Drinkwater's performance last season left a positive impression on Jishi, as he and Schneiderlin complement each other well, one providing width and the other depth. This combination allows both Lett and Wharton to serve as capable backups, which is advantageous for any club. Regarding attacking midfielders, is the trio of Lalana, Mkhitaryan, and Oxlade-Chamberlain not sufficient? In terms of strikers, Austin's commendable performance in League One last season makes him an ample substitute, alleviating some pressure from Lambert. Although the number of matches Southampton will face this season is not as high as last year, the quality and intensity have significantly improved. However, Vardy remains a perplexity for Jishi. At 23 years old, still playing in the 7th tier. He recalls Lambert's struggles at that age, working part-time while starting to play in the 4th tier by 19, allowing for exposure to professional training. What potential can Vardy possess at 23, even if we consider that he may still have untapped potential? Lingering in obscurity for a few more years will see him nearing 28. Even if he eventually realizes that potential, how many years of play can he offer? However, considering a forward from a 7th tier league, it is what it is. His market value is certainly negligible. With these 7 players, should their abilities approximate those of Lambert and his peers, the overall strength of Southampton will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Last season, the primary issue for Southampton was that while the starting lineup was commendable and could contend with Premier League teams, the substitutes fell drastically short, to the extent that the disparity was more than just a matter of degree. The situation is now different. If the team possesses around 15 or 16 viable players, the head coach will not find himself in dire straits. Upon receiving this recruitment list, Mark Fry had little to say. Last season's signings and coaching affirmed Jishi's caliber. Having such a knowledgeable head coach overseeing recruitment, who would not engage in any underhanded dealings, is indeed a rare circumstance. After all, the club belongs to him. So what motive would he have to act deceitfully? Southampton's finances are currently stable, with the surplus of a few £1 million sufficient to facilitate these 7 transfers. Fry observed that this time, the recruits are predominantly players from lower-tier leagues, whose market values are not particularly high. The only exception is Drinkwater, a Manchester United player. Yet at 20 years of age, he has been continuously loaned out, considering the relatively youthful ages of Carrick and Fletcher in Manchester United's midfield. The club may not hold him in high regard. However, as for Vardy, let us proceed with the purchase. After all, his market value is low. Once acquired, he can be loaned out for proper development. I recall that our club has maintained good relations with several clubs in League 2 and League 1, and at worst, we could offer some training fees. They would be quite willing to accept a free forward. Jishi waved his hand and remarked. Fry pondered this reasoning and nodded in agreement. Chapter 68, Reinforcements in place. The players on this transfer list have arrived quite smoothly. Navas, eager to play in Europe, was nearly driven to madness. During his time at Saprissa, he served as a first-choice player for just 1 season. Halfway through the last season, the Argentine powerhouse, Racing Club, expressed interest in acquiring him. However, Saprissa, unwilling to forfeit their chance of defending their title, declined the transfer, which greatly frustrated Navas. Consequently, upon the expiration of his contract, he resolutely refused to renew with the team. As a goalkeeper emerging from the Costa Rican League, he found the path to European football exceedingly distant. Generally, players from Central America have 3 avenues to reach Europe. The first is to play in the Mexican League, which is of considerable quality and attracts attention from European clubs. Performing well there can facilitate a transfer. The second option is to join Major League Soccer in the United States, where several former European stars reside, ensuring a decent level of visibility. The third route leads to South American leagues, preferably in Brazil or Argentina, which serve as stepping stones to Europe. However, Navas did not pursue any of these paths. He simply aspired to go to Europe, which posed a challenge. He had resolved that even if it meant starting in a lower league, he would make his way to Europe. At this juncture, a scout from Southampton discovered him. Upon learning of Southampton's interest and recognizing that the team had only one reliable goalkeeper, Davis, Navas promptly signed a contract with the club. The championship, though a second-tier league, offered the allure of participating in the UEFA Europa League, a temptation that was undeniably compelling. While it may not compare to top-tier teams, Navas had no other elite options available to him, did he? Klein made a transfer to Southampton for merely £1 million. Crystal Palace, also a League One team, had him as only a semi-regular player. With the encouragement of his former teammate, Font, Klein decisively joined Southampton, as he was likely to secure a starting position there. Furthermore, Crystal Palace has been open to selling players for a price. Jenkinson's transfer was relatively seamless as well. A player recently promoted from the youth team, Charlton, as a League One club, possesses a certain pedigree, and a young defender is not a critical asset for them. For £500,000, Jenkinson joined Southampton. However, the transfers of Dixon and Austin encountered some complications. Both were indispensable starters in League One and had performed commendably last season. The relationship between Swindon and Southampton was not particularly amicable, especially after Swindon's recent playoff defeat. They were reluctant to discuss any transfers with Southampton. In such circumstances, it was inevitable to resort to monetary means. Ultimately, Dixon expended £1.5 million on Southampton, while Austin invested a staggering £2 million. With the preceding expenditures considered, the total reached £5 million. Conversely, the acquisition of Drinkwater proceeded rather smoothly. Jishi personally journeyed to Manchester to negotiate with Ferguson. Initially, Ferguson contemplated securing Lalana, but Jishi firmly declined, asserting that Lalana was not for sale. He indicated that if Drinkwater was available, they would proceed with the purchase. If not, it was of little consequence, as they were not particularly in need of midfielders. After some consideration, Ferguson acknowledged that Drinkwater held little value for Manchester United and was not optimistic about this midfielder, who exhibited a lack of forward thinking. Consequently, he nodded in agreement to the transfer. Following negotiations, Jishi secured Drinkwater for a mere £90,000. The acquisition of Vardy was even more straightforward. With a modest transfer fee of only £15,000, Vardy became a Southampton player. Acting upon Jishi's directive, Fry loaned Vardy to the English League Two team Stevenage, which had recently claimed the championship of the fifth tier and earned promotion to League Two. It was a prime moment for bolstering their squad. Fry committed to a free loan while covering Vardy's wages, additionally incorporating a clause in the loan agreement. Should Vardy make over 15 starts and accumulate no less than 2,000 minutes of play time during the season, Stevenage would receive £50,000 as a development fee. The figure appears rather modest. Even at its most impoverished, Southampton could muster over £1 million for player acquisitions. However, for Stevenage, a club that has languished in lower leagues and whose ascent to League Two is a remarkable historical achievement, this offer is exceedingly generous. After all, they have just been promoted and require players of considerable caliber. If Vardy possesses genuine talent, he can be acquired at no cost. If he performs well, the club could additionally receive a training fee. What could be more advantageous than that? Mr. G specifically called Vardy, acknowledging that while he did not perceive Vardy as exceptionally remarkable, he recognized that the scouting system must have identified something commendable in him. A few kind words cost nothing. What could be the harm? Jamie, I understand you may have some reservations, but Southampton holds great promise for your future development, believing you could become an outstanding striker. However, you will need ample match experience. And with Southampton aiming for the championship title this season to regain their Premier League status, there may not be much time for your development. You are also aware of the poor quality of the England U21 matches, which offer little in terms of valuable experience. Therefore, we propose loaning you out with strict playing time stipulations, hoping you seize this opportunity to demonstrate your worth. You are known for your goal-scoring ability, so let your numerous goals compel the loaning club to gladly make you a starter. Vardy felt invigorated by Mr. G's words. Although he was already 23 and past the age of being easily swayed by mere compliments, the fact that a club like Southampton had recognized his potential and arranged such a considerate loan opportunity was exhilarating. Mr. G, I promise to give my all in the upcoming matches, Vardy declared earnestly. Do well, for the future goals of Southampton will depend on you, Mr. G said, almost incredulously. The club had brought in 7 players and subsequently loaned one out, effectively adding 6 new players to their roster, 1 goalkeeper, 3 defenders, 1 midfielder, and 1 forward. This significantly bolstered Southampton's squad, instilling confidence among the fans who, upon hearing the news, expressed their belief that Southampton could surge into the Premier League in the upcoming matches. Of course, the acquisition of these players nearly depleted Southampton's cash reserves, which had been around £6 to £7 million. Now, they had expended nearly £6 million, leaving their finances rather strained. Chapter 69. Money alone is not enough. Fortunately, We managed to offload some underperforming players and recoup a bit of cash. Otherwise, the club's account would be below $1 million. And our monthly operational costs are well over several £100,000, Dave Jones lamented. Will we be able to last until early July? Jishi inquired. That is still feasible. Jones replied. Well then, there will be a substantial influx of funds when the time comes. Jishi snapped his fingers. Jones shook his head, uncertain as to why Jishi possessed such confidence. Nevertheless, he merely lamented that the season tickets for Southampton's championship matches were selling briskly, and substantial revenue would soon be forthcoming. With Southampton's attendance figures, competing in the championship posed no significant financial concern. After all, in the championship, a larger stadium translates to higher income. And greater income equates to stronger financial backing, which in turn enhances competitiveness. Currently, among the teams in the championship, only Southampton, Leeds United, Nottingham Forest, Coventry, Middlesbrough, Leicester City, and Derby County boast stadium capacities exceeding 30,000. This season, the championship indeed features a plethora of formidable teams. In addition to these traditional powerhouses, Norwich, Queen's Park Rangers, Crystal Palace, Portsmouth, Watford, Millwall, Hull City, and Reading, all of which have previously dazzled in the Premier League, also add to the competitive landscape. Yet, regardless, our ambition remains the championship. Jishi was brimming with confidence. His financial assurance stemmed from the fact that he had eliminated a digit from his remaining 1,044 achievement points. Each point could be exchanged for £1 million in cash. Having utilized 14 points in the championship, the £14 million in cash was more than sufficient for the club to undertake numerous ventures. He then discerned how the system facilitated his money laundering. It provided him with a betting slip, instructing him to place a wager of £1 million, ultimately yielding over $20 million after tax deductions, resulting in a net profit of $14 million. With a disdainful glance at the impoverished mindset of the system store, he withdrew a sum of cash from his St. Mary company and commenced his betting. The betting slip offered by the system was remarkably intricate, dispersing all bets, some high, some low, ensuring that his overall wagers would incur some losses while generating some profits, thus achieving a discrete outcome. Furthermore, with the nature of online betting, possessing merely an account rendered the entire process even less conspicuous. The World Cup betting often reached hundreds of billions, rendering Jishi's stakes in the millions and his returns in the tens of millions virtually unnoticeable. What Jishi awaited was the conclusion of the World Cup on July 7th, at which point he could access this cash. Naturally, he intended to reinvest this money back into the St. Mary Football Company, subsequently injecting capital into the club through this company, which he wholly owned. As long as the source of his funds remained legitimate, his investments would be available for Southampton's utilization. Currently, it was not yet the time for the strict enforcement of financial fair play regulations. When that time arrived, regardless of how much money Jishi possessed, he could only allocate funds towards training facilities and youth academies. Of course, Jishi firmly believed that through Southampton Football Club, he could amass even greater wealth, enhancing the club's revenue. As the days passed, he eagerly awaited the conclusion of the World Cup. This time, he watched with great seriousness, though always referring to his betting slip. Such an approach could not continue. Watching the game in this manner diminished the joy. Jishi found himself reveling in his good fortune, cheering each time his bets aligned with the outcomes. Yet by the end of the World Cup, he merely stretched and began to feel an overwhelming sense of ennui. Money, after all, merely becomes a figure when it accumulates. Gazing at the unexpected digits that adorned his account, Jishi suddenly felt a sense of monotony. It was only through leading a team in competition that he truly experienced exhilaration. With the conclusion of the World Cup, a mere month remained until the commencement of the league. The first round of the championship was set to begin on August 7th. As few teams in the championship boasted international players, Southampton, in fact, had none, although Navis represented Costa Rica and Mkhitaryan donned the colors of Armenia. Neither nation managed to qualify for this World Cup. Lovren had previously been selected for Croatia's friendly matches, yet he was omitted from this year's World Cup roster. And the others were far removed from international recognition. This also allows them to commence their preseason training early. After injecting $15 million into the club's accounts, including an initial capital of $1 million, Jishi began to contemplate whether it might be prudent to recruit additional skilled players. The scouting report indicated that Southampton could certainly secure some players, yet those who were not guaranteed to join could also prove invaluable. For instance, last season, he was impressed by the local midfielder Henderson, And there were also Walker and Demel, whom he aspired to acquire last summer, but could not. How I lost them last year. I shall reclaim them this year. Jishi exclaimed dramatically, raising his arms towards the heavens. He first made a trip to Sunderland, then to London, and thereafter, there were no further developments. Henderson had played 38 matches for Sunderland last season, 33 of which were in the league, earning the title of Sunderland's Player of the Season. For the new season, Sunderland intended to bestow the number 10 jersey and the captaincy upon this young talent, honed through extensive experience in the Premier League. How could Henderson possibly consider playing in the Championship, having been rejected simultaneously by both Sunderland and Henderson? Jishi reluctantly proceeded to London. His chances with Walker appeared relatively more promising. The young fullback had been loaned back to Sheffield United last season, making 26 appearances and gaining considerable experience. However, upon returning to Tottenham in the second half of the season, he had only featured twice. Tottenham seemingly had no place for this young fullback. Yet, the engagement with Tottenham proved to be quite disheartening. The club expressed their serious intention regarding Kyle Walker, emphasizing that they would not have invested nearly $6 million in the 19-year-old last year otherwise. It was likely that Walker would continue to be loaned out this season, but a permanent transfer was out of the question. Tottenham inquired whether Southampton would be interested in loaning Walker. If so, they would cover his wages for the entire year. Jishi shook his head, refusing to propose a loan. He felt it would be absurd to agree, especially with Klein and Jenkinson already on his roster. Why resort to a loan? Last season, it was understandable as Southampton had a shortage of fullbacks. These Tottenham fellows were truly vexatious. In his heart, Jishi murmured. Chapter 70. The Advantages of Demel. With two objectives unattainable, Jishi felt that he could make an effort towards the third. Moussa Demel chose to remain at Alkmaar last season, as the club had the Champions League to compete in. However, this season's Champions League has turned into a nightmare for Alkmaar. As the Eredivisie champions, they avoided the playoffs. Yet their performance in a rather unremarkable group was dismal. Their group consisted of the Premier League's Arsenal, Belgium's Standard Liège, and Greece's Olympiacos. While Arsenal is a top-tier team, Standard Liège and Olympiacos could only be considered mediocre. Nevertheless, Alkmaar's results were nothing short of catastrophic. They once managed to draw against Arsenal, yet ended the 6 matches without a single victory, recording 4 draws and 2 losses, with only 4 goals scored and 8 conceded. Finishing at the bottom of their group and returning home. Their league performance was equally poor, ultimately ranking 5th, failing to secure a spot in the Europa League. Under such circumstances, the esteemed coach Van Gaal chose to depart, leaving no room for Demel to stay. At 24 years of age, he could hardly be considered a youthful prodigy, playing as a defensive midfielder, and it seemed challenging to attract the attention of elite clubs through such performances. At this juncture, Jishi approached once more. Mr. Jishi, I sincerely appreciate your interest, but previously Fulham from the Premier League also came to inquire. Hoping to acquire Demel for £6 million, the transfer manager of Alkmaar remarked to Jishi. Jishi pondered. £6 million was not particularly high, however. Considering that Southampton had secured all their other players for less than £6 million, spending that amount on a defensive midfielder seemed imprudent. Yet, recalling the match footage he had viewed, Demel, though understated, was indeed an exceptional defensive midfielder. In comparison, despite the youth and talent of Schneiderlin and Drinkwater, they each possessed their own technical shortcomings. In terms of defense, Demel clearly surpassed both. Schneiderlin excelled at interceptions but fell short in close quarters tackling, while Drinkwater relied on his physicality, accumulating numerous tackles but lacking in interception skills, a deficiency attributed to his struggles with lateral movement. Demel, on the other hand, excelled in both interceptions and tackles. Moreover, Demel's precision in making forward runs and his ability to support teammates have significantly improved. Schneiderlin's strength lies in his exceptional ball control, allowing him to retrieve the ball in deeper positions and initiate attacks through distribution. In contrast, Drinkwater possesses a robust physique, demonstrating greater mobility and timely forward movements. He can create opportunities through direct assists or shots after making runs. In essence, compared to Demel, they exhibit certain shortcomings, whereas Demel stands out devoid of such flaws. Additionally, Schneiderlin and Drinkwater's strengths may not offer a considerable advantage over Demel. Furthermore, Demel, at the age of 24, has matured into a fully functional talent ready for immediate deployment. We will match whatever Fulham offers, G replied decisively. The Alkmaar representatives quickly acquiesced to Southampton's bid, as it had become increasingly apparent to them that losing Dim-El this summer was virtually inevitable. It was merely a matter of where Dim-El himself wished to go. Money is the same. Selling to anyone makes no difference. Ji soon met with Dim-El. I truly appreciate your consistent interest in me over the past 2 summers, Dim-El remarked, visibly intrigued. Indeed, despite Southampton currently being a championship team, they had once graced the Premier League and boasted a legendary figure like Letizier. Ji, as both the owner and coach of Southampton, making an effort to approach him for 2 consecutive years was a testament to a genuine respect for talent. However, Ji was acutely aware that while Dim-El expressed interest, Southampton, in comparison to Fulham, remained a championship club, whereas Fulham had secured the Premier League title, having also competed in the Champions League. Would Dim-El truly consider joining Southampton to play in the Championship? Fulham provided the perfect springboard to the Premier League perform well there, and a move to a prestigious club would be within reach. Conversely, if Southampton failed to ascend to the Premier League, Dim-El would find himself stagnating in the Championship for 2 years, at which point he would be 26, making a future transfer substantially more challenging. After much contemplation, Ji concluded that he had only 2 advantages to leverage. First, despite being a championship team, Southampton had the opportunity to compete in the Europa League this season, an advantage Fulham did not possess. Second, Southampton had greater financial resources than Fulham. This seems to be quite a paradoxical issue. However, despite Fulham being one of the earliest clubs in the English league to have foreign ownership, it is evident that the foreign owners are reluctant to invest substantial sums. For many years, Fulham has managed to sustain itself, merely aiming for survival as a modest London club. Their salary expenditures are unlikely to be particularly generous. In contrast, Southampton has consistently offered competitive salaries. Even after their relegation to League One, they retained most of their key players, maintaining expenditures at a championship level. The salaries of new signings such as Lambert, Giroud, Mkhitaryan, and Lovren are all at least in line with championship standards. This summer, Mr. Jishi was swift to offer players salary increases and contract renewals. Southampton's current wage levels are not significantly lower than those in the Premier League. It is not that Mr. Jishi is excessively extravagant. Rather, he understands that retaining these outstanding performers now could lead to better financial returns in the future. As for Musa, it goes without saying that our midfield lacks experience. The players with any experience are merely at League One or Championship levels, while those who perform well are still quite young. This is manageable in the Championship. But in the Europa League, we will need seasoned players like you. In terms of personal compensation, we can certainly match what Fulham offers because next year, we will undoubtedly return to the Premier League. My promise to the fans is to ascend 3 tiers in 2 years. Given the challenges we overcame last season, this season should be a breeze. Listening to Mr. Jishi's words, Dembele nodded, though he remained somewhat unmoved. Musa, your performance in the Champions League last season cannot be deemed poor. It was merely a matter of not adapting to the rhythm of the competition, which is vastly different from the Eredivisie. Of course, the Europa League is somewhat inferior to the Champions League, so it would be wise to acclimatize in the Europa League before tackling the Champions League, where your performance will markedly improve, Jishi continued. Perhaps it was this statement that resonated with Musa Dembele. Mr. Jishi, you have invited me for 2 consecutive summers. If I were to decline again, it would indeed reflect poorly on my judgment. Dembele extended his hand toward Jishi. I believe I would be delighted to have the opportunity to play for Southampton. Jishi grasped Dembele's hand and burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 71. Preparations for the new season. Each summer, the prospect of acquiring a player who is not listed in the scouting guide brings Mr. Jishi immense joy. The scouting guide outlines players that Southampton needs and can afford, making purchases straightforward and typically error-free. However, Jishi's success in acquiring players outside the list indicates that the system originally deemed such players unattainable for Southampton. Yet he has managed to secure them. Doesn't this attest to his remarkable prowess? However, after signing Dim-El, Jishi was somewhat astonished to discover that his midfield personnel seemed rather excessive. Currently, Southampton boasts 3 goalkeepers. The primary goalkeeper is the newly acquired Navis. The veteran Captain Davis serves as the backup, and there is also a 3rd goalkeeper, Forster. The goalkeeping situation is well catered for. In terms of defenders, last season's 2 main right-backs, Atsumobo and Murdy, were sold by the club. They were of mediocre quality and hardly reliable even in League One, let alone the Premier League. Presently, the right-back positions are occupied by Klein, who is the starter, and Jenkinson, who serves as the first substitute for both right-back and center-back positions. ensuring he will see considerable playing time. The starting left back is the newly signed Dixon, with last season's primary Mills as the substitute. The backup Harden was released by the club. The central defenders remain Lovren and Font. As long as they do not encounter significant issues, they will be the mainstays, with Jenkinson providing sufficient backup. The second captain, Perry, has retired as his age had become quite advanced, and he will transition to the scouting department. The other two substitute center backs, Thomas and Jardy, are essentially ornamental. In the forward line, Giroud and Lambert hold their positions firmly, with Austin as their substitute. As for the winger, Holmes will likely have limited opportunities to play, given the stamina and physicality of Lambert and Giroud, who will dominate the majority of playing time. Conversely, in midfield, the main defensive midfielders include Dem-El, Schneiderlin, Drinkwater, Lett, and Wooten, while the attacking midfielders consist of Lalana, Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Mkhitaryan, creating a formidable squad. Enhancing the midfield's movement and coverage will significantly deplete the stamina of the defensive players, yet it will also facilitate rotation. Dem-El is the primary player, with Schneiderlin and Drinkwater alternating as his partners, while Lett and Wooten can conserve their energy during rotations. The attacking midfield will primarily feature Lalana and Mkhitaryan, although Oxlade-Chamberlain can provide breakthroughs from the flanks, ensuring he will see sufficient playing time. Jishi pondered that preparation for the new season involves more than merely acquiring players. It also encompasses preseason preparations. The previous season, Southampton rapidly demonstrated their combat readiness, and throughout the season, barring injuries, no one underperformed, which was closely linked to their diligent preseason training and its positive outcomes. Among this, the 3 training plans Jishi exchanged played a significant role. This time, certainly, more thorough preparations are required. In fact, after the season concluded, Jishi spent 100 achievement points to acquire Ferguson's tactical positioning advanced, and then spent another 100 achievement points to obtain Pintus's advanced physical training regimen, along with 50 achievement points for a brand new top-tier goalkeeper training method. This expenditure of 250 achievement points left Jishi feeling a pang of regret, perceiving himself as somewhat foolish. However, it was evident that such an investment was exceedingly worthwhile. Ferguson's tactical movement encapsulated the essence of his strategic framework by adhering to this training regimen. Southampton's foundational training posed no issues whatsoever, and it could even be extended throughout the entire youth training camp, a venture Jishi had already commenced. Furthermore, it synergized seamlessly with the tactical experiences of other distinguished coaches. The description in the achievement shop was remarkably comprehensive, indicating that while Ferguson's movement system might appear somewhat outdated, it could integrate almost effortlessly with various other tactical frameworks. In essence, with this training program as a foundation, Jishi would be able to redeem other renowned coaches' training plans at a significantly reduced cost in the future. What once required 100 achievement points could now be acquired for merely 20. Regarding Pintus's advanced physical training, it encompassed all of Pintus's current methodologies and experiences. Just imagine, 8 books could rival the capabilities of Captain America. How could it not be effective? Most importantly, by investing merely 10 achievement points annually, the training plan's content could be perpetually updated, ensuring that Southampton's training regimen remains unparalleled. The goalkeeper training methods followed the same principle, employing the best training techniques and allowing for annual updates, each update requiring only 5 achievement points. Let us delve deeply into this as we prepare to make a grand showing in the new season. Jishi remarked to his 3 assistant coaches. At the conclusion of the previous season, the 3 assistant coaches had entered into a renewed long-term contract along with a stringent confidentiality agreement, which has become customary. It is not just the assistant coaches of the club. Even the personal trainers of renowned coaches are bound by similar confidentiality clauses. Thus, as the preseason training commenced, both newcomers and returning players exuded ample confidence to embrace the challenges of the upcoming season. However, Jishi found himself somewhat intrigued. Aside from receiving 2 achievement point tasks at the onset of the last season, he had not encountered any further tasks thereafter. He pondered the triggering conditions for these tasks, speculating whether it was due to the latter half of the previous season, during which Southampton's pursuits were primarily for championships he had not secured, leading to an overflow of potential achievement points should additional tasks be activated. In essence, the matches that could originally lead to the illumination of new achievements are unlikely to present any fresh tasks. Moreover, with the absence of renowned coaches and celebrated players in League One, the probability of triggering such tasks diminishes even further. However, the championship boasts numerous established teams, alongside several players of considerable repute, which, under these circumstances, should make the triggering of tasks more feasible. In the tactical framework of the new season, the two fullbacks will be entrusted with augmented offensive and defensive responsibilities, particularly in terms of supporting attacking plays. Last season, the two fullbacks primarily participated in a symbolic manner, with other attacking players shouldering the offensive burden, a dynamic that is poised to change. With the involvement and support from the fullbacks, the forwards will have greater latitude to showcase their talents. Mkhitaryan will adopt a more advanced position, thereby enhancing his ability to break through defenses. Should Oxlade-Chamberlain be on the field, he will likely engage more actively along the flanks, while the tasks of orchestrating and distributing the ball will fall to Lalana or the holding midfielders behind. Giroud will continue to serve as the central striker, engaging in physical confrontations up front, while Lambert will operate slightly deeper. Nevertheless, both strikers are capable of interchanging roles to retrieve the ball, as their technical abilities are commendable. Chapter 72. The integration of the team after more than half a month of training. The newly joined players at Southampton have gradually begun to earn the recognition of their teammates. Among the newcomers, Klein has exhibited the most outstanding performance, despite his youth. He possesses remarkable stamina. He is adept at both offensive and defensive duties, boasting commendable technical skills and physicality. His speed and athleticism are exceptional, akin to a sports car that can continuously surge forward and retreat. Such a gifted fullback is a rarity. Southampton has not previously had a player of his caliber in the Premier League, the closest comparison being the agile Walcott. However, while Walcott may possess greater speed, he falls short of Klein in terms of pressing and defensive capabilities. Like many elite attacking fullbacks, Klein has a background as a forward, which contributes to his proficient footwork and forward-thinking instincts, although his shooting ability leaves something to be desired. He is far more adept at delivering passes to his teammates. Navas is one of only 3 internationals in the squad, alongside Demel and Mkhitaryan. As a Costa Rican international, despite standing at only 1.85 meters tall, he initially struggled with high ball tactics. However, through diligent training, he quickly showcased his strengths. Although Navas' height is modest, his wingspan is sufficiently long, mitigating the disadvantages when compared to a 1.90-meter goalkeeper. Furthermore, his nimble footwork, quick reflexes, and exceptional jumping ability allow him to demonstrate his caliber in both ground saves and aerial challenges. "Boss, whether I play as a substitute or not doesn't concern me," he remarked. "After all, I am approaching 34 years of age, but I do need to compete for my place." Davis deliberately sought out Jishi and spoke to him. "Of course, Kelvin, you have always been an integral part of the club. I have never doubted your abilities. It is indeed essential to have 2 excellent goalkeepers in reserve." Jishi responded with a smile. Davis nodded, fully aware that Navas was a full decade his junior and had already spent a season as a starter in North America, demonstrating commendable experience and ample talent. It was only a matter of time before he would usurp Davis's position. His remarks were intended to convey a sense of fairness. The value of securing a starting role through competition was undoubtedly more cherished. Consequently, during the ensuing training sessions, Davis approached his preparations with considerable seriousness. At 34, he was not particularly old for a goalkeeper. Should he rejuvenate, his capabilities remained impressive, as evidenced by his ability to attract trial offers from Premier League teams just a year prior. Moussa Demel, while seemingly unremarkable on the training ground, demonstrated exceptional prowess during physical training. His movements, interceptions, and ball distribution were impeccable, earning him admiration as a player with Champions League experience. Southampton's acquisition of such a talent underscored the club's remarkable standing. One might ponder why Demel, with such potential, did not seek a position in a Premier League team. Even if a top club eluded him, joining a mid-tier Premier League side should not pose a significant challenge. Danny Drinkwater, on the other hand, exhibited a carefree demeanor. His cheerful disposition shone through as he arrived at Southampton's training facility, engaging in jovial banter with his teammates, who appreciated the optimism he brought. His remarkable forward abilities on the pitch further endeared him to the other players. As a product of Manchester United, Drinkwater bore little arrogance. At 20 years of age, he had yet to make an appearance for the club and had been consistently loaned out. In light of this reality, maintaining any sense of pride would indeed be absurd. The arrival of these 2 individuals has placed considerable pressure on Schneiderlin. Giant specifically sought him out for a conversation, underscoring that their intention was not to usurp his position, but rather to bolster the midfield of the team. Southampton's future lies in the Premier League, and thus, he will invariably face intense competition from numerous elite players. It is futile to fear competition. Only by decisively engaging in it can one truly excel. This principle is quite clear to Schneiderlin, who, despite his youth, has already experienced playing abroad. As for Austin, there is little to be said. He is capable of performing just as Lambert does. Lambert is aware that he has gained a substitute, yet he remains unconcerned, for in his current form, a substitute is merely a precaution. Jishi has also informed him and Giroud in advance that every match in the new season holds significant importance, and having multiple substitutes is intended to allow them to showcase their abilities in crucial games. Dixon has demonstrated his forward capabilities on the training ground. As a left-back who excelled in League One last season, he feels satisfied to be playing in the Championship this season, especially since there is virtually no competition for his position. Mills was barely a starter last season, and his chances of being in the first team in the Championship this season are exceedingly slim, likely only featuring in cup matches. Jenkinson serves as the primary substitute for both the right flank and center-back positions. Although young, this defender possesses commendable skills. His height, mobility, and physicality are all impressive. At merely 18 years of age, training alongside high-caliber players and occasionally stepping onto the field will allow him to provide respite for Klein and the two center-backs. The seasoned players at Southampton have swiftly embraced the newly joined players, and through training, it has become evident what their standings will be in the new season. The two fullbacks will undoubtedly be starters, with Navis likely to challenge the veteran Captain Davies for his position, while I can secure one of the midfield starting roles. The other midfield spot will be contested between Schneiderlin and Drinkwater, leaving Jallet and Wooten likely relegated to substitute status. However, given their age, it is quite normal for them to play a bit part. Austin will serve as a rotational player on the forward line. Each individual's role is distinctly defined. Now, there arises a conundrum. Perry has retired, and Wooten's chances of being a starter in the new season are exceedingly bleak. Coupled with Davies, I suspect he will soon be usurped by Navis. I require a third captain, someone who can don the armband in Davies' absence, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. That poses a challenge. Most of our veteran players are scarcely in the starting lineup, aside from the older fellows. The longest-serving players are Schneiderlin and Lalana, Ben Ali pondered. They are both unsuitable, not due to their youth, for the captaincy is not determined by age, but rather by esteem, character, and capability. Jishi shook his head. Ben Ali nodded in agreement. Schneiderlin and Lalana indeed possess sufficient tenure. Schneiderlin has been with Southampton for 3 years, while Lalana has spent 4 years in the first team. Besides veterans like Davies and Wooten, no one has been here longer than they have. However, Schneiderlin's personality is shy and taciturn, while Lalana is rather exuberant. Their temperaments are indeed not suited for leadership. I presume you already have a candidate in mind for the third captaincy? Benelli spoke. Gia smiled but offered no reply. Chapter 73. To Kill a Mockingbird. When Gia announced the addition of a third captain to the team during training, there were no objections. With Perry having retired, it was only natural to appoint a new captain. However, considering the precarious positions of Davis and Walton, it became apparent that this third captain might very well evolve into the first captain in the future. Subsequently, Gia proclaimed that Jose Font would assume the role of the club's third captain. This announcement took everyone by surprise. From any perspective, Font seemed ill-suited to assume the role of captain. He had only been with the team for half a year and hailed from Portugal. Although he had secured a solid position in the starting lineup, his tenure was still brief, and who among the new recruits could possibly lack more experience than he? However, the most peculiar reaction followed. After a moment of astonishment, nearly all the Southampton players began to applaud, particularly the seasoned veterans from the previous season, while the newer players exhibited a more conformist attitude. Jishi smiled, while Ben Ali shook his head, reflecting that had he known this would transpire, he would have had no cause for concern. Font's appointment as the third captain met with unanimous approval, and the rationale was singular. Some individuals are born leaders, while others naturally assume the role of a guiding figure. Font epitomizes both a leader and a mentor. Despite his brief time with the team, he exhibited sincerity in his interactions and fairness in his actions, earning the respect of his peers. Furthermore, with Southampton's roster comprising predominantly young talents, Font's maturity at the age of 27 made him an appealing companion for the younger players, especially given their often exuberant dispositions, which gravitate towards those of more stable and composed characters. Having resolved this matter, Southampton embarked on their new season. During the transfer window, they invested nearly £12 million, with a net expenditure surpassing £10 million. 7 players were brought in, the lone Vardy regrettably overlooked, among whom the most notable was the Belgian international Moussa Dembélé, whom Southampton secured from Alkmaar after triumphing over Fulham in the pursuit. This exceptionally skilled Belgian midfielder promises to impart significant experience to the squad. Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas further solidified Southampton's goalkeeping position, offering a dual layer of security. The other acquisitions primarily focused on younger players, in keeping with Southampton's tradition. However, it was abundantly clear that Jishi had already established his position through last season's coaching, heightening expectations for Southampton's performance in the upcoming season. With net spending exceeding £10 million, Southampton's aspirations were unequivocally aimed at a push for the Premier League. Moreover, they were poised to become the second team, following Aachen, to compete in the Europa League while retaining a second-tier status. The anticipation surrounding their potential performance in the Europa League was palpable. As the reigning League Cup champions, Southampton would commence their journey in the Europa League qualifiers, with their opponent yet to be determined, regardless of who it may be. It would mark Southampton's inaugural appearance in the Europa League, having previously contended for the FA Cup title when the Winners' Cup was still in existence, thus missing out on the Europa League. Particularly after the establishment of the Premier League, they had languished in the lower echelons for an extended period, achieving their best finish at 7th place, without ever having competed in the Europa League. This reveals why the Southampton fans cherish the matches that Jishi brings, as these are encounters that Southampton has never experienced before. From this perspective, despite Southampton's long-standing history, their accolades are indeed rather meager. In theory, a club of Southampton's stature should not lack in honors, especially considering they have once boasted great players like Letizier and Alan Shearer. It is a fitting canvas for Jishi to create upon. Southampton's inaugural league match pits them against Bristol City, a team that Jishi perceives as lacking in renown, with a track record of rather mediocre performances. However, Jishi does not approach this match with complacency. While he may have retained a certain playful attitude towards coaching last season, the trials of the playoffs have transformed his outlook. Southampton's capabilities in the previous season's League One were undoubtedly exceptional, yet their performance was erratic, largely attributable to distractions from various cup competitions, alongside a 10-point deduction. Nevertheless, had Jishi focused solely on guiding the team through the league, securing a direct promotion would not have been insurmountable. They were merely 4 points adrift of Leeds, who ultimately achieved direct promotion. Moreover, the significant blunder in the playoffs could have led to a different outcome had Jishi not displayed a legendary performance with his dubious advantages. Thus, Jishi now firmly believes that no match should be taken lightly. Every winnable game should be pursued with utmost determination. This season, in both the League Cup and the FA Cup, Jishi does not intend to showcase any remarkable performances. Rather, it is merely an opportunity to nurture substitutes and young players. His primary focus lies in striving for the championship in the Championship, as well as competing for glory in the Europa League. These are honors that Southampton has yet to attain, and illuminating them would yield sufficient rewards. However, prior to the commencement of the match, Jishi received a peculiar task. Task title: Eliminate a Robin. Task requirements: defeat Bristol City by a margin of at least 3 goals, while ensuring that no goals are conceded. Successful completion of the task grants 20 achievement points, whereas failure incurs a penalty of 20 points. This task strikes one as rather pretentious. What connection does it bear to that renowned book? Is it merely because a robin adorns the crest of Bristol City that one must eradicate them? Jishi silently scoffed at this notion and accepted the task nonetheless. He currently possessed 780 achievement points. While he regarded the 20 points as somewhat trivial, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Furthermore, losing would not significantly impact him, would it? Nevertheless, since he had accepted this challenge, he was determined to perform admirably. Bristol City's most illustrious season was 2 years prior when they reached the Championship playoff final, only to be defeated by Hull City, thus missing out on promotion to the Premier League. The subsequent 2 seasons saw them languishing in mediocrity, finishing mid-table with an unremarkable performance. However, after several years in the Championship, they have assembled a sufficiently formidable squad, while lacking in star players. Their overall capability is not to be underestimated. Last season, they averaged over a goal scored per match, while conceding a similar number. Defeating such a team is not exceedingly challenging, yet to triumph by at least 3 goals without conceding requires a considerable effort. This presents an ideal opportunity to test our cohesive pressing offensive strategy. In his heart, Jishi pondered. Chapter 74. The current Southampton is formidable. When Southampton appeared at Bristol City as home ground, they paid little heed to the fact that the stadium's capacity was less than 20,000, a far cry from St. Mary's. As he shook hands with the opposing coach, Jishi took a moment to observe him. The current head coach of Bristol City is Steve Coppell, a name renowned from his playing days, one of Manchester United's legendary number 7s. Although he may not have reached the illustrious heights of Denis Law, George Best, Bobby Charlton, Mark Hughes, Cantona, Beckham, or Cristiano Ronaldo, he did not disgrace himself in the Manchester United jersey. However, his coaching career post-retirement has been rather ordinary. He has managed teams such as Crystal Palace, Brighton, and Brentford, but his most notable achievement was leading Reading to promotion to the Premier League in 2006. Unfortunately, his Reading side inflicted a catastrophic defeat on Chelsea, injuring two of their starting goalkeepers, which severely tarnished his reputation, relegating him to coaching teams in the Championship thereafter. After the handshake, Jishi returned to his position, refraining from ridiculing the incident involving Reading, as he believed that even if Reading played aggressively, it was unlikely they intended to target anyone. It was merely a coincidence. Bristol City does possess some outstanding players, for instance. They have recruited former national goalkeeper David James this season. Though nearing 40, he remains active in lower leagues. Their two key center-backs, Nicky Hunt and Sis, joined this season from Premier League teams like Bolton and Reading, with Sis being a former player under Coppell. In midfield, Jamaican Marvin Elliott serves as their core, a 26-year-old who is quite renowned in the Championship, complemented by two strikers in their prime. Hence, Bristol City is by no means a team devoid of resistance. Nevertheless, Jishi has greater confidence in his own squad. Goalkeeper Davis, fullbacks Klein and Dixon, centre-backs Font and Lovren, midfielders Dembele, Schneiderlin, Lalana, and Mkhitaryan, forwards Giroud and Lambert. If last season he lacked significant confidence, this season, Jishi is convinced that this lineup is competitive even in the Premier League. Not only are they aiming to avoid relegation, but they also have a substantial chance at breaking into the top 10. Their only shortcoming is experience. However, having fought their way up from League Two, they are not lacking in that regard. Coppell, too, harbored some trepidation. Had they faced a typical newly promoted team, he would not have been concerned, but Bristol City is a well-known team in the Championship, and Southampton had claimed the treble last season. Indeed, they were the champions of the League Cup, the English Championship, and the League One playoffs. This statement was made by Jishi after the conclusion of the season, eliciting laughter from those who heard it. However, upon reflection, the achievements of Southampton indeed come as a surprise. In a season characterized by an intense schedule of league matches, securing victories in two cup competitions is a commendable feat, showcasing Southampton's remarkable performance throughout the season. After investing over £10 million in the first team, one might ponder the extent of their strength this season. Currently, Coleman can only hope for a harmonious synergy between the newcomers and the existing players. Within Southampton's starting lineup, there are two new fullbacks and three players, including Dembele. While the attacking line remains consistent, one might anticipate some disarray in defense. Yet, from the onset of the match, Southampton's two fullbacks consistently surged forward, commandeering possession and initiating attacks. Regardless of whether it was Klein or Dixon, both were accustomed to pushing forward. And Jishi's tactical arrangements afforded them ample freedom to advance in turns, with adequate support from Dembele and Schneiderlin ensuring cover. In the third minute of the match, Klein received a pass from Lalana, forcefully breaking through the opponent's defense, diagonally cutting into the penalty area before delivering a pass. Mkhitaryan, following closely, struck the ball, but James timely dove to deflect it out of bounds. At 40 years old, his form has shown no signs of decline. Jishi mused that had he performed with greater consistency in his earlier years, he might not have become a laughingstock in the England national team. Concurrently, the two central defenders surged forward, placing immense pressure on the Bristol City defense, complemented by the towering presence of two strikers, resulting in significant strain. Lambert and the opposing defenders jostled for position, and after last season's performance, Lambert now exuded confidence. Having scored against Premier League teams, including a goal against Manchester United, he had garnered sufficient self-assurance, a stark contrast to his previous uncertainties stemming from years spent in the lower tiers of the league. However, following his performance last season, he has come to wholeheartedly believe in his abilities. I possess the capability to establish myself in the Premier League and to excel therein. Sometimes, A player's breakthrough opportunity hinges on the slightest shift. Lambert, now brimming with confidence and buoyed by nearly a decade of experience in lower leagues, has become an unstoppable force. In the midst of Sis' challenge, Lambert executed a sudden stop and darted towards the center of the penalty area, drawing Sis with him. He then abruptly halted again. Surging forward, Sis was left behind as Lalana's corner was delivered. Lambert leapt at the near post, meeting the descending ball with a powerful header. The ball soared into the net's front post, leaving James unable to make any save. Just 6 minutes into the match, Southampton took the lead. After scoring, Lambert sprinted towards the away supporters' stand, arms outstretched, embracing the thunderous cheers of the fans. Jishi clenched his fist, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, Bristol City was rather lackluster, falling short in comparison to Southampton in every aspect. Yet, this team found itself comfortably mid-table in the championship. Given Southampton's current prowess, even a conservative approach would still place them among the frontrunners vying for the title. The only lingering concern was whether Davis could fulfill his duty to secure the win without conceding any goals. Jishi mused. Davis was a reliable goalkeeper. Though he seldom performed miraculous saves, positioned in front of the goal, he would not concede the goals he ought not to. Yet spectacularly preventing certain goals from the opposition was a rare occurrence. This illustrates the distinction between a top-tier goalkeeper and an ordinarily proficient one. While a commendable goalkeeper may avoid errors, an elite goalkeeper consistently delivers miraculous saves. Chapter 75. My apologies, Mr. Cooper. Ah, what a splendid save. Bristol City launched an exceedingly threatening attack, executing a pass that deftly circumvented the positioning of Fott. Their foremost striker, Nicky Maynard, met the descending ball with a powerful header aimed at the goal, only to be thwarted by Davis, who executed a magnificent diving save to deflect the ball away. Davis's side dive was indeed remarkable. Had it been last season, he would likely have failed to make such a save. However, this time, he responded instantaneously, stretching his body as he soared through the air, extending his arms just enough to divert the ball. That was an impressive save, remarked Ben Ali, somewhat astonished. Naturally, during preseason training, he exhibited immense dedication, and our current goalkeeper training standards are exceptionally high. Moreover, he is not particularly old. Jishi nodded in agreement. Nearby, Navis clenched his fist, although he knew that he would eventually claim the starting goalkeeper position at Southampton. Davis's performance illuminated the reality that such a role is not easily acquired. Attaining a starting position requires arduous training and relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, Navis harbored no fear of competition. He had spent 4 years with the Saprissa first team. In his initial year, he had only 3 appearances. The following year, he made 7. It wasn't until his 3rd year that he gradually emerged as the starting goalkeeper, appearing in 20 matches, and in his 4th year, he solidified his position by participating in every game. Arriving at a new environment merely presents another opportunity for competition. Keylor Navas has never shied away from rivalry. Competition only serves to enhance his capabilities. Stealing a glance at Navas, he discerned a serious and earnest expression rather than one of displeasure or anger, which alleviated his concerns. Healthy competition is essential within any team, and it is particularly vital for goalkeepers to maintain a sense of urgency. Those who consistently excel in their performances often do so while facing significant competition. Although Casillas achieved fame at a young age, there were periods when his position as the first-choice goalkeeper was rather precarious, both at Real Madrid and within the Spanish national team. Cech emerged from the lower leagues, relying heavily on competition to forge his path, while Caesar only secured his foothold in a European powerhouse at the age of 26 or 27. Valdez capitalized on numerous opportunities when other goalkeepers faltered at Barcelona to seize the starting position. Perhaps only Buffon has enjoyed an uninterrupted career, rising to prominence early and securing a starting role wherever he went. Navas, clearly not one to have achieved early fame, finds the sense of urgency and competition to be of utmost importance. On the field, the match continued. After enduring a wave of pressure from their opponents, Southampton quickly launched a counterattack. They held a significant advantage in midfield, with Dembele tirelessly making runs and distributing the ball to Schneiderlin, who consistently passed it out wide for the wingers to initiate attacks. In this scenario, Klein appeared particularly lively. His speed and technical ability, stemming from his origins as a forward, allowed him to assist without immediately confronting the opposition physically, thus effectively showcasing his sprinting prowess. His incursions down the flanks gradually drew the defender's attention away from the center, allowing Lalana to demonstrate his worth. Upon receiving Schneiderlin's pass, rather than relaying the ball to the advancing Klein, he deftly lifted his foot to send the ball to the far side of the penalty area. At that moment, Lambert had just maneuvered into space, and Lalana's pass found him perfectly. Lambert did not take a touch, but executed a volley. The ball soared diagonally toward the far corner of the net, and the hurried goalkeeper, having just rushed into position, could only turn in vain as he watched the ball find the back of the net once more. A second goal, in the 27th minute of the first half. Lambert had scored twice. Southampton's leading scorer was in magnificent form. Amidst the commentators' exuberant shouts, Jishi and Ben Ali exchanged celebratory high-fives. Lambert's form was well known. Since the onset of training this season, he had exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. It was entirely understandable, considering he was in his late 20s and was experiencing his first foray into second-tier football. How could he not possess such fighting spirit? Jishi observed keenly. Thus, he pinpointed Lambert as the focal point of attack in this match. As long as Lambert found space, the strategy was to deliver the ball to him whenever possible. Koppel, however, had not anticipated this approach. Last season, Southampton exhibited a notably versatile gameplay, with their offensive focus constantly shifting. With several new signings over the summer, they unexpectedly concentrated their efforts on Lambert, who was in outstanding form, thereby creating significant complications for their defense. After halftime, Koppel actively adjusted his tactics to closely mark Lambert. However, this alteration severely hampered their offensive capabilities. Demel's movements in midfield were filtered out, and with the surrounding presence of two central defenders, any play directed towards Davis lacked threat, leaving him somewhat disheartened as he sought to showcase his prowess. Nevertheless, Southampton's attacking play remained exquisite, with Lambert's being closely monitored, allowing opportunities for others to arise. 20 minutes into the second half, Mkhitaryan received a pass from Klein, deftly cutting into the penalty area amidst chaos in the opposing defense. He skillfully delivered the ball to the edge of the box, where Lalana promptly scored, making it 3-0. Just before the final whistle, the indefatigable Lambert finally seized an opportunity. Giroud's header was parried by the opposing goalkeeper, and Lambert reacted swiftly to score on the rebound, completing his hat trick. Southampton triumphed in their championship opener with a resounding 4-0 victory. Jishi also garnered 20 achievement points for his efforts. He had silenced the Canary in front of nearly 20,000 home fans, a truly ruthless act. When Koppel shook his hand, he appeared considerably displeased. Yet Jishi refrained from further comment. Regardless of Koppel's stature, their paths were likely to diverge, as he was the man leading the charge for promotion to the Premier League. Mr. Koppel, my apologies. If your coaching abilities were half as high as your playing skills, you wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat in this match, Jishi mused. All right, gentlemen, let us return to Southampton and celebrate properly, he declared to the jubilant players still reveling on the pitch. The Southampton players erupted in laughter. They had earned the right to revel, as victorious professionals often do. Bristol City finished 12th last year. To secure such a decisive victory against them significantly boosts our chances of promotion to the Premier League, Ben Ali remarked with a grin. It's still early days, Jishi replied, shaking his head. Chapter 76. The hero who tames tigers as a championship team. Their season was undeniably thrilling, particularly as they also had the Europa League to contend with. Following their opening league match, Southampton was slated to face their first League Cup fixture. But due to their participation in the Europa League, they were afforded the privilege of Premier League teams, entering the League Cup in the third round. This matter once stirred considerable controversy within England, as the regulations of the League Cup stipulate that the first round involves teams from the Championship, League One, and League Two. The second round features all Premier League teams, excluding the 7 clubs participating in European competitions, while the third round welcomes those Premier League teams engaged in European tournaments. Southampton, as a championship team, should have participated in the initial round. However, the FA ultimately provided clarification, since Southampton is competing in the Europa League. They shall enjoy the privilege of commencing their League Cup journey in the third round. Consequently, with one less team in the first round, the current Premier League club Blackpool, the champions of last season's championship playoffs, shall take their place in this round of the League Cup. Gia expressed some discontent, as the League Cup was initially a splendid opportunity for teams to hone their skills. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be ungrateful. During an interview, he remarked that this recognition serves as the finest reward for Southampton's triumph in the League Cup, undoubtedly inspiring other teams to acknowledge its significance. Though not as historically revered as the FA Cup, it remains a nationally recognized tournament sanctioned by UEFA, and the prevailing disregard for the League Cup should be reconsidered. Having garnered some goodwill, Gia proceeded with team training, allowing himself a week to weigh the pros and cons. If the previous match against Bristol City served as a test of their ability to establish a foothold in the championship, the upcoming game would assess their capacity for promotion. Their next adversary is Hull City, a team nicknamed the Tigers. Last season, they finished 19th in the Premier League, having ascended to the top tier through the playoffs 2 seasons ago. Although they lost several players after relegation, the remaining squad members possess commendable talent, marking them as one of the favorites for promotion this season. They easily dispatched Swansea City with a 2-0 victory in the first round. Ben Ali added, of course. The first match does not reveal much. Currently, we are tied for first place with Queen's Park Rangers, both having scored 4 goals, but this is merely temporary. However, if we can triumph over Hull City at home, it would at least demonstrate our potential for promotion, Gia stated. The players nodded in agreement. Queen's Park Rangers have long been a mid-table championship team, consistently performing well yet failing to secure promotion. Being level with such a team instilled a sense of confidence in Southampton's players, making them feel that surpassing them would be a straightforward task. Conversely, Hull City indeed presents a formidable challenge. In this match, we can experiment with a new formation. Gia suddenly paused, then lifted his head to speak. The players were taken aback. What are you staring at? We have welcomed 7 new players this season, each possessing exceptional capabilities. In this context, it is only natural to implement some rotation, and everyone must learn to excel even amid changes. Jishi spoke naturally, affirming that it is imperative for everyone to understand that the club has invested over £10 million in the transfer market this year, while retaining nearly all of last season's key players, not merely to avoid relegation, but to strive for a formidable challenge in the Premier League. Furthermore, we shall not easily relinquish the honor of the Europa League. Thus, this season's competitive tasks will be substantial, comprising 46 league matches alongside Europa League fixtures. It is evident that relying solely on a single lineup is insufficient. Rotation is essential. Ben Ali seamlessly continued the conversation. Jishi silently commended Ben Ali. A good supporting character is crucial, especially in the absence of prior communication. His moment of pause was due to receiving a new task. Task name: Hero against the Tiger. Task content: despite rotating more than half of the main squad, that is, substituting at least 6 players, we must still secure a victory against Hull City, known as the Tiger City, by at least 3 clear goals. Compared to previous tasks, although the name remains whimsically casual, the demands are considerably more stringent: a victory by at least 3 goals while rotating at least 6 key players. This prompted Jishi to announce the changes in advance to avoid any last-minute confusion. Thus, I shall declare the starting lineup for the next match: goalkeeper Navas, right back Klein, center backs Jenkinson and Font, left back Mills, midfielders Dembele, Drinkwater, Lalana, and Chamberlain, with forwards Lambert and Austin. Jishi exerted considerable effort to finalize this rotation. Substituting the goalkeeper was a sensible move, as competition for the position is essential. The pairing of Jenkinson and Font as central defenders was also part of the plan. Drinkwater and Chamberlain stepping in for Schneiderlin and Mkhitaryan would not significantly diminish our strength. Substituting Austin for Giroud was reasonable. However, including Mills in the lineup was somewhat risky, as his capabilities are not particularly distinguished even in League One. Nonetheless, Dixon's performance in the first round was not as impressive as Klein's, which should mitigate the impact. Overall, there were few dissenting opinions regarding this rotated lineup, though it was clear that the 2 new signings, Klein and Dembele, would hold pivotal roles in the new season. Indeed, in Jishi's perspective, Klein's ability to break through on the flanks and provide assists is crucial, while Dembele's versatility in midfield is equally significant. Moreover, both players possess exceptional physical attributes and stamina, which would enable them to endure the rigors of the entire season without substantial concern. The strength of this lineup is not significantly different from the previous starting roster. What it lacks is merely synergy. During the early stages of the league, frequent rotations are essential to foster a deeper understanding among the players. Hull City's decline in strength is quite pronounced. Although they have spent 2 years in the Premier League and assembled a commendable squad, fortune has not favored them, as they have failed to cultivate any standout talent. Following relegation, most of their key players have scattered like stars in the night sky. Despite not being financially constrained, they have quickly reformed a competitive team in the championship. However, in terms of cohesion, they are at a disadvantage compared to Southampton, who have also made numerous signings this season. Southampton retains its core line of Font, Lalana, and Lambert, making it easier for new arrivals to integrate. For instance, Demel primarily operates in midfield with his capabilities. Executing tackles and distributing the ball is not a daunting task, while Klein's relentless forward runs for assists require minimal synergy. Chapter 77. The excited newcomer's synergy has always been of paramount importance, yet it manifests in various forms. The core axis of synergy necessitates extensive adaptation. It is easily disrupted but challenging to establish. In contrast, the synergy among plug-and-play players can be cultivated with relative ease. Hull City has suffered greatly in this regard. Their coach is newly appointed, and over half of the main players are recent acquisitions, while the previous core has largely departed. Although the team's overall market value is not insignificant, and it boasts several players of notable ability in the championship, they comfortably defeated their opponents in the first round, given their inherent strength. However, compared to Southampton, their advantages cease to hold water, while their disadvantages become magnified. This was something their coach, Pearson, had not anticipated. Upon arriving at St. Mary's Stadium, Pearson was initially filled with ambition, particularly upon observing that Southampton had rotated more than half of their key players. He believed that his own team's weakness lay in their lack of cohesion. However, with such a significant number of players rotated, one might wonder if Southampton's cohesion was equally compromised. From this perspective, the relatively young manager, at merely 40 years of age, appeared somewhat naive. Although Southampton's overall synergy was somewhat lacking, under the tactical guidance of their coach, they managed to conceal this vulnerability adeptly. Their offensive maneuvers primarily originated from the right flank, where not only Klein frequently surged forward, but also Chamberlain became increasingly active on that side. Despite being teammates for only a year, Chamberlain and Klein demonstrated remarkable synergy during training. Both players possessed exceptional speed and technical prowess, with Klein excelling in his relentless forward runs, while Chamberlain adeptly utilized his finesse to create opportunities in confined spaces. Thus, their collaboration proved harmonious. Klein generated chances through his aggressive incursions, allowing Chamberlain to showcase his intricate skills. As Chamberlain attracted attention while dribbling, Klein capitalized on the relatively open spaces to create opportunities through his sprints and support. Furthermore, the two forwards who started in this match, despite embodying the physical attributes and mobility of traditional strikers, exhibited a level of technical finesse that surpassed that of the average English center forward. They were capable of rapid movement, frequently changing positions and manipulating space to their advantage. This method of attack is indeed rarely witnessed in the Championship, and even in the Premier League, only a select few teams are capable of executing it. Aside from the top-tier adversaries, most teams in the Premier League predominantly rely on a more direct style of play. Consequently, Jishi has always believed that this represents Southampton's advantage. For various reasons, the players at Southampton possess commendable technical skills. This includes local talents like Lalana and Lambert. Although they may lack finesse in minor technical aspects, their tactical awareness and distribution abilities on the pitch are exceptional. With such a foundation, combined with one or two players adept at breaking through defenses, the offensive threat of the entire team can become exceedingly formidable. This technical superiority enables Southampton to maintain better ball control and initiate attacks, allowing them to circulate the ball effectively and prevent opponents from regaining possession. However, to truly unlock the game, they still rely on players capable of making decisive breakthroughs. This notion has, in fact, become a consensus on the European continent. In recent years, Guardiola's Barcelona has been nothing short of invincible. Although last season they were dealt a significant blow by Mourinho's Inter Milan, it is widely acknowledged that the latter's victory was attributed to their formidable defensive prowess and overall form. However, to eliminate Barcelona, one might argue that the eruption of volcanic ash played a substantial role as well. Hence, this tactical approach is entirely replicable. A system can indeed be gradually established, especially considering that the pressures of the championship are relatively mild. Hull City appeared somewhat disoriented on the pitch. Despite their relentless running, they struggled to intercept Southampton's passes. Southampton demonstrated commendable teamwork in their movement, with each player consistently finding support upon receiving the ball. Although they concentrated their offensive efforts on the right flank, they did not relent in their pursuit. The breakthroughs by Oxlade-Chamberlain and Klein continually posed threats. Rather than attempting to score themselves, they swiftly distributed the ball, sometimes delivering it directly to the feet of forwards within the penalty area or to the trailing Lalana and Drinkwater just outside it. Drinkwater's ability to advance is equally impressive, especially with Demel providing cover behind him, which emboldens him to push forward with greater audacity. In such a comprehensive offensive display, Even teams languishing at the bottom of the Premier League would find it challenging to adapt, let alone Hull City. Consequently, Southampton swiftly netted their first home goal of the season. Oxlade-Chamberlain and Klein executed a seamless interplay on the flank, penetrating the penalty area before abruptly halting and pivoting to pass to the center. Drinkwater, making a forward run, deftly redirected the ball, finding himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper, and calmly slotted it into the bottom right corner. Following the goal, an elated Drinkwater sprinted towards Jishi as a new arrival. Scoring in his debut match naturally filled him with exhilaration. A goal by a newcomer is often perceived as a stroke of good fortune. Well done, splendid performance. Jishi encouraged Drinkwater. He is never sparing with praise for young players, yet he promptly points out their mistakes, understanding the youthful mindset. Compliments when deserved, critiques when necessary. As long as the feedback is constructive, young players are typically receptive. Conversely, for the more seasoned players, a more tactful approach is essential to preserve their dignity. Southampton's new signings evidently performed admirably in this match. Following Drinkwater's goal, yet another newcomer found the net. Oxlade-Chamberlain maneuvered laterally before passing to Klein on the flank, while Lalana and Drinkwater made runs at the edge of the penalty area. Klein delivered a ground pass to the far post, where Austin, having positioned himself perfectly, nudged the ball into the empty net. Overflowing with excitement after scoring, Austin dashed towards the sidelines, considering himself a trusted ally of Jishi, being one of his acquisitions. Well done, continue to excel. Jishi repeated Drinkwater's words in a manner reminiscent of a cat. Yet Austin took him seriously, nodding enthusiastically, filled with hope for his future at Southampton. After all, Southampton is now a championship team, which is certainly preferable to his time in League One. He was aware that Lambert and Giroud are both exceptional strikers, but over the course of a season filled with numerous matches, he would undoubtedly have more opportunities. Rookies often harbor lofty aspirations for their futures. Chapter 78. Tactical play requires a strong heart given Hull City's capabilities. If they could set aside their pride and earnestly adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy on the road, aiming for a single point, they would indeed have a chance. Unfortunately, as a relegated team from the Premier League and one of the season's frontrunners, Hull City was also intent on securing victories away from home. They consequently faced a severe setback. In their previous match, Bristol City had suffered a humiliating 0-4 defeat in an open contest, and in this match, Hull City fared even worse. In the second half, 2 goals down, Hull City was compelled to push forward, creating several opportunities. However, their high balls were largely contained by Southampton's 2 center-backs. Jenkinson occasionally missed some balls, but Navis, despite being slightly shorter than Davies, exhibited superior timing and reaction in his interceptions. 2 precise interventions and a spectacular save rendered Hull City's attacking efforts futile. Their gamble to press forward only exposed further weaknesses in their defense. Initially, Oxlade-Chamberlain broke through decisively, extending the score to 3-0. Then, Klein's flank breakthrough earned a free kick, which Font converted with a header. In the dying moments, Lambert seized a one-on-one opportunity, evading the opposing goalkeeper and effortlessly slotting the ball into an empty net. The match concluded with Southampton claiming a resounding 5-0 victory at home. Delighted with their consecutive victories, Jishi remained humble in the post-match press conference. This humility has contributed to his good reputation since last season. Yet, in truth, Jishi felt that there was little to boast about in League One or the Championship. Dominating these teams hardly constituted a remarkable achievement. True bravado would be found in the Premier League. Moreover, the exposure in the Premier League far surpasses that of the Championship or League One. Establishing a persona there is paramount, but for now, it is unnecessary. A reporter inquired about his upcoming leadership of the team in the Europa League playoff match in 3 days. The Europa League. There will be a press conference for that ahead of the tournament. This is a championship press conference. Let us not confuse the two. Jishi waved his hand dismissively before turning away. The reporter felt somewhat disgruntled. He had indeed attempted to ensnare Jishi, discussing the Europa League during a press conference for the championship, which could easily irk the league's organizing committee. Yet, despite his youth, Jishi remained astute, adeptly navigating this realm with clarity. Thank you for the reminder. It appears someone indeed seeks to entrap me, he mused. Upon departing the press conference, Jishi promptly dialed John Senni. It's quite the predicament. Although I am a journalist, I am also a devoted Southampton supporter. You are now a pivotal figure for us, Senni, the leading sports reporter for the Southampton Evening Post, replied. I will keep you informed of any developments in advance. Southampton requires a robust external communication channel, Jishi responded with a smile. One must recognize that when someone extends a helping hand, there is invariably a motive. One cannot exploit their goodwill without reciprocation. Earlier, Jishi had glanced at his achievement points, which stood at an impressive 820. Having recently earned an additional 40 points from 2 tasks, he resolved to invest those points to augment his tactical skills by 4. After elevating his tactical ability to 10 points, Jishi felt a marked increase in his cleverness. Pondering whether this could be deemed a modest benefit of enhancing his tactical points. After all, those who engage in strategy often possess a certain cunning, particularly in discerning the hearts and minds of others, a skill in which they excel. Thus, he had accumulated 10 tactical points over time. Unfortunately, when he sought to purchase the Tactical Master Simulation ability, the system informed him that his tactical skills were still insufficient. How infuriating! I had to expend 100 achievement points for just 10 tactical points, and yet I still do not meet the criteria? How many points would I need to acquire the Tactical Master Simulation ability? The Serum of Captain America only requires 800 points. At this moment, Jishi particularly relished comparing his expenditures against the cost of Captain America's serum. However, the upcoming UEFA Europa League qualifiers were also matches that Jishi would closely monitor. Southampton's opponent had been determined. They were facing the traditional Austrian powerhouse, Rapid Vienna, a team that undeniably reigns supreme in the Austrian league and is a regular participant in European competitions. Although their strength may seem mediocre compared to Southampton, their experience in European matches is significantly greater. We must enhance our focus and engage earnestly in this match. The reason is simple. This is a European competition, an arena we have never ventured into before. Only Musa among us possesses experience in European matches, and I believe this is where we need to sharpen our attention. Jishi conveyed to the players, then gestured to Dem-El to share his experiences from last season's Champions League. Last season, we performed quite well, truly, and we possess considerable strength. Otherwise, we would not have triumphed over Ajax, Feyenoord, and PSV Eindhoven to claim the Eredivisie championship. At that time, we retained all our key players, and, under the guidance of the esteemed coach Van Gaal, we were eager to excel in the Champions League. Regrettably, we were unable to achieve that, as the intensity of the Champions League is entirely different from that of the Eredivisie. I may not fully understand these matters, but I can certainly sense that the difference is palpable. In the Eredivisie, there are moments when simply holding on a little longer can cause the opponent to relent. However, in the Champions League, no one concedes easily, Dem-El remarked. The same applies to the Europa League. Jishi promptly interjected, noting that Rapid Vienna is well-versed in this regard and understands how to confront a team like ours, which lacks experience. Therefore, during the match, we must exercise patience and remain composed in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Understood? The players nodded in agreement. The head coach's earnest emphasis on this matter was clear to them. Although European competitions could bring numerous additional benefits, they also posed significant challenges. Particularly, the players of Southampton are all quite ambitious. A substantial reason they wish to continue playing at Southampton is the ample opportunities Jishi has afforded them, coupled with the club's flourishing prospects, which suggest a swift return to the Premier League. Thus, even though their remuneration may not be exceptionally high, they are all willing to remain at Southampton. The Europa League matches represent a grand stage, where they can effectively showcase their talents. Chapter 79. Fixed rotation. When traveling to face Rapid Vienna, the players of Southampton exhibited commendable performance. In this match, Jishi deployed a relatively conservative starting lineup. Davis returned to the position of the primary goalkeeper, while the defensive line reverted to its configuration from the first round. In midfield, he employed a tactical arrangement featuring 3 defensive midfielders, Dem-El, Drinkwater, and Schneiderlin. Lalana assumed the role of attacking midfielder, with Lambert and Giroud partnering as the starting forwards. This squad has significantly bolstered its defensive capabilities, albeit at the expense of its offensive prowess. With both Mkhitaryan and Lambert absent, Southampton found themselves increasingly reliant on the advancing Klein and Drinkwater for opportunity creation. Meanwhile, Lalana's distribution during counterattacks proved effective. Southampton managed to score from a set piece, with Giroud deflecting Schneiderlin's shot into the net, thus granting Southampton an away lead. Rapid Vienna launched a vigorous offensive, determined not to succumb on their home turf. Ultimately, in the second half, through a series of consecutive shots, they breached the goal defended by Davis. Although Davis successfully saved the first attempt, he was unable to stop the follow-up effort. The final score was 1-1, and Jishi's first European match did not yield a victory. However, he did earn 10 achievement points for securing his first European match point. I was quite content with the draw. For both my players and I were experiencing European competition for the first time, and not losing an away match felt like a victory. As for the second leg, we shall certainly strive for triumph. Rapid Vienna is a formidable team from which we can glean valuable lessons, Jishi remarked during the post-match press conference. Before leading his players back to England, the upcoming weekend heralded the third-round away match against Leeds United, followed by the second leg at home in the week thereafter. 2 consecutive away matches would undoubtedly impact Southampton. However, when facing Leeds United, the team performed admirably. Leeds, an old rival, had managed to secure championship qualification last season by a stroke of luck, and shockingly, did not make any significant signings during the summer. Their owner, Bates, remained reluctant to loosen the purse strings. Yet, one can understand this stance. It is quite challenging for championship teams to generate profit. If substantial investments are made without achieving promotion, it can become quite a headache. Individuals like Bates are unlikely to invest heavily without a clear opportunity. This has further solidified the Southampton fans' belief in the capabilities of their manager, who has recently guided the team back to the championship after investing over £10 million. It is well understood that such expenditure is unlikely to be recouped in this year's league, meaning that the outlay remains a mere expense. Thus, the manager is essentially using his own resources to support Southampton Football Club. Such occurrences, though increasingly commonplace in the contemporary football arena, continue to evoke admiration. Bates, a billionaire in his own right, has never invested his wealth to bolster the strength of Leeds United, preferring instead to allow the team to languish, all to safeguard his own profits. Last season, Southampton achieved a double victory over Leeds, and with Southampton's considerable enhancement in prowess this year, defeating Leeds seems an effortless task. The results from the first 2 rounds appear to corroborate this notion, with Southampton netting 9 goals without conceding any, thus occupying the pinnacle of the standings, while Leeds managed a mere point, languishing in the lower ranks. However, at Elland Road, Leeds United demonstrated that they have not entirely forsaken their former glory. The aura of a formidable team remains intact. In this match, manager Jishi dispatched a squad inclined towards offense, although the formation remained a 4-4-2 with an unchanged defense. The midfield retained only 1 defensive midfielder, Demel, while 3 attackers took to the front, Chamberlain on the right, Mkhitaryan on the left, and Lalana centrally supporting them. The current lineup has indeed weakened the defense considerably. No matter how formidable Demel may be, he is but a solitary presence, while both Chamberlain and Mkhitaryan contribute minimally to defensive efforts, leaving Southampton's midfield increasingly beleaguered. Although Mkhitaryan netted an early goal through his own breakthrough, Leeds United swiftly retaliated, scoring 3 goals in succession, seemingly on the verge of securing a glorious victory. However, Southampton initiated a comeback in the second half, with Lalana first assisting 2 forwards to score before executing a long-range shot that turned the tide. When the referee signaled the end of the match, Southampton triumphed over Leeds United with a score of 4-3, marking their 3rd consecutive victory. Nevertheless, this win raises concerns about Southampton's performance, which appears somewhat inconsistent. Manager Jishi's persistent use of rotation tactics might suggest a touch of overconfidence. Regarding this matter, Jishi offered little explanation, as his continual experimentation with different strategies aims to discover a lineup more suited to Southampton's needs. This match has demonstrated that, at the very least, 2 defensive midfielders are required. Otherwise, the safeguarding of our defensive line becomes woefully inadequate, particularly with our fullbacks frequently pushing forward. I have come to realize that the 4-4-2 formation does not quite suit our characteristics. In fact, during my prolonged observations of the youth training camp, I noted that they predominantly train players in a 4-3-3 setup. Under these circumstances, if we persist with the 4-4-2 formation, many exceptional players from the youth team may find it challenging to establish themselves in the first team, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Our customary formation is indeed 4-3-3. On the forward line, aside from the central striker, we typically have 1 forward with superior technical skills to exploit the flanks and another swift winger who operates predominantly on the sides. However, in the previous 2 seasons in the Premier League, we struggled with the 4-3-3 due to the players' inadequacies, which prompted the shift to 4-4-2, introducing a more robust defensive midfielder, Sim Inlet. I understand that well, but that pertains not to the formation or tactics, but rather to the capabilities of the players. We currently do not lack talent. Jishi replied with a smile. So, what adjustments do you intend to make to the tactics? Ben-Ali inquired. I have given it considerable thought and also contemplated the arrangement of personnel. We have many capable players. It would indeed be a pity if we did not implement a fixed rotation, Jishi responded. Fixed rotation? Ben-Ali was taken aback. Indeed, some players synergize better with certain teammates, while others do not collaborate as effectively. Once this is identified, the rotation can involve consistent pairings, making it quite appropriate, Jishi chuckled. Chapter 80. Breaking through the qualifiers. When Jishi announced the lineup for the home match against Rapid Vienna, the players of Southampton were somewhat astonished. The goalkeeper Davis, defenders Klein, Dixon, Lovren, and Font, midfielders Dim L, Drinkwater, and Lalana, and forwards Chamberlain, Lambert, and Giroud. Is this a 4-3-3? The players inquired in unison. Of course. It is a 4-3-3, although there is not a significant deviation from our 4-4-2 tactics. Chamberlain will simply be more active on the flanks, Jishi replied with a smile. Chamberlain confidently nodded. Boss, rest assured, I will definitely take them down on the wing. With a smile, Jishi nodded. Chamberlain's ability to consistently receive the ball and create opportunities from the flanks is quite rare at Southampton. Mkhitaryan is also adept at breaking through and generating chances. However, he is a quintessential number 10. If confined to the wings, it would be a disservice to his talents. Lalana excels at distributing the ball swiftly and taking long-range shots, though his capacity for advancing and breaking through is somewhat lacking. Fortunately, he has a partner in Drinkwater, who specializes in making penetrating runs, making them well-suited to collaborate in midfield. Should Mkhitaryan take the field, he would benefit from a teammate capable of distributing the ball effectively from behind, making Schneiderlin a more fitting choice. At this moment, Jishi began to realize that there are no truly ineffective players. The key lies in how to harness their strengths while concealing their weaknesses. Achieving this can often turn liabilities into assets. Of course, this might merely be his illusion. Generally, rotation tends to yield subpar results due to the fluctuating form of players. Combinations that seem promising in training may not translate effectively to match scenarios. Nevertheless, Jishi was still somewhat oblivious to this reality, and his recent tactical adjustments proved remarkably effective. Following the first leg of the match, Rapid Vienna had largely acclimatized to Southampton's attacking style. However, upon returning to their home ground, Southampton unveiled a drastically altered approach, opting for a more aggressive offensive strategy. This sudden shift in pace was quite disconcerting. Consequently, Rapid Vienna found themselves caught off guard right from the outset. Lalana distributed the ball, Chamberlain received it and cut inside, then passed to Klein, who made a forceful run along the byline before delivering a cross to the edge of the penalty area. Drinkwater, making a forward run, struck the ball without hesitation. Given his skill level, executing such a clean shot is typically challenging, yet he managed to produce an exceptionally high-caliber strike, with the ball soaring into the top corner of the net. After taking the lead, Southampton continued their offensive onslaught, following the switch to a 4-3-3 formation. Their attacking play became remarkably streamlined, a development that even the players themselves had not anticipated. With Chamberlain positioned further up the field, he posed a greater threat, while Lalana enjoyed more space to maneuver. His ability to release the ball quickly made it difficult for opponents to mark him closely. Simultaneously, the movement of Giroud and Lambert expanded, and Drinkwater's forward runs became increasingly menacing. One must commend Jishi's tactical adjustments. I do not believe they were merely impulsive decisions, but rather the result of careful preparation. It is indeed a rarity for a young coach like Jishi to seek change proactively before witnessing a decline in tactics. This underscores the importance of rejuvenating coaching staff. While experience is undeniably valuable, the agility of youthful minds allows for a greater acceptance of innovation, which is an advantage in itself. Southampton launched yet another wave of attack. Amidst the fervent exclamations of the commentators, Lalana once again distributed the ball to the right flank, prompting Southampton to initiate a coordinated offensive on that side. Naturally, the opposing team was not oblivious. Recognizing Southampton's focus on the right, they fortified their defense accordingly. However, this time, Chamberlain refrained from shifting the play, opting instead to pass to the advancing Drinkwater. Drinkwater prepared for a long-range shot, then deftly delivered the ball. Lalana, following up, executed a first-time pass without breaking stride. The ball soared across to the opposite side of the penalty area, where Lambert, having evaded his defender with a well-timed run, received it. He then deftly maneuvered around the hastily repositioned defender and decisively unleashed a shot. The ball streaked into the net of Rapid Vienna, giving Southampton a 2-goal lead at home, and thus establishing an aggregate advantage. Could this be Southampton's historic first entry into the group stage of the Europa League? The commentators shouted in unison. However, it was evident that European competitions are distinctly different. Despite being 2 goals down, Rapid Vienna did not succumb to despondency but instead launched a fervent counterattack. Just before the end of the first half, they capitalized on a lapse in Southampton's defense to pull one back. Recently, Southampton had been conceding more goals, primarily due to the frequent changes in partnership alongside Demel, coupled with his status as a newcomer, which hindered his synergy with Font and Lovren. It is worth noting that Lovren had only joined a year ago, Font 6 months prior, while Demel was a fresh arrival, making any semblance of cohesion seem quite far-fetched. Davis had performed adequately in the last 2 matches, yet goals had still been conceded. The spectacular saves that once characterized his play were now absent. However, this was to be expected, given his age. Goalkeeping coach Dennis Roth pondered for a moment before quietly addressing Jishi. Jishi nodded in agreement. Recently, Davis had participated in numerous matches, yet the frequency of goals conceded had indeed increased. While glaring errors were absent, he had been unable to produce the game-altering saves of yore. Does Navis possess this potential? During this period, he has been training diligently. Although he may be slightly shorter in stature, his remarkable jumping ability and timely interventions more than compensate for this shortcoming. Rove covered his mouth and murmured a comment. He understood what Jishi was contemplating. The decision to continuously employ Davis in the last 2 matches was due to his commendable form, and one cannot easily replace a veteran goalkeeper. However, Navis ascending to prominence seems inevitable. He is younger, more exceptional, and would undoubtedly be more beneficial for Southampton's future. It was at this moment that he embraced the role of the antagonist. The goal scored by Rapid Vienna in the first half instilled a sense of anxiety within Southampton. However, it soon became evident that such concern was unwarranted. As the second half commenced, Southampton regained their firm grip on the match, while Rapid Vienna began to falter. The pace of the first half had been swift, and their stamina waned quickly. Through a splendid individual breakthrough, Chamberlain solidified the score at 3-1. Ultimately, with a final score of 4-2, Southampton triumphed in both legs of the contest, marking their historic entry into the official stage of the UEFA Europa League. Qualifying for the group stage is an immense encouragement for us, and I now hope that UEFA, recognizing our status as newcomers, will grant us a slightly more favorable draw. Remarked Jishi with a smile at the post-match press conference. Chapter 81. An elder in the home like Southampton. The other 2 Premier League powerhouses participating in the Europa League also advanced with ease. Liverpool eliminated Trabzonspor with an aggregate score of 3-1, while Manchester City triumphed over Timmy Ora with a commanding 3-0 across both legs. All 7 teams representing English football in European competitions successfully progressed to the group stage, restoring some dignity to the Premier League after a dismal showing in the previous season's Champions League and Europa League. Notably, Southampton's advancement brought relief to the Premier League giants. The better Southampton performed in the Europa League, the more pride they restored to the league, as Southampton continued their impressive winning streak. Jishi made further rotations for the upcoming round. Navis, Schneiderlin, and Mkhitaryan returned to the starting lineup, replacing Davies, Drinkwater, and Lalana, while the other positions remained unchanged. This seemed to indicate a gradual stabilization of Southampton's starting 11. It is indeed remarkable that Chamberlain managed to secure a starting position at such a young age. Not yet 17. However, anyone witnessing his performance would understand that his inclusion in the starting lineup is a natural consequence, both in terms of his ability in Southampton's current circumstances. He is the sole player capable of consistently creating opportunities through individual breakthroughs along the flanks, which alone justifies his role as a key player in Southampton's evolving formation. This is undoubtedly the case. Conversely, the once firmly established Lalana must now vie for a starting position with Mkhitaryan. Both players, as attacking midfielders, possess their own strengths and weaknesses, and such competition may ignite their competitive spirit. After all, for players in their early 20s, participating in 20 to 30 matches over a season is quite sufficient. Encountering higher quality matches is of even greater significance to their development. In this match, Southampton faces the challenge posed by Coventry, a team currently ranked among the top 4, a traditional powerhouse and a favorite for promotion. It must be noted that Southampton's schedule has not been particularly favorable. They are under the pressure of UEFA Europa League qualifying rounds, and in the first 4 matches, 2 of their opponents are formidable teams, one being the historic stronghold of Leeds. Should their form not be adequately adjusted, it would not be surprising to witness a series of defeats. However, fortunately, the quality of Southampton's preseason training has been exceptionally high, and their technical and tactical systems exhibit a level of dominance when matched against teams from the Championship. This enabled them to navigate through this challenge with ease. In this match, Mkhitaryan, returning to his primary position, delivered an outstanding performance. He continually received the ball in the number 10 role, utilizing his dribbling skills to create opportunities. The Coventry defense was thoroughly disrupted by his actions, and as he attracted sufficient attention, the 3 forwards in the attacking line found themselves with increased chances. Soon, Oxlade-Chamberlain received the ball within the penalty area, skillfully breaking past a defender to score from a tight angle. Shortly thereafter, Giroud, after receiving a pass from Mkhitaryan, executed a forceful turn and found the net. In the second half, Lovren converted a corner taken by Mkhitaryan, sending the ball crashing into the opponent's goal. Although the offensive play proceeded smoothly, Southampton's defense was continually put to the test. Coventry, known for their attacking prowess, relentlessly initiated assaults from both flanks, seeking opportunities to score. They focused their efforts on wing play, employing high crosses, which posed a challenge for Navas. Nevertheless, he was well aware that judging crosses is an essential skill for a Premier League goalkeeper, and he had specifically trained in this area. Assessing the trajectory of crosses and deciding whether to engage is tied to experience, as well as one's ability to judge speed and positional movement. In these latter aspects, Navas is certainly not lacking. Throughout the first half, he consistently charged out, claiming the ball ahead of towering forwards and defenders, a feat not easily accomplished, yet he performed admirably. Occasionally, he faced direct shots, but he swiftly moved his feet to parry the ball. Compared to Davis, his footwork was notably superior. However, he did make an error in the second half. After executing 2 remarkable saves, he failed to secure the ball during a charge, hastily clearing it instead. Unfortunately, this led to a direct shot from an opponent, who capitalized on the opportunity to score into an empty net. This was not a deliberate mistake, so I do not hold it against him. It is important to remember that his 2 almost miraculous saves prevented us from conceding 2 goals. Navas is an exceptional goalkeeper, as is Davis. Having 2 such talented keepers is undoubtedly a blessing, yet I can only place one on the bench. Thus, I have been rotating them frequently, establishing a beneficial cycle. In the post-match press conference, the manager defended Navas regarding the error, indicating that he did not dwell on it, as it stemmed from a misjudgment linked to experience. Such mistakes will only become problematic if they occur regularly. Even Davis came forward to defend his competitor, noting that goalkeepers transitioning from other leagues often require time to adapt to the tactical demands of English football, which is entirely normal. When Van der Sar joined Fulham, he also made mistakes with high balls, but look at him now. He is undoubtedly one of the finest goalkeepers. Navas is an exceptional talent, and although he is my rival, I must acknowledge his remarkable prowess. Competing against such a goalkeeper is indeed a source of joy for me. A reporter approached Davis, questioning the peculiarity of a captain of Southampton not guaranteeing his starting position. Davis responded by stating that Font is equally well-suited to be a captain. Despite having only joined 6 months ago, he holds considerable respect in the dressing room, making him quite fitting for the role. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Jishi sighed, noting that Davis stepping forward to speak on behalf of his competitor is no small feat. While it showcases his magnanimity, there is only one starting position. If he has it, I do not. Davis's ability to voice fair opinions indeed makes him the club's anchor. Having such a selfless veteran within the team is undoubtedly a blessing. My confidence in our future is steadily growing, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. I have always believed this. Ben Ali chuckled. Chapter 82. A gathering of heroes. Is this it for the UEFA Europa League draw? I expected a larger media presence. Standing outside the hotel in Zurich for the Europa League draw, Ben Ali smiled at the cameras while turning to Jishi and whispering in jest. After all, it is merely the Europa League. The Champions League draw just took place yesterday, so the impact is naturally diminished, Jishi replied, unflustered. He has long been aware of this fact. Although the UEFA Europa League is one of the 2 major club tournaments in Europe, it pales in comparison to the Champions League in terms of revenue and influence. The merger of the traditional UEFA Cup and the Cup Winners' Cup was intended to counteract the growing impact of the Champions League. However, as the Champions League expanded and absorbed many high-performing teams, the influence of the Europa League has diminished significantly. This year, Despite the participation of several strong teams such as Juventus and Napoli from Serie A, Bayer Leverkusen and Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga, Liverpool and Manchester City from the Premier League, and PSV Eindhoven and Paris Saint-Germain from the Eredivisie and Ligue 1 respectively, the overall impact of the Europa League remains relatively low. The illustrious clubs participating in the UEFA Europa League do not appear overly thrilled. Observing their reluctance to engage in matches they seem disinterested in, I cannot help but reflect on the fact that this marks a historic first for our club. What a stark contrast. As he strolled toward the store, Jishi sighed in contemplation. Indeed, the disparity is palpable, yet it is a gap we can certainly bridge. Ben Ali responded with an optimistic demeanor. You speak the truth, Jishi remarked, giving his partner a thumbs up. As they both entered the venue for the draw ceremony, Jishi was unfamiliar with any of the coaches present. However, several attendees cast glances in his direction, for in such gatherings, the sight of a youthful new face is quite rare. No one greeted Jishi, nor did he initiate conversations. As a newcomer, he naturally settled into a spot alongside Ben Ali, awaiting the commencement of the draw. After a while, Jishi noticed someone had taken a seat beside him. Curiously turning his head, he was met with the visage of a scruffy individual. The two individuals, unfamiliar with one another, exchanged a brief glance before one extended a hand. Greetings, I am Jurgen Klopp, the head coach of Borussia Dortmund. Oh, hello, I am Jishi, the head coach of Southampton, Jishi replied, grasping Klopp's hand. As an ardent football enthusiast, Jishi was relatively well informed about the developments of other clubs. However, over the past year, his attention had been solely devoted to coaching, primarily fixated on his rivals in Ligue 1, which left him somewhat out of touch with the broader European football landscape. Nevertheless, he was aware of Borussia Dortmund's recent struggles, having nearly faced relegation due to financial constraints, and pondered whether Klopp was the newly appointed coach of the team. Just as Jishi was lost in thought, Klopp's eyes lit up. Ah, I remember now. You are the Chinese owner and coach of Southampton. I was curious about the presence of a Chinese individual at the Europa League draw. Currently, I am merely coaching in the championship. Perhaps that is the only aspect that might leave an impression, Jishi said with a self-deprecating smile. I watched your League Cup matches last year and greatly admired your boldness in trusting young players and allowing them to express themselves on the pitch, Klopp remarked, engaging in friendly banter. This is a tradition at Southampton and a necessity for us. As a new coach, I cannot afford high-profile players, nor can I exert control over them. Thus, utilizing eager young talents is advantageous. They possess ambition and desire, which we can harness to enhance their performance, Jishi responded. You are absolutely right. I share this philosophy, which is why at Dortmund, I too will increasingly rely on young players to unleash their vitality. However, at Dortmund, being a Bundesliga powerhouse, rejuvenating the team is comparatively easier, whereas Southampton faces a far greater challenge, Klopp acknowledged with approval. I still hold the position of club owner, which affords me a degree of control. Jishi smiled as he responded. After chatting with Klopp for a while, Jishi discovered that Klopp possessed remarkable eloquence and a profound understanding of engaging young players and stirring their emotions, leaving Jishi quite impressed by this relatively obscure coach. However, he was astonished, while Klopp was even more taken aback. Initially, Klopp had assumed that Jishi's dual role as owner and coach was merely a gimmick. Although winning the League Cup last season was quite extraordinary, it was evident that Southampton's strength in the knockout stage was not significantly inferior to that of their opponents. It was entirely reasonable to gain an advantage through unfamiliarity and performance, and defeating Manchester United in the final was a result of the team's exceptional form that day, showcasing their utmost potential. Manchester United's defeat could be deemed unjust. Thus, Klopp believed that the coach's success in motivating the team and ensuring player compliance might stem from his position as chairman, while his capabilities in other areas remained uncertain. However, after their conversation, Klopp found that Jishi's demeanor exhibited the qualities of an exceptional coach. Considering Jishi's age, Klopp thought him truly remarkable. After a short while, another handsome gentleman took a seat beside Jishi. Turning to look, Jishi recognized him and nodded. Hello, Mr. Mancini. The Italian gentleman reciprocated the gesture. Mr. Jishi, it is my honor to see you here. Although Mancini had only been coaching Manchester City for half a season, he was aware of Southampton's remarkable achievements last season. And as a fellow team in the English League, he felt a sense of camaraderie. Southampton, lacking significant European points, was undoubtedly in the lowest tier. Thus facing one or two stronger teams was not a cause for concern. They simply needed to play well. The formidable teams participating in the Europa League often had their own shortcomings. Mancini shared his insights, and Jishi nodded repeatedly, recognizing that such experience was precisely what he needed. It was evident that Klopp also lacked this kind of experience. Despite Mancini's mixed results in European competitions, his experience with draws was undoubtedly rich. As the crowd grew larger, Jishi, who had initially been indifferent, began to feel a slight sense of nervousness. Although it was a notch below the Champions League, this venue still teemed with talent and was a gathering place for heroes. In the context of a martial arts novel, the annual Champions League could be likened to the Mount Hua Swordsmanship Conference, while the Europa League at least held the stature of a hero assembly. Who among the world's heroes would rise to the occasion? With this thought, Jishi took a deep breath. Chapter 83. What constitutes a traditional strong team? The subsequent draw ceremony was rather uneventful. As a new team, Southampton received no special treatment. They were quickly drawn into Group A, where the second-tier teams included Juventus. No worries, the first-tier teams might just be weaker than expected. Mancini offered him solace. Then the host drew Sevilla. Jishi covered his face, and as the last team, Salzburg, was announced, both Mancini and Klopp sympathetically patted Jishi's shoulder. It was indeed a harsh fate to face Sevilla, Juventus, and Salzburg in the same group during the inaugural season in the Europa League. Sevilla had been virtually unbeatable in the Europa League in recent years, establishing themselves as a top-tier opponent. Juventus, having fallen to the second tier primarily due to their decline after the telephone scandal, had not performed commendably, resulting in their lower seeding. However, based on their inherent capabilities, they possessed the strength of a top-tier team. As for Salzburg, an Austrian side that might seem unremarkable at first glance, they were now part of the Red Bull network. In European competitions, both Red Bull Salzburg and RB Leipzig had gradually become formidable forces, nurturing talented Eastern European players at Salzburg before elevating them to the Bundesliga to enhance their market value. This was a strategy Red Bull had already begun to implement. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly a group of death. Facing strong teams is a good thing, Jishi remarked, noticing the puzzled expressions on Mancini and Klopp's faces. He added, I truly mean it. Given our current strength, winning the Europa League is beyond our reach. Thus, encountering several formidable teams in the group stage will allow our young players to experience high-level competition, which will undoubtedly facilitate their growth. This is an invaluable opportunity. Mancini and Klopp nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in his words. Such matches were indeed the most beneficial for young players. Their own draws were also less than favorable. Dortmund and Paris Saint-Germain found themselves in the same group, while Manchester City was grouped with Porto, Besiktas, and CSKA Sofia. Although this group did not seem particularly strong, it still posed significant challenges, with the potential for early elimination if they were not cautious. After the draw ceremony concluded, Jishi and Ben Ali decided not to take a car back to the hotel, but instead opted to stroll back at Jishi's suggestion. Do you really believe that simply training our players is sufficient? Ben Ali inquired. Jishi chuckled. For now, that is certainly the case. I expected you to make a grand statement to capture everyone's attention, Ben Ali remarked. That's not my character. I prefer action over words. Jishi shrugged. How wonderful it would be if we could secure a European championship. Ben Ali gazed at the stars above, sighing. If Southampton could only claim one European title, I would gladly place that opportunity in the Champions League. However, since we can aspire to many, let us first aim for the Europa League. With a chuckle, Jishi found himself engulfed in the tranquil embrace of Zurich's night, a cloak that beautifully concealed his ambitions. After the draw was concluded, he hurried back to Southampton, where he was poised to confront the challenges of the league ahead. The league and the Europa League stood as the two paramount objectives of this season, relegating other competitions, such as the FA Cup and the League Cup, to secondary status. However, an international match day was imminent, and the championship found itself devoid of fixtures. It is commonplace for clubs at this level to possess national team players, and these stars often wield significant influence. Their absence could have substantial repercussions, leading to a temporary halt in play. Southampton's contingent of international players was modest, comprising only Navas, Lovren, Mkhitaryan, and Demel. Yet, there was a noteworthy addition. The current captain, Font, had been selected for the Portuguese national team due to his recent outstanding performances, particularly in light of Portugal's need for a reliable central defender. While it remained a formidable challenge to unseat the established pairing of Carvalho and Pepe, the selection was nonetheless a commendable signal. Upon the conclusion of the international match day, the returning internationals bore traces of fatigue. Fon had only played a half, while Mkhitaryan and Navis had participated in both matches for their national team. Demel and Lovren had each featured in one match, their exertions not insignificant. Thus, in the forthcoming league match, Lalana was named in the starting lineup. Millwall, having previously enjoyed a streak of 4 consecutive victories, now faced a daunting challenge against Nottingham Forest. Despite Nottingham's mediocre performance this season, currently languishing in 19th place and teetering on the brink of relegation, they displayed formidable prowess at home, leading Southampton for a considerable stretch. They narrowly missed securing the win, only to be equalized by a late goal from substitute Austin, who scored from close range. Southampton narrowly escaped what could have been a disappointing defeat. The draw has resulted in Southampton's points being matched by Queen's Park Rangers and Cardiff City, although they still hold the top position based on goal difference. Do you see? This is what it means to be a traditional powerhouse. Did you think they were incapable? Did you believe they could be easily defeated by us? Absolutely not. The teams in the Championship are merely a step away from the Premier League. Even if we possess the strength of the Premier League, we cannot dominate the Championship. We must approach each match with a resolute mindset. Do you understand? After the match, Jishi fervently reprimanded the players in the locker room. The recent 4-match winning streak and qualification for the UEFA Europa League group stage had led some players to become somewhat complacent. It was indeed the right moment to chastise them. Although the young players may have been unable to maintain their composure, they still listened to reason. Under such circumstances, all Southampton players bowed their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes, channeling their frustration towards their next opponent. Their upcoming adversary was the notoriously rough team, Reading. However, Southampton managed to suppress their opponents through relentless passing and technical superiority. Despite Reading's frantic pressing and running, they could not make contact with the ball. Southampton skillfully evaded their opponent's pressure through continuous passing, leaving Reading's players utterly exhausted without ever touching the ball. Then, with 2 lightning-fast passing attacks, Lambert scored twice. Southampton comfortably defeated Reading at home, further solidifying their position at the top. Following these 2 matches, Southampton faced their first official UEFA Europa League match of the season. Their opening round took them away to challenge Salzburg, while Sevilla and Juventus would engage in a fierce contest against each other. This is indeed a fortunate development for Southampton. Chapter 84. Patience is a virtue. The most renowned forward of Salzburg is the Argentine striker, Zerati. This forward, much like his diminutive Argentine counterparts, possesses exceptional skills and remarkable speed, capable of both breaking through defenses and striking at goal. However, in comparison to Messi, he falls significantly short. Thus, if we apply the same defensive tenacity we would use against Messi, we can certainly render him ineffective. Jishi remarked in the locker room, eliciting laughter from the players. While Zerati may share some similarities with Messi, he pales in comparison. If he were truly formidable, he would not have transitioned from Serie A to the Austrian League. Currently, Salzburg does not boast an abundance of exceptional players. At least, after watching several of their matches, Jishi has not encountered any players who particularly impressed him. In facing such a team, where familiarity is lacking on both sides, the strategy is to exert pressure through strength, creating openings through breakthroughs and tearing apart their defense, while remaining vigilant against counterattacks. Indeed, Salzburg is not particularly outstanding at this moment. Shortly after the match commenced, Southampton seized control through relentless passing, with superior technical ability. If they can maintain their passing efficiency, the opposing team would primarily be forced to defend, awaiting counterattack opportunities. Given Salzburg's personnel configuration, this tactical approach seems quite sound. After all, with Zerati in possession of the ball, he could pose a significant threat. As long as we score first, we will be in a stable position. Jishi communicated to Ben Ali. Southampton began to control the ball, launching attacks through continuous passing. Although their direct threats were few, each attempt proved to be a source of discomfort for the opposition. Klein's forward run resulted in a corner kick, yet no significant opportunity was created. However, in the ensuing 5 minutes, they maintained possession and crafted an almost perfect opportunity. Mkhitaryan received the ball in the center, passing it to the advancing Schneiderlin, who accurately distributed it to the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Dixon elevated his foot to deliver a pass into the penalty area, where Giroud, arriving at the near post, received the ball. Though he lacked the chance to turn, he instinctively passed to the edge of the box. There, the advancing Southampton player was Chamberlain. The young diminutive player received Giroud's return pass and quickly struck, sending a low shot towards the far corner. Salzburg's German goalkeeper, Tremmel, leapt to save it but was still a moment too late. The ball slid along the ground into the far corner of the net, and the hundreds of traveling fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Well, we are essentially secure now. Jishi celebrated with a high five from Ben Ali. He then shouted to the players on the field, "Stay focused, it's just one goal." After the players from Southampton finished their celebrations, they began to approach the match with a greater sense of seriousness. Their movements in the midfield were notably vigorous as they continuously thwarted their opponents' advances. Salzburg, playing on their home turf, were not about to surrender the match after conceding a single goal. They immediately launched a fervent counterattack in an attempt to equalize. Southampton's defensive efforts in the midfield made their offensive maneuvers quite challenging, and it was not until several minutes later that they gradually found their rhythm. Salat received the ball and attempted a forceful breakthrough shot, only to be thwarted by a timely intervention from Fott. Salzburg boasted a number of German players. While they may not have excelled in the Bundesliga, they displayed the characteristic stamina and fundamental skills of German athletes. Bogossian managed to secure a header within the penalty area, which was spectacularly parried by Navas. In the 31st minute, they nearly leveled the score when midfielder Shkaya executed a stunning volley from a teammate's corner kick. Although Navas made a valiant effort to save it, he could not reach the ball, which struck the crossbar with a resounding thud before bouncing out of play. Subsequently, Southampton began their counteroffensive but found themselves squandering opportunities. Lambert, Giroud, and Chamberlain all had promising chances, yet their shots were repeatedly denied by Tremer. "Goodness, how did that not go in?" exclaimed Jishi, as Lambert received a through ball from Mkhitaryan and struck a shot near the small box, only for Tremer to deflect it out of play. The Southampton players were not lacking in form, given their performance. Scoring 3 goals in the championship during the first half would have been a mere formality. Yet, they had only managed a single goal thus far. I had perhaps underestimated the competition in European matches. Our opponents could erupt at any moment, catching us off guard. However, while Tremer was a capable goalkeeper, he was not of elite caliber, and such performances would not be sustainable. As long as we continued to press forward, victory would surely be ours. But we needed to maintain our composure and limit their opportunities. Upon returning to the locker room, Jishi regained his calm and addressed the players. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the first half had indeed been frustrating. From any perspective, their performance had been commendable, yet they had failed to establish a significant advantage. Nevertheless, the coach was correct. This was European competition, and one must be prepared for opponents who might suddenly find their form. Patience was essential in dealing with such scenarios. Giroud felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had squandered 2 excellent opportunities in the first half, and scoring had always been a weak point for him. He feared that if this continued, he might not even secure a starting position at Southampton. Such thoughts imposed a certain pressure upon him. 6 minutes into the second half, the retreating Chamberlain executed a precise pass, while Lambert's lateral movement drew the defenders away, allowing Giroud to surge forward at just the right moment, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Yet, in this splendid opportunity, Giroud faltered. He took a touch that was slightly too heavy, and the quick-reacting Tremmel managed to deflect the ball out of the penalty area. Giroud, holding his head in despair, felt utterly unforgivable. "Damn it, why the rush? Just exercise patience and play as you usually do, understand? I thought you had matured, Olivier." Jishi pulled Giroud aside and offered a few words of encouragement. Giroud nodded in shame. Indeed, he had been overly concerned about missing that first-half chance, which led to an unnecessary mistake. As a 24-year-old forward, having languished in the lower leagues for several years, he ought to exhibit greater composure. Observing Giroud's return to the field, Ben Ali glanced at Jishi, as if to inquire whether he should substitute him. Substituting him now would signify a lack of faith in him. "I intend to let him finish this match," Jishi replied, shaking his head. Ben Ali, contemplative, nodded in agreement. Realizing that replacing him at this juncture would deprive Giroud of the chance to rectify his earlier regret if he became too fixated on it. It might take a long time for him to recover. The solution to his predicament was straightforward: grant Giroud an opportunity to score a goal. Chapter 85. A tedious task. Desiring a goal is not inherently difficult, yet at times it can feel insurmountable, especially now that Southampton held a 1-goal lead and would not recklessly launch attacks. However, this very situation afforded Southampton an absolute advantage in midfield possession, as they continued to circulate the ball, providing Giroud with some breathing room. He constantly repositioned himself, occasionally drifting outside the box to receive the ball, then swiftly distributing it, or maneuvering within the penalty area, ever ready to seize an opportunity. As he continued to run, Giroud gradually found his rhythm. "I merely need to play this way," It is my natural style, my greatest strength, and ultimately the most beneficial for the team. After observing Giroux's movements for a while, Jishi nodded slightly. This was the normal Giroux, and that sufficed. In Jishi's eyes, Giroux was a striker with substantial tactical significance. As the match progressed into the 67th minute, Mkhitaryan delivered a pass from midfield, and Lambert received the ball just outside the penalty area. He feigned a pass to the supporting Chamberlain before suddenly unleashing a long-range shot. The ball soared towards the bottom right corner of the goal, and Tremmel executed a remarkable save, parrying the ball away with one hand. However, he failed to secure possession. The deflected ball landed perfectly in front of the advancing Giroux, who, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively lifted his foot and guided the ball into the empty net. After scoring, Giroux found himself momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, he was encircled by his exuberant teammates. "Haha, Olivier, why are you in such a daze? You've scored." As he heard the playful banter of his companions, Giroux couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Indeed, I have scored." He raised his fist in triumph once more. Faced with challenges, we overcame them. This match was nothing short of magnificent. The final score was equally commendable as they triumphed over Salzburg away from home, setting a promising tone for their group stage campaign. Meanwhile, in another thrilling encounter, Sevilla and Juventus engaged in a breathtaking goal fest. Juventus, playing on their home turf, found themselves at a disadvantage as Sevilla swiftly netted 2 goals. In a fierce comeback, Juventus managed to score 3 times, turning the tide in their favor, only to have Sevilla equalize just before the final whistle. Thus, Southampton secured the top position in their group with a 3-point lead. The grouping was unfortunate, yet the schedule appeared favorable as commented by Jishi. Upon their return, Southampton garnered unanimous praise from the English media. Although the performance of English teams in the first round was commendable this year, Southampton found themselves placed in a perilous group, raising concerns among many. They feared that, should luck and performance falter, Southampton might suffer an embarrassing 6 consecutive defeats in the group stage, which would not only tarnish their reputation but also cost them invaluable European competition points. Currently, the Premier League and La Liga are fiercely competing for the top spot in points, making Southampton's performance all the more significant. Now that they have secured a victory, they have somewhat alleviated the potential for disgrace. Under these circumstances, various media outlets have not hesitated to extend their accolades. However, shortly thereafter, Southampton faced a disheartening defeat in the league. In this round, Southampton faced off against Watford, a team positioned mid-table. Logically, one would expect Southampton to triumph over their opponents with relative ease. However, the adversaries experienced an unexpected surge, scoring multiple goals. The starting captain, Davies, was left with a countenance of shame at the end of the match. Although he did not commit any glaring errors, he also failed to make any remarkable saves, ultimately conceding 4 goals. This marked the first time he had allowed so many in a single match for Southampton. Despite the trio of goals scored by Lalana and Lambert, Southampton succumbed to a 3-4 defeat at home. Our performance has been somewhat inconsistent, which is only natural given the grueling nature of a 46-match season. Can we realistically expect to win them all? We simply need to improve incrementally. Manager Gia attempted to downplay the situation during the press conference. Even though they had slipped to second place, they still held a 2-point lead over third place and trailed the first-place Queen's Park Rangers by merely 3 points. There remains ample time. In the forthcoming EFL Cup third-round match just 3 days later, Gia deployed a majority of the substitutes, including Walton, Lett, and Jenkinson, who had seen limited playtime. Nevertheless, they managed to secure a 1-0 victory against Burnley away from home. Southampton's overall strength remains commendable. Both the starting lineup and primary substitutes are of a caliber that stands out in the championship, and the substitutes are no less capable. Gia praised the substitutes for their commendable performance and conveyed to the starters that the next 2 league matches were equally significant, especially the 8th-round fixture against Cardiff City, currently ranked 3rd, just 2 points behind Southampton. If they can defeat their rivals in this match, Southampton would establish a considerable advantage in the ensuing period. For Gia, while the championship title was his ultimate aspiration, securing a position in the top 2 for promotion to the Premier League was of paramount importance. Prior to this upcoming match, he received yet another assignment. Task title: maintain the baseline. Task objective: Cardiff City is currently your most formidable opponent in the quest for promotion to the Premier League. Since you are facing them so early, find a way to overcome them. Achieve victory against Cardiff City away to solidify your position in the top 2. Success reward: 10 achievement points. Failure penalty. Deduct 10 achievement points. Even without an assigned task, I would strive to accomplish this, Jishi mused silently to himself. The 10 achievements, indeed, fail to evoke any sense of excitement in him, and it appears that this task is rather perfunctory. Only heavyweight matches can possibly yield more stimulating challenges. Jishi mused internally. Nevertheless, it is reasonable that the rewards for this task are modest. There are no specific score requirements, merely a victory is sufficient. Even though Cardiff currently boasts an impressive record and ranks among the strongest teams in the championship, particularly on home turf, defeating them should not pose a significant challenge for Southampton given their capabilities. Cardiff's success this year can be attributed to their astute acquisitions, including the Welsh midfielder Ramsey on loan from Arsenal, the local midfielder Kumas from Wigan Athletic, and the Welsh winger Bellamy from Manchester City, each of whom has previously shown in the Premier League. Ramsey, in particular, is a remarkably gifted young talent, making their stellar performance unsurprising. Relying on loan players to ascend to the Premier League and subsequently bolster the team with funding is indeed a viable strategy for championship clubs. Bates is particularly fond of this approach. The notion of gradually developing and managing a club is non-existent in his philosophy. For many championship teams ascending to the Premier League, the primary objective becomes acquiring a few seasoned veterans from the top tier, with survival as the foremost goal. While Southampton does not follow this exact path, Jishi acknowledges that such a strategy is, in fact, quite effective. Chapter 86. The U's lack martial virtue. Dave Jones, the head coach of Cardiff City, has been at the helm for a full 5 seasons, and this marks his 6th. Such occurrences are seldom seen in the Premier League. Aside from a handful of coaches who can sustain long tenures with a single team, frequent coaching changes are rather commonplace among other clubs. However, in the Championship, such situations are somewhat more prevalent. Given the financial constraints faced by Championship teams, they cannot afford excessive upheaval. Often, mere survival is deemed sufficient. This year, Jones is acutely aware that the club has made considerable investments prior to the season, albeit predominantly through loan agreements. Nevertheless, several outstanding players have also been acquired. It is worth noting that while loan players do not incur transfer fees, their wages must still be paid. Notably, Ramsey, Bellamy, and Kumas command salaries commensurate with Premier League standards, particularly Bellamy, whose weekly earnings amount to several tens of thousands. Consequently, Cardiff City's expenditures have surged significantly this season. And should they fail to achieve promotion, the burden of accountability will undoubtedly fall upon him. Fortunately, their initial performances have been promising, and securing a victory against Southampton in this match would bolster their confidence in the quest for Premier League ascension. Cardiff City is a rather unique entity within the English Football League system as a Welsh team. It is one of the only 3 Welsh clubs competing in the English leagues, while also participating annually in the Welsh Cup, a tournament in which they have claimed the championship title 25 times to date. In such a regionally proud team, support is often abundant, and the presence of Bellamy and Ramsey on the pitch is largely due to their Welsh heritage. Fortunately, they cannot afford bail, otherwise, we would need to exercise caution. Jishi made a rather ill-timed jest, leaving the other coaches both amused and bewildered. After all, bail is a source of anguish for Southampton. The then chairman, Levy, relinquished a future 20% share of the transfer fee for a mere £2 million, as Bale has consistently improved over the past few seasons. It is evident that Tottenham can no longer retain him. Thus, his transfer fee may reach astronomical heights, far exceeding the £2 million once demanded. Their squad boasts several players of authentic Premier League caliber, necessitating a robust confrontation. Adam, although slightly younger than Ramsey, possesses remarkable capabilities in both movement and linking the midfield with the attack, from whom you could learn immensely. Alex, on the other hand, is a forward known for his speed. Although his skill set differs from yours, primarily playing as a center forward, his ability to maintain control of the ball during high-speed sprints, as well as his technical prowess in sudden stops and direction changes, are areas ripe for your observation. Jishi addressed this to Lalana and Chamberlain in the locker room. Both nodded in agreement. They understood that opportunities like this are not easily come by. All right, let us set off. Jishi waved his hand. Upon shaking hands with Jones, Jishi noticed the latter appeared quite fatigued. It seemed this year had indeed placed considerable pressure on him. In a strong confrontation, especially as the away team, a draw would suffice, Jishi suggested. We will strive for victory, Jones replied resolutely. As the match commenced, Jones immediately cast a glance at Jishi, inwardly chastising the young man for lacking sportsmanship. While his words held truth, Southampton unleashed a fervent offensive from the outset. They were not merely satisfied with securing a single point. Lalana soon found himself facing Ramsey in midfield. He discerned that the opponent's defense was not particularly formidable. However, Lalana is not known for his dribbling. He prefers to distribute the ball quickly upon receiving it. Thus, in this starting lineup, it was often Chamberlain who sparked the attack. After receiving the ball, he swiftly embarked on a breakthrough down the flank. Having struggled to secure consistent playing time last season, Chamberlain began to earn regular appearances this season. A development that many found perplexing yet entirely natural. There are many reasons for this shift, but primarily it is due to Jiya's reversion to Southampton's historically favored 4-3-3 formation, as opposed to the 4-4-2 he initially employed. This new tactic sacrificed the playing time of Lalana and Mkhitaryan, who were once co-players but now find themselves as rivals. However, Ji had previously discussed the necessity of this change with them. Thus, the under-17 Chamberlain commenced his dazzling performance at Southampton. The breakthrough occurred on the left flank, where Chamberlain demonstrated his versatility, adept at playing on both sides. As a winger, this dual capability is certainly advantageous. However, he found little success on this side. As the Scottish fullback McNaughton, who has long served Cardiff City, is a premier right-back in the Championship. He maintained his position with steadfast composure, never overcommitting. And Chamberlain's feints failed to disrupt his balance. Realizing the lack of space for a breakthrough, Chamberlain swiftly passed the ball and repositioned himself. In a short while, he appeared on the right side, receiving a pass from Lalana. While the left flank proved challenging, the right side offered much greater freedom. Indeed, in this area, he showcased his full potential against the young fullback Mids, who had just joined this season. Although Mids was labeled a young defender, at 20 years of age, he was easily outmaneuvered by a lad not yet 17, leading to his frustration and an impulsive foul that sent Chamberlain tumbling to the ground. As Chamberlain rolled on the turf, clutching his leg, the medical staff rushed to his aid. Yet, upon their arrival, he playfully winked at the concerned Jishi. This eased Jishi's worries as he returned to his position, covering his mouth as he remarked to Ben Ali, "This lad, despite his youth, shows remarkable experience." Ben Ali, however, was unfazed. He has always been diminutive. If he doesn't learn to leverage the rules to protect himself, he would have been sidelined long ago. On the pitch, Mids received a yellow card, which he dismissed. In his eyes, after such an encounter, Chamberlain would surely be more cautious in his subsequent attacks, making his own defensive duties significantly easier. Despite his youth, Mids still possessed some experience. However, when Chamberlain returned to the fray, once again dazzling him with a brilliant feint, Mids found himself in a precarious position. Previously, he could resort to minor fouls to impede Chamberlain's advance, but now, burdened by a yellow card, he hesitated. What was once an attempt to intimidate had instead rendered him constrained. Although he was unaware of the Chinese proverb about lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, the sentiment he experienced at that moment was unmistakable. With an advantage on one side, it was only natural to seek to amplify that dominance. Consequently, Southampton's offensive efforts were concentrated on that flank, compelling the opposition to continuously redeploy players from other positions for defense. Chapter 87. Gentlemen and beasts. In terms of strength, Cardiff City is indeed commendable. When compared to Southampton, their overall capabilities are comparable, and they possess exceptionally talented players, while they may still lack a bit in terms of overall cohesiveness. A team with such talent certainly harbors aspirations for promotion. However, once Southampton established an undeniable superiority in a particular position, leveraging that advantage to secure victory became decidedly manageable. Even effortless. Southampton scored once in each half, one goal by Lambert in the penalty area and another by Austin, who capitalized on a prime opportunity after being substituted in. Although these moments seemed unrelated to Chamberlain, his ability to draw significant attention on the wing proved crucial in clinching the match. Following this victory, Southampton solidified their second position, maintaining a lead of more than 4 points over the third place, and in the forthcoming round, they are set to face the league leaders, Queen's Park Rangers. This team is infamous within the English Football League system, albeit in a manner distinct from Millwall. The controversies surrounding Millwall primarily stem from their supporters. Although the Millwall club is currently embroiled in a legal dispute with a certain entity for being likened to football hooligans, it must be acknowledged that their style of play, while appearing rough, is quite typical of English football. In contrast, the Queen's Park Rangers present a different narrative altogether. This team is notorious for its rough style of play. To be recognized for such brutality in English football is no small matter. Their players relish in provocation, often engaging in exaggerated actions on the field. While this tendency leads to frequent bookings and diminished strength, it simultaneously instills a sense of trepidation in their opponents. However, Jishi remains unconcerned. During the pre-match press conference, a reporter inquired about his perspective on the style of Queen's Park Rangers. What is there to admire? The Premier League's prominence has never stemmed from brutish tactics, but rather from unwavering resolve, relentless perseverance, and exceptional technical prowess. Strength and brutality may seem akin, yet they are the distinguishing factors between gentlemen and beasts. Jishi's words may appear vague, yet their meaning is clear to all. Since the beginning of last season, Jishi has consistently presented himself with humility and a desire to avoid offense. While his vehement criticism of Millwall during the previous playoff season was surprising, it was understandable, given Southampton's near miss due to injuries inflicted by Millwall on two key players. Now, however, he has turned his focus to Queen's Park Rangers. Many are puzzled by this shift. But considering Southampton's commitment to a ground-based attacking style, it is easier to comprehend Jishi's intrinsic disdain for rough fouls, a sentiment shared by many elegant coaches. An example is the outrage expressed by Arsenal's manager Wenger in response to Reading's humiliating defeat at the hands of Chelsea. Although Arsenal has also accumulated their share of bookings, they are seldom guilty of malicious fouls. From this perspective, Jishi's provocation of Queen's Park Rangers serves both as a pivotal moment in the competition for the top two spots and as an expression of his disapproval of brutish tactics. Jishi does not actively seek to provoke. Rather, this thought naturally arises within him. Establishing a persona is important, and opposing rough play while advocating for technical elements is indeed commendable. However, to build such a persona, one must tread upon others, and presently, that target is Queen's Park Rangers. This team is hardly endearing, and Jishi feels justified in his stance. Moreover, with Queen's Park Rangers currently situated at the top of the standings, many teams harbor resentment towards them. In this context, Jishi's emergence with Southampton is unlikely to draw opposition, even if it lacks support. Consequently, the players and staff of Queen's Park Rangers are left feeling wounded. Although Jishi does not explicitly state it, everyone understands that the gentleman he refers to is himself, while the beast represents Queen's Park Rangers. This has also caused considerable distress for their season manager, Neil Warnock. The venerable coach has adeptly led 5 different teams to ascend through various leagues. Last season, he joined Crystal Palace midway and successfully guided Queen's Park Rangers to safety. This season, he has consistently steered the team to the top of the rankings, a testament to his prowess. He does not endorse the rough tactics of Queen's Park Rangers. Since his appointment, he has strived to transform this brutish style. By deploying the young Moroccan midfielder, Tarabt, as the fulcrum in midfield, he has orchestrated beautiful tactics that have mitigated the team's previous aggressive play. However, provoked by Jishi, the inherently unruly players may erupt once more in this match. He seeks to unsettle our composure. Reflecting on the past 6 months, we have secured victory after victory through our splendid attacking prowess. Southampton is wary of this, hence their attempts to incite us into adopting a more savage demeanor, thereby allowing their technical skills to shine. Tarabt, you remain the linchpin in this match. Let them understand what it means to be the core of the attack. Let them comprehend the essence of offensive play. Warnock's confidence is certainly well-founded. Currently, Queen's Park Rangers not only lead Southampton by 3 points, but have also amassed an impressive tally of goals, netting 22 in 8 matches, an average of nearly 3 per game. Though this falls slightly short of Southampton's 25 goals, it is nonetheless commendable. In terms of defense, they exhibit a superior performance, having conceded fewer goals. Central to their strategy is Tarabt, a technically gifted Moroccan midfielder capable of both dribbling and passing, embodying the quintessential number 10 role. Under his influence, the 4-2-3-1 formation of Queen's Park Rangers operates seamlessly. Tarabt has also been recognized as the best player in the championship over the past few months, underscoring his caliber. Henrik, let that fellow comprehend what a true number 10 embodies, Jishi remarked to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan nodded vigorously. Although he cannot guarantee a starting position this season, he continues to relish the game, as when he plays, he can express himself in his favored number 10 role. Supported by the protection and timely distribution from Dembele and Schneiderlin, with Chamberlain providing options on the flanks and strikers available ahead. In such an environment, he can perform to his fullest potential, unlike last season when he had to share ball control with Lalana. Thus, He finds little to be dissatisfied with regarding his status this season. The opposing team in this match also boasts a quintessential number 10, a player type quite rare in the English arena. Encountering such a player inevitably ignites Mkhitaryan's competitive spirit. Chapter 88, Long-Term Mission. Mission title, Moral Paragon. Mission details, as a representative of gentlemanly conduct. You are required to uphold your commitments by ensuring that your team receives no more than one red card throughout the league season. Should your team receive one red card during the season, there will be neither reward nor penalty. However, if there are no red cards at all, a reward shall be granted, while exceeding one red card will result in a penalty. Mission rewards and penalties. Successfully avoiding red cards for a single season will yield 100 achievement points, whereas accumulating more than one red card will result in a deduction of 100 achievement points, with a maximum cap of 300 points. Additional mission notes. Should your team receive more than 3 red cards in a single season, this mission will be terminated, and the participant will suffer a significant loss of reputation. Upon viewing this task, Jishi merely rolled his eyes. This long-term task, in theory, is quite advantageous. After all, if Southampton can maintain 4 seasons without receiving a red card, it would be a guaranteed success. However, the consideration of reputation compels Jishi to exercise a degree of caution. Who among us has not, on occasion, succumbed to a red card? Jishi sighed inwardly. Yet, this may not necessarily be a negative aspect. A team that consistently refrains from malicious fouls and rarely receives cards may find that, on the rare occasion when they do engage in a more aggressive play, referees might overlook it. A commendable reputation in such circumstances is likely to attract favorable treatment. Viewed from this perspective, this task encourages Jishi to enhance the team's attacking prowess while minimizing malicious fouls, which is indeed a positive outcome. From a commercial standpoint, a visually appealing team always reaps benefits. The notion of being a gentleman representative persisted in Jishi's mind. However, he soon pondered whether adopting an initially aggressive and rough style of play might lead to a long-term task dubbed the Spirit of the Warrior, where failing to secure at least 3 red cards each season would constitute failure. In that scenario, fulfilling the task would be significantly simpler. In reality, going an entire season without a red card is quite challenging. Jishi reviewed the previous seasons of the Premier League, noting that typically only 2 or 3 teams manage to finish a season without receiving a single red card. Sometimes, every team accumulates at least one. The highest instances have seen 5 or 6 red cards. This phenomenon is also reflective of the English League style. When the Premier League was established, red cards were more prevalent, but they have gradually diminished in recent years, as the league has become increasingly commercialized. Fans have shown a preference for a game that is less about reckless tackles and more about aesthetic play with a quicker pace. Ultimately, those who attend matches solely to witness injuries are a rare breed. Accumulating a few more awards for moral conduct also contributes to a club's image, Jishi mused. The upcoming match against Queen's Park Rangers marks the beginning of this image-building process. Queen's Park Rangers has performed commendably this season, having not yet received a single yellow card, let alone a red one. As the match commenced and the coaches greeted each other, Warnock sighed and remarked, "That is because your team has had a splendid start, 7 wins and 1 draw, with only 2 goals conceded in that draw, and winning by at least 2 goals in every other match. Such dominance naturally lends an air of courtesy. However, today your team will face significant challenges. I hope your players can remain composed." Jishi shrugged, responding, "We are different. Regardless of the circumstances, we will conduct ourselves normally in the game. Let the facts speak for themselves." At 61, Warnock certainly understands that actions speak louder than words. If his team can defeat Southampton without incurring any cards, it would undoubtedly serve as a resounding rebuttal to Jishi. Jishi nodded, released his grip, and returned to his position. The fans of the Queen's Park Rangers began to jeer at him fervently, yet Jishi remained utterly unfazed. Having made such remarks prior to the match, he was well prepared for this psychological onslaught. In stark contrast to the furious emotions of the spectators in the stands, the players on the field initially exhibited a refined, technical style of play, which was quite unexpected for a championship clash. However, from a certain perspective, these 2 teams indeed represented the pinnacle of technical proficiency in this season's championship. Southampton, of course, is notable, but Queen's Park Rangers also deserves mention. They have scored 22 goals while conceding only 2. Owing to their cohesive team performance and the orchestration of Terraped. The traditional number 10 role has become increasingly rare in top-flight football. Otherwise, Terraped would not have transitioned from Tottenham to the Championship. Nevertheless, in this league, his skill is truly exceptional. Under his direction, Queen's Park Rangers continuously initiated attacks, demonstrating a remarkable ability to distribute the ball swiftly rather than being overly possessive. At this moment, another acquaintance of Gia began to make his mark. Kyle Walker, the right back who had garnered Gia's attention for 2 years, was loaned to Queen's Park Rangers before the start of this season. Initially, the loan was for just 1 month, but after a stellar performance in 5 matches, Queen's Park Rangers requested to extend the loan until the end of the first half of the season, to which Tottenham Hotspur consented. Thus, in this match, he continually launched attacks down the right flank. "I understand why you have been so eager for him," Ben Ali remarked to Gia after observing the game for a while. Gia could only respond with a wry smile. Indeed, his desire for Walker stemmed from the acknowledgement of Walker's prowess as an exceptional wingback. He is robust, possesses remarkable stamina, excels in his ability to surge up and down the pitch, and boasts impressive speed. In comparison to Klein, Walker's impact is even more pronounced. Although his technical skills may not be as refined, the ability to make dynamic runs is far more critical for a wingback. Fortunately, we already have Klein. Otherwise, I would regret it even more, Gia could only say. Walker on the field, however, remained oblivious to Gia's thoughts. He was aware that Southampton had shown interest in him. Yet as a player for Tottenham, he did not concern himself with Southampton's overtures. Despite Tottenham not being considered a superpower in English football over the past decade, their prestige still holds weight, especially since Southampton has been relegated to League One. Moreover, Tottenham had consistently promised him a future, and being loaned out now was a testament to their belief in his potential. He was confident that he would have the opportunity to return to Tottenham. After all, who would invest £540,000 in a 19-year-old local wingback if he were not of exceptional caliber? One must commend Tottenham's transfer department for their discerning eye. Under Walker's relentless pressure, Dixon found himself in dire straits. He was merely one of the better players in League One, and competing in the Championship proved somewhat arduous for him. While he could manage in typical matches, facing an opponent of Walker's caliber left him visibly challenged. It could only be said that he was just a step short of what was needed. Chapter 89. A comparison of playmakers, seeing Dixon struggle on this flank. Schneiderlin rushed over to provide support. Together, they managed to stabilize that side of the pitch. Thus, Mkhitaryan began to shoulder greater pressure. Initially, Schneiderlin's distribution was a crucial support for his offensive play. Now, in Schneiderlin's absence, he had to rely solely on himself. Consequently, he began to retreat proactively. Demel passed the ball to Mkhitaryan, who started to dribble forward. The players from Queen's Park Rangers were well aware of his qualities, and 2 midfielders immediately closed in on him, denying him space to maneuver. Mkhitaryan found himself entangled in a tussle. However, his technical prowess shone through as he retained possession amidst the struggle and seized an opportunity to pass the ball. Southampton's attack devolved into a stalemate, with Giroud's attempt to head the ball in the box soaring high. Mkhitaryan is holding onto the ball too long, Ben Ali remarked. That is indeed characteristic of him. It wouldn't be fair to label it as excessive. Yet in such circumstances, if he could discern the nuances of the game and distribute the ball promptly, he would be even more formidable, replied Jishi. On the field, Mkhitaryan felt a tinge of frustration, but he did not contemplate making clever passes based on preemptive judgments, as that was not his style. As a technically gifted number 10, his focus was solely on increasing his movement, facilitating easier ball control, and executing more exquisite breakthroughs. Enhancing one's weaknesses signifies a growth in ability, yet transcending one's strengths is equally a testament to prowess. During Southampton's next offensive play, as Klein dribbled along the flanks, Mkhitaryan began to reposition himself. He moved closer to the edge, slightly encroaching upon Chamberlain's space. However, Southampton frequently employed such positional tactics. Observing Mkhitaryan's proximity to the right, Chamberlain promptly darted laterally towards the left. As Chamberlain moved, he drew some defensive attention, allowing Klein to pass the ball to Mkhitaryan. Upon receiving the ball, Mkhitaryan turned to face the aggressively advancing opposing midfielder, executed a sudden stop, and then surged forward. Initially, it appeared he would dribble sideways, but instead, he opted for a forward breakthrough. The opposing midfielder, caught off guard, was evaded, allowing Mkhitaryan to dash into the penalty area. As a defender approached, he lifted his foot to pass to Giroud, who was positioned centrally and holding off the opposing center-back, before accelerating forward. Giroud briefly paused the ball at his feet, then turned and delivered a perfect pass into Mkhitaryan's path. As the ball rolled toward him, Mkhitaryan struck it on the run. The ball skimmed along the ground and found its way into the near post of the goal, leaving the opposing goalkeeper unable to respond in time. An immediate hush fell over the stands. Mkhitaryan spread his arms wide and sprinted across the pitch. The sequence of breakthroughs and the goal was exhilarating. Was there anything more delightful? He had become more decisive in his advances, and his ability to identify defensive vulnerabilities had evidently improved clearly. The time spent on the bench had not been in vain. Benelli smiled as Jishi nodded. In such circumstances, being a substitute alongside Lalana proved beneficial, as it allowed them to keenly observe the dynamics of the game from the sidelines. This reflection provided an opportunity to contemplate their actions on the field, enabling them to validate their strategies in the next match. With diligence, they could rapidly enhance their performance. This is well understood by Mkhitaryan, and it is equally clear to Lalana. Such rotations often prove to be more beneficial than participating in every match. They are still young, with ample room for growth. Thus, the enhancement of their skills remains paramount. Observing Southampton take the lead with a goal, orchestrated by the playmaker Mkhitaryan, left QPR's core player, Tarabt, quite displeased. He and Mkhitaryan are of similar age, yet Tarabt had previously enjoyed far more glory, having joined a prestigious club like Tottenham at an early stage, while Mkhitaryan was still dominating in the Armenian league. However, now, as they faced each other in the championship, Tarabt's early move to a Premier League powerhouse seemed almost farcical. Tarabt began to seize the ball repeatedly, intent on orchestrating an offensive play, yet Demi had set his sights firmly upon him. This situation renders Talbot somewhat unfortunate. Previously, Mkhitaryan required two midfielders from Queen's Park Rangers to effectively contain the opposition, yet now Talbot faces only Dembele. Nevertheless, the pressure exerted by Dembele is considerably greater than that of an ordinary player. As a key member of the Eredivisie champions, a participant in the UEFA Champions League, and a member of the Belgian national team, Dembele embodies an impressive pedigree. When all these accolades are associated with him, he is undeniably a player who ought not to be competing in the championship. Yet, he has chosen Southampton. This situation rendered him distinctly prominent within the championship. When Talbot found himself under scrutiny, he initially felt unperturbed while orchestrating play. However, the moment he attempted a personal breakthrough, he was acutely aware of the immense pressure. Every feint he executed was meticulously observed by Dembele, and each time he sought to advance, he discovered Dembele unwaveringly obstructing his path. Even when he retreated, Dembele relentlessly pursued him. Being marked by such a formidable opponent was undoubtedly a source of considerable distress. Despite this, he continued to run with patience, aspiring to initiate an offensive through his own capabilities. Yet, under Dembele's vigilant defense, his efforts yielded far less success than usual. During the first half, both teams found themselves entangled in midfield, creating few opportunities. However, Southampton managed to seize the lead through Mkhitaryan's breakthrough. As the halftime whistle echoed, the fans of Queen's Park Rangers expressed their disappointment with a collective sigh, yet they remained hopeful for the second half. After all, there were still a full 45 minutes remaining, and their team had not exhibited a significant decline in performance during the first half. In the dressing room, Warnock addressed Talbot, urging, "We must approach our attacks with composure, do you understand? They merely capitalized on one opportunity. Such chances can easily be ours as well. We only need to attack with patience. Adele, you are the core. Maintain your calm in the second half." Talbot nodded in agreement, believing in this sentiment, yet deep within, unease began to take root. The first half had instilled in him a sense of apprehension regarding his ability to penetrate the opponent's defensive midfield. The organization of passing and attacks was proving to be quite challenging, as their defense remained robust, and they consistently mounted counterattacks, leaving Queen's Park Rangers with limited opportunities to strike. Relying solely on his own breakthroughs seemed to be the only viable option, especially with the opposing attacking midfielder having already scored. Chapter 90. Losing without flipping the table is true sportsmanship. That fellow could no longer maintain his composure. Not long after the second half commenced, Jishi cheerfully remarked to Benali. Benali nodded in response. Following the restart, Talbot exhibited remarkable zeal, frequently retreating to retrieve the ball before attempting to surge forward, only to be thwarted repeatedly by Dembele. To evade Dembele through individual prowess, one must possess the caliber of an outstanding attacker in the Premier League, a standard Talbot has yet to meet. The offensive tempo and strategies of both teams were quite similar. While Queen's Park Rangers faced considerable obstacles, Southampton's attacks grew increasingly fluid. Analyzing the points of breakthrough, both sides showcased two key players. For Southampton, it was Mkhitaryan and Oxlade-Chamberlain, while for Queen's Park Rangers, it was Talbot and Walker. With Talbot closely marked, Walker, despite his relentless torment of Dixon on the flanks, found himself at a disadvantage without the ball, offering little assistance. Conversely, Southampton's offense flourished. Klein consistently surged forward to provide support, collaborating seamlessly with Oxlade-Chamberlain on the wings. Mkhitaryan, after making a breakthrough, adeptly distributed the ball to them, wreaking havoc on the opponent's left-side defense. As the match approached the 70th minute, Mkhitaryan delivered a splendid diagonal pass, which a speeding Oxlade-Chamberlain received, promptly redirecting it into the penalty area. Following closely behind, Lambert executed a spectacular diving shot, extending their lead to 2-0. Jishi erupted with joy, believing this goal all but guaranteed Southampton's victory. Triumphing over their two fiercest rivals undoubtedly paved the way for Southampton's pursuit of the championship title. Of course, only 9 rounds of the league had passed, but successive victories against formidable opponents were a testament to Southampton's competitive spirit. The fans of Queen's Park Rangers in the stands grew increasingly despondent, vociferously urging their team to perform miracles. Yet, their fervent encouragement only heightened the players' anxiousness. It is well known that Queen's Park Rangers garnered infamy for their rough playing style, a habit starkly different from that of the notorious Wimbledon of yore. Wimbledon's ruggedness was driven by the pursuit of victory, characterized by intention and strategy, employing rough tactics to intimidate opponents and disrupt their performance. This is evident in the antics of their iconic figures, Vinnie Jones and Dennis Wise, who amassed numerous cards yet seldom engaged in genuinely injurious fouls. In contrast, Queen's Park Rangers' approach seems to embody a senseless brutality, resorting to roughness for its own sake. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in brawls even during warm-up matches. Such characteristics have been effectively suppressed by Warlock over the past year. However, without enduring changes and a transformation in mindset, coupled with the influx of fresh talent, it is impossible to resolve the issue entirely. As Jishi previously remarked, when performance is commendable, everyone can appear cultured and exceedingly polite. Yet, when circumstances take a turn for the worse, maintaining one's composure truly reflects genuine grace. It is the mark of good sportsmanship not to overturn the table in a fit of frustration. At present, it is apparent that both the players and management of Queen's Park Rangers are somewhat flustered. Their pivotal player, Tarubt, is no exception. After once again being thwarted by Dim-L's interception, Tarubt, unable to contain his temper, rushed forward from behind and executed a near-slam tackle, bringing Dim-L crashing to the ground. This incident left Dim-L utterly bewildered. He is inherently a robust athlete, while Talbot lacks such physical strength. Although Talbot managed to bring Dim-L down, he too succumbed to the ground. The referee hurried over and promptly brandished a red card at Talbot. It was not a matter of the referee being overly harsh. Rather, Talbot had committed multiple infractions prior to the tackle, kicking Dim-L's supporting leg from behind and employing an unequivocally unsporting maneuver. Even if no severe consequences ensued, such actions undeniably warrant a red card. Only then did Talbot regain a semblance of awareness. He attempted to plead his case but found no words, trudging back in dejection. Alas, for Queen's Park Rangers, it was a moment of reckoning. Once a card was issued, it was a red one. It seems that Jishi was correct. True gentlemanliness is revealed in the face of adversity. Southampton had previously faced losses and draws, yet they maintained a sense of decorum. The commentator sighed, noting that malicious fouls and the desire to win are fundamentally different. It was evident that Talbot was struggling to accept defeat. Such a display hardly qualifies one for the title of the best midfielder in the championship. An impossibility, remarked another commentator. As the match resumed, the already unbalanced mindset of the Queen's Park Rangers players led to increasingly reckless behavior on the field. Despite Warnock's constant pleas for composure from the sidelines, it was clear that the situation had spiraled out of control. Just before the final whistle, a defender received 2 yellow cards and was sent off, resulting in Queen's Park Rangers suffering both a loss and a player dismissal at home. Because of my provocation? I beg to differ. I merely express my thoughts without directing them at anyone. If others choose to take offense, that is beyond my control. I can only assert that my team, even when provoked, will respond with exemplary performance on the pitch rather than resorting to desperate actions outside of it. This is the hallmark of a professional athlete. Coaches and clubs should guide their players in this regard, rather than instructing them to fight like beasts on the field. For that is what defines a true man. Players are human beings, and at all times, they should maintain a degree of rationality. This is what separates us from beasts. At the post-match press conference, Jishi continued to speak eloquently, his words going unchallenged now, as the events on the field validated his assertions. Southampton did not exaggerate their discipline, as their yellow cards were for technical fouls. Such infractions are, quite frankly, part of the game, and no one considers them particularly egregious. They had experienced defeats before, yet even when trailing, they remained earnest in their play. From this perspective, Southampton truly exemplifies moral integrity. I cannot predict what the future holds for Southampton, but I can firmly state that I will never condone rough play among my players, nor will I allow such behavior to persist within my team. Though football may be likened to a war in times of peace, it does not constitute a true battlefield, devoid of bloodshed and sacrifice. Football is a source of enjoyment, a form of entertainment for the masses, and it ought to provide fans and spectators with greater pleasure rather than inciting further anger. In Chapter 91, titled We Have Grown Strong Enough, after triumphing over Queen's Park Rangers, Southampton has successfully reclaimed the top position. They are currently tied with Queen's Park Rangers, both amassing 22 points, yet Southampton holds a slight edge due to superior goal difference and head-to-head results. The forthcoming match is of great significance to us. Following 2 consecutive matches against the first and third-place teams, we are set to face Juventus at home in the UEFA Europa League. This schedule is undoubtedly demanding, however. Thanks to Jishi's rotation strategy, the players' stamina remains largely intact. This season's matches may not be particularly numerous, yet each one holds significant importance, a sentiment that the players of Southampton have only recently come to fully comprehend. Such a schedule is indeed rare. It is akin to Manchester United's journey to the Championship, where they first faced the third-ranked Arsenal, followed by a clash with the top-ranked Chelsea. After enduring these 2 formidable encounters, they must then contend with Real Madrid in the Champions League, a challenge that would leave even Manchester United battered and bruised. Fortunately for Southampton, their advantage remains considerable when facing opponents from the Championship. Take, for instance, their match against Queen's Park Rangers. Although the latter boasts a commendable overall strength and individual brilliance, Southampton's cohesive team prowess and superior individual capabilities firmly suppress their rivals. While Southampton may not have secured numerous victories, their dominance in the match was undeniably substantial. This has made Jishi somewhat vigilant. Once they reach the Championship, such an advantage in strength will no longer exist. At that time, facing the dual pressures of European competitions and domestic leagues, he too will undergo trials. Of course, typical Premier League teams do not concern themselves with this issue. They occasionally participate in European matches, only to inevitably falter thereafter, as they have grown accustomed to it. However, for Jishi, who aspires to achieve greater accolades at Southampton, he must confront this challenge head-on. Fortunately, he can take the time to acclimatize. Juventus arrived in Southampton the day before the match, having previously experienced relegation. They are currently in a phase of reconstruction, which is reflected in their coach Del Neri's tendency to frequently rotate the lineup. Coincidentally, Southampton is also accustomed to such rotations. While Juventus's reputation is undoubtedly unmatched, we find ourselves competing in the same tournament. Football is a sport full of wonders. At home, we must strive for victory. For in such a perilous group, if we fail to seize the opportunities presented on our home ground, our chances of advancing could diminish significantly. Jishi, at the pre-match press conference, exhibited the exuberant confidence of a spirited youth. This also gave Del Neri the illusion that Southampton would launch a fierce offensive at home. Southampton's rotation this season has been noteworthy. While other positions are manageable, the central midfield rotation is paramount. When Lalana and Drinkwater take to the field, the midfield achieves a semblance of balance, initiating attacks predominantly through ball possession. Conversely, with Mkhitaryan and Schneiderlin on the pitch, Southampton's midfield tends to pursue attacks more through breakthroughs. To play assertively at home, a more vigorous approach involving movement and pressing to overwhelm the opponent is essential. Juventus is no longer the impenetrable fortress it once was before relegation. Their defense currently appears rather mediocre, although Chiellini and Bonucci have begun to partner once more. It is evident that defensive solidity cannot be solely reliant on 2 center-backs. Del Neri harbored the belief that perhaps Chiellini might opt to start Mkhitaryan and Schneiderlin. However, upon receiving the starting lineup for Southampton, a subtle melancholy washed over him. Southampton indeed made rotations, with Lalana and Drinkwater taking to the field from the outset. Juventus also underwent significant rotations for this match, even substituting their goalkeeper. Following Buffon's injury at the start of the season, Del Neri has rotated between the 2 goalkeepers, Manninger and Storari. This indeed underscores their financial prowess. After all, both individuals are commendable goalkeepers yet find themselves vying for the position of Juventus's second-choice keeper. Regardless of the extent of their rotation, it bears little significance, for their tactics remain unchanged. Whether it is Amori being substituted for Iaquinta or Marquisio replacing Melo, their strategy is consistently a 4-4-2 formation, advancing through the midfield. This rotation serves merely to grant players the opportunity to play, lacking deeper purpose. In contrast, our rotations are accompanied by varying tactics, which truly exemplifies the essence of rotation, showcasing our strength to them. In the locker room, Jishi waved his arm with enthusiasm. Facing a team like Juventus stirred excitement within him. Thus far, the only elite team he has led Southampton against is Manchester United. However, Manchester United is a domestic English club, offering a semblance of familiarity and diminishing its air of mystery. Oh, and there was that encounter with Chelsea in the FA Cup. But Jishi had essentially relinquished that match, leaving him with no further thoughts on it. The upcoming match against Juventus marks the first encounter with a formidable team from another league, and Jishi is undeniably exhilarated. Over the past few days, he has closely observed Juventus's performance and noted that their defense remains remarkably solid. The partnership between center-backs Chiellini and Bonucci, albeit relatively recent, exhibits a commendable synergy. Chiellini's ferocity complements Bonucci's calm demeanor, and both players possess considerable height and agility, making them an effective duo. Nevertheless, Jishi is confident that his own defenders, Lovren and Font, are equally competent and reliable. In terms of the midfield, Jishi perceives Southampton as significantly stronger, although the players may lack widespread recognition. Each possesses exceptional skills, and the diversity of their profiles enhances their synergy, unlike Juventus, which, despite its array of players, tends to display a certain homogeneity in talent. Even in the forward positions, Southampton boasts an edge. The impact of Lambert and Giroud is undoubtedly more formidable than that of Del Piero and Iaquinta, despite the latter being members of Italy's World Cup winning squad. The only potential shortcoming may lie in the goalkeeping department, primarily due to Juventus's first-choice goalkeeper, Buffon. However, it is conceivable that he may not feature in this match. Upon careful consideration, Jishi realizes that his team, when pitted against Juventus, not only holds its own but may indeed possess a slight advantage. This revelation significantly boosts his confidence. We have truly reached such a formidable level. Chapter 92. Controlling the game. The fans of Southampton once again filled St. Mary's Stadium to its capacity. Indeed, this season's matches have consistently drawn large crowds, as Southampton delighted their supporters last season and have continued to achieve victory after victory this season. Under such circumstances, it is only natural for them to show their support for the club by attending the games. From the outset, Southampton sought opportunities through relentless passing. While Lalana was on the field, the midfield trio of Southampton adeptly distributed the ball, each player displaying considerable mobility to support one another. Coupled with the forward runs from the flanks and the strikers' willingness to drop back, Southampton consistently maintained firm control of the ball at their feet during their passing sequences. However, Juventus did not appear overly concerned. Some aspects remain unchanged, even in the face of relegation. For instance, Southampton reverted to their 4-3-3 formation, while Juventus continued to excel in a more measured style of play, despite Del Neri's coaching never being characterized by excessive caution. The two teams began to engage in a patient contest on the pitch, a challenging experience for Lalana. The pace of the English league is generally swift, making his ability to distribute the ball timely quite significant. Yet, with the opponent's tempo being less frenetic, he found himself with time to control the ball and contemplate the most advantageous pass, presenting him with a new challenge. If he could navigate through this test, it would likely lead to personal growth, much like Mkhitaryan in the previous match, who, despite not altering his style of play, managed to sharpen his attacking prowess. Lalana faced a similar predicament. Thus, in the early stages of the match, as he was still adjusting, Southampton's offensive efforts appeared less threatening. It was not until the 6th minute that they generated their first real attack, with Chamberlain passing to Lambert, who, after a forceful turn, shot wide of the target. During this period, Juventus was not idle in their counterattacks. In the 4th minute, Sissoko delivered a through ball, and after receiving it, Iaquinta shot from the edge of the penalty area, only to be thwarted by Navas's spectacular save. A minute later, Pirlo's free kick soared over the crossbar. In the 7th minute, Lovren committed a foul, leading to another free kick from Pirlo that struck the goal frame but was parried away by Navas, with Chiellini attempting to follow up, only to be thwarted by Font's timely clearance. After a series of counterattacks, in the 10th minute, Juventus initiated another offensive. Klein's cross was headed away by Bonucci, who then launched a counterattack. Marchisio surged forward with the ball, only to be confronted by the retreating Demel. Marchisio quickly distributed the ball to Iaquinta on the right, who advanced with determination. At this moment, Dixon, despite having returned to defend, made a critical error by not engaging immediately. With a clear path ahead, Iaquinta unleashed a shot from over 20 meters away. At this moment, Dixon realized his error. When he hurriedly attempted to block, it was already too late. Navis, too, did not anticipate that Iaquinta would take a shot from that position. By the time he reacted, the ball had already soared into the penalty area, finding its way into the far corner of the net. "Damn!" Jishi exclaimed, dumbfounded. While it was indeed Dixon's mistake during this attack, Iaquinta's long-range shot was of exceptional quality. Even if left unmarked, he might not replicate such an effect with 10 attempts. Iaquinta began to celebrate with his teammates, while the Southampton players stood with their hands on their hips, visibly disgruntled. Observing their demeanor, Jishi felt reassured. For at least the players were indignant rather than despondent. The Juventus players did not celebrate for long before the match resumed. Lalana's movements became notably more vigorous than usual. Upon receiving the ball, he took a moment to contemplate the passing route and the subsequent steps, rather than hastily distributing it. Previously, he would merely look for the optimal receiving position. Now, however, he considered whether his teammates would be well placed for the next phase after receiving the ball. This shift in thought brought clarity to Lalana's mindset on the field. By thinking one step further, his passes became more purposeful. Moreover, allowing the ball to linger at his feet provided him with opportunities to unleash his long-range shots. After conceding the goal, Southampton launched a fervent counterattack. Lalana passed the ball to Chamberlain on 2 consecutive occasions, with both passes demonstrating precision. Chamberlain, upon receiving the ball, managed to break through and earned 2 corner kicks. From the first corner, Chamberlain delivered the ball to the far post, where Demel attempted a header, only to be thwarted by Desegli, who cleared the ball off the goal line. On the subsequent corner, Chamberlain aimed for the near post, and Lovren succeeded in the aerial duel. However, Bonucci intervened, allowing Man Niger to secure the ball on the goal line. What an attack it was! Jishi clapped from the sidelines. Although Southampton's recent offensive rhythm was not particularly rapid, they consistently posed a threat, which was precisely what he desired. Mere chaotic attacks that failed to create danger held little significance. Lalana passed to the advancing Drinkwater, who, spotting Lambert making a run, promptly delivered a threaded through ball. Lambert, upon receiving it, unleashed a powerful shot from a tight angle inside the box, which, under Chiellini's pressure, narrowly missed the far post. Soon after, Chamberlain broke down the flank and crossed the ball. Lalana adjusted slightly before taking a long-range shot, which Man Niger executed a spectacular save to deny. Jishi glanced at his watch. During this 10-minute span, Southampton had maintained relentless pressure, yet Juventus's defense remained remarkably solid. Despite being pressed, they exhibited no signs of panic. Steady now, adjust, and prepare for another offensive surge. Jishi made a downward motion on the field. Juventus, known for their resilience, often finds themselves in a precarious situation when pressed too hard. Sometimes, easing the pressure may yield better results. Observing Southampton's continuous ball movement in midfield and their deceleration of the attacking tempo, Del Neri breathed a sigh of relief yet began to feel the mounting pressure. The fluidity and control demonstrated by Southampton, a championship team, were truly remarkable. No wonder they managed to eliminate Manchester United last season, Del Neri mused inwardly. As time progressed, Southampton's offensive attempts dwindled, yet they maintained control over the rhythm of the game, denying Juventus any counter-attacking opportunities. Southampton's mastery in dictating the pace was indeed impressive. While Juventus adopted a somewhat conservative approach, particularly after gaining the lead, it is no small feat to maintain such control of the match. The ESPN commentator remarked in awe. Chapter 93, The Strength of Southampton in the 26th minute, Chamberlain's long-range shot soared over the crossbar. In the 31st minute, Klein received a pass from Lalana and took a shot that veered past the near post. For a full 10 minutes, Southampton's offensive efforts amounted to these 2 attempts. Indeed, throughout the match, both teams only managed these 2 offensive plays. Although Juventus tends to start slowly and is accustomed to defending, being consistently passive at this stage of the match was far from normal. It even began to fray the players' composure. Seizing the opportunity, Southampton launched a more threatening attack. Lalana dropped back to collect the ball and swiftly passed to Chamberlain, who had shifted to the left flank. Chamberlain delivered a cross into the penalty area. Drawing sufficient attention from Lambert and Giroud, while Drinkwater made a surging run from the back post, heading the ball towards the goal. Confronted with this close-range header, Manninger could only make a token save. The next moment, the ball struck the near post with a resounding thud and rebounded out of play. A collective sigh echoed from the stands. Jishi, hands on his head, leaped in frustration. That attack epitomized the art of sudden positional interchange. But alas, it fell just short. Drinkwater also gazed skyward in despair. Scoring a goal on the European stage would have been a tremendous achievement. Continue the attack. We have a significant advantage, Jishi shouted onto the pitch. Meanwhile, Southampton's supporters rallied, their voices rising in fervor. Though the goal had not been scored, it was evident to all that this showcased Southampton's prowess. The ability to subdue Juventus and create such a golden opportunity at the very least demonstrated that Southampton stood on equal footing with teams in the top tier of the league. This is sufficient. Shaken to their core, Juventus launched a counterattack. When it comes to experience, they are exceedingly seasoned, aware that in such circumstances, a team like Southampton is likely to exhibit lapses in concentration, considering their relatively youthful composition. In this regard, they did not err in their judgment. However, after launching their offensive, they encountered a remarkably composed Font. In terms of individual prowess, Font does not stand out particularly. Otherwise, he would not still be navigating the realms of the Championship and League One at the age of 26 or 7. Yet, he possesses several rare qualities. First, he exudes a commanding presence akin to that of a leader or a political commissar, which commands respect. Second, his fighting spirit is unwavering. And finally, his focus is almost never compromised. Once on the field, he immerses himself entirely in the game. This characteristic has enabled him to progress steadily. Juventus's offensive surge has nearly penetrated Southampton's penalty area, but Font intervened just in time, intercepting the pass from Del Piero to Iaquinta. Following the interception, he swiftly relayed the ball to the sprinting Demel, who turned with the ball and passed it to the advancing Klein on the right flank. Klein accelerated forward, altering the rhythm of the match once again. While the Southampton players had exhibited some degree of lethargy, Juventus's defenders also displayed a similar lack of urgency during the counterattack. Klein broke through the midfield before passing to the supporting Lalana. As Lalana received the ball and turned, Sissoko lunged forward, attempting to disrupt his distribution. However, in an unexpected twist, Lalana did not pass or even attempt to control the ball. Instead, he deftly nudged it past Sissoko's right side and accelerated past him on the left. A splendid display of skill. Well done, Adam. Mkhitaryan on the bench rose to his feet, fist-pumping and shouting, for he had been anticipating this moment. Lalana had learned numerous dribbling techniques from him during training. Typically not known for his dribbling, this sudden display of skill often proves immensely effective. Sissoko was outmaneuvered by Lalana, who pursued the ball and continued his advance, causing Juventus's defensive line to become increasingly disorganized. Lambert began to make a run towards the left, drawing Chiellini's attention, while Giroud grappled with Bonucci in the small box. Lalana spotted Oxlade-Chamberlain sprinting towards the center of the penalty area from the right. Without hesitation, Lalana lifted his foot and delivered a precise pass into the penalty area. The diagonally sprinting Oxlade-Chamberlain evaded De Segli and received the ball in the center of the penalty area, facing goalkeeper Manninger directly. Without any unnecessary movements, he struck the ball on the run. The ball swiftly zipped along the ground into the far corner. Faced with such a powerful shot from merely 8 meters away, Manninger could only wave a hand in vain as the ball nestled into the back of the Juventus net. The entire St. Mary's Stadium erupted in exuberant cheers. Although the home side had initially fallen behind, their relentless attacking efforts had leveled the score, a testament to Southampton's prowess. Commentators lauded Oxlade-Chamberlain. The under-17 young winger has taken charge of the match. What a remarkable performance. This season, he has gradually become a key player for Southampton, excelling in both the Championship and the Europa League. It is said that before the season commenced, Southampton had offered Oxlade-Chamberlain a 5-year contract, a necessary decision, as such a young talent will inevitably attract attention from all quarters. Amidst the exuberant shouts of the commentator, Chamberlain sprinted across the field with his arms wide open, embracing the overwhelming cheer akin to a landslide or a tsunami. For a young man, such adulation is invariably captivating, and Chamberlain was no exception. Last season, he was not a key player, but this season, he earned the favor of coach Jishi, becoming a principal winger. Although Chamberlain harbored no doubts about his own abilities, he was acutely aware that this opportunity was bestowed upon him by Jishi. Other coaches might not have granted such ample chances to someone so youthful. After rushing over to embrace Jishi, Chamberlain returned to the pitch. Jishi glanced at the clock. It was already the 37th minute of the first half. They needed to prepare diligently for the remainder of the match. For over 20 minutes, they had maintained a firm grip on the game, preventing Juventus from creating any noteworthy opportunities, which had significantly drained their energy and stamina. Under such circumstances, it would be challenging for Southampton to sustain this pressure in the second half, especially since the previous two crucial matches had already taken a toll on them. While the home ground naturally demanded a victory, Jishi pondered that merely advancing from the group stage would constitute success. Nevertheless, he did not immediately instruct his players to slow down their offensive tempo. Rather, he believed that if they could maintain their lead until the halftime whistle, the second half would be considerably more manageable. Chapter 94. A stroke of genius. During the remaining time of the first half, Southampton could not secure a lead. Although they continued to dominate the field and persistently pressured Juventus, they failed to net a second goal. At halftime, Jishi noted the players were breathing noticeably heavier than usual. It was evident that Southampton's players were somewhat exhilarated by facing Juventus in the Europa League, which had affected their energy distribution, leading to greater fatigue than normal. In the second half, we shall judiciously slow our offensive pace. They excel in a measured contest of endurance, and we shall engage them in that manner to see who possesses greater patience. Let us not forget, we triumphed in the first match. While winning this one would be splendid, as long as we do not suffer a defeat, we shall remain in a favorable position. In the changing room, Jishi spoke, and the players nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth of his remarks. They themselves had felt their stamina declining quite rapidly, making it essential to adopt a more cautious approach. Moreover, this presented a valuable opportunity for the team to strengthen its cohesion. Delneri expressed no dissatisfaction with the first half of the match. After all, Italian coaches tend to be conservative. Following a draw at home in the first round, a draw away in the second round was entirely acceptable. Thus, as the second half commenced, the pace on the field slowed considerably, with both sides increasingly wary of making mistakes as they exchanged possession, cautiously probing each other's defenses and attempting to mount attacks. Upon encountering resolute resistance, they would promptly retreat. I initially thought the two Serie A teams were tacitly engaging in a gentleman's agreement, as one commentator quipped. Nonetheless, this situation did not lack moments of brilliance. Chamberlain successfully broke through a three-man blockade to shoot, while Juventus relied heavily on Del Piero's skill to create opportunities. The defenses in both penalty areas were exceptionally tight, with Southampton's attempts thwarted by Chiellini and Bonucci, and Juventus' assaults similarly repelled by Font and Lovren. In the second half, Juventus had a near miss when a reckless foul by Dixon granted Del Piero a free kick from 26 meters away. His shot curled over the wall, but was narrowly parried away by Nasri. That was close. We almost lost, Jishi remarked, visibly startled. Dixon is still lacking at this level, Benali whispered to Jishi. Indeed, I'm aware, Jishi responded, but there are no alternatives. Finding a good left-back is inherently challenging. It is true, exceptional left-backs are exceedingly rare, and even reliable ones are not easily found. This is a global dilemma, not merely an issue pertaining to Jishi alone. The final minutes of the match were rather uneventful as both teams exhibited a significant decline in stamina. Despite the desire to impress in the closing moments, neither side succeeded. Juventus' substitute, Amori, was notably ineffective, while Southampton's substitutes, Mkhitaryan and Austin, nearly collaborated for a goal. Mkhitaryan's breakthrough pass to Austin resulted in a shot that was heroically saved by Manninger. The final score stood at 1-1. Our lack of experience led to an excessive depletion of energy in the first half, hindering our performance in the latter half. However, growth often requires such sacrifices, and I am satisfied with the team's overall display. After 2 rounds, we still hold the top position in our group, which is commendable. Sevilla narrowly defeated Salzburg, trailing Southampton in goal difference. The upcoming 2 matches will be crucial, and we shall strive to perform even better, Jishi remarked in the post-match press conference. Delneri expressed optimism as well. Although they currently have only 2 points, they are set to face the weakest team in the group, Salzburg, providing them an opportunity to observe their competitors while positioning themselves advantageously. The next round of matches is 3 weeks away. Prior to that, there is an international match day followed by 4 league matches and a 4th-round League Cup match. Regarding the FA Cup as a championship team, they will commence from the 3rd round, which will take place in January of next year. After beginning to lead the team in matches, Jishi truly felt the intensity of the English League. While it may appear that there is merely an additional cup competition, in reality, Every potential midweek is filled with fixtures, allowing fans to witness matches almost every week. This relentless succession of games is undoubtedly exhilarating for supporters. However, it places significant pressure on the club, necessitating an adaptation to this competitive rhythm. In the subsequent league match, the players seemed somewhat distracted. Transitioning from the Europa League back to the Championship proved to be a considerable adjustment. Consequently, during their home match against fifth-place Burnley, they settled for a 1-1 draw. While a draw in itself is not problematic, the players' lackadaisical performance on the field is indeed unacceptable. Had fortune not favored them with an early goal, they might have faced defeat. Queen's Park Rangers triumphed over Crystal Palace with a score of 2-1, extending their lead over Southampton by 2 points. Jishi harshly criticized the players' performances post-match. While a loss or draw is not overly concerning, such a lackadaisical display is intolerable. Moreover, having fought valiantly to defeat Queen's Park Rangers away, only to relinquish the top position inadvertently, is indeed a regrettable oversight. The players of Southampton find themselves in a state of regret, particularly as they witness the jubilant and mocking celebrations of Queen's Park Rangers fans across various forums. Damn it! Next time we encounter them, we must decisively defeat them, Lambert exclaimed, clenching his fist. Indeed, we must play with utmost determination in every match. We aim to reclaim the throne, Font echoed, raising his fist in solidarity. We are the champions of the League Cup and participants in the Europa League. It is only natural that we strive for the top position in the Championship. Schneiderlin joined in, fervently voicing his support. This sense of superiority and the condescending attitude towards other teams is certainly inappropriate. However, within such an atmosphere, it can swiftly ignite the players' fighting spirit. Jishi nodded silently. Realizing that recruiting a few internet trolls to mock his own club had proven to be quite effective. Unbeknownst to him, as he reveled in this clever tactic, he had gradually become more emboldened. Chapter 95. Will the suspense conclude? As long as the players of Southampton compete earnestly, they are virtually invincible in this season's Championship League. This point was validated in the subsequent match. In the 11th round, they effortlessly defeated Crystal Palace, who were battling for relegation, with each of their 2 forwards scoring a goal. Queen's Park Rangers, however, succumbed to a defeat at home against Norwich, who were previously ranked 3rd, allowing Southampton to surge ahead by a point. 3 days later, in the 12th round, Southampton faced Portsmouth in the South Coast Derby. A similar derby had taken place last season, but at that time, Southampton was a League One team while Portsmouth was in the Premier League. Now, both teams find themselves in the Championship, with Southampton perched at the top and Portsmouth languishing in 13th place. The vicissitudes of football often evoke such reflections. Portsmouth had performed commendably in the FA Cup last season, reaching the final before succumbing to Chelsea. Theoretically, they could have qualified for the Europa League through this avenue. However, due to new regulations, relegated teams are ineligible for replacement, which facilitated Liverpool's acquisition of a Europa League spot. Their league performance has been dismal, as they found themselves at the bottom of the table early on, sealing their relegation. Following their descent, many players have departed, leaving only a handful still at Portsmouth. It is quite ordinary for any relegated team from the top tier to see their players sought after by other clubs, as long as the players possess commendable skills. While these individuals may not attract the attention of the elite clubs, they remain highly coveted among teams battling for survival. Therefore, the current Portsmouth team is entirely transformed. Apart from Ataka and Kanu, who have remained, all other key players have departed. Last season, they struggled against Southampton, and with the current shift in strengths, Southampton's prowess far exceeds that of Portsmouth. Of course, a derby cannot be judged solely by strength. Portsmouth displayed remarkable resilience away from home, bringing joy to their traveling supporters. However, they ultimately succumbed to defeat. Southampton's Mkhitaryan, Chamberlain, and Lambert each scored a goal, while Portsmouth could only respond with a penalty converted by the veteran Kanu, resulting in a 3-1 victory for Southampton at home, securing their 2nd consecutive win. In this round, Queen's Park Rangers drew 0-0 against 4th-place Swansea, allowing Southampton to extend their lead over rivals by 3 points. Southampton is gaining momentum, while Queen's Park Rangers have slowed their once rapid ascent. Both teams possess significant advantages this season, with the only suspense being who will ultimately claim the championship title. After 12 rounds of the league, Southampton has amassed 31 points. And at this rate, surpassing the 100-point mark seems merely a matter of time, whereas Queen's Park Rangers stand at 28 points, with Cardiff City in 3rd place holding only 23. Media discussions have begun regarding how many points Southampton might accumulate in the championship. Last season's champions, Newcastle United, achieved 102 points, ranking third in the championship's history. The record for the highest points total belongs to Reading, who under Koppel amassed an unprecedented 106 points in the 2005 to 2006 season. Following closely are Sunderland from the 1998 to 99 season with 105 points, and Fulham from the 2000 to 2001 season with 101 points. These instances represent the only 4 occasions in championship history where teams have exceeded 100 points, while Manchester City, with 99 points in the 2001 to 2002 season, ranks 5th. From this perspective, achieving such high points in the championship is indeed a formidable challenge. In reality, securing over 80 points typically guarantees promotion after the 46-match season, and winning the championship with just over 80 points is not uncommon. Reaching 90 points denotes a truly formidable team. After all, the strength of championship teams is relatively balanced, unlike League One, where there are usually 1 or 2 standout teams each year. It is premature to discuss points records, as our performances are not yet sufficient. In the forthcoming matches, we will be divided between League and League Cup competitions, so being in the top 2 would suffice for our satisfaction. During an interview, Jishi hypocritically remarked that if it were not for his typically candid demeanor during interviews, the journalist would have been inclined to boo him. In the subsequent round of the League Cup, Jishi fielded a predominantly reserve squad against Aston Villa, a team that had previously inflicted defeat upon Southampton in the same tournament last season. This time, however, Villa approached the match with utmost seriousness, resulting in a hard-fought draw of 1-1 after 120 minutes, followed by a penalty shootout that saw Southampton eliminated. The reigning champions of the League Cup faced an unexpected exit in the 4th round. Post-match, Jishi expressed his disappointment. Yet it was evident to all that Southampton could no longer afford to focus on domestic cup competitions this season. The championship was paramount, even more so than the Europa League, as securing promotion to the Premier League would yield an additional 30 to 40 million in broadcasting revenue each season, an amount that could take years to recover while battling in the championship. In modern football, financial income is crucial. Without funds, acquiring talented players becomes an impossibility, and performance inevitably suffers. Any rational head coach would strive to lead their team into the Premier League. Jishi's tendency to utilize a significant number of substitutes in the earlier rounds of the League Cup underscored his priorities. Following the League Cup defeat, Southampton continued their impressive run in the championship, dispatching Derby County with ease, winning 2-0 at home. Derby, currently languishing in 14th place, proved no match for Southampton. Meanwhile, Queen's Park Rangers persisted in their dismal form, managing only a 1-1 draw against Bristol City, who had sunk to the bottom of the table. Southampton thus extended their lead to 5 points. As the situation stands, could the suspense in the championship soon reach a premature conclusion? One journalist exclaimed, "I believe not. For even if we continue to win and extend our advantage, there remains the competition for second place and playoff spots to consider." Take note that Queen's Park Rangers now lead Cardiff City by merely 3 points, while the battle for first place seems settled for the moment. The contest for second place remains fiercely contested. Jishi replied when asked by a reporter whether the suspense of this season's championship would conclude early. The response left the Southampton fans in fits of laughter, leading them to perceive the head coach as quite mischievous, always taking indirect jabs at others. Yet they found themselves delightfully entertained. Chapter 96. The emergence of the underdog. Southampton's recent form has been nothing short of impressive, a fact evident to all. They have been securing consecutive victories in the league, with any defeats in cup competitions merely strategic maneuvers. In such circumstances, the entire team exudes a vibrant energy, facing any opponent without fear. As they prepared for the upcoming home match against Sevilla, their spirits remained high. Although Sevilla, like them, currently topped the group with 4 points and boasted an excellent track record in the Europa League, featuring renowned players such as Renato, Canout, and Palop, who still grace their ranks, they too were considered strong contenders for the title. Yet, the present Southampton resembled a spirited jackal, brimming with confidence to triumph over any adversary they encountered. This is a display of momentum, a continuation of their recent excellent form. In this match, manager Koeman opted to start Mkhitaryan, setting an aggressive tone for their home attack. Southampton's offense also flowed remarkably well. By the 13th minute, Schneiderlin, making an incisive run, received a pass from Mkhitaryan, who had previously exploited a series of breakthroughs that exposed Sevilla's defensive vulnerabilities. Schneiderlin lifted the ball into the penalty area. Lambert, with his back to goal, typically distributes the ball from such positions. However, this time, he unexpectedly turned and broke through. The opposing defender was left behind as Lambert regained control of the ball and decisively unleashed a shot. Palop misjudged the trajectory, diving towards the near post, while the ball soared towards the far post, ultimately finding the back of Sevilla's net. The Southampton fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. Just 10 minutes later, in the 25th minute, Southampton further extended their lead. Chamberlain, having switched to the left flank, received a pass from Mkhitaryan, forcefully driving to the byline and delivering a cross. Giroud drew sufficient attention in the center, but the ball reached the far post, where Lambert met it with a powerful header, sending it swiftly into the upper corner of the goal. 2-0, Lambert scores twice. Ricky Lambert, our leading marksman, a great forward. The commentator on site shouted passionately. To be honest, prior to the start of this season, there was some dissatisfaction regarding Koeman's decision not to acquire a more formidable striker. Lambert, Giroud, and Austin had collectively netted over 70 goals in the previous season of League One. Yet, that was League One. The level of competition in the Championship is notably higher. Would Southampton's offense remain effective without a striker capable of excelling in the Championship? However, the facts have proven that both Lambert and Giroud are not only valuable in the Championship but also on the European stage. Lambert scored 9 goals in 12 Championship matches, while Giroud netted 5, although Giroud's contributions extend beyond mere goals. From any perspective, this striking partnership is commendable. As the match continued, Sevilla, trailing by 2 goals, gradually steadied themselves and began launching counterattacks, which tested Southampton's defense considerably. Indeed, our defensive capabilities have improved significantly. Ben Ali spoke to Gia, who nodded in agreement. The acquisition of Demi was pivotal. His defensive prowess in midfield significantly bolstered Southampton's overall defense, coupled with the increasingly harmonious collaboration between Font and Lovren, and the swift integration of Navas into the team. What was once a vulnerability for Southampton now stood resolute. Yet, there remained a singular Achilles heel. 5 minutes into the second half, Sevilla breached Southampton's left flank and launched an offensive. Canout's powerful strike within the penalty area was narrowly parried by Navas, but Rakiti's follow-up left Navas with no recourse. Gia shook his head. He had anticipated this, yet the recurrent issues on this side were disheartening. Dixon's performance was commendable. He was indeed competent, but in the context of European competition, he epitomized a liability. As for Mills, he paled in comparison to Dixon. If this trend persisted, every opponent would soon discern how to exploit our weaknesses, Ben Ali murmured. Let us observe further, Gia replied with a slight nod. Despite conceding a goal, Southampton remained unperturbed, approaching the match with renewed patience. Finally, in the 73rd minute, they orchestrated a splendid attack. Mkhitaryan, having switched to the left, delivered a diagonal pass, and Lambert made a timely advance. Upon receiving the ball, he unleashed a shot from a mere 10 meters out, which thundered into Sevilla's net once more. A hat-trick. The magnificent Lambert. This marked his second hat-trick of the season. He had achieved one in the opening round of the league, and now, another in this Europa League clash. Who could dare question his capability in the Europa League? A late-blooming sharpshooter, the commentator exuberantly proclaimed, as the English had always held a fondness for grassroots players. England indeed boasts numerous talents emerging from lower-tier competitions. Players like Lambert, who at 17 was still working menial jobs, often lingered in the lower leagues. However, at 27, Lambert was in the prime of his form, progressing daily, which was nothing short of astonishing. It was said that the England national team was monitoring him. Especially after their disappointing exit from the Summer World Cup, England needed fresh vigor. Not only Lambert, but also Lalana had garnered attention. These two homegrown talents, having risen from the lower leagues, stood a strong chance of securing places in the forthcoming national squad, provided they maintained their commendable performances. The goal marked the concluding moment of the match, and as the referee's final whistle pierced the air, the ecstatic shouts of Southampton fans reverberated throughout St. Mary's Stadium. Securing 7 points over 3 matches, while not guaranteeing advancement, certainly places us in a position of considerable probability for progression. After all, in another match, Juventus suffered an unexpected setback, drawing 1-1 with Salzburg. Salzburg finally claimed their first point, leaving Juventus with a mere 3. Southampton stands first with 7 points, followed by Sevilla with 4. While we cannot declare our advancement just yet, as 3 matches remain, we lack the experience to maintain our composure in such situations. Thus, caution is paramount. Nonetheless, this victory has afforded us a certain degree of comfort, and I express my gratitude for the players' outstanding performances. As stated by Jishi in the post-match press conference. Chapter 97. Continuous adjustments. Southampton's recent form and strength have been commendably impressive. Following their triumph over Sevilla, they effortlessly overcame Ipswich in the league, while Queen's Park Rangers continued to face draws, allowing Southampton to extend their lead to 7 points. However, in the midweek match, Southampton faced their first defeat of the season in European competition against Sevilla. Despite a solid performance, with Giroud scoring a goal, Sevilla capitalized on 2 opportunities created from the left flank, ultimately overcoming Southampton 2-1 at home. Fortunately, this loss did not significantly impact Southampton. Although the points are equal, Southampton remains atop the standings due to a superior goal difference at home, while Juventus humorously managed yet another draw, finishing 0-0 against Salzburg, placing them third in the group with 4 points. In the next round, Sevilla will clash with Juventus, and as long as Southampton secures a victory against Salzburg at home, they will advance to the knockout stage regardless of the outcome of the other match. Our situation is indeed favorable, but it hinges on defeating Salzburg. I believe their tenacious performances against Juventus in both encounters have demonstrated their capability. European matches are invariably challenging, and we must maintain a sense of reverence in all circumstances. Regardless of how modest Jishi may be, it is undeniable that Southampton is currently in a rather favorable position, even after suffering a defeat. The team finds itself in such a promising situation. Southampton's fortune has played a role in this, having secured a crucial victory in a particularly challenging group, which can often set the stage for many outcomes. The next round of matches will not commence until early December, and the upcoming fixtures will all be in the Championship, with 5 consecutive games ahead. After a series of strenuous battles, Southampton appeared somewhat weary, and they faced a setback in their next league match against the lower-ranked Doncaster. However, they swiftly rebounded, triumphing over Norwich, Sheffield, Middlesbrough, and Preston in the following 4 matches, elevating their points tally to 49 and extending their lead by an additional 2 points. Now boasting a notable 9-point advantage over Queen's Park Rangers. Having completed 19 rounds of the league, they have amassed a remarkable total of 49 points, with 16 victories, 1 draw, and 2 losses, a truly splendid achievement. If they can maintain this momentum in the forthcoming matches, surpassing the record of 106 points should pose little challenge. Numerous media outlets have begun to analyze Southampton's performance, which has indeed been exceptional thus far. Both their collective and individual displays have been outstanding, with Lambert netting 16 goals and Giroud contributing 10. Additionally, the likes of Oxlade-Chamberlain, Mkhitaryan, Lalana, Schneiderlin, Drinkwater, and 2 center-backs have also found the back of the net, showcasing their ability to attack from multiple fronts. However, amidst this streak of victories, one noteworthy aspect has gone overlooked. Jenkinson has been participating more frequently, albeit not in the right-back or center-back positions, but rather as a left-back. As a young player, it is beneficial to adapt to various positions and gain experience across the board, and playing as a non-attacking left-back can be relatively easier. Jishi conveyed this sentiment to Jenkinson, who obediently nodded in agreement, as he is a compliant young player, willing to follow any directives given by Jishi. While he initially struggled to adjust to the left-back role, his defensive prowess is commendable, and at a height of 185 meters, he is adequately equipped to function as a purely defensive fullback. At the very least, he does not falter like Dixon, whose left flank becomes a veritable highway when facing stronger teams, allowing opponents to surge through with alarming frequency. This transformation allowed Southampton to avoid conceding goals in the 5th round of the Europa League group stage. Salzburg aimed to enhance their performance in this match, persistently launching attacks down Southampton's left flank in hopes of creating more opportunities. However, in this area, Jenkinson's defense proved to be exceptionally solid. He possessed remarkable physical attributes, was agile, and demonstrated precision in his tackles. Although his offensive capabilities were nearly non-existent, his defensive prowess was commendable. Consequently, Salzburg's aspirations to exploit this weakness were thwarted, leading to visible frustration among their players. As Southampton continued their relentless offensive, they gradually dismantled Salzburg's defense. Lovren scored the opening goal with a header, followed by Chamberlain's deft finish in front of the goal. In the second half, Lambert sealed the score at 3-0 with a powerful header. We have advanced. We will participate in the knockout stage of the Europa League in the second half of the season. Southampton's fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Their exhilarating ascent in the Championship had already filled them with excitement, and now they could celebrate advancing from the Europa League group stage a round early. What a remarkable display this is. It reflects the performance of the top teams in the Premier League. It is worth noting that both Liverpool and Manchester City have yet to secure their progression to the knockout stage. Meanwhile, Southampton only needs to secure a draw in their next match to guarantee their position at the top of the group. The performance in the Championship serves as a foundation, while the display in European competitions pertains to the reputation of all involved. This is the distinction. It brings me great joy to witness such a performance from Jenkins. He is undoubtedly an exceptional young man. While he primarily plays as a center-back and right-back, he is also capable of playing as a left-back. Versatility in multiple positions is immensely beneficial for young players, particularly for defenders. As for Dixon, I hold no objections. This is merely a standard rotation. During an interview, Jishi remarked that it is evident to discerning observers that Southampton's tactics and strategies have undergone constant adjustments since the onset of the season. For instance, early in the season, they elevated Chamberlain to a starting role, alternating Lalana and Mkhitaryan, and gradually established Navas as the primary goalkeeper. Recently, they have positioned Jenkinson as left-back, replacing Dixon. With these modifications, Southampton's lineup has reached a state of stability. Barring any significant upheavals, it is unlikely that further major adjustments will be made. In fact, this lineup has proved resilient through European competitions, and as the second half of the season unfolds, their performance is expected to solidify even further. Reflecting on Southampton's performance thus far evokes a sense of awe, as their displays have been nothing short of formidable. Chapter 98. Merry Christmas for the supporters of Southampton. This Christmas promises to be joyous. After advancing early from the Europa League group stage, Southampton secured 3 consecutive victories in the league, decisively defeating third-place Swansea with a score of 3-1. In the final round of the Europa League, despite rotating several key players, Southampton managed to hold Juventus to a draw away from home, ultimately finishing first in their group due to superior head-to-head records against Sevilla. Southampton concluded the group stage with 3 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, amassing 11 points, while Sevilla also garnered 11 points but ranked second. Juventus, with a series of 6 draws, ended up with 6 points in third place, and Salzburg languished at the bottom with just 2 points after drawing twice against Juventus. From this outcome, Southampton's performance can be regarded as commendable, especially given the challenging nature of their group, where clinching first place and advancing ahead of the final round was no small feat. Of course, this was largely due to Juventus's disappointing showing. Had they secured 6 points against Salzburg, their total would have reached 10, significantly enhancing their chances in the final round. Thus, Southampton supporters have ample cause to celebrate a Merry Christmas. However, within the office of the chairman and head coach at Southampton's training facility, the lights remained aglow on Christmas evening. Jishi was still engrossed in work, indifferent to the festive celebrations, particularly as he found himself alone, with few friends to share the holiday spirit. It is widely acknowledged that English football becomes increasingly congested around Christmas and New Year, leaving no room for a winter break. Thus, Jishi was diligently preparing for the upcoming intense fixtures. On December 26th, they faced their fierce rivals Portsmouth away, followed by a home match against 17th-placed Leicester City on December 28th. On January 1st, they will host Crystal Palace, who are battling to avoid relegation, and on January 3rd, they will travel to Derby County, who are mid-table. With matches occurring every couple of days, it is fortunate that Portsmouth is not too far from Southampton, sparing them from excessive travel. Theoretically, these 4 opponents are all lower-tier teams, which should make them easier to contend with. However, given that Portsmouth is a fierce rival, and Leicester City and Crystal Palace are fighting for relegation, only Derby County appears somewhat lackadaisical. Such matches can prove quite challenging. The previous encounter with them was not difficult, but facing them again in a short span poses potential complications. I cannot fathom the reasoning behind the peculiar scheduling. Stretching, Jishi rose from his desk, preparing to leave the office for a well-deserved rest. As he swung open the large office door, he was taken aback. Merry Christmas! In the corridor of the office building, a throng of people awaited his appearance, erupting into jubilant shouts. You all, Jishi stammered, recognizing his 3 assistant coaches, club executive manager Fry, financial officer Jones, youth academy director present, team Dr. Taylor, and, of course, all members of the first team. Why are you here to startle me on Christmas? Jishi inquired. Our boss isn't celebrating Christmas, so how can we? Fry replied, glancing at everyone. We decided to host a grand gathering for this Christmas, with all club management and first team members participating, right at the training base. Goodness, you managed to keep this from me until now. It seems I am being sidelined, Jishi remarked, feeling a bit emotional. Indeed, it is uncommon for the British to gather in such a manner during Christmas. They typically prefer the company of their families. Large gatherings are usually reserved for significant events, and during holidays like Christmas and New Year, they tend to stay at home. Although many first-team members are not British, their attitudes towards Christmas remain largely similar. At this moment, the thought of celebrating Christmas alone had never crossed Jia's mind. The idea of organizing a collective gathering for the occasion genuinely touched him. It must be voluntary. We cannot expect the players to abandon their families at this time, Jia remarked to Fry. Rest assured, they are all accompanied by their families. They are quite pleased with this rare experience, which also demonstrates that the club considers the players as one of their own, Fry replied. Feeling relieved, Jia descended from the second floor, only to discover that the grand meeting room and strategy hall on the first floor had been cleared and set up with a buffet, complemented by a live band. Well, you all have truly gone above and beyond, Jia exclaimed. All right, the chairman will deliver a speech, and then we can enjoy a delightful day, Fry urged, pushing him forward. Jia stumbled forward, accepting a glass of champagne and a spoon from a nearby guest. He stepped onto the stage, tapped his glass twice, and all eyes turned toward him. Being thrust into this role on short notice, I find myself at a loss for words. This is not my fault, as I only learned of this gathering 2 minutes ago, Jia stated, prompting laughter from the players in the audience. I am genuinely thrilled by this surprise. Since the start of the season, our performance has been exceptional. Over the past 6 months, one could argue that there have been no faults to find. Not even by me. I can only hope to be here with all of you next year, celebrating our commendable performance in the Premier League. The players erupted into applause, echoing sentiments they shared, even though many among them were aware that once Southampton entered next year's Premier League, their positions might not be secure. Nevertheless, for them, having experienced such a remarkable season was worth it. The world of professional football is such that sometimes one cannot ascend to the pinnacle alongside teammates. But the effort put forth during the journey is a glory that belongs to oneself. On that evening, Jishi indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, a rarity for him as he typically abstains from drinking. Surprisingly, he did not feel overly intoxicated. Rather, his eyes sparkled increasingly with each sip. Boss, your capacity for liquor is truly remarkable, Ben Ali remarked, covering his mouth. As a Briton, he considered his drinking prowess commendable. Yet in his attempt to coax his usually sober boss into drinking, he found himself nearly inebriated. Jishi found this peculiar. Despite his usual aversion to alcohol and a history of poor tolerance, it seemed that his recent enhancements in physical fitness had inadvertently improved his ability to handle liquor. Chapter 99. The sole objective the day after Christmas, the team promptly reconvened. For the England squad, this was a familiar occurrence, and the fans began to prepare for the upcoming series of intensive matches, particularly the one against Portsmouth. Although the match against Portsmouth was an away game, the proximity between Southampton and Portsmouth drew numerous Southampton supporters to attend. In this encounter, Portsmouth fiercely resisted, given that it was their home turf. However, Southampton ultimately demonstrated superior skill, and when the score was tied at 1-1, Lalana struck a magnificent long-range shot, securing a vital victory for Southampton. This triumph set a promising tone for the ensuing demanding schedule, as Southampton followed up with consecutive victories at home, first defeating Leicester City by 2 goals, and then triumphantly sweeping aside Crystal Palace with a 3-goal margin. Klein excelled in this match, providing 2 assists that led Southampton to triumph over his former club, inciting London media to criticize him for his lack of sportsmanship, especially considering Crystal Palace's precarious position in the league. However, in the subsequent round of league matches, Southampton's winning streak was halted, maintaining a total of 6 consecutive victories before being held to a draw by Derby County. This 6-match winning streak was the longest achieved since Jishi's appointment, but he remained unfazed, recognizing that an additional victory would merely yield 10 achievement points. In the forthcoming FA Cup, Southampton, fielding a plethora of substitutes, still managed to triumph over Blackburn Rovers with a score of 2-0. Their overall strength was undeniable, rendering it difficult for lower-tier teams to apply any pressure. Yet, in the draw for the UEFA Europa League knockout stage, fortune did not favor Southampton. Among the 16 second-place teams, they drew Napoli, arguably the strongest contender in that category. Regrettably encountering a formidable opponent like Napoli at this early stage, Jishi acknowledged that participating in the Europa League necessitated such challenges. Napoli had demonstrated remarkable performance in recent years, which he believed would provide invaluable experience. Furthermore, in the next round of the FA Cup, They were similarly unfortunate, facing Manchester United directly. It appears I won't have to wait until next season to seek my revenge. When Ferguson received the news, he chuckled and remarked. However, Jishi was determined not to grant Ferguson such an opportunity. After achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive victories in the league, Jishi, once again, decisively fielded an entirely substitute team against Manchester United. You really make it unpleasant for me to win, Ferguson couldn't help but complain during their handshake. This season, the pressure on you in the Premier League must be considerable, right? Therefore, I shall not burden you with excessive pressure, Jishi responded with a hearty laugh. You sly little rascal, Ferguson half-jokingly chided, yet he bore no dissatisfaction with the outcome. Indeed, losing the league championship last season, falling just a point short of Chelsea, had left Ferguson quite indignant. This season, their transfer investments were relatively modest, showcasing Ferguson's stubbornness as he sought to prove that last season's misfortune stemmed from bad luck rather than a decline in strength due to Ronaldo's departure. In such circumstances, securing a relatively easy victory in an FA Cup match was a commendable choice. For Southampton, this was not an issue either. They had amassed an astonishing 77 points from 29 matches, leading second-place Queen's Park Rangers by a staggering 21 points. With 17 league matches remaining, such an advantage was indeed remarkable. Yet, at this juncture, Jishi's decision to forego the FA Cup was driven by a singular motive. Do you aspire to secure the Europa League? Ferguson inquired. Of course, if attainable, Jishi shrugged. European competitions certainly warranted such ambition. Ferguson nodded slightly. His current fame and status were significantly tied to his outstanding performances in European tournaments. The 2 UEFA Champions League titles were pivotal in establishing him as Manchester United's greatest manager. It was entirely reasonable for Jishi, as both owner and coach, to seek to carve a breakthrough in the Europa League. Under these circumstances, their decision to willingly relinquish the FA Cup became comprehensible. Ultimately, Manchester United triumphed over Southampton with a score of 2-1 away from home. Although Southampton lost, they did so with dignity. We can now concentrate all our attention on the Europa League. We have ample advantage in the league, and even if we occasionally drop points, it is not a significant concern. Our goal for the remainder of this season is to strive for the Europa League championship. Do we all understand? At the motivational meeting within the team, Jishi raised his voice passionately. The players of Southampton fervently waved their fists, particularly those whose abilities were not particularly remarkable. For them, the opportunity to attain the honor of European competition might only come through this collaboration with Southampton. The current situation is quite evident. In recent matches, Queen's Park Rangers have exhibited an astonishingly poor performance, trailing Southampton by a staggering 21 points. The championship leaders, Southampton, have effectively secured their title with 2/3 of the season completed, thus positioning themselves to embrace the upcoming Europa League matches with greater vigor. Although the Europa League is replete with formidable adversaries, Southampton still holds a glimmer of hope. Last season, Napoli finished 6th in Serie A, earning a place in the Europa League, and their performance this season has markedly improved. Initially, their defense was commendable, though their offense lacked potency. However, following the acquisition of the Uruguayan striker Cavani from Palermo, this deficiency has been significantly addressed. The attacking trio of Lavezzi, Cavani, and Hamsik stands out remarkably in Europe. Their midfield, however, is rather ordinary. Despite having 5 players, only Hamsik has performed admirably, as he is more adept at offense. While the team lacks dynamic and organized players in the defensive and midfield areas, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali, we should exert pressure on their midfield, preventing their forwards from initiating attacks. After contemplating this, Ben Ali concurred, indeed, their defense is solid, and their offense is sharp. The midfield is their Achilles heel. If we can sever the connection between their forwards and defenders, victory will be well within our grasp, even if we begin as the away team. Jishi smiled. Our left flank was once a vulnerability, but now Jenkinson is performing commendably. Benelli chuckled. Chapter 100. Fortunately, I am free from such troubles. Jishi assessed Napoli's overall composition with remarkable acuity. Napoli is a team that has undergone reconstruction in recent years. Merely 6 or 7 seasons ago, they were languishing in Serie C. With substantial financial investment, their ascent has been notably rapid. However, under such circumstances, the team inevitably lacks cohesive strength. Currently, their forward line is formidable, featuring Lavezzi, a member of the Argentine national team, and Cavani, a promising goalscorer, alongside Hamsik, a prodigious midfielder. This attacking trio possesses European caliber. In contrast, their defense can only be described as Serie A standard. Players like the diminutive Cannavaro, Argentine Campagnaro, and Spanish Ruiz can be considered reliable defenders, complemented by a competent goalkeeper in De Sanctis. While this defensive lineup is not top tier in Serie A, it certainly ranks as elite. However, on the European stage, it falls short of the highest echelons. Their midfield appears even weaker. Whether it be the central players Gargano or Pazienza, or the wingers Docena and Maggio, none stand out as exceptional talents in Serie A, rendering them rather ordinary and lacking in creativity. After achieving a win and a draw in their league matches, Southampton faced Napoli in an away game. In this encounter, Jishi deployed three industrious and defensively robust midfielders, effectively severing the connection between Napoli's midfield and forward lines. Through relentless offensive pressure, Southampton kept Napoli firmly under control. The home side failed to muster a single commendable attack throughout the match, although their defense proved resilient, as Lambert and Chamberlain could not find the net. Ultimately, the match concluded in a stalemate, with a score of 0-0, allowing Southampton to secure a draw on the road. Regrettably, despite our tactical advantage, we could not convert our opportunities into goals. The upcoming match may pose challenges. Nonetheless, we shall strive for victory on our home turf. At the post-match press conference, Jishi expressed his regret. This was not a mere smokescreen. He genuinely felt disappointed. After all, for Southampton, the tactical execution in this match had reached its zenith, successfully neutralizing Napoli's formidable attacking line, which failed to find the net. Regrettably, in the absence of midfield connectivity, the forwards also faltered. In the upcoming match, Napoli would undoubtedly not afford Southampton such opportunities again. Their coach, Mazzarri, clutched his racing heart, as this was the first time he encountered a complete severance between his front and back lines. It is worth noting that his tactics typically revolved around formations such as 3-5-2 or 3-4-3, with the midfield being of paramount importance, yet it had been utterly dismantled. Fortunately, they managed to avoid a home defeat. However, Mazzarri pondered that the next encounter would not be as forgiving. Upon returning to their home ground, Southampton received a warm welcome. Securing a draw against their opponents away from home was indeed a positive outcome. Napoli, being a relatively new team, might struggle with their away form, and adapting to playing abroad was a novel experience for them. Southampton's fortunes were somewhat lacking. Had they managed to score just once away, the situation would have been markedly improved. Professional pundits echoed this sentiment. Jishi recognized this reality. Despite the tactical surprise advantage in the last match, victory eluded them, and the challenges ahead indeed appeared daunting. Nevertheless, he was not one to relinquish hope. Defeating Napoli at home was not an insurmountable task. Cavani was undeniably a top-tier striker, yet he had a propensity to squander opportunities. He excelled at creating chances, but if the opposition generated few opportunities, it would not pose a significant threat. Lavezzi on the flank was more menacing, while Hamsik, being young, lacked substantial explosiveness. Ultimately, it was crucial that their own offensive strategy remained intact. Jishi reflected on the tactics employed in the previous match, acknowledging that while severing the opponent's front and back connections had proven effective, it compromised the support from the midfield to the forwards. Given the substantial reliance of his attacking line on midfield support, one could not prioritize countering the opponent at the expense of their own needs. Otherwise, this away match should have been within their grasp. Jishi silently contemplated that, ultimately, it was merely a thought. The match had already passed, and what truly mattered was the upcoming games. Prior to the commencement of the second round, Jishi fielded the majority of his substitutes, resulting in a setback for Southampton, who suffered a home defeat of 2-3 against Middlesbrough. However, this setback was not substantial, as Middlesbrough was also having a poor season, fighting for relegation and not considered a competitor for Southampton. Southampton's entire focus was directed towards the UEFA Europa League. They maintained a significant lead of 20 points over Queen's Park Rangers, having garnered only 4 points from their last 3 league matches, while their closest rivals managed to secure merely 5 points. Such was the nature of the championship stage. The Napoli squad arrived in Southampton a day before the match, intrigued by the city, much like how the Southampton team would explore Naples prior to a match. Naturally, Southampton was significantly smaller than Naples. The Southampton fans welcomed Napoli with immense enthusiasm, refraining from booing, yet creating an atmosphere in St. Mary's Stadium with a capacity of just over 30,000. That was more boisterous than that of the Stadio San Paolo, which could accommodate 80,000. British fans certainly knew how to make a ruckus, the players of Napoli mused. Napoli placed considerable importance on this match, despite their impressive league performance this season and their opportunity to contend for the championship, with the next round set against the current leaders, AC Milan. Nevertheless, Mazzarri opted to deploy his full-strength squad for this encounter, as Napoli yearned for honor and status, especially since their owner, De Laurentiis, had always aimed to elevate Napoli into a world-class club. He had, at least, made such promises to the fans. Thus, the notion of abandoning the Europa League to concentrate solely on the league was not entertained. The triumvirate of Cavani, Hamsik, and Lavezzi took to the field, representing Napoli's core players. Jishi, too, fielded his strongest lineup, resting Mkhitaryan and Schneiderlin, primarily due to the formidable running capability of Napoli's midfield, allowing Lalana to provide better support. Upon shaking hands with Mazzarri, Jishi noticed the latter's furrowed brow. Previously, media speculated that Mazzarri aimed to prioritize the league. However, their owner, De Laurentiis, insisted that no cup competition could be neglected. Thus, Mazzarri had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, Jishi was free from such concerns. In his mind, Jishi pondered. Chapter 101. The victory of the first elimination match. Napoli approached the match with great enthusiasm. In truth, their situation closely mirrored that of Southampton, as both teams boasted a plethora of youthful talent. Key players such as Hamsik and Cavani were merely 23 years of age, while the eldest among them, Lavezzi, was only 25. Aside from the 33-year-old goalkeeper De Sanctis, the most senior player on the pitch was the Argentine center-back Campagnaro, aged 30. The remainder of the squad fell within the youthful range of 25 to 28 years. Naturally, Southampton was even younger, with the 17-year-old Chamberlain serving as a prime example, while many of their starters were just in their early 20s. With both sides brimming with vigor and energy, they swiftly became entangled from the outset of the match, each team creating challenges for the other. The midfield witnessed an abundance of running and physical confrontations. Southampton's midfield, already renowned for its dynamism and tenacity, capitalized on these attributes, opting not to mark Hamsik specifically, but rather to engage with Napoli's midfield in an effort to establish dominance, relentlessly applying pressure through their relentless pursuit. This strategy was utilized in their previous match, and Napoli, having anticipated this, commenced their offensive maneuvers from both flanks. They directed the ball through Maggio and Dos Sinna to reach the forward players, such as Lavezzi, who posed a direct threat to the goal. This tactic proved to be immediately effective. Both teams had been entangled in the midfield for an extended period, yet it was Napoli who, through a set piece, managed to secure a goal. It was Lavezzi's breakthrough on the flank that created a corner kick. After receiving the tactical corner, Lavezzi delivered a cross. Cavani feigned a shot in the center, and Hamsik, making a late run, met the descending ball with a powerful header. Navas was a fraction too slow in his attempt to save, and the ball soared into the net, leaving Southampton trailing 0-1 at home. St. Mary's Stadium fell into a hushed silence as the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. Having failed to score away, they now faced the imperative of winning at home to advance to the next round. Jishi shook his head but refrained from further comment. Southampton's tactics in this match were relatively open, rendering them susceptible to conceding goals, a reality he was mentally prepared for. However, he held firm belief in his team's offensive capabilities. During the earlier skirmishes, Southampton's attack had not faltered. Their performance was commendable, and thus, scoring seemed merely a matter of time. Napoli did not possess an impregnable defense. If Southampton could not breach their goal, the prospect of securing a spot in the Europa League would be bleak, compelling them to focus on the championship instead. His thoughts were not unfounded. In the ensuing moments, Southampton unleashed a relentless wave of attacks, gradually asserting dominance over Napoli in midfield, employing sheer strength to suppress them while continuously launching offensives. This left Mazzarri quite anxious. After all, it was challenging for Napoli to launch a counterattack against Southampton, who demonstrated such remarkable dominance. Napoli managed to hold their ground for half an hour, but by the 40th minute, they finally conceded a goal. Lalana delivered a splendid through ball from the midfield, which Lambert received just 6 meters from the goal line within the penalty area, and he struck decisively. The Napoli players protested, believing Lambert was offside. However, the assistant referee did not raise his flag. Slow-motion replays confirmed that at the moment Lalana passed, the diminutive Cannavaro was still trailing behind, rendering it not an offside play. After taking the lead, Southampton grew increasingly emboldened. Lalana executed an unexpected breakthrough during stoppage time, securing a second goal. He maneuvered past Napoli's midfield defense and entered the box. then passed to the unmarked Oxlade-Chamberlain. Chamberlain's shot deflected off the retreating defender Ruiz and soared over the unsuspecting De Sanctis, finding the back of the net. Oh, the ball has found its way in. Chamberlain's deflected shot has entered Napoli's goal. Southampton had taken the lead before the end of the first half. Yet, they remained in a precarious position. Should Napoli score again, they would face elimination. During halftime, Jishi praised the players for their calm demeanor under pressure, stating, "This proves your maturity. Indeed, this is significant, even profoundly so. In the second half, we must continue to control the midfield and seek to extend our lead." Napoli's motivation appeared somewhat diminished, as their thoughts were already on the upcoming league match. The players nodded in understanding. They were well aware of this. As anticipated, upon the commencement of the second half, Napoli's resistance was still formidable. However, in the 20th minute of the second half, Klein made an assist with a cross in the penalty area, and Giroud's sliding shot netted the third goal. Following this, Mazzarri substituted both Cavani and Lavezzi, signaling his abandonment of the match. The final score was 3-1, and Southampton triumphed. The match concluded with Southampton advancing to the round of 16 in the Europa League. This marks Southampton's finest performance on the European stage, as their previous best had only been reaching the quarterfinals of the Cup Winners' Cup. However, at that time, the number of participating teams was limited, making it comparatively easier to reach the quarterfinals. This was their first victory in the knockout stage of European competitions. Amidst the commentators' exuberant shouts, Jishi earned 50 achievement points, 10 of which were awarded for the first draw in the knockout stage of a European competition from the previous match. Another 10 for this match's inaugural victory in the knockout stage, and the remaining 30 were for Southampton's breakthrough into the knockout stage of European competitions. It seems that this season's endeavors, no matter the struggle, have proven worthwhile. Gazing at the remaining 850 achievement points, Jishi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The knockout stage of the UEFA Europa League is determined by a draw, and Jishi was already aware that the next opponent would be either medalist from the Ukrainian League or Bayer Leverkusen from the Bundesliga. The outcome soon confirmed what he expected. There were no miracles, as Leverkusen decisively defeated their opponents with an aggregate score of 6-0 over 2 legs. In the next round, we faced the pharmaceutical team, but their information should be relatively easy to gather. I prefer to compete against teams from the top 4 leagues, as finding relevant data and conducting analysis is significantly more convenient, Jishi remarked to Ben Ali. Ben Ali nodded in agreement, as gathering opponent data was a task he often undertook. However, he had faced considerable challenges while compiling information on Salzburg during the group stage and Rapid Vienna in the previous qualifiers. Chapter 102, Bayer's adaptation in the following period. Southampton's performance in the championship was rather lackluster. They initially drew against Reading and Nottingham Forest, but then achieved victory over Watford, which Jishi had specifically insisted upon, given their previous defeat to the same team. This time, winning was imperative. Subsequently, in their home match against Queen's Park Rangers, they delivered an impressive performance, decisively defeating their opponents 2-0. This demonstrated that even while distracted by the Europa League matches, besting you in the league remains a rather straightforward endeavor. This leaves the Queen's Park Rangers, who have painstakingly narrowed the point gap to 16, trailing Southampton by a staggering 19 points. With 36 rounds completed, Southampton has amassed an impressive 89 points in the league, just 17 points shy of the record of 106, with 10 matches remaining. Although Southampton has yet to secure the championship, breaking the record does not seem an insurmountable task. Observing their effortless performances in the Europa League, one cannot help but conclude that Southampton's dominance in the championship is entirely justified. After triumphing over their fiercest rival in the league, Jishi commenced preparations for the upcoming Europa League match. In truth, the research on Bayer Leverkusen had begun well in advance. Leverkusen's squad has seen little change this season, their most notable summer acquisition being the legendary midfielder Ballack, who joined on a free transfer. However, with Ballack nearing 35, he is no longer the elite midfielder he once was, merely returning to Leverkusen to contribute in a diminished capacity. Similarly, Finnish defender Hypie, now 37, has seen his appearances dwindle significantly. Nonetheless, Leverkusen's strength cannot be underestimated. Their goalkeeper is Adler, a prominent figure in German football, and their defense is spearheaded by national team player Friedrich. The midfield is anchored by the young talent of Stindera and Chilean midfielder Vidal, while the forward line features 2 fringe players from the German national team, Kiesling and Helms. Although they may not hold starting positions in the national squad, their capabilities are commendable. Last season, they narrowly missed out on the Champions League and continue to be formidable contenders for the Bundesliga title this season, which attests to their considerable prowess. Having faced the trials posed by Juventus, Sevilla, and Napoli, we should no longer be intimidated by any so-called strong teams. We possess remarkable strength. Vidal serves as their midfield linchpin, excelling in both goals and assists, making him a priority for us to neutralize. Musa, he is your responsibility. Engage him, challenge him, and prevent him from diverting his focus to the attack. Jishi instructed Demel. Demel nodded in agreement, though few in words. He has always proven to be a reliable presence. As for their defense, we need only to execute our standard offensive strategy. Bundesliga defenders tend to be somewhat cumbersome. We shall maneuver around them, utilizing our technical skills and speed to outpace them. If their attention is diverted elsewhere, Olivier, you must step up, Jishi continued. Giroud paused momentarily before nodding vigorously. In Southampton, he is an undisputed starter, though often playing a supporting role in the attack, which allows him to be easily overlooked. However, it is evident that Jishi does not underestimate his significance. On the defensive front, the primary task is to monitor their two forwards. Leverkusen is indeed a strong team. Yet we are not inferior to them and may even surpass them in quality. Let us leverage our advantages and eliminate them. Jishi raised his fist, and the players followed suit, all gathered in the away dressing room of Bayer Arena, the home ground of Bayer Leverkusen. The supporters of Leverkusen exuded an air of confidence in their team, particularly given their splendid recent form. They had triumphed in 7 out of their last 9 matches. Moreover, in the UEFA Europa League, they have maintained an impressive unbeaten streak throughout this season, spanning 10 matches from the qualifiers through the group stage to the knockout rounds. In stark contrast, Southampton had faltered in their group stage, suffering a defeat. As the players took to the field, the Leverkusen fans erupted in fervent cheers. While the Southampton players felt a sense of familiarity in this stadium, as Bayer Arena also accommodates a modest crowd of 30,000. This phenomenon is quite prevalent in the English Premier League, as the segmentation among English clubs is remarkably pronounced. Apart from a select few clubs that can boast stadiums accommodating 40 to 50,000 spectators, the majority of venues generally hold around 30,000, even after its reconstruction. Old Trafford's capacity stands at just over 40,000, which has only increased to the astonishing figure of 75,000 after several expansions. Arsenal's Highbury, Tottenham's White Hart Lane, Chelsea's Stamford Bridge, and Liverpool's Anfield all exhibit similar capacities, hovering around the 30 to 40,000 mark, seldom reaching 50,000. Newcastle's St. James Park, with a capacity of 52,000, was once the largest club stadium in England, second only to Wembley on a national scale. It is only due to increased revenues that these major clubs have begun to expand or reconstruct their stadiums, ultimately driven by the prospect of generating greater profits. Nevertheless, such clubs remain a minority, while stadiums with a capacity of around 30,000 continue to dominate in England. Conversely, the situation in the Bundesliga is markedly different. Borussia Dortmund's home ground, along with standing areas, exceeds 80,000, and the stadiums of other powerful teams like Bayern Munich also generally surpass 60,000. This can be attributed to their specific circumstances, as Bundesliga teams predominantly represent entire cities, lacking the same degree of segmentation. Thus, aside from the Munich Derby, which is a local derby, other notable derbies in Germany occur between neighboring cities, such as Dortmund and Schalke 04. Bayer Leverkusen presents a unique case. Bundesliga clubs can be categorized into 2 types: those representing cities, such as Bayern, Dortmund, Bremen, and Cologne, and those embodying large corporations, represented by the likes of Leverkusen, Wolfsburg, and RB Leipzig. Leverkusen represents Bayer Pharmaceuticals, Wolfsburg represents Volkswagen, and RB Leipzig represents Red Bull. The rivalry between these 2 factions of fans within the Bundesliga is also a significant topic of discussion. Of course, the current focus of Jishi is on the impending match. Despite its modest size, the Bay Arena enables Southampton's players to perform at their best. This is all that Jishi truly cares about. Chapter 103. An extraordinary championship team. When Vidal took to the field, he exhibited considerable excitement. Having joined Leverkusen from Chile over 3 years ago, he swiftly established himself as a key player in this versatile midfield team. In such an environment, Vidal truly thrives. He is an all-encompassing midfielder, known for his expansive range of movement, robust physique, and relentless work rate, excelling in both offensive and defensive duties. Leverkusen has historically produced numerous players of this caliber. From the original Emerson to the later Ballack, and now Vidal. With a tradition of utilizing such players, the 19-year-old Vidal quickly made his mark at Leverkusen. After 3 years of honing his skills, this season, Vidal's performance has reached new heights, significantly contributing to Leverkusen's commendable achievements thus far. In this match, he undoubtedly aimed to perform exceptionally, as the energetic Chilean never felt the need to conserve his stamina. Thus, at the onset of the game, he sprinted vigorously, continuously seeking to support his teammates and prepare for an offensive maneuver. However, he was soon matched by an imposing figure, taller and sturdier, yet equally agile. Demel, standing at 185 meters and weighing 80 kilograms, effectively overshadowed Vidal, who measured 180 meters and weighed 77 kilograms. Vidal darted across the field, exhibiting a broad range of movement, making him a difficult target to mark. Nevertheless, Demel's ability to track him was formidable as he closely shadowed Vidal, rendering it nearly impossible for the latter to receive the ball. In another team, such man-marking tactics might bear little significance. For modern football has long transcended the era where neutralizing a single player could decisively tip the scales. Yet, this season, Vidal's exceptional form made him the fulcrum of Bayer Leverkusen's strategy, and once he was closely marked, the team's offensive capabilities were significantly hampered. Their defense, however, remained resolute, steadfastly resisting Southampton's advances while relentlessly seeking counterattack opportunities. The midfield tussle saw Southampton initially gain the upper hand, but Leverkusen's defensive tenacity mitigated this advantage, placing them at a slight disadvantage overall. Nonetheless, in the context of recovering their defense, the Bundesliga defenders showcased remarkable prowess, positioning themselves accurately and engaging fiercely. Though they lacked agility and footwork, this situation paradoxically limited the available space for Southampton's offense. I may have underestimated the situation, G thought silently to himself, acknowledging that he had not anticipated this outcome. Despite possessing the advantage in midfield, it inadvertently hindered their offensive efforts. However, he remained unperturbed in this entangled scenario. Southampton's defense was equally stable, with Lovren and Vestergaard diligently marking Kiesling and Hermes, amidst the fervent chants of Leverkusen supporters. Both teams grappled for a full half hour without creating any noteworthy opportunities, which began to induce a sense of impatience among the Leverkusen fans. After all, they were vying for the Bundesliga championship, while Southampton was merely a team from the English second division. In contemplating the situation, they overlooked one crucial fact. Southampton had previously eliminated Napoli, another contender for the Serie A championship this season, demonstrating that Southampton can no longer be regarded merely as an ordinary championship team. As the match approached the 33rd minute, Bayer Leverkusen finally seized an opportunity. Following a disrupted corner kick, Chamberlain, in possession of the ball at the back, sought to advance. However, the young Englishman erred, becoming overly preoccupied with the ball, which allowed the opponent to intercept it during his attempt to break through. After winning the ball, Vidal swiftly distributed it, and the advancing Cadlitz received it, launching a long-range shot from 22 meters away. The strike was executed with precision, leaving Navis a fraction too late in his dive. As the ball nestled into the bottom corner of the net, the jubilant Bayer Leverkusen supporters erupted in ecstatic cheers, believing that scoring first in a stalemate was a testament to their superior form. Yet, mere minutes later, their defense was breached. Lalana delivered a splendid through ball to the rampaging Chamberlain, who penetrated the penalty area and skillfully overcame the challenge posed by the covering Friedrich. In the face of his finesse and speed, the towering German defender appeared cumbersome. With a deft touch, Chamberlain maneuvered around Friedrich, then unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball sped along the ground towards the near post, and despite Adler's towering frame, he was a moment too slow to prevent it from crossing the goal line. The score was now level at 1 apiece, thanks to Chamberlain's remarkable individual display. At just 17 and a half years old, he showcased his immense talent, having fully harnessed his abilities throughout the half-season. He demonstrated an uncanny ability to break through on the flanks, shoot with precision, and support his teammates, exuding the aura of a burgeoning star. Remarkably, his attendance record remained exceptionally high, leading me to believe that he will undoubtedly display extraordinary form in the forthcoming Premier League season. The commentator's voice rose in excitement, as the most exhilarating moments on the football pitch are often delivered by youthful prodigies. After all, they are the embodiment of surprise. Equalizing just before halftime was immensely advantageous for Southampton, and as the second half unfolded with continued stalemate, the pre-match strategy began to bear fruit. Despite Chamberlain's breakthrough resulting in a goal, Southampton's offensive efforts struggled against Bayer Leverkusen's resolute defense. Whether through Chamberlain's advances or Lambert's support, they were tightly marked. While Lalana's long-range efforts were consistently thwarted by the vigilant defenders, particularly by Binder's remarkable blocks. At this juncture, the player least regarded in Southampton's attacking lineup revealed his true worth. Lambert received the ball after a retreat, only to find himself confronted by the formidable Bayer Leverkusen defense. Reluctantly, he prepared to pass back, but then noticed Giroud positioned advantageously within the penalty area. Lambert lifted his foot and sent the ball forward. Giroud expertly controlled it at his feet, with Friedrich shadowing him closely. Initially, Giroud feigned a forceful turn to the left, only to swiftly pivot to the right. Friedrich's balance was momentarily unsettled, leaving him unable to respond in time. As Giroud turned, he suddenly unleashed a shot. The ball soared toward the upper right corner of the goal, leaving Adler powerless to intervene against such a close-range strike. Chapter 104. The final decisive strike. Giroud spread his arms wide, exuberantly sprinting across the field in celebration. In such a significant match, Giroud felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon scoring. He is known for his amiable disposition and his willingness to adhere to instructions on the pitch. Whatever task he is assigned, he accomplishes with diligence. While his goal tally may not be extensive, his tactical contributions are invaluable. However, his coach recognizes his potential and acknowledges that his scoring ability is commendable, often proving pivotal, as evidenced in this instance. Curiously, Giroud's goal count has never been negligible. Last season, he ranked just behind Lambert and Lalana, and this season, with Lalana struggling to maintain a starting position, he stands as Southampton's second top scorer, trailing only Lambert. Despite having scored in crucial matches, he often remains overlooked on the field. As the match resumed, Bayer Leverkusen launched a fervent counterattack. Although Vidal was closely marked by Demel, he skillfully created an opportunity for himself. After retrieving the ball, he distributed it before making a forward run, utilizing his speed to evade Demel's defense. Upon receiving the ball on the right flank, he delivered a splendid cross. Keeling and Lovren contested for the header, with Keeling directing the ball to Hermes, who seized it ahead of Van Dijk and promptly struck the net. The equalizer at 2-2 left the Leverkusen supporters somewhat dissatisfied. Nonetheless, both teams continued to grapple with one another, seemingly unable to forge any significant opportunities. A score of 2-2 at home is not favorable for Leverkusen, indicating that they must intensify their offensive efforts away from home. This increase in aggression may expose vulnerabilities in their defense, as noted by the commentator. Leverkusen's head coach, Hanks, appeared increasingly anxious, yet he found himself with limited options, as the execution of his strategies ultimately depended on the player's performance. In the ensuing moments, he substituted veteran Ballack and winger Castro in hopes of launching a counteroffensive, while his counterpart, Jishi, introduced Schneiderlin and Mkhitaryan to invigorate the midfield. The two teams engaged in a relentless tussle at midfield. Yet it became evident that Southampton was gradually gaining the upper hand. Ballack, indeed showing signs of age, struggled to make an impact against the newly introduced Schneiderlin, who was full of energy. Meanwhile, Mkhitaryan relentlessly challenged the young Bendtner with his dynamic dribbling. It was not that Bendtner lacked capability. Rather, he had previously contended with Lalana, who primarily focused on positioning and passing, and now faced a formidable dribbler in Mkhitaryan. The stark contrast in their offensive approaches left him beleaguered. "That lad is impressive. He has not faltered," Jishi remarked with a smile to Ben Ali. The German midfielder remains formidable, with both Bendtner and Vidal showcasing their prowess. "Though they are likely beyond our financial reach, even if we ascend to the Premier League next year," Ben Ali lamented. "We have no need for either. We already possess 3 exceptional defensive midfielders and 2 outstanding attacking midfielders." G.E. responded, and his words fell upon Lalana's ears, instantly lifting his spirits. On the pitch, Mkhitaryan once again seized the ball, preparing to break through. Bender approached, but he deftly passed the ball laterally to Klein, who surged down the flank with remarkable speed. Klein then delivered the ball to Chamberlain, who, after a slight adjustment, attempted a delicate lob towards the far corner, narrowly thwarted by Adler's outstretched hand. As the match entered stoppage time, Bayer Leverkusen's players grew increasingly anxious, while GE remained composed, directing his team to gradually fall back into defense. He substituted Wooten for Lambert, seemingly content with the score of 2-2. Leverkusen was compelled to launch an all-out offensive. Such an aggressive offensive maneuver dealt them a significant blow. Demel executed a splendid interception in midfield and subsequently passed to the retreating Mkhitaryan. As Mkhitaryan received the ball and turned, everyone anticipated a breakthrough. However, He unexpectedly lifted his foot and delivered an exquisite lofted pass. The ball soared towards the edge of the penalty area, and Giroud surged forward. When did Henrik acquire such remarkable long-passing ability? Jishi asked in astonishment. Watching the match from the sidelines can indeed foster improvement, Ben Ali responded. Mkhitaryan is a quintessential number 10, a traditional attacking midfielder who receives the ball in advanced positions. Utilizing his technical skills to evade opponents and disrupt the defensive line, thus creating opportunities, his ability to dribble and shoot is a defining characteristic. However, employing a deeper role to orchestrate play with long passes is not his forte. Could it be that he has unconsciously developed this skill? Nevertheless, Jishi speculated that this might simply be a coincidence. Regardless of the nature of the occurrence, Mkhitaryan's long pass accurately reached the vicinity of the penalty area, where the swiftly advancing Giroud seized the ball. His absolute speed is not to be underestimated, given his height and long legs, as he does not possess the physique of a heavy-set striker. Upon receiving the ball, his pace naturally slowed somewhat, as Bayer Leverkusen's defender, Schwab, closed in, entangling him. Yet, Giroud's physical superiority manifested at that moment. Despite the defender's attempts to disrupt him, he maintained possession and penetrated the box. As goalkeeper Adler charged forward, he coolly directed the ball into the far corner. The grounded Adler was a fraction late, failing to intercept the ball, which rolled past the goal line, eventually striking the net before coming to a halt. The goal was scored. A last-gasp triumph. Giroud netted a brace. Southampton emerged victorious, defeating Bayer Leverkusen 3-2 away. This was indeed a tremendous advantage. Giroud exuberantly rushed towards Jishi, who had already opened his arms in anticipation, as the Southampton players commenced their ecstatic celebrations at the Bay Arena. Giroud's goal occurred in the 3rd minute of stoppage time. Thus, after the celebrations, the referee promptly blew the final whistle as the match resumed. Our offense remains overly reliant on Vidal, lamented Hanks, shaking hands with Jishi. Observing the nearly 70-year-old Hanks in such a state of despair, Jishi shrugged his shoulders. There is still a second leg. Leverkusen is formidable, and we must prepare diligently at home. Jishi responded, stating that Hanks shook his head, admitting that he harbored little confidence for the second leg. Bayer Leverkusen's primary objective this season was to vie for the Bundesliga championship, approaching the Europa League with a casual attitude. If they could play, they would, but if not, so be it. This mindset was indeed a crucial factor in Southampton's commendable performance in the Europa League, allowing them to remain undistracted. Chapter 105. Offense is essential upon Bayer's triumphant return. It became evident to all that Southampton's entrance into the Europa League quarterfinals, breaking Aachen's record for the farthest advancement by a second-tier team in the tournament, was merely a matter of time. Might there be rewards for each milestone achieved? That would be quite reasonable, for every step forward constitutes a new record, and a world-class one at that. Surely, the rewards would not be meager. Jishi mused cheerfully to himself. After vanquishing Bayer Leverkusen away, Southampton's morale was high. Despite rotating several players in the midweek match, they convincingly defeated Burnley on the road, preparing to face Leverkusen at home in their finest form. In the second leg, they secured victory with minimal effort. At home, Southampton played with remarkable caution, consistently engaging in midfield tussles, luring their opponents into attack. Leverkusen, compelled to press forward, suffered a 2-3 defeat at home, rendering their chances of advancing from the away match, which ended 1-0, nearly impossible. They needed at least a 2-goal advantage. Through 2 incisive counterattacks, Southampton's Lambert and Chamberlain each scored, and although Vidal managed to net one in the box, it was insufficient to alter Leverkusen's fate. With an aggregate score of 5-3, Southampton triumphed over Leverkusen, proudly advancing to the Europa League quarterfinals and shattering Aachen's record for the farthest progression of a second-tier team in European competition. Only 20 achievement points? How stingy, Jishi complained, before redirecting his focus to the upcoming Europa League matches. However, at that moment, the English media erupted in astonishment. For while Southampton had triumphed over Bayer Leverkusen in the Europa League knockout stage, 2 other Premier League teams met with dismal ends. Liverpool fell 0-1 to Braga over 2 legs, and Manchester City succumbed 1-2 to Dynamo Kiev. In the blink of an eye, Southampton stood as the sole English championship team remaining in the Europa League. Although Tottenham, Manchester United, and Chelsea continued their campaigns in the Champions League, the Europa League was devoid of any English representation, undoubtedly leaving the Premier League, eager to assert dominance, quite displeased. After all, The competition in La Liga was formidable, with Real Madrid and Barcelona still contending in the Champions League and Villarreal present in the Europa League. Yet this time, the major leagues displayed poor performances in the Europa League, with Serie A and the Bundesliga completely eliminated. In La Liga, England is left with only a solitary representative among the remaining 6 teams, of which 3 hail from the Primera Liga: Benfica, Porto, and Braga. They are joined by PSV from the Eredivisie, CSKA Moscow from the Russian Premier League, and Dynamo Kiev from Ukraine. Southampton's adversary, as fate would have it, is Villarreal. Our luck appears rather unfortunate, as we have not encountered any weaker teams since the group stage began. Many Southampton supporters have expressed their dissatisfaction, believing that UEFA is deliberately putting them in a difficult position. However, one must consider that a new team facing only formidable opponents raises eyebrows. It is hard to believe this is mere coincidence. We are all adults, and naivety is a luxury few can afford. Nevertheless, it is precisely because of the constant encounters with strong teams that Southampton's players have found more opportunities to showcase their talents. Reports suggest that several Southampton players are now under the keen scrutiny of other clubs, and the England national team has also taken notice. Fabio Capello has indicated that it is time for a generational shift within the national squad, and Southampton boasts a remarkable group of domestic talents. Although they have yet to endure the trials of the Premier League, their performances in the Europa League have demonstrated their potential. Consequently, during the upcoming FIFA International Matchday, Capello selected 4 Southampton players for the England national team. Although the current squad is in a transitional phase post-World Cup, and inclusions from lower-tier teams are not uncommon, selecting 4 players at once is still somewhat extraordinary. The quartet comprises Ricky Lambert, Adam Lallana, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Nathaniel Clyne. The eldest among them is Lambert, at 28 years, while Lallana is just over 22. Oxlade-Chamberlain has only recently turned 17, and Clyne is a mere 19. Undoubtedly, they represent fresh talent. While Oxlade-Chamberlain and Clyne have previously been part of the England youth teams, Lallana and Lambert have not participated at any youth level, making their inclusion in the national team less about alliances. The local Southampton community is elated, with Les Reed personally seeing them off, as it has become increasingly challenging for the club to produce national representatives post-Reed's tenure, let alone 4 at once. Though their appearances for the national team have been minimal, primarily as substitutes for mere minutes, they have at least succeeded in erasing the embarrassment of having no caps. In post-match interviews, they expressed gratitude to their coach, stating that it was through his training and guidance that they could perform so admirably. These young men, how refreshingly candid they are. During an interview, Jishi responded, eliciting hearty laughter from the journalists present. In truth, during this period, Jishi has been more focused on the performance of Villarreal, a La Liga team that has been excelling this season, firmly positioned in 4th place, thereby securing a place in the upcoming Champions League. The team boasts numerous remarkable players, including goalkeeper Diego Lopez, defender Marchena, and although the midfielder Senna has aged, both Santi Cazorla and Borja Valero have been performing exceptionally well. Additionally, the impressive form of striker Giuseppe Rossi makes their current success seem entirely justifiable. After all, Rossi was once universally acknowledged as a prodigy, however. Persistent injuries had hindered his ability to shine. This season, having finally shaken off the burden of injuries, his outstanding performance has become a natural occurrence. In this formidable team, each line boasts exceptional talents, and their overall state is impressive. They have secured a stable position among the top 4 in La Liga, rendering them a challenging opponent, albeit with little hope for the championship. Their technique is exquisite, adept at playing on the ground. While we can manage defensively, it significantly impacts our offensive capabilities. Ben Ali remarked, why focus on defense? Let us engage them in offense. Having reached the quarterfinals, we have nothing to hold back. We must fully unleash our attacking prowess and eliminate them. With a confident fist pump, Jishi declared. Ben Ali glanced at Jishi in surprise but quickly grasped the sentiment. Indeed, to harness Southampton's potential, offense must prevail. Chapter 106. Mutual advantages. Southampton continues to maintain their remarkable form in the league. Currently in the championship, they appear to be strolling through their matches. They initially drew with Cardiff City, followed by consecutive victories against Hull City and Leeds United. After 40 rounds, they accumulated 99 points, leading Queen's Park Rangers by 20 points, thus clinching the championship title 6 rounds early. Queen's Park Rangers have performed commendably, currently standing at 79 points, with a 9-point lead over their closest rivals. effectively securing the second position with 6 matches remaining. However, in comparison to Southampton's achievements, their performance pales. As for records, they seem attainable now. Yet my focus lies on the Europa League matches. While visiting the Song of Songs Stadium, we must remain vigilant. Villarreal possesses formidable attacking capabilities that we must consider. Jishi expressed this sentiment as the team departed for Spain. Meanwhile, local journalists in Southampton exuded confidence, believing that, given their current strength, claiming the Europa League title is within reach. Eliminating Villarreal and emerging as the sole representatives of the top 5 leagues in the Europa League has become Southampton's mission. Ignore the naysayers. The game is for us to play. Look at how this season, particularly our Europa League performance, has elevated your reputations. This is what matters most to you and to the club, Jishi stated on the flight to Spain. The Southampton players laughed heartily. Indeed, although they all had lengthy contracts with the club, Jishi had offered the players who remained contracts commensurate with, if not exceeding, championship standards immediately after last season. However, the enhancement of their reputations and market values also brings immense benefits to them personally. Next season, Southampton will undoubtedly grace the Premier League, illuminating the futures of both the club and its players. Moreover, with their remarkable performance in the Europa League, they have demonstrated their capability to establish themselves in the Premier League, alleviating concerns that superior players might replace them upon their arrival. This apprehension is shared by many players from teams promoted from the Championship, given the vast chasm between the Championship and the Premier League. Now, having excelled in the Europa League, can this not attest to their abilities? With such a mindset, the players of Southampton have approached their challenges with composure and relaxation. Their strength and form have stabilized, and their physical fitness poses no issues. Under these circumstances, a light-hearted attitude can lead to even greater performances. Upon arriving in Villarreal, the players of Southampton have not looked down upon this small town, for there are numerous such towns across the European continent. Although Villarreal boasts a permanent population of merely 50,000, Southampton itself has just over 200,000 residents. Yet, Villarreal manages to fill its stadium, which accommodates 22,000 spectators every weekend. This implies that nearly every resident of Villarreal is a supporter of their football club. Southampton is also capable of achieving similar feats, as evidenced by their consistently full 30,000-seat stadium. From this perspective, Southampton undeniably still has untapped potential. As the season progresses, there are no longer any secrets to be revealed. The tactics of Southampton and Villarreal have remained unchanged. One employs a 4-3-3 formation, while the other adopts a 4-4-2. Both teams, however, excel in relentless attacking rather than defensive play. Villarreal's midfield exhibits superior technical prowess, yet Southampton's offense is notably more direct. Both head coaches are acutely aware of this fact. As the players from both teams took to the field, the stands erupted with cheers from the Villarreal supporters. Goalkeeper Lopez was flanked by the stalwart defensive Machina, while the midfield featured the esteemed partnership of Connie and Valero at its core, with Cazorla and Bruno on the wings. Up front, the dynamic duo of Rossi and Milmar showcased their speed and technical prowess. Similarly, Southampton fielded their strongest lineup, with goalkeeper Navas and the flanking defenders Klein and Jenkins. In the center, Lovren and Font formed a solid partnership, while the midfield boasted Dem-El, Drinkwater, and Lalana, with the forward line comprising Oxlade-Chamberlain, Giroud, and Lambert. This marks Southampton's starting lineup following the latter half of the season, a primary formation refined through half a season of collaboration. At this juncture, no coach would recklessly alter the arrangement. Subsequently, in the second half, Mkhitaryan and Schneiderlin entered the fray, ensuring Southampton's midfield retained its vitality and offensive prowess. This strategy is widely recognized, yet remains inescapable, for it embodies the essence of tactical prowess and overt scheming. Jishi employs no extraordinary tactics, rather, he consistently maintains movement and vitality in the midfield, ensuring his team's performance remains unaffected. Villarreal's coach, Garrido, pondered extensively yet could not devise a compelling counter-strategy. Ultimately, he resolved to rely on the strength of his own squad to overcome Southampton. In terms of technical skill, he possesses unwavering confidence. After all, La Liga teams inherently boast a significant technical advantage. Though his players may not yet rival Barcelona, they still hold a certain edge over any Premier League team. He acknowledges that Southampton is somewhat unconventional, with their players displaying commendable technical abilities. However, even if Southampton's athletes excel in technique against the more rugged players of the Championship, Such advantages diminish when faced with his team. This point is well understood by Jishi. Thus, in this match, he opted to start with Lalana and Drinkwater, leveraging their mobility and dynamism to counteract Villarreal's technical superiority. Football matches inherently showcase various strengths. Southampton, when facing championship teams, can easily rely on their superior technique to dominate the game. However, when confronted with opponents of equal caliber or even greater prowess, it becomes imperative to harness other facets of their capabilities, such as movement, teamwork, and the forward's direct assault on the goal. These are the advantages of Southampton. Villarreal's two forwards possess remarkable technical skill and speed, yet their impact is somewhat lacking. This is where Southampton excels. Therefore, away from home, in addition to running and physicality, one must also rely on attacking prowess. Now is the moment to ascertain the accuracy of his judgment. The referee has signaled the commencement of the match, as Rossi passes the ball to Nerma, who returns it, officially starting the game. The forward players of Southampton swiftly traverse the halfway line, initiating their pressing strategy. Chapter 107. Lambert's return to form. It must be said that both teams possess a clear understanding of their respective characteristics and strengths. Following the kickoff, Southampton relentlessly engages in running and pressing, while Villarreal relies on the midfield prowess of Parejo to facilitate their organization. Although Parejo may not be a household name, he is an adept conductor in the midfield, and his performance this season has been commendable. As the commentators provide their analysis, 20 minutes have elapsed in the match between Southampton and Villarreal. During this period, Southampton has created 3 shooting opportunities, while Villarreal has managed 2. The focus of both teams appears to be more on the tussle in midfield rather than on offensive plays. This scenario feels somewhat familiar. In the previous round, Southampton effectively curtailed Bayer Leverkusen's attacks through running and man-marking, achieving a comprehensive advantage. Could they replicate this performance today? To be frank, it was quite astonishing that Southampton managed to suppress Bayer Leverkusen through their running in the last round, especially considering Leverkusen's proactive approach as a Bundesliga team. However, I harbor doubts about their ability to stifle Villarreal in the same manner. Villarreal's technical quality is superior, and unlike Leverkusen, if Vidal becomes entangled, their offensive flow is significantly hindered. The commentator's assessment seems accurate. As the match reached the 24th minute, Borja took a corner kick, sending the ball to the back post, where the advancing Machina made a pivotal header, scoring the opening goal for Villarreal. The Estadio de la Ceramica erupted in jubilation as Villarreal fans chanted Machina's name, clearly expressing their satisfaction with the team's performance. Vidal, being an attacking midfielder, can be closely marked by a robust defensive midfielder without greatly affecting the overall team dynamics. However, influencing a deeper-lying orchestrator like Parejo proves to be a more challenging task. The commentator offered his assessment. However, the events that unfolded subsequently proved his judgment to be flawed. As the match resumed, Lalana proactively engaged with Valero, assuming the role of a defensive midfielder, persistently marking him, shadowing him, and disrupting his play. After enduring a vigorous challenge from Lalana, Valero's performance inevitably suffered, providing Southampton the opportunity to launch a fierce offensive. After receiving a pass from Klein, Chamberlain forcefully broke through to the byline and delivered a cross. The ball sailed across the front post and was met by Lambert, who executed a flying volley, equalizing the score. Following the goal, Lambert raised his fist in triumph and let out a roar. This marked his 7th goal in the Europa League this season, equaling Falcao's tally of 7, just behind Rossi's 8, placing him jointly in 2nd position on the Europa League scoring chart. A splendid effort, and the attack continued. Jishi raised his fist. Lambert had previously been somewhat subdued, yet this volley signified his resurgence. As the game entered its critical phase, the return of the top scorer to form was undoubtedly advantageous. Often, focusing the attack around him could yield a plethora of goals. The Southampton players had grown accustomed to this, so after Jishi signaled from the sidelines, they promptly initiated their assault around Lambert, with Lalana behind him orchestrating the play, and Chamberlain and Klein disrupting the defense from the flanks. Giroud provided cover in the box. Lambert could concentrate solely on scoring. Over the past 2 seasons, Lambert had indeed been in peak form, at this optimal age, with his physical condition at its best and receiving tactical support. He showcased the prowess and experience of an exceptional striker perfectly. In the 37th minute, Lalana surged forward, receiving the ball near the edge of the penalty area. Chamberlain advanced on the wing, while Giroud moved centrally. Yet, Lalana lifted his foot and delivered a stunning arc of a cross. The ball soared over the heads of all players in the center, heading toward the back post, where Lambert accelerated, shaking off his marker, and met the descending ball with a diving header. The ball rocketed into Villarreal's net, silencing the Estadio El Madrigal. Lambert rose from the ground, tearing at his jersey, and charged toward the Southampton supporters in the stands. A brace. He had leveled with Rossi in goals, ascending to the top of the scoring chart. Most importantly, this goal granted Southampton the lead away from home. The significance of scoring and taking the lead in an away match is indeed paramount. The Villarreal players began to feel the pressure. Nevertheless, they had performed admirably this season. Following the conceded goal, they immediately launched a relentless wave of attacks. Cazorla shifted to the central position and executed a splendid breakthrough. After evading Drinkwater's defense, he delivered a beautiful through ball, with Rossi and Young's movements drawing the attention of the Southampton defenders. Valero, making a forward run at the edge of the penalty area, received the ball and, facing the advancing Navas, unleashed a powerful shot into the far corner, leveling the score. There is no need to rush. The current situation favors us. Our movements can effectively counterbalance their technical superiority, and by employing more aerial balls, we can tire them out, as their defensive line lacks height. Have you noticed? Machina stands at just 1.84 meters, and Musacchio is merely 1.82 meters tall. Such heights are quite challenging against our combination of forwards. The players nodded in agreement. It was indeed an obvious observation. However, Villarreal had controlled the midfield well in the first half, limiting Southampton's opportunities to deliver crosses from the flanks. In the second half, we should focus on crossing from the sides. Even at a 45-degree angle, the threat would be substantial, as evidenced by Adams' assist. After all, we are the visitors. A rougher play is acceptable. Jishi continued, emphasizing that the advantage in height cannot be neutralized by tactics alone. If this advantage proves effective, it must be further exploited. In the locker room, Garrido praised the players' performances, acknowledging that they had indeed played well. However, in the second half, it was crucial to leverage their technical advantages and continuously apply pressure on Southampton, using tactical adjustments to exhaust the opponent's stamina, thereby establishing a significant advantage over the two legs. From a tactical perspective, he had not made any errors in his plans. However, he overlooked that Southampton could initiate attacks more easily than Villarreal, and Villarreal's technical superiority was not sufficient to prevent Southampton's players from contesting the ball. Chapter 108. The team crafted by Jishi. As the second half commenced, the atmosphere on the pitch became noticeably more lively than in the first half. Although 4 goals were scored in the first half, the time between goals had been largely characterized by cautious probing, contact, and confrontation, resulting in relatively few moments of brilliance. In contrast, both sides seemed to play with greater abandon in the second half. After scoring 2 goals, Lambert found himself marked more closely by the opposition, however. His movements on the field continued to provide substantial assistance, as his range of activity was considerable, easily drawing the attention of at least 2 defenders. Villarreal's defense could not afford to relax their vigilance against him. Consequently, the other attacking players of Southampton found themselves with increased space. The wingers, Oxlade-Chamberlain and Klein, along with the substitute Dixon who entered in the second half, began to frequently surge forward along the flanks, delivering crosses into the box. Giroud, with his imposing presence, bulldozed through the penalty area. After all, even the tallest player, Machina, was shorter than him by 8 centimeters, making his height advantage exceedingly apparent. Under such relentless pressure, Villarreal was compelled to retreat their defensive line, yet they were still unable to withstand Giroud's assault. As Oxlade-Chamberlain broke through and distributed the ball, Giroud, poised to execute a forceful advance, was brought down by Machina, who had no choice but to commit a foul. The referee promptly awarded a penalty. The penalty was indisputable. In fact, Jishi was quite dissatisfied, as Giroud was nearly face-to-face with the goalkeeper. The foul committed by Machina could have justifiably warranted a red card, yet only a yellow card was issued. Lambert took the penalty kick and scored effortlessly, completing his hat-trick. Splendid. Lambert's hat-trick. This marks his second hat-trick in the UEFA Europa League this season, bringing his total to 9 goals and placing him atop the scoring chart. Lambert continued his celebrations, which seemed to provoke Rossi. In the subsequent moments, Southampton shifted to a more defensive posture, as a 3-2 away score was already quite favorable. However, Rossi executed a spectacular goal before the match concluded, initiating a solo run from midfield, skillfully evading both Dembele and Font, and then unleashing a stunning shot from just outside the penalty area, leveling the score for Villarreal. A remarkable goal. Rossi showcased his worth. It was extraordinary. The Italian prodigy delivered his most impressive season to date. We might anticipate what the new generation of forwards in the Italian national team will achieve in next year's European Championship. The Italian commentator was nearly in tears, as the current Italian squad is somewhat lacking in depth. The defense relies on Chiellini and Bonucci, while Pirlo continues to bear the burden in midfield. As for the forwards, Balotelli and Cassano always seem unreliable. Now, with Rossi's outstanding performance, there is less cause for anxiety. Of course, the unfortunate Italians were unaware that as the next season commenced, Rossi would again be plagued by injuries, forcing the national team to rely once more on Balotelli and Cassano. That, however, is a story for another time. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, Villarreal's fans sighed collectively, feeling that Southampton had taken advantage of the schedule, leaving them quite disgruntled. As they prepared for the away leg of the second round, uncertainty loomed. While one could attribute the schedule to luck, facing formidable opponents cannot merely be considered fortunate. Napoli, Bayer Leverkusen, and Villarreal are all teams ranked among the top 4 in Serie A, Bundesliga, and La Liga this season. Achieving commendable results against such teams begs the question, has our strength truly reached such heights? No, it is our players who have put forth tremendous effort in the matches. Jishi has never hesitated to praise his players. The young athletes hear both critique and encouragement, and while there are those inherently sensitive players, Southampton's youth do not fall into that category. We hold a certain advantage in the second leg, yet Villarreal only needs a victory to eliminate us. This is equally their opportunity. All we can do is persevere and consistently present our best selves, Jishi concluded. This reflects his inner thoughts. We are only at the quarterfinal stage, with the semi-finals and finals yet to come. The players of Southampton have not yet reached the moment for celebration. He had long reached a consensus with the players that the championship title was virtually secured and breaking records would pose little challenge. Yet, were they truly satisfied with such an accomplishment? The UEFA Europa League undoubtedly represented a more prestigious honor. And should they achieve the unprecedented feat of claiming a European title as a second-tier team, their names would be etched in the annals of football history. The Southampton players, predominantly young, were immediately invigorated upon hearing such words. Not to mention them, I too find myself somewhat regretful of my retirement, sighed Perry, who was observing and learning as a coach within the youth team after recovering from injury. Davis and Walton laughed heartily, as the other two captains of the team. Their appearances this season had been limited, with only a few opportunities in league and cup matches. However, they felt no significant discontent, largely due to the privilege of being part of an extraordinary season. After all, Walton was nearing 34 years of age, having spent most of his career in the third and fourth tiers of football, and he had long accepted that not being a starter at Southampton was part of the journey. Being a substitute in such a remarkable team and contributing to a great season was already